another wolf. my questions are like these?
You should get this, bro.
Oh my god.
This is the easiest question. Which is taller, a brute or an elite?
I feel like it's low-key elite.
Elite.
It's a brute. Oh
Wait,
my
what?
God. It's a brute.
Has to be a brute. Have you seen the Infinite Brute?
I would not have
They
known
like
that.
charge you like supersonic speed.
All right, what weapon is used to kill Guilty Spark in Halo 3?
Spartan laser.
Okay, that's right.
That one's easy, yeah.
The Spartan laser.
To see, like, you're in these questions.
Yes,
there.
sir.
Guilty Spark. What's that?
Guilty Spark, like that orb.
Oh, Spartan laser.
Yeah, wow.
I know these. Why do
You don't know them.
Yes,
You
I
have-
literally know that
You know
one.
why you
I
know
know
them? Because it's in front of you. You have the answers right in front of you. That's why you know them.
What gas do the grunts breathe?
Bro.
You're not gonna get this.
Shoot, no clue. That's
No
like,
idea?
No idea. That's-
Really?
Well, because they have to have the tanks to go to like Earth and stuff, because they don't breathe like. I don't remember.
Nitrogen.
No, it's methane. Yeah, you're not gonna. That's hard as hell.
All right.
They breathe methane gas.
That's kind of crazy.
All right, who activated the Halo array in Halo 3?
Dude, I don't remember. I'm just gonna guess 343 Guilty Spark.
Master Chief?
Master Chief. I don't know.
Sergeant Johnson.
Who won?
Me.
Whatever, man.
These are the hardest questions.
That was very hard.
King of the Hill. Hill taken. Hill contested. First point. Hill ready. Land grab. 3 zones incoming. Game tied. Triple kill. Elimination. Danger zone incoming. 4 Spartans remains.
Movement, talk about map knowledge. It's Lucid though, he's going to come out on top here. It's a 2-kill advantage. Little shake of the head there, saying, maybe, you know, I'm just saying, it was a shake of the head. It might mean nothing. I may be completely and utterly reading into it.
I think it's a little tisk, like you say, a shake of the head
dare
there. 7-5, 4 minutes on the clock, 3 kills to go for Lucid, but Renegade with a great pipes push. Lucid there throws his head back. Can't believe it. My God, you're watching just unbelievable mechanical tests of these players, maximizing every single inch of the sandbox.
I almost feel like we need another lower third, by the way, for the reactions of Barcode. Every time anything's happening, I think he was praying just a few moments ago.
He was.
Getting that involved in what is happening on our main stage.
There's a few candles lit, just off camera, yeah.
1 kill the difference. Renegade with camo and shock has the chance to tie this one up. It's first to 10, so if he gets this kill, it's 3 kills to go for both players.
Ooh, he knows. Knows where Lucid is. Also has plasmas to play with. Lots of tools in the backpack. Camo runs out. Lucid would have heard that.
Lucid
And he's
just
gone.
scarpers
He's
away
like,
as well.
No. Not interested in whatever you're selling. Please never come back again. Ooh, look at that angle.
Oh, and this is the shot though. Good grenades coming in from Lucid. Good damage going to be done. Pressure now onto Renegade. Lucid gives himself a cushion. 2 kills to go and a 2-kill lead.
And the bleed through on that nade, he kills him straight from half shields. We didn't even see a flashing shield there. 8-6, playing the A angle to top control.
Shoulder of him.
Once. Let's see if Renegade continues challenging. He's crazy.
Renegade just going to try and force his way back into this game. Lucid escaping for now, but it looks like Renegade is more than where he is. Nowhere around. It's great.
Oh my God,
But having a shock rifle is better.
Spartan just popping off there. He heard one more baby from him. Wants to see his team.
Let's go!
The HCS Kansas City Major is presented by Astro Gaming.
AMD, the Marines, Dolby, PC Game Pass, Zowie, Rockstar Energy, and Xbox Plays.
Welcome to day 2 of the Halo Championship Series Kansas City Major. We're nearly at that all-important point in the weekend where we jump straight into the championship bracket. But first, we have some teams who also want their shot from the open. And to discuss this, I do have a panel of experts here up on the desk. That's right, I know you're smiling a little bit here, Clutch, but you are an expert in my eyes for sure, and I'm sure the folks at home would agree. I've got Clutch, Goofy, and Walsh on the desk. First of all, gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon to folks at home, good morning wherever you are in the world watching. So lovely to have you. It's day number 2, and my goodness, we have had quite the road to get to this point. Obviously, pool play yesterday, and Clutch, it was an epic day. We got a taste of what LAN is like for some of these teams who have kind of made changes, or kind of had a little bit of a shift in roster, play styles, or coming in really, really hot from online tournaments. So how are you feeling about day number 1?
Feeling great about day number 1. I think if we learned anything about day number 1, it's that Cloud9 is not the only team to beat here. You have Optic Gaming that looked very strong against FaZe. You have Sentinels that looked very strong against Pioneers. And for me, those are my 3 teams to watch going into Sunday, but we have a lot of games to play to get there, and other teams can step up and surprise us because I think there's a lot of talent. And I mean, even taking a look at the AM pool, I mean, this may be the strongest AM bracket I've ever seen because the teams coming out, the teams not coming out, are so talented of players that it's a surprise to watch. So we have a lot of opportunity here early today where some AM teams could make some names for themselves very quickly.
Without a doubt, I'm so excited to jump into some of those names as well. But Goofy, day 1, it brought potential teams breaking into hopefully that winner's bracket by the end of today, but also teams potentially looking to take a trophy pretty early on and seal them deal as the favorites in this tournament. What did you make of day number 1? Who surprised you?
So Quadrant, I talked about it towards the end of the broadcast yesterday. They haven't been talked about enough for their fantastic job in pool play. Quadrant obviously able to knock out to defeat G2 in pool play and give EUnited a run for their money. So I definitely want to give them their props. And to Clutch's point, I mean, the Optic, Sentinels, and Cloud9 battle is going to be very fun to watch this weekend.
It certainly will be. Walshy, you know, we've seen a lot of teams here, I think, who've really stepped up in this second major and I think made some fundamental changes. And I think we're seeing some fierce competition. I say it pretty much every time I'm on the desk, but honestly, this second major is bringing a different level. Who are you seeing the most potential in right now in day number 2?
Ooh, I mean, I also want to give some more highlights to our international counterparts. Ascend, they are sitting pretty at 2nd in their pool at the moment. They have to hold on to that because these open bracket teams that are entering the pools are coming in hungry. But regardless, Ascend having that big win over XSET and cementing themselves ideally in the upper bracket.
Yeah, that would be ideal. I think it's a definite doable task for Ascend at this moment in time. I was really impressed with what I saw coming out of the gates there against Cloud9, so potential on the horizon for a lot of teams here. If you guys want to be tuning in all weekend long, then we have you covered because we have 4 different streams featuring all different matchups happening all day long. A and B, of course, are casted, and C and D are strictly gameplay. But remember, if you did actually miss any of the action yesterday, you can catch all of the VODs on the Halo YouTube channel, so make sure you go and check that one out as well. But that's not the only little bit of news I have for you guys. You also can get your hands on some stunning free stuff in the form of Twitch drops. Of course, all you have to do is be watching the broadcast for this. I mean, you get the most incredible Warthog skins. Make sure that you guys are checking out all of the vehicles that you can get just for watching the broadcast. We have so many more Twitch drops. If you are watching all of our Twitch drop co-streamers as well, you can get your hands on some incredible banners. We also have our Make-A-Wish streamers as well. You can get your hands on this HCS trophy and also grand finals exclusive Twitch drops as well as that. And we got the extermination medal up here as well from Halo 3 in the form of a clean sweep emblem. And Wes, you know that medal pretty well because I'm pretty sure you got the extermination medal in your sleep, didn't you, back in Halo 3?
I used to tweet overkills on the reg. That used to be like my first hashtag like that I ever tried to get trending. And if you go back and you look at the history, I tweeted it several times scrimming against my friends.
Couple cleanup kills.
So wait, the hashtag,
all 4 one-shots.
They didn't ask. Hey, I'm sorry, my team had teamwork.
So the hashtag was overkill.
Good positioning.
On the reg.
Overkills on the reg. If you go back and you look at it, you'll see a lot of tweets from me.
I think we need to get that. I think we need to get that trending yet again.
Hey.
Overkills on the reg. I'd like to see a couple of overkills on the timeline. I tell you what, though, folks, let's take a look at our schedule for today and see what we have coming on the reg for you. We do have Quadrant versus G1 kicking off the day. Pool B, Fnatic versus Complexity. We've got the Chiefs versus Space Station Gaming, and Pioneers will be taking on Built by Gamers. Later on this afternoon and into the evening, we do have our winners quarterfinals happening as well. So championship bracket will be starting today. And just a quick note with this schedule, we do have our open bracket teams playing. So those are the teams that you're seeing coming in here, and we're going to be talking about those in just moments. So we have so many different teams that could have been coming through this open bracket. I mean, the open bracket was absolutely nuts, right? And it's all for one thing, isn't it? You are playing for an epic prize pool, $250,000 on the line. And first place is going to be taking home 100K. That is a crazy amount of money. Goofy, if you were up there playing once again, would you be sweating a little bit over this prize pool?
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money to be playing for, and obviously we have a bunch of majors on the HCS roadmap leading up to that Halo World Championship where the bag gets even bigger, right? So playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know, is just an incredible opportunity for all these players. You know, back in the day, we'd have a $100,000 tournament once every year, you know, so the stakes have definitely gone up a lot over the years, and yeah, excited for all these players competing for a lot of money.
I'm very, very excited also. It's an incredible amount of money, also an incredible amount of pride on the line as well. Now, I guess we're going to look at this afternoon as pool play part 2, right? I mean, we've got teams coming in from the open bracket, and as you can see, the spots have been filled. We've got Complexity, G1, Space Station, and Built by Gamers joining our open bracket. Walshy, are you surprised with the names that have come out of open bracket here? Because a lot of people, I think, would recognize a lot of these teams.
Yeah, not too surprised with these, but I think more to Wes's point, surprised at some of the teams that didn't make it out. You know, just kind of a testament to the competition that you have in this open bracket. It's no easy feat to go through that bracket and then also to go through that bracket undefeated.
Yeah, indeed. I think in terms of the pools here, I think there are certain opportunities, I think, for some of these open bracket teams to actually cause a little bit of an upset. Let's actually talk about some of them in specifics, though, and one that's really coming to mind that we've actually seen compete quite a lot, and it's kind of surprising now to see them in the open bracket having to fight to come back into the championship bracket is Space Station Gaming. Of course, they have made a big change to their roster here, picking up Rami and Collect, but we've got the likes of Ace and Tylenol on here. Collect, an up-and-coming player, pretty decent in terms of his super fast gameplay. He's a main slayer, but along the side of Tylenol as well. I'm wondering what the dynamic is going to be like for this squad. Tylenol, obviously, we've seen his numbers, we've seen his stats from the 2 LAN tournaments that we've had him in, and it's been pretty amazing. My question, Clutch, is, you know, right now, is this kind of more like, I'm coming in, I'm trying to prove myself, I know that I can stat a lot and I'm an incredible player. Do the team need to play around him? Or do you think the likes of Collect and Rami coming on board will make this more of a cohesive unit?
I think they need to figure out a way to become a more cohesive unit. I think Tylenol has had great numbers, but the numbers that matter are the placements, and those placements do not bode well for Space Station Gaming's past. But they have a big opportunity to once again make names for themselves. I feel like I was talking to Aaron, or Ace, I'm sorry, on a Wednesday night, I think, and I was making a joke. I go, Ace, it's about that time of the year where you randomly just get a 3rd place or whatnot. So wouldn't be shocked to see Space Station go on a run, but that being said, their scrim results coming into the tournament weren't as strong as I would like to see them. But there's a reason we play the game, in a best of 5, if you're a good team, anybody can win. So looking forward to seeing them.
That is very, very true. I think another really good team on my mind as well is Built by Gamers. I think BBG kind of actually have formed themselves as a well-known team in the scene now, currently in this new title. Actually got top 6 a couple of different times, and also Goofy have managed to actually take down Pioneers in a Pro Series as well. You know, there's a lot here. They've actually brought on a new player, Bomax, I believe. You know, are you still seeing potential in this new roster?
Yeah, this Built by Gamers roster is definitely has put themselves in a great position this event, obviously. Coming out of pool play, or coming out of open bracket and solidifying a spot in the pool play is so huge for this roster. And someone like Nemesis, right? He's been around the scene for a long time. He's kind of like that veteran presence on this roster. And to a lot of the newer Halo fans, you may not know that. Nemesis and Bomax have been around the scene and have been causing problems for players for quite a while, and this BBG roster is definitely here to make some noise.
They certainly are, and I'll tell you what, with Noise Walshy, you know, there is a little bit of a rivalry, and it's no lie that BBG and Pioneers have a little bit of a hatred for one another, and we love to see that, we love the drama, but we also have the likes of BBG, also King J, having a really close friendship with somebody on Sentinels, actually a couple of the players on Sentinels. So what is it like as a player having to go on that main stage, whether it be revenge or rivalry, hatred, or honestly one of your best friends playing against them? What does that do to you mentally up there?
Ooh, that's a good point. I think I always look back at like a quote from Rage Against the Machine, like your anger is a gift, and if you know how to harness that properly, you can use that to motivate as you practice up for tournaments. You can play at the top of your game when you feel like something's on the line like that. And so, yeah, there always is that sort of intrinsic emotion as you're playing against these opponents. There's so many times where you're going up there and it's never fully buddy-buddy. Even when you have some, friends and some respect for opponents across the screen, most of the time you start to shift your mindset. You start to look at the other team as enemies or the opponent. It's personal.
Yeah, when it comes down to in-game, it's all business. Like, you are the enemy. I don't care how good of friends we are outside of the game. It's like that in any competition. When we're playing, I'm going for the throat, there's no friendship involved. Outside of the games, we can be friends, but inside of the games, it's all business.
It certainly is all business, and I'll tell you what, it's all business for Optic Gaming right now. I think that's the one name right now we have to bring up on this desk after their incredible showing yesterday against FaZe. Optic Gaming, did they impress you yesterday going up against FaZe, kind of taking them down pretty easy, chill ride for them?
Yeah, they look good, and not only did Formal look good, not only did Trippy look good, but I mean, it was the entire team, right? APG was on fire yesterday, and if APG's playing like that, this Optic Gaming team can take this entire tournament, because it's literally like, you know what you get out of Lucid, you know what you get out of Formal. I feel like those are known, consistent commodities, but when Trippy and APG show up to play, this team gets really dangerous really quickly.
It certainly does get very dangerous, and I'll tell you what, it got a lot more dangerous with the likes of our AMD Power performance on the board for this roster as well. Formal just doing the absolute most, and I've got to say, what an incredible start to the season with Optic Gaming he has had, and he really has changed the team dynamic here. Goofy, for folks at home who didn't manage to catch the action yesterday and didn't kind of take note of what Formal has really done for this Optic roster, what does he really bring to the table?
Formal has changed the dynamic of this Optic Gaming team. Now, going into our first major in Raleigh, obviously Pistola in place of Formal on that team, they were still one of the favorites going into that event. If everyone remembers, Optic Gaming and Cloud9 were kind of like those juggernauts, and then they fell short and they weren't able to close the deal. Now, adding someone like Formal, it just brings out the best of everyone on this team, in my opinion, specifically APG. Clutch always says this, as like, and he's serious about it. Sometimes there's players on a team that just enhance their teammates, and I think Formal and APG kind of have that dynamic. Their friendship goes way back, over a decade. They've been teammates, they've been friends for so long, and now we're seeing it pay dividends here on this team, and they are looking like the real deal. They're looking like a juggernaut.
Love that. The Formal buff. That's what APG's got. He's got the Formal buff on the main stage, and look, I'm here for it. I'd love to see that. Tell you what, though, let's talk about some of the teams that have one leg in the winners bracket and one leg out, unfortunately, because there's a couple of teams here that are teetering on the edge, and one of those is going to be Fnatic. I mean, in terms of Fnatic right now, they have so much potential, and I keep using the word potentials because a lot of these teams really do have this. Fnatic taking FaZe to Game 5 and not managing to close that one out, it's got to be so disappointing, especially being in the pool of death. It's such a difficult pool to be in. Walshy, for Fnatic, what do they need to do right now to step up and convince you that they belong in that winners bracket?
I mean, the individual skill is there without a question. It's just, how do they piece it together? How do they stop getting staggered on spawns? How do they make sure that they know when to pump the brakes a little bit and then push out together? I just see so many moments of brilliance from these players as they pull off sick individual plays, but I'm not seeing those moments where they come together as a team and do a perfect push in together and then a perfect escort out with the flag.
Yeah, do you know what? It's difficult. I think there's a lot of specifics there in terms of Fnatic and what they need to kind of round up on. I think they can do it. I think that, mistakes are able to be kind of corrected on the fly. It's just whether or not they're going to pull it off coming into day 2 as well. But let's actually talk about our next match. We've got Quadrant versus G1. I'm really excited about this one. Obviously, we have the European roster being Quadrant, being EUnited in a Street Slayer yesterday. Slayer, one of EUnited's strongest sets. But, unfortunately, despite the commanding placement playstyle that they did have against EUnited and trying to hold out. They didn't actually manage to take that one home. Goofy, for you, Quadrant, where are they at in your head at this moment in time?
Quadrant has honestly surprised me so far this weekend. You know, they were able to take down G2 in pool play, and that's a very impressive feat. Obviously, G2, one of the partner teams, one of the top 6 arguably team in the HCS right now. Quadrant able to knock them or take them out in pool play, and also give EUnited a run for their money. So definitely very impressed by Quadrant so far.
Indeed. Now, obviously, moving on to G1 as well. I think, there's a lot of eyes, I think, on this roster, and I think in particular, a lot of eyes on Swish as well. Talk to me about, the way that this G1 roster is coming together. Who needs to be stepping up? Where are they at?
This team's good, man. This is one of my favorite teams coming out of the open bracket, and it's for good reason. They have a lot of talent on their team. The pickup of Swish, massive for these guys. This is going to elevate their roster to what I think is at least a top 12 team, potentially top 8. I mean, these guys can compete with some of the best. I love everything I know about Swish. Tony Two-Turn, he's got a lot of individual skill too. Not only is he good at Halo, but apparently he's a mouse and keyboard freak too. I heard he's like top 500 in Val. Like, I mean, when you can transition from game to game, that just shows me you have so much like in-game presence, like your awareness, the things, how you calculate all the important things and how you factor those in decision making, and you can do that across multiple games. That tells me a lot about who you are already. I haven't seen him play a lot of Halo, but I'm very excited to get this series underway and see what he can showcase as well, because I see nothing but good things from G1.
Yeah, I think G1 are looking really, really strong, and obviously with the eyeballs being on Swish, I mean, just a little bit more about how good this guy is. I mean, he is like an up-and-coming star. He got a lot of buzz, I think, from 8s and online tournaments as well. I think actually, I believe in 8s, he was playing with the likes of Renegade, Lucid, Boo Boo, Falcated, playing against them, and actually 40 kills. Wow. Against the likes of our main slayers in the pros.
It's really his mindset. I didn't really know Swish coming into Halo Infinite. I knew of him and like saw him play a little bit of Halo 5, but I've actually started to talk to him on a one-on-one basis, and like his mentality is so perfect for becoming a professional player. He wants it. He puts in the work. He has the drive. He talked to me about team changes. He talked to me about what does it take? What do I need to do? I'm like, focus on yourself, control what you can, and he's done just that to put himself in a great position this weekend.
He certainly has. He has great slaying prowess. He controls the power weapons so well. I think it's just about his teammates now making him more comfortable to be able to show what he can actually do on that main stage. And this leads us to predictions. So I'm going G1. It's got to be G1. It's going to be a quick prediction from us. So Clutch, who are you going with?
I'm going G1 too.
All right, Goose.
I'm going to go with Quadrant. Quadrant surprised me this event, and I'm going to give them the edge here.
All right, okay. Walshy.
Quadrant.
Oh, okay.
It's hard. I mean, obviously G1 went through the gauntlet, but Quadrant, they are looking strong.
After we get the win.
Okay, fine. We'll fist bump after we get the win. Let's head on over right now to our game, though, and get this one started. I'm so excited for day 2 of Kansas City, so it begins right now.
Yes. Our first game of the day in Kansas City. We've got G1 up against Quadrant. The pool is up for grabs, but Quadrant have to get the job done here.
Quadrant do. They've done everything they needed to do so far in this group, but secure top 2, they've got to be a very strong G1, right? A G1 who has come through this open bracket undefeated. They've looked amazing so far, but the series layout for me always makes a big difference, Jersey.
Well, let's actually talk about the series layout. These two teams have met on some of these maps earlier in the preseason.
Yeah, they have. They scrimmed just a few days ago, and actually it was 3-2 in favor of Quadrant. But 2 of these modes, the ones that G1 actually won, start off this series. Strongholds Recharge, Slayer Live Fire, that's the ones they took Quadrant off. So it's a really good start to begin with here in this series. And I think G1 will take that, they will fuel themselves, and they will try and pummel Quadrant into the ground, get that early lead, and try and make them just a little bit upset, a little bit depressing. What's going wrong? Why are we losing this? And then suddenly game 3, things get very difficult.
Now actually, let's talk about pools, because Pool C, Quadrant's currently sitting second 2-1. They got the job done over G2. Surely it's easy just beating G1 now.
You'd think that, and I think most open teams you'd expect to lose to a team who is second in the pool, but I also think Quadrant have been overperforming so far. They took down G2, but now they have to go one step further and take down G1.
G1 ran the gauntlet, but it's shields up, weapons hot. Here we go through the eyes and ears of Swish. What can he do for his team?
Swish has been incredible so far this tournament. I spoke to the boys, they said he's who you need to look at. He is the damage dealer of the squad. He'll be getting those power weapons. He'll be making sure he's getting in the face of enemies. So I am expecting big things from him, but Quadrant do get the first camouflage, which is going to be very important.
Fragger with that camouflage helps get one and assists another. Decent use there. 3 go down here, pre-down the last man alive. They'll be fighting against Shad, but Shad gets the job done. Double kill.
Shad's been really impressive throughout not just this tournament, but online tournaments as well. The newest addition to this Quadrant roster, his first LAN as well. So there is always going to be that extra pressure. Look for him to be the entry fragger of the team. He often likes to get into those fights first, deal that damage, and then try and get some assists.
Oh! Shad shuts him down, gives him the wiggles. Drops the shoulder, says see you later. A and B in control, but G1 looking to change that here and now through Squall A. Stronghold does transition, but it's A and C. It's been transferred very quickly. That's something Quadrant are good at, is recognizing when they're going to lose a stronghold and flipping the map.
Yeah, Quadrant traditionally have been very good at strongholds, but this one has been one of their worst ones out of the selection that's available, and it always surprises me, because I think it should match well with how they play the game. But to start with, a very successful beginning, 55 points on the board at the moment. Remember, this is G1's first ever main stage performance as well, so there's always going to be that added pressure on their side.
Pressure burst pipes. And also turn men into legends. Will that pressure get to them here? Tony back down. They have A and B. This is the first time they've got a significant amount of points on the board. 1v1 against SLG, who had to reload his weapon. That's going to be a free kill for him. Fragger over towards Batteries, desperately trying to survive, but Swish takes care of business.
It's been a really good response from G1 after the start of this game. Quadrant could have quite easily snowballed out of control, but G1, they slowed things down. They had a patient approach to their push, and this could be a really important kill, which it will be. Unfortunately, I think nades should take you out of B here, but Tony's doing very well to just dive around these batteries.
In comes Fragger, he clears house, gets the reset onto B. B and C now in control of Quadrant once more, but this game's back and forth. Shad with that repulsor gets himself out of dodge.
What's interesting, I think, with G1 coming out of this open bracket is they probably looked at Quadrant before this tournament and said, hey, they're up for taking. If we end up in those groups, they've not been performing that well in the EU Super, for example, but I think this Quadrant is a very different Quadrant from what we saw in the EU Super. They seem to really want this tournament, and they seem to have found that little bit of belief that maybe they lacked for the last few.
Newest addition to their team is that man on your screen, Shad. He's been having a very impressive tournament. We touched upon it already. He likes to be that entry fragger. He's going to try to play a little bit of defense here on the Swish. Catches him a little unawares. Can he give Pre-Deminator the wiggles? Opts the back down this time. With the help of his teammates come through, they make sure they maintain this triple cap.
And that entry fragger statistic is very much emphasized here on Strongholds, because he is usually the player who is getting those kills on the guys who are already in a Stronghold when he's having those battles. And he is likely going to be the one who is then moving on to that next Stronghold, saying to a teammate, look, you capture it, I'm just going to the next one. I'm happy to take that fight as he picks up a double.
Does anybody else want a piece? Because he will slice you off a little bit. Burnt ends coming your way. Hot out the oven.
Eagle team halfway to
Big Shot over towards A, turns his attention towards Swish, and with the help of Fragger, they take care of business. Looking to transfer A once more. B under contest though, and Squall A and Tony make sure they make that job a little bit easier than it could have been.
I might not be a barbecue expert, but I don't think burnt ends come out of an oven. I'm fairly certain that you put them on a barbecue, right, and then you take the ends which are burnt,
yeah,
and then you serve them to whoever wants them.
I've only had barbecue one time, and I wasn't in the kitchen while it happened, so KC has been my introduction to barbecue food, so why are you criticizing me right here, right now?
Big double kill though from Swish, and he really is living up to that, damage dealer status that the rest of the team did set on him.
Oh!
He takes out the sword at the wrong time, but always important to have a sticky grenade in your back pocket.
Jake then face to face with Squally, both see the whites in each other's eyes, but with the help of teammate Shad, they will convert A and C, and looking to get B2, getting a bit greedy over there. But Tony shuts that one down, so still controlling A and C, still scoring. It's now 155 to 38, and this is the game type we fancy G1 to take.
I did fancy G1 on this game type, mainly just because of that recent scrim between the two. Chick unfortunately gets taken down there. And now I feel like G1 have to take advantage of this little bit of momentum they've got hold of. They are 120 down, but we've seen throughout this tournament various times that people can have these incredible comebacks as long as you're playing on the same ball as everyone else. As long as you're all shooting the same things, you're coordinating, and you're pushing together. They hold A and B for now, they wait, they see who's spawning at C and where they're going.
We did almost see a miraculous comeback from XSET against the fellow countrymen in Ascend. Quadrant hoping not to even flirt with that idea. Tony takes down Shad though, and that means they're going to continue scoring. And the Quadrant defense will be broken, but SLG and Chick answer back there, and see Chick scampers towards bottom control.
It's a really good scoring period for G1 here, and I think traditionally European teams, they do crumble. We do choke a little bit when the latter stages of the game come through, when you're that close, you know you're ahead, and they almost get in their own head, do some of these players, but a sword in the hands of SLG is always going to be a good sign. Now we can start to pick up some kills. A and C once again in control, and Quadrant are scoring.
SLG happy to hold the line here. SLG, what an impressive tournament he's been having so far.
He has had an amazing tournament, and I'm not really surprised to see sword and shock rifle in his hand. He has over 50% of this team's kills with power weapons. That is an unreal statistic with just... It means the rest of the team is allowing him to have those power weapons. They're probably dropping them to him as well, but camouflage in the hands of Fragger.
What can Fragger do, helping his teammate clear out A? The full eviction notice. One goes down, make it two. Three dead momentarily. Tony, last man alive, desperately trying to control C and stop the bleeding.
Look how quick they move to C as well. They get A and they say, you know what, screw that. We want a triple. We want to hold this. We want to win this game here and now. Let's continue this pressure. Do not slow down and give G1 the chance to think about where they want to move.
Squall A in a world of hurt gets back down, and Fragger turns his attention back towards top A, getting tagged up a little bit to half shields. We've seen Swish get a little bit frisky now towards top A. He wins that engagement. Shad under the staircase like Harry Potter almost, but can he pop up and perform a little bit of magic?
A big kill has to be done, and we need to see now perfect Halo from G1. If you can get control of A and B here, then you might be able to just continuously pin Quadrant in a spawn cycle, and it is a temporary trip cap. And this is good. You want Quadrant to be trying to run into B here, so you can just continuously slay them as they run in like lemmings.
How did Fragger manage to survive that long and control B? Fantastic work out of the Frenchman. You see now G1 quickly trying to transfer control once more. Get the pink slips passed over. Fragger now spawning bottom A. A little bit of friskiness, and Swish comes out on top, and that's what we spoke about. He's the one that wins those fights.
This is what we saw Ascend do. They were merely 5 points away against XSET, and they started to slip up, they started to panic, they started to rush into the strongholds to try and get those final points. Quadrant can't allow that to happen to them as well. Just take a breather, all make sure you push together, get some clear direction. This is when you're looking at your coach, this is when you're looking at your kind of IGL to say, right, we're going to A. As long as we all go together, everything will be fine.
They get that first pick, it's going to be Swish. Where will they turn their attentions to? It looks as though the play call has come through, but unfortunately, Chick's teammates have fallen over towards B, and Squall A in a world of hurt on double stacks. Could he? Yes, he can win that engagement when he had no right to.
No right at all, and we're used to seeing Chick absolutely slaying through European Halo, but a couple of head shakes today, it has not been firing for him, but they are still ahead, 245 to 115. Plenty of time and plenty of room to work with for Quadrant. They just need to not get too het up here.
Chick picks up one, but ultimately it's going to get traded out, and all this time we're going to see a trip cap for G1. Quadrant need to get some control.
It's like a French deja vu. It's happening again against another French side who have 5 points remaining, but just can't seem to get over that final hurdle. And G1 need to take advantage of this. They know the pressure is on Quadrant right now, and you can see it in their gameplay. It also forces G1 to play absolutely immaculate Halo, so we're seeing them at their very best right now.
This was the exact score yesterday that Ascend had amounted to 245 when that miraculous comeback started to come to fruition. A and B still in control. Quadrant need to get that opening slay, and they have, but they've lost 2 teammates. In the meanwhile, make it 3. G1 are going to continue the score and look as though they can continue this trip cap.
And what are Quadrant doing at the moment? Like, they are pushing one by one into strongholds. They are clueless and they are panicking to an incredible amount that G1 are taking advantage of, and this is playing perfectly into the hands of how G1 want to play. They just want to run around the map together and just shoot everything that they see. But Quadrant need to win some big 1v1s if they are still going to be able to win this game.
Chick sneaks in, stops the bleeding just a touch, but it's now a 245 to 204 score game, with G1 continuing to hold control of A and B. But Quadrant looking to change that here. Big fight goes down. Killing spree and 4 fresh shots from Squall.
It's going to be a trip cap again, and Quadrant, I'm seeing too many individuals just getting taken down one by one. Camouflage going into the hands of G1 now. This could be a huge comeback for the boys in blue. Quadrant have to just settle down. You've got one realistic push now. Get control of A, win an engagement, and then try and get B or C back. Otherwise, this is going to be one of the best comebacks we've seen this tournament.
Squall A has the sword in his back pocket, pre-Devinator, has the camouflage, and Shad's gonna be the one to get touch tight. Has the plasma grenade to get that trade though. B starting to transfer here. 2 go down for G1, but 4 dead for Quadrant.
4 dead, they have one final push. You really hope you're gonna be able to spawn, but all 4 of them are in different directions. G1 looks like they've got it done at the moment, but Quadrant are careless. They are going nowhere near these strongholds.
Careless, reckless, and G1 taking full control here. We have a contest on B, but it's not gonna matter. G1 take game 1.
And sometimes a picture can say 1,000 words. Quadrant dejected, but pure adrenaline through the G1 roster, because that comeback was something else. And that is why I love strongholds, because even when it's 245 to about 80, there is always that chance that a team can either A, mess it up severely, or a team can just play that consistent and perfect Halo. And that is going to be such a confidence booster for this G1 roster, who have been tearing through the open bracket.
Before the series, we talked about how this is ever so slightly favoring G1. So we expected they were going to win the game. But Quadrant, there's a way of losing games, and that one's painful.
That's going to be in your heads. And too many times I've spoken to the Europeans here at this event, and they've said, oh, you know, we were so close. We were 1 second off in ball. We were 2 seconds off in strongholds. We were 2 kills off against X, Y, or Z team, against these North American sides that they probably should be beating. But they need to just put that one past them now. Quadrant say, all right, you know, maybe we weren't expected to win it. We came very close. But just look at this comeback from G1. And they were so calm as well. They knew they had the potential to do it, but they didn't panic. They kept focusing, they kept playing the way that they were, and then they erupted once that 250 mark was found.
What I was really impressed with, yes, it took them a very long time to get going, but there was a point there when once they got that control, all of the players knew what they were doing. They were all singing from the same hymn sheet.
And I just can't wait to see this reaction again, because, you know, they were probably a little bit worried when it started to get contested. But then some of those players really did just roar across that main stage. And remember, G1's first ever appearance on main stage in HCS competition. And what a way to start it with a comeback like that, 250 to 245.
But now we do go into Slayer on live fire very quickly. We turn around. Quadrant want to maintain control of Pool C here. They want to keep second place. But G1 knocking on that door, and they're very quickly getting impatient, looking to kick that door in and take their spot.
They really are, aren't they? And it's Slayer live fire. It's another game type. They did beat Quadrant in just a few days ago when they played each other here on LAN before the tournament started. And after that game 1, they are going to be filled with confidence now. Everything is going to be expected from them to win this game 2. Quadrant have to pick themselves up though. They cannot let this get behind them.
G1 win here. They're on match point. SLG has that sniper rifle. We spoke about how he's having a very impressive tournament. But oh, how G1 have thrown a spanner in the works.
And how many times have we seen this roster just crumble under the pressure in online tournaments as well? Very good in scrims historically, but sometimes when it comes to it, they just do flop a little bit performance-wise. And we thought this tournament was going to be different for them. And you know, we're only saying that after 1 game. We've given Quadrant a very hard time throughout the European Super. They looked incredible yesterday, but we need to see that same Quadrant. At the moment, they're down by 3.
We thought the pressure might be on G1. It's their first time on main stage. All the experience that Quadrant have, particularly in SLG. The way it's gone so far with Tony hitting 4 fresh shots. Heatwave in the back pocket, complemented by the Heatwave, and Shad gets fried to his core.
And naturally, the players I'm looking to step up is going to be Chick and SLG. Chick has been the main slayer of this squad throughout this tournament, but SLG's been the main damage dealer. They're the 2 who need to link up and ensure that those kills are going in their favor in a slayer. The other two, Shad and Fragger, they have their responsibilities as well. You've got the entry Fragger of Shad, and then Fragger is that support player that you need, someone who is going to anchor every now and then and just be there to clean up those kills.
Those kills 10-7 now. 4 dead for G1. Now Quadrant have a little bit of control. Snipe rifle in the back pocket of SLG. More shots like that, please.
That's what the doctor will order. And SLG is trying to fulfill that as well. And it does look like Quadrant are firing now. It could be a triple as well. That's the SLG that we know. That's the SLG of old. We need more of that if Quadrant are going to get back into this series.
They take the lead. Camouflage has just popped up. Swish positioned over towards scoreboard, trying to give the wiggles. Unable to throw off the French shot. SLG will get eliminated. This opens up the door now for a camouflage grab, and it has been picked up.
A lot of responsibility on the shoulders when you do have camo. You have to think about where you're going to strategize, where you're going to be pushing. 1 assist and could be 2 as well, but Tony is at least on the job as a distraction technique. Sometimes that's all you can do with the camouflage at times, but actually finds a 2nd assist. G1, I think their main aim now is to try and shut down SLG. Do not allow him to get that sniper rifle, because once SLG does start firing, he does increasingly put that pressure on you with such an important power weapon on this map.
SLG already registering 7 kills for his team. Pre-Debonair on the other side with 6. These teams have very little to separate them. Only 5 points in strongholds. Only 2 kills right now. 3 go down for G1. 20 kills to 18.
And when we looked at this pool play situation where the open teams are going to be joining the pools, it's the first time it's happened in quite some time. I think 2011 MLG is when we last saw it. But G1, they have a real chance to disrupt this group. And they could make sure that Quadrant's like amazing day 1 suddenly becomes a very miserable day 2 where they could end up starting in that elimination bracket. And G1 could even think about the dizzy heights of the winners bracket if they are playing the way we've seen so far. 4 kills down at the moment. But I think in a live fire Slayer, as long as you are within 5, you are always going to be quite comfortable and happy.
4 kills the difference right now. All these players positioned in towards Garage. Fragger lands a body shot, but unable to land that killer blow. Another camouflage about to pop up in 5 seconds. Pre-Debonator with the sniper rifle in his hands. 1 shot in the chamber and 4 in the magazine to spare if he shall call upon them. 24-25, and Pre-Debonator rocks the skull of Fragger.
Exactly what you want to see from Pre-Debonator. I had a little chat with him before this series started, and he was so calm. You would have not have known it's G1's first performance on main stage. Of course, some of these individuals have been on the main stage before, but as a team, it's their first performance. And I tell you what, Pre-Debonator did not look like he was phasing him whatsoever, and you can see it in his gameplay as well. As for Squall, he's got the camouflage.
Trigger discipline, but Shad has spotted him out, and this could be big, and is. As Chick locks that one in for his team. 26-28, Quadrant hold a slim and slender advantage.
Swish in a difficult spot at the moment, but bottom middle is so important to be able to flank round. You just don't want to be flanking too much, and that's what happens. Quadrant, once they recognize the players on their own, they will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against, and Chick may be starting to heat up.
Oh! Chick! Wobbling them wigs, it's an overkill!
That's the Chick that we've seen throughout the European Super. That's why he's taken the plaudits of this Quadrant roster. It was all SLG back in the day, but Chick has got better and better and is one of the best players in Europe right now. And that's exactly what Quadrant needed. Triple kill on the other side for SLG.
Oh, another overkill!
Happening!
When you need to turn up big, SLG and Chick dragging their team forward.
Very rarely you get to see overkills like that, especially back-to-back from different players. And I said I wanted SLG and Chick to both step up as the damage dealer, as the kill stealer, whatever it may be. And they are working in tandem right now. Quadrant seems to have been fired up by that loss in game 1.
41-32 now. Quadrant have clawed their way back into this and pushed ahead now. Not interested in going down 2-0 in the series as Shad takes a little drink. Splish Splash taking a bath. Pre-Debonator backs down though with the sniper rifle. The job's not done yet.
How tough is it as well in the kill feed when you see someone's got an overkill, and then someone's got an overkill again. And as a team, you're just saying, well, what's going wrong? How are we feeding these kills to these boys on the other side? 45 to 36, surely Quadrant can't throw this one away like they did game 1.
Switch, had the camouflage and the heat wave, got 1, but wasn't good for 2. Bottom middle SLG picks up Tony. Shad trying to get away, almost strong siding on the camera too. Hoping that if he dips down in real life, those shots might not connect. That's Chick. Lines up that body shot. They only require 1 now to tie up this series. It might come here on the Swish. SLG soars. Gets forward. Shut down. 1 kill required then.
It slows down slightly because G1 now are going to be trying to avoid fights, but Chick is more than happy to take those fights. There we go, wrapped up. Quadrant tie up this series 1-1, and what a game that was. I feel like I need a breathe. I need a cup of tea. I'll take a baguette at this point.
Can we get Onset Bravo on? We need to tag out. This game is too much. This series is too much. But we're all tied up 1-1. And when we spoke about it, when we discussed it at the start, we thought this was going to be a G1 win.
That Chick overkill is going to be in a highlight reel for years to come, by the way. Halo Infinite, very difficult to get those amazing multi-kill moments, especially in tournament play when you're going up against such incredibly talented players. And Quadrant, after that performance in game 1, you'd expect, you know, they'd be dejected, they'd be struggling, heads would be down, and then Chick just went, just give me a sniper rifle. Just give me a sniper rifle, lads, and we will do fine. And then SLG goes, I don't need anything. I just need pure, raw aim. Very impressive from Quadrant. Now it's how will G1 respond?
Anything, it seemed, that SLG could do, Chick could do, but only a little bit better. Those 2 men popped off at the right possible moments for their team.
Wonder if there was some inside betting going on between those two, because it did seem like they were trying to one-up one another, and I can't wait for these highlights, to be honest, as Chick was so impressive in this game. There's 1, and the second, he just lined up perfectly. And look at him erupt as well. The Raw is going to do wonders for your confidence as a team. Very impressed with Quadrant, but they cannot let this get to their heads too much, right? I'm all for adrenaline, keeping the momentum, but at the same time, G1 have just had a game 1 and then lost it on game 2. We could quite easily see this series go back and forth.
Confirmation then, 250 to 245. Strongholds recharge, Slayer live fire, 50 to 40. But now we head to CTF Bazaar, Dan. Talk me through it.
Well, across the EU Super and across Rally, we've only seen Quadrant lose this once, and it was to Cloud9. So I'll just count it as a 100% record, apart from Cloud9, because that doesn't count. They are very good on this game type. They have even disrupted Ascend on this game type in the European scene. As for G1, I'd say this is a middle-of-the-pack game type for them. They succeed against some teams, but they struggle against those who maybe play it a little bit faster. G1 prefer it to slow down. They like to play strategical. They like to focus on that overshield, focus on those rockets. So for Quadrant, if I'm in those shoes, if I'm the coach, I'm saying let's just try and play as fast as we can here. Let's really disrupt this G1 roster.
Nothing to separate these two as we head into game 3 then. Chick and SLG. What a game 2. Overshield about to pop up, but those sizzle sticks are doing all the damage that they need. Switch picks up that overshield, unable to lock into his chest, but the information will come through. A big fight comes down, and Tony's on top.
And Fragger individually has struggled in tournaments of past, but I want to keep eyes on Fragger throughout this game in particular because his flag carry time has been far above anyone else in this team. He really is that objective player. He's more than happy to focus it, so I'm expecting him to be trying to get behind enemy lines, trying to pull that flag.
Speaking of pulling flags, whenever G1 do just that, they score 40% of the times they do pull that flag. On the other side of things, Quadrant, 38%. So we're saying there's very little to separate them, and this just proves it.
Bazaar CTF is a very difficult game to manage as well, and I think everyone knows that at this point. One flag could be enough to win you this game. But also, with how back and forth these two teams have been, I wouldn't be surprised if one goes in and a counter cap suddenly comes through. Bulldog, very important on this map, and unfortunately just doesn't hit from that distance.
Bulldog just didn't have the legs to do the damage required. Shad's battle rifle certainly does, though. See now turns his attentions over towards the enemy palm tree. Swish backs down wisely. Or he could be face to face with a Frenchman. They have now got bar control. Get your orders in now. And it better be murder, better be killings. Back down though, down to no shields. That sizzle stick will get the job done, and Shad turns 1 into 2. Gets a killing spree, but that will be the last of the action while he comes off the respawn.
It is so interesting how there's so many different pressures for these teams as well. You've got like Shad, who's playing his first LAN. You've got G1, their first appearance on main stage. And you've also got Quadrant in a position where they're the favorites. I mean, that's not going to happen very often in an international major, right? You'd expect that Quadrant would usually be the underdogs. But because they're in pool play, because G1 have come through the open bracket, Quadrant will fill those shoes. G1, though, need to show why they have dominated through that open bracket. And I tell you what, Swish leading the charge, I'm not surprised why.
Second overshield then for G1. But we spoke about Fragger, how he's traditionally struggled at LAN competitions and in tournament play, but with more shots like that, shutting down players like that, that'll help the Quadrant cause.
Shad getting one of those early kills again, just being that entry fragger for the team. But grenades are so important in this game as well. Off spawn, you need to have a good idea of where your teammates are dying. As long as you don't send too many grenades and kill your teammates, you just need to be able to assist them with as much damage as possible.
SLG doing that damage for his team, eliminate Swish. Wale could be next. Communication came through. Tony was positioned over towards the palm tree, and SLG will help clean that one up as well. And we could be about to see one of the first flag grabs, and we do. Remember, 38% of the flag grabs the Quadrant get, they complete.
2 are dead, flag has just been pulled. G1 maybe struggling a little bit. Let's have an Astro listen in and see what the comms are like.
Closet was weak.
I'm getting out mid.
Watch out, guys.
I'm grabbing our spikes.
I want to the window.
Here, I'm gonna kill the back closet. Give me a sec. No in the closet. Their BR's weak as well. I'm shocking them. I got a lot of damage here, dude. All dead.
Yeah, I'm pushing out.
Weapons on my eye.
One of us.
I hear you.
One shot.
You guys should be good.
Yeah, one spot elbow.
You guys should be good. Hey, here you go, here you go. You got touched, Devin. Yeah.
I'm trying to watch our OE.
Go one. Weak their pillars, chick.
Yeah, we're Slay here.
One are big.
Their pillars are one rocket, I think. Or he's out.
He was hurt on big door.
Big door went our jump up. Our jump up.
Yeah, he's one shot. No, it should be two.
Devin, you're last.
Yeah, stay low.
Keep running. I got doubles on you.
On shocks now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go RBR.
That's one rally, guys. They're already gonna be our retreat. I got shots on Obi a little bit.
Yeah, on front jump, I'm gonna go doubles.
Our big one shot.
How did our flag with Needler?
No one top rockets.
I don't see her big. No help, Nate. Yo,
Yeah,
RBR with Obi. Above me, double.
That is just a little insight then into the communications of G1. And it almost complements what you were saying. They're cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, a lot of simple call-outs, nothing too kind of screamy in each other's ears. No panic at the moment. It's a very even game, 0-0. We've seen both flags be taken, but no one really get it past that halfway mark. And Chick recognizing that, you know, he would be under a lot of fire. And I love this. Let's go for a bit of movement and get that flag as quick as possible.
Does get it over the halfway point, and complimentary kills coming through with SLG and Shad picking up a couple. Well, they have answered back here, but there shouldn't be enough pressure, and isn't. 1-0 to Quadrant.
And the crowd seem to like that one as well. Some Quadrant fans, I'm sure. Maybe fans of Lando Norris, of course, who set up this Quadrant team. And Chick, you know, he set that one up like a lawnmower. Pulled it back and threw that flag as far as he could. And now with a 1-0 lead, you can play this game very differently on Bazaar. But are Quadrant are they gonna let their foot off the gas, you know? Or are they just gonna keep pushing this G1 roster? Try and get a second flag, try and really secure this game.
When you mentioned Lando Norris's name, I thought for sure there was some sort of F1 analogy coming. Then you said lawnmower, and it really threw me through the ringer.
I'm sure Lando Norris mows his lawn. Actually, no, he doesn't. Someone mows Lando Norris's lawn. We know that is definitely a thing. He's got enough money to pay someone.
Well, Quadrant right now mowing down the competition with this 1-0 lead. Swish, what can he do to change the fortunes of the team, though? Overshield about to pop. That 6-minute mark so important, because Rockets are coming along too for the ride. And Swish in the perfect spot.
And that's what Quadrant have done well so far, is they've timed their kills when the overshield's been coming up, and they've been able to successfully then push off the back of that. But G1 are holding correctly. Are Quadrant just going to push now and erupt and try and take these rockets and overshields? Really big kills about to unfold.
We have seen the overshield get picked up and whisked away. Swish with the rockets gets 2, but has to pay the price with his life. As Pre-Debonair soars towards the base and has intentions of pulling that flag, and does so successfully. Overshield just popped for Tony.
So rockets and overshield, and now they're pulling the flag. Quadrant are going to try and overextend through the bottom of shotgun, but it's whether they actually get that far. No, they've been collapsed on. This is perfect from G1.
Flag over the halfway point then. 2 members down for Quadrant. This stop is going to be very difficult. Make it 3. This should be barring a miracle, and that miracle might come in the shape and form of Shad, who's behind enemy, or Chick, excuse me, as he's behind enemy lines.
Both of them were, but they both got shut down very quickly, and As long as there's a return, and it should be an easy return, G1 should tie us up 1-1 here. Quadrant don't want to desperate this. They should just give it up, take some map control. With 5 minutes remaining, we're all square once more. What a series we have between these two teams.
So much on the line here. Both teams recognizing that. Fragger and Shad pick up a couple. Swish answers back. 2 down, make it 3. Swish last man alive. What can he do for his team? SLG has palm tree control.
Really important you do take palm tree control, but also important if you're spawning, you make sure you clear it. You can't allow the other team to hold it away from you. Similarly with Bar as well. You need to be clearing your corners. It's very easy to ambush someone in Halo Infinite.
See, G1 have got control of G1, but it's G1's Bar, excuse me. SLG though, trying to get face to face with Swish. Commando will be respected and back him down. Chick though, will pick up one onto Pre-Devinator. Slays across the board. We talked about how good Swish is. 20 kills registered already.
And on the other side, Shad with 19. I mean, I listed him as the entry fragger, but he's also picking up many a kill. Gets tagged a little bit by his own teammate there. But with 20 kills, you're probably saying to the rest of the squad, look, I need someone else to be pulling those flags. I'll assist you. That's something Quadrant have always done very well. They are all happy to grab that flag. Even if someone pulls it out, they often train it back to the base together.
Palm tree control then, but it's not comfortable. Shad gets taken care of. And this is something that G1 have been doing very well with, is getting those overshields. This is going to be Quadrant's first.
So first overshield, but what do you do with it? Silence on the battlefield, so SLG says, you know what, I'll pinch a flag and I'll try and bring some of those players out of their hidey holes. You can at least hear some footsteps here. But what can you do with an assault rifle?
AR out, looking to spray and pray. But Tony says, no, 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 not today. Tony gets bar control. They're starting to break out now. But Shad has taken down Pre-Devinator. That will stop any pushes coming to fruition here. But setting himself up here for the rocket launcher.
It's starting to get a little bit nervy now because you've only got a few minutes left. You know if you lose a flag here, it's likely you lose the game as well. But G1 have got far too much rocket control for me. Quadrant haven't really set up well enough for that. Maybe we're expected to be able to throw some grenades. Now what can you do with these rockets? It doesn't matter if Bulldog goes down. With those rockets falling, Quadrant might be able to steal those actually, because 3 are dead from G1.
They have got eyes on the last player as well. Going to be Pre-Devinator, 4 dead momentarily. Squally, the first man to spawn back up, and the movement out of SLG, that's absolutely beautiful, but you have to fear now next mistake is going to cost this team.
It could cost either of these teams, and SLG was just hoping that his teammates were going to be quickly through tree there, but he did back off because he recognized he doesn't want to take a 1 versus 2. 2 down from G1, 2 down from Quadrant. A kill here for SLG could result in a flag run, and now you could move it, but quick spawners means that he has to delay ever so slightly.
Thought he had time to pull that flag, but shut down. So difficult to get things going here. Overshield about to pop up, and Chick's looking to get involved with that, but Swish has a little bit of a backstab here and pays the price. Secures 1 for his team, leaving that overshield for the rest of the team members. 3 go down. SLG last man alive on the bar bridge.
Gives away a Bulldog though. Does SLG know it's there? He can't even stop this overshield, can SLG? Just got to try and play your life and survive, but Pre-Devinator is definitely pushing this.
No doubt, plasma pistol picked up by SLG. Pops out, misses that first shot. Will get a second bite of the cherry, you feel. There it is. That one's not going to connect either. And now Pre-Devinator's moved into bar.
Love the movement as well. He knew the plasma pistol was there. He jumps over it twice and avoids a 3rd one. SLG can jiggle peek all he likes, but Pre-Devinator has got in that base and he's got assists coming through. The rest of the squad are in the middle of the map. This is going to be a flag.
Pre-Devinator down to just a quarter or so shield. 1 burst will do the job. Tony in the respawn screen, but Shad also joins him. Fragger picks up 1, that'll stop this push. Squally just trying to weigh up his options. Eyes up, Chick down, bottom middle. Chick down with the chickens, he got taken care of. SLG back down once more into his palm tree. Desperately trying to get the return here.
You can really feel in G1's gameplay how much they want to take advantage of the fact they are in this position, they are in pool play. They want to be, when the next major comes round, a pool play team from the beginning. They don't want to have to play out of open bracket. And sure, it might have been great practice, but that flag is still moving. SLG and Quadrant have positioned themselves fantastically to defend here.
The defense looks to have held. We're seeing Switch desperately try to drop down and keep it alive, knowing time is very much against them here. But this could have opened the door as we see 1 player actually drop out. And we're going to see a little bit of a reset there. But 1-1, we were going to head into overtime. What a game that was.
Yeah, we're going to head into overtime probably anyway. Quadrant are able to at least stop that flag from being pulled. That could have very easily been a cap if SLG wasn't in the position that he found himself in. And I'm really impressed with both of these teams and their attitudes towards this
Yes.
game. Off spawn, there is clear direction from both of them. No one's running kind of aimlessly through bar and just hoping to find kills. Instead, you can tell the communication is on point for these guys. There is clear strategy. Really impressed as like a European team who are trying to impress themselves, but also an open team. There's always going to be that extra pressure, but they don't look like an open team with how they've been performing so far.
Let's break it down then, that Bizarre CTF. Towards the latter stages, it appeared that was G1 who were in the ascendancy, and actually for large parts of that game, they were controlling the power weapons and indeed the power up.
They were, and the reason why they were having so much success was because the rockets were coming into their hands so easily, too easily, I'd say. Quadrant maybe were prioritizing Overshield more so than they were the rockets, and after this restart and we go into overtime or whatever it is, they need to be thinking about those rockets more, because they can't afford for 1-2 kills to be that comfortable for the other team.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're in a 2 versus 4, you're trying to fight out of your base, and yes, you can ambush on Bizarre, you can wait in a corner in bar, you can try and give someone a back smack, but that's relying on a little bit of luck. Instead, you want to be making sure you prioritize, get some grenades, get some dynamo grenades or something, some sizzle sticks, I'm sorry, and put them towards rockets. Don't let it, like, they were literally sitting top rockets with G1. It was far too easy.
Let's talk about it. We're going to get that reset. Who does this take the wind out of the sails of? Who loses that momentum? Like I say, it appeared that G1 were getting the better of it.
It did, but in those final moments, I mean, Quadrant was starting to push as well. I didn't actually see when the drop happened, but I think that both of them will be, they won't be too bothered, right? It was going to overtime more than likely anyway, so it's going to be a pretty much fair reset. I would say, though, from the actual start of the game, Quadrant did look a little bit better, so I think that maybe this reset could be good. But whilst we're waiting for these two to get back into it, we do have an XSET versus Space Station game that's underway elsewhere on one of the other streams. And XSET 2-0 up against Space Station, another team who were undefeated through the Open were SSG. They seem to be struggling here against XSET.
And SSG, after a torrid time at Anaheim, nobody would have been happy with their performances. Looking to bounce back here, and in the Open they've been doing very, very well, but would be hoping to get the better of XSET.
Yeah, I mean, XSET are kind of one of those benchmark teams, I feel. Around the top 12 mark, maybe top 8 on a good day. So if you're coming out of the Open, you want to be able to at least have a good match against XSET. And whilst we may not have seen what happened in games 1 and 2, the scoreline is all that matters to me. And also a flag is out, but it looks like it's a flag standoff at the moment. So a very nervy couple of moments for these teams.
I'm seeing, looking at the performances, Suppressed. He's a player that I've had my eye on all tournament long, and he's really impressed me. We thought Suspector was going to be one of the main damage dealers, and to be fair, he has been. As Kratos lets that player know, collect. He'll be collecting a check at the end of the tournament. We see Kratos. He gets loud, he gets proud. Sometimes it's warranted, but he's a character.
It goes one of two ways, really, doesn't it? If you get put in XSET's pool, you are a little bit terrified to play against them because you know if you lose, they are going to let you know. But at the same time, if you beat them, what an opportunity that is to scream at one of the loudest teams or one of the loudest players, for sure. But Rockets in the hand of Kulek had an amazing chance to try and do some damage here. And unfortunately, it doesn't really do as much as you would expect.
2 go down then for Space Station. Still desperately trying to get that reset. It won't come through. Arctic's going to be the first player to venture out, but getting shot in the back here and trying to bounce a couple of sizzle sticks, but it's going to hit a bit of watermelon, and that's going to throw the trajectory, if I can get that word out.
That's
there
a
it is.
word.
I got it.
It's a difficult word. It's almost as difficult as trying to get a sizzle stick in a watermelon.
Yeah.
Try. It's not advised. But now Rami has center of control. He has the map at the moment. It's all to play for when trying to get one of these rees. But how do you play it? Do you play on the more defensive side? Do you play on the more offensive side? We're going to see that one team is trying to dictate the pace, and it seems like Space Station are the aggressors right now.
You'd imagine on the other side of things, XSET know that they will not go down in the series if they lose this game, so you think they'd be a little bit more expansive? With Kratos putting down some more shots. He backs away though, hoping a teammate can take care of business. Tylenol though picks up one in the feed, and he's been a mainstay for this SSG roster.
And that flag got put in for XSET as well. Space Station, even though they were being the aggressors, they just left that flag a little bit too vulnerable, and XSET took full advantage of it, and now will take the lead. 1-0 up in Bizarre CTF. I've said it before, I'll say it again, that is a very commanding position. You can play one of two ways now. But I think XSET, we know their style of play. They're going to keep being aggressive. They're going to keep trying to pummel Space Station in the ground. They want to make a statement, because XSET will be starting in the elimination bracket. There isn't a chance that they will finish top 2 in this group now, but instead you want to start a little bit further in that elimination bracket, and you want everyone to know that you are here to play.
And if you want to follow these teams' journeys, this is currently on the C stream. So if we do switch away abruptly and you want to catch the end of the series, be sure to shoot over there. and you will get the conclusion of what way this is going to shake out. But at the moment, it's looking very much in XSET's control.
It is. If you're Space Station, you really need a set of rockets or an overshield. As I say, that it is going to be firmly in the hands. Plasma Pistol hits the wrong player, though. Ace really putting his body on line for the rest of the team. Very important that you've got someone who is prepared to do that.
Ace then sends on the base, pulls that flag. This could be curtains for XSET. They could tie up this game. Still a lot of work to do in the series, though. But it all starts here, and it could be the catalyst for change as Collect gets it over the halfway point. Only starting to receive shots now with those palm tree spawns coming through. He decides to jump. That was a little bit ill-advised, but manages to get away with it. This reset looks as though it's going to come through, and it does somehow, some way.
So surprised that Ace wasn't able to get a touch on that flag. It looked like when he ran towards the treehouse, he was going to at least be able to throw it a little bit further, but he touched his head between his legs. He strong-sided away, and unfortunately no touch means XSET still have the lead, and XSET have got map control here, but a great response from Ace off the spawn to at least make sure that they can get some tree control.
Let's break that down. If you're playing in games like this with the caliber player you're playing against, you really need to make them pay with decisions like that. But Ace let that one slip away.
Yeah, maybe he didn't see it in his FOV, or perhaps just the communication wasn't quite there. It's difficult to say without seeing every single POV that was possible. But as we jump away from this game, or in a little bit we might jump away from this game, it's still 1-0 at the moment. As we get back to Quadrant a little bit later, I'm excited to see what happens between those two, because that was a very intense Bazaar game. Similarly to what we're seeing here, actually, at Jersey. Yeah. This is what Bazaar CTF kind of is all about, isn't it? Just a really closely contested game, very difficult to capture those flags.
And the meta seems to be that you almost send one player up through the shotgun and wait for your team to slay around it and pull the flag. It's not really about controlling, because you still have to go around the slays on the way back.
Most importantly is you can't allow the overextenders to get too far, and you can't. You have to keep tabs on them. That's something that Sentinels do very well. Royal 2 is always very aware of who is behind them, and he's usually actually in the enemy base as well when he's not checking on his own base. So it's so difficult as a team if someone else is really running through your base and running rampant. But Overshield's coming up. This could be a really good moment for Space Station to try and get back into this game and try and secure a flag as Ace and the rest of the team are moving onward.
They have to be quick, though, because although XSET are your enemy here, the clock is very quickly becoming a factor too. Ace has got that flag up towards Palm Tree. He goes step by step here. Will this one be better than the last? Sizzle Stick's picked up, and that will help him. Will his teammate Collect be able to help him all the way through? Player down at double doors, but Ace spots that one out. Won't be fooled. This looks as though we could be all tied up.
Yeah, Kratos the last player. Every step you take, every move you make, he'll be watching you, but does not matter because Space Station will tie it up with 1 minute and 15 left to go. And I think XSET will be kicking themselves a little bit that they let that one slip through their fingers. Could have played a little bit more defensive, but sometimes when you turtle up, it does invite pressure. Sizzle Stick's really ticking heavy right now.
Very much like the Quadrant game, this has gone 1-1 and is very quickly approaching overtime. But it's been Space Station getting the better of it in these last couple of moments. That player back down. Ace wisely decides he's not going to lose his life here. Suspector does take down Rami, though. Collect will trade that one out. The Space Station start to gather their momentum, gather their thoughts. But that overextender has come through down by the Bulldog, and Arctic picks up an easy kill.
And from what we saw yesterday from XSET's games, I feel like they have to get a 3-0 here, right? Otherwise, Space Station, there's always that chance of reverse sweep. But we're going to jump away from this game because our main stage game is just about ready. And it looks like that one is going to be heading to overtime very shortly. Make sure you tune in over on Stream C if you want to watch the conclusion of that one.
Yeah, twitch.tv/HCS_red. If you want to get the conclusion of this series, but we will be jumping right back into Quadrant against G1. It was all tied up when we left it. We'll have to get a ruling to see what way it's going to shake out, if we're going into an overtime type rule or it's going to be a full reset. But what we do know is there's very little separating.
That flag was moving, by the way. Twitch.tv/HCS_red, because that could be a capture, so make sure you don't miss it. But Quadrant in G1, they're 1-1 in the series at the moment. They were 1-1 in flags on Bazaar capture the flag, but then we're going to get a reset, we're going to get an overtime situation. It is going to be a chance for both of these teams to just take a breather, because otherwise you are going to be in a position where you really give the advantage to the other team.
And we're getting confirmation. It's going to be a full reset on Bazaar.
Full reset.
None of the caps mattered, none of the time matters. We're going straight back into things. It's going to be a fresh start for both these teams, so they can maybe adjust some things on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be an overtime situation, so I think that's fine, cool. We're going to get 12 more minutes of Bazaar capture the flag action and a chance for Quadrant to once more show what they can do off spawn. I think they have great starting strategies, this Quadrant roster, but G1 would have learnt that.
Yeah.
Right, so now do you go for something different? Do you start to pull plan B or plan C out of your pocket and say, hey, what else have we got that's difficult here?
Now, a player we highlighted before the game was going to be Swish, who's on 20 kills and 10 at one point when we've seen it, as we do jump right back into things. But SLG on our screens here, and like we said, he's been super impressive too.
Well, SLG and Swish are just having this ongoing battle of who can get more rockets, but it's been on the side of G1. They've got those rockets time and time again. Oh. And I said I like Quadrant start, but G1 seems to have got the better. Quadrant's still managing to find that overshoot.
Shad just isolated all alone down on bottom truck, and 3 members of G1 to contend with, almost like a deer in the headlights, didn't know which one to shoot.
It's another set of rockets, goes for a complete body shot. Actually managed to catch a little bit of the wall. Always difficult when someone flies towards you like that with the rockets. So first overshield goes to Quadrant. First rockets goes to G1. That's pretty much how the game was playing out before the reset as well. I wonder whether Quadrant are going to try and change that up, or whether G1 will try and maybe pinch a couple of those overshields away as well. Looks like Shad did get a rocket, but that's land for you.
4 perfect shots by that man Swish. Now in a 1v1, a very difficult battle with SLG, but it doesn't matter. He comes out on top, and now he has control of the enemy palm tree. This could spell danger for Quadrant.
Clutch highlighted Swish on the desk as well. He said G1 picking up Swish is going to do them wonders, and Clutch sees G1 around top 12 with this pickup, and it would be a real statement to take down Quadrant, who did finish top 12 back in Rally. They are a team who are around that benchmark, who will be looking to try and push towards that top 8 as well. The capture here would do wonders for their confidence.
And for G1, if they can take down Quadrant, who could bet against them taking second in the pool, such as how they've been playing, and that man locks in a killing spree and Swish. Fragger's going to be the latest man, but he puts in a double kill and shuts this one down.
Really important from Fragger. We've been saying that we want to see a little bit more from him. What does he offer? And I tell you what, his ability to stop flags has been good throughout this entire tournament. He just seems to be able to position himself in one of those spots where the other team isn't necessarily expecting him to be there.
Now G1 fully set up playing defense, but look at that. Swish picks up 2 more when he has no right to. Now we're seeing Tony start to expand a little bit out of his base. That wiggle coming through. Shad picks up 1, but Swish another double kill and an overshield to complement it.
And Swish is on fire at the moment. This is literally watching NBA Jam, and now you need a little bit of support from whoever did grab the overshield. It's going to be Squale. They can push into the base if they want to, but they know they want to take mid-map control first, because a couple of players have gone down.
Fragger's going to be the latest one to go down. Squale with the overshield, but Chick looking to evaporate it and does that. No more advantage for you. Looks as though we have got another player jumping out, so we will come back to us once more. But the early engagements, again, it was back and forth, still nothing to separate.
Yeah, it was. Again, it was another one of those fights just on the overshield, on the rockets, and it did seem like G1 were getting the better once more. But there was a couple of fights, a couple of engagements that I wasn't expecting. Fragger really impressing me, not just in this game, but this whole tournament. There was a lot of questions raised throughout the EU Super about Fragger. Was he good enough to be on this roster? But then we saw a change that happened elsewhere. Shad actually came into this team. And I'm very impressed with what Shad's done, but I feel like Fragger has almost got better now that pressure's been relieved a little bit. He's not necessarily as worried about losing his spot on the team. And just little moments like that on Bazaar, where he positions himself in a very vulnerable spot, but he gets a double kill, stops that flag. Those moments are going to build you up. They're going to build your confidence up so much that he's going to be just like waiting to get into that next game. He's waiting to get into those next fights.
But you speak about confidence, and it's right that you do so, because Quadrant are almost a team that strictly play on confidence. If their heads dip down, and we might see it here in this series, they can crumble sometimes. So, but we have seen them so far in the tournaments playing very, very well, but they haven't had that adversity just yet.
Yeah, and with game 1, we saw it happen. We saw them crumble. Right, the 245 to around 80 at one point during recharge strongholds, and they did throw it away, and it wasn't fun to watch at all. I don't think anyone enjoyed it, except if you are a fan of the opposition. But we get to jump into another game, and it's another Capture the Flag game. It's built by gamers, another of our open teams who are undefeated, going up against J-Lings Esports, another one of the European sides who were in pool play, and it's been a tough time for J-Lings Esports so far.
Yeah, they haven't yet to register a win in any of the series. But maybe that's about to change here up against Built by Gamers, but I'll tell you something, BBG are a very, very good team, and they're already up by 2 in the series, so J-Lings have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of these North American sides that are trying to make a statement and say, hey, we deserve to be in pool play. Some of these European teams, we don't think they are as good as us. And from what we've seen so far, I mean, maybe that's proved by BBG. J-Lings struggling. in the early stages do have a lead in this game though, 3-2, to try and put one back on the board, and only 1 minute left as well in this Bazaar capture the flag. So Built by Gamers have to start getting aggressive, try and utilize this Bulldog. King J, there was a lot of votes for him to be in the All-Star match yesterday, but unfortunately due to scheduling conflicts, he had to just play his open games. Couldn't be that All-Star, but there is a lot of eyes on this young man.
They are down in the game though. What can King J do to stop and maybe get a push of his own? Quadio shuts him down. The Englishman only needs to hold on now with the rest of his team for 40 more seconds. And this series will be 2-1. Built by Gamers have to go. They have to go now. Quadio steps out onto the porch. And Nemesis shuts him down, and that could be the first pick they need, but no, it's traded out.
Good response from Septic. You have to trade out the kills now, especially with such a little time left, and Built by Gamers are very much going to be getting aggressive to try and pull this flag. But J-Lings are doing really well on the defensive. It looks like both Morga and Septic have been slaying heavily throughout this game, and you've only got to do it for 10 more seconds.
Looks though J-Lings have adopted a full-on park the bus mentality. Hold what we have, not interested in getting any more flags, and it's the right attitude to have here now. With only 2 seconds remaining, they will take game number 3, 2-1 in the series now.
J-Lings doing really well to try and give themselves a chance in that series.
Yeah.
As we said, it's not been a great start for J-Lings. They didn't win a series yesterday in pool play, even though I had some high expectations for J-Lings. It has to be said. They performed very well in the European Super just a couple of months back, but doesn't seem like it's worked out for them at the moment. But maybe something will click today. Maybe that victory there will just give them that little extra bit of confidence that they can push through and maybe even have a reverse sweep. But there's still a long way to go in that one.
Well, their hopes and expectations on J-Lings, I mean, you might just think to themselves, let's just get out of this pool and start our elimination run because things haven't been going so well for them. But we will be jumping into another game while we wait for the Quadrant and G1 to get set back up. And it's good to just jump in and about to see how teams are getting on.
Yeah, just a little check-in around the grounds. It's going to be XSET versus Space Station. And it looks like Space Station did get that victory on Bazaar capture the flag. So it wasn't the 3-0 that XSET would have been hoping. Remember, this is on the C stream at the moment, HCS_red on Twitch. And XSET, they may have the lead in the series, but Space Station are looking to try and fight back, try and get a reverse sweep here.
25 points then to about to be 10. Space Station, you know they desperately want that reverse sweep. To have any hope and expectation of trying to get second place or even top spot. So that seems to be a million miles away for them. Rami soaring through the sky. Comes down with a little bit of snow on him. And it just survived this time and pushes himself right back over towards sandbags. Sniper right from the back pocket, but this XSET push is a little bit slow. And maybe that's caught him off guard as the Wiggles come through and Arctic picks up ace and make that a double.
Well, at that point he was just wasting sniper bullets, wasn't he? Yeah. But Arctic will pick them up, and I think the XSET really need to try and finish Space Station here and now. They can't allow this to go to a game 5 because another Slayer, I think Space Station will be relishing that opportunity. So I want to see the sniper rifle actually go to work, start connecting with some headshots, start to shut down Space Station a little bit quicker with some good ball time, and I love that they're passing it between each other. They're not focusing on just one player holding it, and they might be rewarded with an overshield here.
Suppressed looks to be the man to lock that one in. Ace, the first man
Eagle team
to be the point of contact. Has he been successful? It seems to be a bit of a melee and a scuffle down bottom middle, and Suppressed has come out on top. That might mean that he no longer has the overshield that he's so required to make more scores on the board here. But 65 seconds about to be. Tylenol picks up Suppressed. You can see Arctic immediately playing that ball.
Yeah, I was about to say, where a Space Station? They didn't seem like they were doing anything, but elsewhere on the map, they were making sure they got those important kills before they pushed that ball, and they force a play here. But XSET very quick, hot on the heels to ensure that they can get even more ball time, and unfortunately, Space Station there to stop. This is one of the difficult things about live fire ball. It's about, do you go for it straight off the reset? Do you try and bait it a little bit, throw a couple of grenades? It's a very fine line between getting around 10 seconds or just allowing the other team to suddenly set up for 30.
XSET done a fantastic job of just getting some scrappy time. You can see, again, they're adding more points while the Slays go here, there, and everywhere. The Spectre with the snipe. He's picked up one onto Rami. He found the skull. That's going to stop this push. At least make it a lot weaker than it could have been. The stick bounces up to just over the boot of Collect, but ultimately, Suppressed still gets the job done.
87 points already. It's a very commanding lead here for XSET. You'd expect them to take the round. Oh, Repulsor hits the ball off the map. Love seeing just these extra little nuances you can do with the Repulsor and with the tools that you have in Halo Infinite. Making sure that ball gets reset and Space Station aren't able to gain any scrappy time.
Rami down to no shields. Positioned over towards green. His team a long, long way away from him. Using that Repulsor to put a bit of distance between him and the opposing player. Sent him over towards pillars, and I like that from that player. He got himself out of there, but this 1v1 will come through, and Rami gets that reversal, but ultimately traded out, and 10 seconds on XSET required to take round 1.
I've been a big fan of Rami for years. Halo 5 really showed some amazing tournaments, and Halo Infinite are now starting to play into his hands as well. Finally has a team to really show up and dominate. And even though SSG is still down in this series, they had an amazing open bracket run, but only 10 points required now for XSET to win this first round.
Ticking away, ball will get played though. Tylenol ensures that one is forced. He only requires 6 more seconds then. Arctic with the assault rifle, not too comfortable. Leaves the player position around bottom tower. Ultimately decides to go help his team. Kratos gets the first. Arctic does get the second, but Collect will trade it out. The 3v2 on the map with the heat wave might even the numbers here, cut down the enemy forces. Thin the hair just a touch, ultimately it doesn't. Tylenol and Rami, the last 2 men standing. Ball picked up, but ultimately dropped again. They only require 2. A lovely shot to the spine. Arctic picks up 2. Round 1 complete. XSET in the lead.
Solid performance from XSET as well. A nice, just professional performance to ensure they got those final seconds over the line rather than rushing for them with just 45 seconds left on the clock. I do worry about this XSET roster though, it has to be said. There are some amazing individuals, they're very talented players, but the results haven't necessarily been going their way. And yeah, sure, a win here against Space Station would at least set them up for a better elimination bracket run going into the rest of this tournament. But is that where they expected to be? They came into this tournament a top 8 seed after their performance at previous LANs, but they really haven't lived up to the top 8 seed.
No doubt XSET are not where they want to be, but the same can be said for many, many teams. A lot of them have ambitions and aspirations of claiming the gold. There's a lot of teams not close enough. A lot of teams a million miles away. As Spectre picks up 1, Collect the last man alive, but 3 seconds is all they've amounted so far. But they already have that round 1 lead and a 2-1 series lead. If they get 1 more round, Space Station lose the series.
Yeah, they can't allow this to go to a game 5 XSET. They have to win it here. I wanted a 3-0 realistically to just shut any chances of Space Station gaining a little bit of steam here. But it does seem like XSET have the better of Space Station when it comes to live fireball. They're moving and rotating far superior to Space Station Gaming. A sniper rifle in the hands of Ace, that could change things.
What can he do then? That's what he can do! Finds 1.
Ball taken.
Lines up sandbags, nothing doing. Shots go down across the map. He recognizes this and has to get closer to his teammates. First line of contact. 1 will do. Lines with a no-scope, won't connect, and now he's in big trouble. Scrambling to try and survive. That repulsor will not send the player off the map. The ball has been reset though.
I think Ace must be so relieved to have, had that very dismal time back in Anaheim. And then suddenly get this new roster, have to play through open bracket, but go undefeated in that open bracket. And even a loss here against XSET, I think that Space Station will be happy that they are closer to where they should be. When you look at the names, you look at what Space Station is as an organization as well, there is always going to be that expectation of finishing higher, finishing top 12, if not top 8. But it does look like XSET just seem to be more comfortable when it comes to live fireball.
XSET do just have more reps together than Space Station Gaming. There's always going to be a tall order to come in here and upset the apple cart. There's still time to do so. But it looks as though with 75 seconds, 77 seconds required, XSET doing quite well.
How do you upset an apple cart, though?
You call it names. Yeah,
fair.
They hate that.
Maybe just tip it. Apples go
that might work too.
Rotten on the ground, but good time here. From Suppressed and XSET, really, I love the way they've moved from Snipe Tower over to Green, then over to Garage as well. It doesn't seem to matter where they're holding the ball, they always have a plan of action. And that's maybe what we lacked from XSET throughout this tournament so far, is that extra little bit of structure and strategy, and it's almost like the game's got the better of them, and some of the teams took them out of their comfort zone, but now they are the favorite in this. They seem to be playing far superior.
The occasion can sometimes get to you. Arctic picks up 1. Ace levels the scores though. In terms of numbers. Cut down once more though. Tylenol will Collect. We'll have to watch their teammates scramble. 41 seconds to 10 here. Space Station on the ropes.
Ace was doing the salsa there with one of the pillars. Even gave it a little bit of a repulsor as well, just to say thank you very much for protecting me, but unfortunately his life doesn't go on much longer. It's quite a significant 30-point lead at the moment here in round 2, and and now XSET have got hold of sniper rifle as well, and ball control. Space Station down to 3 players, and they have to wait. This is the thing, you can't always push as a 3, although now you can. Tylenol's got a kill, so that might be the opening they needed.
They need the flood. A player that's really struggling in round number 2 is going to be Collect, currently 1-7. His team need more from him. Body shot, headshot, cleaned up. Suspector. Some beautiful shots and a headshot by Suspector. If you want to watch more of this, please tune into the C stream, twitch.tv/HCS_red, where we're going to go back to Quadrant and G1.
Go back to our feature game, but it does look like this was a bit of a banger on the C stream. It looks like XSET should be able to close that one out, and maybe the likes of Quadrant and G1 can take something away from that. Can you be that team that takes down one of these pool play teams? Can G1 disrupt this pool and really just say, I tell you what, it's not going to go how everyone expected. The predictions are not going to be correct from the talent. Instead, we're going to make sure we make a difference here in this pool.
I just want to say, the quality of Halo on show across all the streams, you can't really go wrong.
You can't
tuning
mix.
into any one of them. There's bangers everywhere, left, right, and centre.
No, usually I try and avoid Jersey, but unfortunately he hits here on the main stream.
Quite big
now,
too, so
we'll see if we can get him on the Bravo stream. But where we're at in this stream at the moment is it's 1-1, all tied between Quadrant and G1. It was a crazy comeback in game number 1 as well. G1, who were hundreds of points behind, managed to pull it back. And then game 2, we saw Quadrant come to life. We saw double overkills back-to-back from both Chick and SLG. And then we find ourselves now with Capture the Flag Bazaar. It will be a full reset once more, so a full 12 minutes we will play as these teams once more try to disassemble one another and maybe a little bit more rocket action for Quadrant.
Game 2 was important. It really helped Quadrant to stabilize. Game 1 was not going according to plan for large portions of it. Game 3, G1, we're edging it just a touch. What do they have in the bag here, though? Can they bounce back? Plenty of work still to do.
And as the series goes on and as these players have to wait that little bit extra longer at times, are you still on the ball? Are you still warmed up? Can you focus on your gameplay once more? And we'll have to see whether these players can actually continue to hold for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, yet another problem as another player is calling towards a referee. But Capture the Flag Bazaar isn't seeming to be a friend of these teams at the moment.
Nope.
Do you know what that does mean? Probably get to see a C-stream game again. Maybe a D-stream this time. We managed to feature both of them, actually.
Yeah.
It does mean we get to watch all of these open teams. And I've been curious about these open teams because the open teams have been absolutely slapping kids over there. Not literally, figuratively. And they've been making sure they make that run. They get through to pool play. And then I want to see what they can do against the pro teams.
It's really interesting to actually tune into all the other games that we wouldn't have seen traditionally. But likes of J-Lings, we know they're struggling in the tournament. They have a long road ahead of them, coming the elimination bracket, and they had their work cut out for them against BBG. But also XSET, their story, where do they lie in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah, I'm being told it's a controller problem for one of these players as well. Just nothing going right for these guys at the moment. It is unfortunate, and it's going to be very stressful for a player as well. I mean, experience, I used to play at LANs, and sometimes with
I knew he was going to do this. Well. I knew he was going to bring this.
Well, when I used to play at LAN.
He always does it.
It was about 15 years ago when I played at LAN as well. But it was a controller that wasn't working for these guys. It's just unfortunate sometimes these things happen, but hopefully they can either fix it or get a new one. But I wouldn't want to play on a new controller.
No.
I tell you that. That's one you've warmed in for years.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 months.
Yeah.
How long does a controller last you?
2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay, it's at the ball, I get it. But certainly at the moment, still nothing to separate these two teams, Quadrant and G1. They've put on such an entertaining series so far. I'm almost upset that it isn't carrying on, but we will get to that conclusion at some point. But as you were saying, the likes of XSET, you know, they had a difficult day yesterday, but then they come into today knowing they have to beat the open team. If XSET had lost that open team, I think that team explodes.
Yes,
we won't see that XSET roster again. But a victory here, you know, gives them that confidence perhaps to move into the elimination bracket and try and get some sort of a reply. But we are going to jump into another game. J-Lings are still underway. Remember, they did get that victory in Bazaar, Capture the Flag, and they are leading here on ball on live fire.
Things going a lot better here, only requiring 6 more seconds. Nemesis eliminates Quadios, but Morgan will trade that out. We spoke about how important trading kills are. Morgan turns 1 into 2. For Solo, the first one to extend it for that ball, getting absolutely lit up. Should get the time required here as nobody seems to be close enough, and round 1 will go towards J-Lings.
And fun fact, Chris Stoller, actually the cousin of the man stood next to me, Jersey 1. So greatness on the stage and broadcasting next to me as well. Just something runs in the family of the Scherzies.
The blood's strong.
It would seem very strong Irish blood, but J-Lings do get the first round on the board, and this is going to do them wonders, right? Confidence-wise, they were 2-0 down. Heads probably start to drop. They probably start to think, oh, it's going to happen again. Our day one was awful. Our day two is going to be even worse. But now they are looking to try and tie this series up here. If they can play exactly how they did in game one here in round one, they should be able to find some success.
This is a confidence builder for J-Lings, rubbing shoulders with some of the best teams, and BBG, don't get me wrong, they are one of them. They are quite a strong team and have the potential to upset anybody.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the likes of BBG and G1 playing through the open bracket, but also it shows how tough the top 8 of North America is and where the standard of Halo is at the moment in Halo Infinite, because Built by Gamers have got top 6 in tournaments online. Like, they have really hung with the big dogs. They know how to perform, and Boam showing just that, using camouflage to his best ability.
That ability will get cut short though. He does get eliminated, trying to hide in the corner. Nobody puts Baby in the corner, but somebody does put Boam in there. Septic picks up a couple of plasma grenades though. Trying to get BBG off this ball. Mines will make the play. That will come through. That push has been successful. 14 points the lead here. It's slender, but it's significant.
It's a slender lead. J-Lings behind at the moment, but I'm sure they have what it takes to try and come back into things. It's been an interesting journey for this J-Lings roster as well. They started out as the boys. They came to Rally. They didn't win a map, let alone the series, when they started in pool play. They then turned into the lads, and online the lads really showed up. They got some top 3s, some top 2s, and they showed that they can compete with Europe's best. But now, after being picked up by J-Lings, there was a lot of, I think, expectation from this side here at this tournament, and they haven't quite lived up to that yet. The win here would certainly show that they can beat some of North America's best open teams.
I'm really upset, you know. They missed the trick. They went from the boys, and they really should have changed to the men. Because then it would have been boys to men.
Boys to men.
It would have been, yeah, boys
Great
to lads.
band as well.
Yeah, that's what, but they missed the trick.
Don't start singing. I know you're tempted.
No,
it's not going to happen.
I'm trying not to.
Built by Gamers, they've got a good hold now, right now. J-Lings, they need to wait, and they all need to be making sure they push together, and I wonder whether they're actually going to try a bottom middle strategy, but actually King J's got the sniper rifle. So J-Lings do get shut down straight away.
This lead's starting to grow then. J-Lings have to get a handle on it. BBG in no mood to relinquish control. Grenades come through. Nemesis, the first one to fall. Morgan picks up 2 in the feed. Lions answers back, but not for enough. 3 dead. Ball reset though, 43-12. This is better by Built by Gamers.
Good to see them sharing the objective work as well. Boam, even though he had 7 kills, was still more than happy to hold on to that ball, try and gain that information. You can see where he was standing as well, just trying to scout out any players that were pushing. Morgan tried to get his hands on the ball, but J-Lings have been punished for a slight overextension of aggression here. And now BBG can get a decent amount of time on the ball.
That time, very quickly, tipping towards 50. See the ball getting dribbled away. Will not be trying to find any nets though. No alley-oops. Desperately just trying to get away and survive. Both these players taking down the no shields. 3 dead though. Quadios locking in 3. Nemesis, last man standing. Waiting for his team to spawn back up.
And with the whole, you know, European crumble and how some of these teams have really struggled in the final moments, J-Lings, they don't want this to go round 3 in this game. They just try and secure this 2-0, go into a game 5 and reset once more, try and believe that that reverse sweep is possible. I was chatting to Morga II, the coach of J-Lings, recently renamed. He was actually Morga 12, and I said, why are you Morga 12? There's not 12 of you, there's 2 of you. So he's Morga II now. And he said there's been so many close games for us. It might look bad, we've been losing every series, but it's been 1 second, it's been a couple of points on the strongholds, it's been a 1 flag cap or a couple of kills. J-Lings just aren't quite there when it comes to those final moments, so it needs to change, and I think it has to change in this series to give them a real chance for the rest of the tournament.
Nemesis holding that ball, keeping it safe. 65 seconds, he has just dropped it right now, and it's for good reason. Quadios gets handled. Cristola gets a double kill. Loses a couple of members in the meantime. It's going to be a straight 2v2 dogfight here. Over down towards the power up, but a fortunate spawn for King J. Septic has to back down. Getting tagged up once more. But 65 seconds to 23, and it's BBG who have that ball again.
And you might be wondering, you know, what's to play for here in pool play for some of these teams who have already lost all their games yesterday. You want to finish that a little bit higher in your pool, so you get a better elimination bracket, so you get a better seed. You might play a slightly easier team when it comes into it. Because otherwise you're going to find yourself in a spot where you might go up against a very difficult team who's, you know, come out of the open bracket, for example, or a team who has maybe underperformed on day one, but then suddenly come to life on day two. You've really got to put yourself in the best chances you can going into the rest of this tournament.
You spoke about how that second round was more important for Jay Lings than maybe it was for BBG. Just for a confidence perspective, you don't really want to go to that round 3 because your confidence starts to just wobble a little bit.
It does, and you know, it's not just these European teams. We see it in every single region. It's just, I've seen it more of the European teams because I know them personally, and we've watched a lot of European Halo throughout the years. But it does seem like when we get to these international competition, I think the pressure just hits some of these teams. They know what's on the line, the amount of prize money that's available as well, seeding points going into further tournaments, and a chance to maybe get into pool play once more. But we are close to getting back into this game, and it's going to be Jay Lings versus BBG still, as we jump onto observer number 2. And it's 70-43, so 80-43 at the moment. So Built by Gamers are close to wrapping up round number 2.
They have extended that lead just a little bit. And the power-up gonna pop up, but we might not even see it. It might not even have to be a factor here with a heat wave getting shot in the back. Nemesis picks up 2. King J a 3rd. It's gonna be 4 dead. And round 2 will go to BBG. We're gonna go to a round 3 here.
A round 3 and the last chance for Jay Lings to try and get back in this series. Otherwise, they will be taken out by one of these open teams. A very impressive open team. And I don't think that, you know, Jay Lings would be too disappointed. It's not like they're going to be in a position where they're like, oh, you know, they were only some rubbish open team. No, BBG, they're not truly an open team. They have been there and around the pro bracket throughout the Pro Series online. We'll see whether Jay Lings can try and take us all the way to a game 5 here. But in the early stages, Built by Gamers, they've got that ball once more.
Doing a fantastic job again of just scrapping up and milking all the ball times they can. Looks as though the early engagements have favored Jay Lings here. As I say that, King J will put Quadios in the dirt. 7 points to 7 now, all tied up. But the power-up has just popped up, and the heat wave is going to be a complement of it. Full setup here. One has been broken though. The lines a little bit weaker than they were before. Boam picks up 2. We have seen a play ball. His power-up will not be a factor though, as the sticky grenade gets the job done.
Puts him in the dirt, and there is a lot of dirt in live fire.
There is.
Need to get a gardener in there. Come on, like the grass is not looking great. I know over in America, you know, the grass isn't as green as, you know, Ireland, for example, but still, let's do some work on live fire. Let's make it look a little bit luscious around the map as 21-18, now BBG are scoring once more. And Jay Lings, I think the closer this game gets out of their hands, they're going to be in the position where they start to panic.
No reason to panic though, right now. Bristola in a world of hurt. Forced to give up his life, trying to keep that ball safe. Ultimately, it did transfer hands though. Nemesis scoring some more points, weighing up his options. Has opted to try and play that ball, and it has rolled off successfully for him as Mines hits the respawn screen. Traded out Morgan, the Dutchman, trying to ensure his team can go to a game 5 here. Quadios and indeed Septic looking for a scrap back tower. They're going to get their wish, but it might not go the way they wanted to. Septic giving the wiggles, trying to stay alive. It wasn't for long though, as they lose 2 members and the ball in the hands of King J.
Love watching Nemesis, by the way. He is growing as a player every single tournament, and on this BBG roster just seems to have found his footing completely. Individually very talented as a player, but he's also going to make sure he gets that job done, whether he has to be doing objective or whether he's just getting in the face of an opponent. Unfortunately, he gets taken down by the camouflage, but that camo did catch him unaware.
Morgan picks up 2. It's going to be an unofficial triple kill. Relays the information of exactly where Boam was positioned. Now turns his attentions towards the ball. He did for a moment, but now Optic maybe playing some more Slayer. They have picked the ball. They're starting to juggle it towards safety. Morgan will not win that engagement as Mine shuts him down.
And I have been trying to think, where do these teams kind of finish up in the overall stages of the tournament? Are they top 12, top 16? I think maybe top 16 both of these teams will be looking for, but we're going to jump back out of that game as our main stage game is once more ready. It's going to be G1 versus Quadrant. And reminder, if you want to watch that game, that was on the D stream, so just go and check that one out. Watch all the streams. B, C, D, they've all got fantastic games on them.
They're all just letters at the end of the day, right?
It's true.
A, B, C, D. That's the alphabet. That's how it works. But we're jumping right back into Bizarre CTF, and it was 0-0, a full reset Both these teams could not be separated over the course of the first 2 games. Right here, right now, G1, they would love to throw a spanner in the works.
Game 3 then, as a reminder, it's 1-1 in this series. We had an amazing games 1 and 2, and I'm sure we're going to see more of that here in game number 3 on Bazaar. Capture the flag. Very simple, control the middle of the map, make sure those rockets and overshield are going in your hand more than the opponents, and that puts you in great stead to try and get some flag captures.
Early engagements favor G1 here. Overshield, like we've seen time and time again. In the chest, Squall A. What can he do with them? Pick up Fragger here, yes he can. Turns his attentions towards the flag, getting tickled up just a little bit. Has to be recognized, has to be aware of SLG, so he's about to perform a little bit of a pinch here. He has decided to pull that flag, and SLG, in the words, we have seen this before, a little fumble. Doesn't quite get his hands on the flag as he whisks past it. Perhaps the hand's a little bit slippy.
A little bit slippy, and elsewhere, you know, Quadrant have taken advantage of that. They've picked up 2 kills, and G1 have to reset, and that's gone. You know, it could have been so different if you get that flag, but those are the fine margins sometimes in this game. Small mechanics, just grabbing a flag. After the slide, it's not always easy. But it should be easy, but it's not always easy. I mean, I wouldn't say how I do it personally, but I usually fail. But, you know, you see even the biggest and best players sometimes struggle a little bit. But now it's Quadrant's turn to try and push into this space and try and get a flag moving of their own.
They picked up 2 kills, now have to be aware of the overextenders. Tony gets himself face to face with Chick, and Trade's gonna do Quadrant the world of good here with the overshield. Could be a compliment on the way back.
Yeah, 3 were dead for G1. They're gonna be spawning down towards that shotgun area. Some sizzle sticks for Shad to work with though, just to gain some information. Have to throw them quickly. He's gonna do a lot of damage with them, but responsibility now comes down to SLG in a 1 versus 1, a 2 versus 1, excuse me. Quadrant in an amazing position to run this flag.
Attempted to do so. Tony tried to head him off the pass using the grapple hook, trying to do his best Batman impression. But Tony, you're not Batman, you're not Vengeance. 1-0 then. Quadrant punch in the first flag. They take the lead.
So important for Quadrant just to regain that momentum that they kind of had after game 2. It's been a long wait for them, but now with Overshield in the hands of G1, they're going to try and push through and get a flag running once more, and Squall is probably thinking about that. What could have been last time he ran a flag? There's 2 dead. Quadrant are going to be on the back foot ever so slightly, but G1 need to make sure they clear their corners here. You can't be ambushed.
Sizzle stick doing a lot of damage to the overshield. Completely evaporated now. As he gets eliminated, that flag will be stopped, excuse me. And a double kill, triple kill for SLG. He's heating up, but he's hunting for Swish.
And SLG is just eating medals in this tournament so far. Triples, overkills, killing sprees. He's had it all. Needs to stay alive at the moment, though. Even the thrust can't save you sometimes.
Grenade spun up, landed right on his feet. Fragger not able to get that back whack, but that will spare the blushes as he backs away. Bulldog, it's a great thing to have in your back pocket. Shad gets taken down. Rockets will drop. Tony recognizes that, picks them up. A full complement of rockets for him. Will help him eliminate Chick. Will also lock in SLG. And now here comes the storm. G1 starting to descend on the base.
Yeah, I think it should be a thruster spawn. Will be a thruster spawn. Might be a split spawn actually here at this point. So Quadrant, that player who has split spawn, needs to try and make a difference. Are they even aware of this player who's going to be in tree? Yes, they are. So G1 continue to move. Quadrant are 3 dead, but look at what SLG's doing. It's a constant delay technique. He's waiting for the rest of the team to spawn, giving them at least a chance to overextend.
Has SLG done enough? Has that chance done enough? Bulldog, Squall Eye.
What's happening?
Whipping all around the place. Makes a meal of it. Eventually locks it in. Scampers away bottom middle. Chick in the enemy bar. Trying to be a thorn in the side and successfully doing so. SLG wants a bit more and gets it with a double kill.
It's just so messy at the moment, isn't it, down here? And every player trying to take an avenue so they can avoid some of these grenades, some of these shots, but it just seems like every corner you turn, there's someone else, but it's a flag return from Fragger. Not only that, he's got an overshield as well. We said we needed to see him step up in these objective statistics, and he's doing just that.
Fragger with the Bulldog, picks up 2. They're feeling themselves, they want this. Tony trying to do his best SLG impression of milking for as long as he could. Pre-Devinator, back base. The last man standing, the last line of defense. He's also doing a fantastic job of milking, but Chick takes care of him. It's got to be an elbow spot.
2 players down by Mangler there, but you've got to stay alive if you're Fragger here, because you might have to take this flag and run it. Fragger has the most carry time for this team, but perhaps could have played it slightly differently there. 4 dead for Quadrant, and G1 defends successfully, but Quadrant still lead with 7 minutes remaining.
G1 hold the line.
Flag return.
And now they can form a push, formulate a plan of their own. First one, Dynamo Grenade bounces up. SLG steps out of his comfort zone. The trade's gonna be good enough to stop this push. 2 dead. Predevinator will be the latest one to hit the respawn screen. Swish, getting into an engagement here. Chick wisely decides to back down and live to fight another day. This 1-0 lead might be enough here.
It certainly could be. Both teams have just been setting up that defense every time the opposition pushes in, but it's going to be the overshield. It's going to be the rockets to make a difference, and Chick not missing at the moment as well. Might even be able to find a triple here, but unfortunately, with the assault rifle running out of bullets, he had to just try and get a trade. 1-0 still though, 6 minutes remaining. I like what G1 are trying to do. They're trying to just slowly pressure their way up the map, take down a couple of members of Quadrant, regain a little bit of ground, and then move some more. But there's always that last remaining player of Quadrant who's been a real nuisance. And now, with the Bulldog in hand, SLG, I'm sure, is going to try and have some fun.
We'll see rocket launcher and overshield be on the map for the first time since the start of the game. And the overshield has gone towards Tony. We hear a rocket firing in the background, but it will not connect with anybody. Squale and Predevinator go down. Chick and Shad also in the respawn screen. It's a straight 2v2. Tony, last man alive momentarily, and he decides to play his life.
Just about as well. He kissed the wall a little bit for a while. Looks like he was practicing for his high school prom, but now G1 still behind, 5 minutes remaining. They're trying to go forward, but every time there's a member of Quadrant behind them. Tony, he had overshield, he was moving forward and he got the call. You've got to come back, you need to help us here, otherwise we're giving up map control. And Quadrant are doing very well to disrupt G1's plans of trying to play structured here.
Quadrant also, has to be said, playing a very dangerous game because all it takes is one misplay and it could be here. This could be the opening that G1 require.
Well, they've got 4-3 advantage, but SLG says, you know what, surprise, I'm behind you. That's what Quadrant have done so well. They have continuously surprised the G1 roster. So much so that Predevinator, look at him. He doesn't know where he's being pushed from at the moment. He's looking for players, he's checking his corners, making sure there isn't one of those pesky French guys behind you.
Most pesky Frenchman, currently 101. Shad will get 2. Beautiful stuff from him. And now there's a semblance of control bottom middle here. Tony trying to stay alive. Shad loves it, scrap. And ultimately, it's 2 dead apiece once more.
It's not the best from SLG, but again, he was behind enemy lines. He was trying to help his team with this next overshield coming up. Wants to just try and be a distraction technique. It's 12 seconds. You've got to try and situate yourself, ideally in the kind of down in market area, so maybe you can grapple it, or of course up in those lockers as well. But I tell you what, Fragger is flying through the base.
Throwback to Halo 5 with that movement. Try and track this as a flying Fragger soars across the screen. Squall-eyed down by the pillars. And he's not looking to do any renovations on Bazaar. Looking to do nothing but damage. SLG trying to clear out rockets, does so successfully. The flag will clamber up towards Palm Tree. And it looks as though it's gotten away scot-free as Squall-Eye is the last man alive. What can he do?
Yeah, he's the last form of defense. I don't know if Fragger's aware. Is Squall-Eye actually still on the side? No, it's like they were able to deal with him. They sent him back to the respawn screen, and it should be a comfortable cap here for Quadrant. A little bit of a messy run from Fragger, but perhaps he's trying to increase those carry time statistics that I spoke about a little bit earlier. Saying, hey, I'll take an extra flag grab so that the casters talk about us a bit more. And there was Swish, just waiting, hiding, and gets punished. And now with 3 minutes remaining, Quadrant have a very commanding lead.
3 minutes and change left on the clock. What does it mean in the grand scheme of things, though? As now Quadrant have that cushion, they have that security of the extra flag cap, and G1 have to go and get 2 flags now. The tall order, but you couldn't bet against them. Squall-Eye bottom middle, doing as much damage as he possibly can, whilst also trying to survive as Fragger put the killing spree on the board. Beautiful stuff from the Frenchman.
He's got better and better as this tournament has gone on as Fragger. As I say that, of course, he misses shots. That's how things work. But with 2 minutes and 30 remaining, it doesn't matter as long as off the respawn screen you are there doing damage and making sure the other team isn't picking up that flag. It's the freest of rockets for Quadrant there. Maybe G1 just starting to drop the ball a little bit.
Shad opting not to push into the palm tree. Knows there's nothing but trouble there. Tony, the first one that takes the full force of the rocket launcher. Shad desperately trying to stay alive behind the bar. Look at the clock in here. Not trying to serve food or drink though. Death, pain, daggers to the heart to G1. They desperately try and get a series lead here. And they're knocking on that door.
Great cocktails though, while Death and Pain have tried a couple of them. Here in Kansas City, 2-0. And only 1:50 left with the overshield now in hands of Quadrant. They know that if they can just keep pressuring G1, don't let them out of the base now. You will win this game. You will go 2-1 up in this series. You just can't afford G1 to get one flag capture here, because their momentum will be with them.
There's a very clear plan here in place. You can see Fragger has no interest in going to pull another flag. They're setting up, they're playing defense all the way home.
Yeah, they don't need to go for the flag. It's a very professional way to try and finish a game. Fragger's had an amazing game so far as well, and with the overshield, it just gives him that little bit of extra confidence to be taking these fights. As for G1, they're probably already thinking about Game 4 at this point, even though, yes, it's possible to get 2 flags in 1:20. It's very rare you see it in Bazaar capture the flag.
Another flag will be pulled, but maybe it's just to occupy the attention of G1 and ensure that they can apply any more pressure in the latter stages of this game. Only 1 minute remaining now as we tick into desperation hour. Fragger positioned down, bottom middle. Just been a constant thorn in the G1 side. They've finally taken that thorn out, but will it come to some reward?
I mean, a third flag would really seal the deal here, but I think Quadrant know at this point, and G1 are just going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. That being said, Quadrant are very good on Bazaar capture the flag. I mentioned it before this series started. It's one of their better games, and we're seeing why. 3-0 now, 30 seconds left. This game is done. G1 start thinking about Game 4.
Quadrant take the lead. Most definitely now, for the first time in the series, a 3-0 advantage. They eventually worked it out. They worked out the puzzle. They've gotten the job done here against G1.
I think this is such an important victory for Quadrant, not because just you going 2-1 up in the series, but Game 5 for G1 is not a good Game 5, but finally we get the seconds tick over, and Bazaar capture the flag comes to its conclusion. Quadrant go 2-1 up in the series, and one of Europe's finest do seem to be firing on all cylinders today.
Took them a while to get going. G1 have it all to do now. They find themselves down in the series for the first time. They've lost back-to-back games. Confidence-wise, they're in a rough spot.
They are in a rough spot, and you'd expect after the game, every single position, not only was he doing objective work, but he was making sure his objective was also getting that overshield, was also trying to prioritize rockets. It was a really successful game from Quadrant.
Confirmation of the series layout then. That final Bazaar CTF game, 3-0 in favor of Quadrant, and now we head into live fire on ball. Dan, who is this one favoring?
This favors Quadrant. It's one of their top 3 game types. It's an average game type for G1, so it's not like they wouldn't be able to win it, but Quadrant, I feel, will be very confident going into this Game 4. Even more confident knowing that Game 5 is Slayer Aquarius, because that is Quadrant's best game type, and it is statistically G1's worst. So even if G1 were to win this one, Game 5 is not going to be particularly fun, as we jump on board with Quadrant versus G1 here in game number 4, but we're going to restart that one, and we'll see what happens when we do eventually get that one started. But Quadrant, they'll be happy. They're 2-1 up. They can think about the rest of this series. And I can go back to what I was saying about Game 4 being a good one for Quadrant. It's the way that they play. There's always been this kind of stigma around European teams of maybe they play a little bit slow. Maybe they're not going to be rotating quick enough. That is not the case for some of these French rosters. They move around the map so quickly. So even with the ball, or whether it's a stronghold, they're there. They're in your face, and then suddenly they're away from you. If there's just one player left, they get that ball, and they are hightailing it out of there toward the spawners. It's so difficult to play against.
Now, if G1 have done their homework, what are the keys to success here to slow down Quadrant and take the game here, particularly with being one of their worst ones?
It's almost like you don't want to slow down Quadrant, but you want to match their speed.
Yeah.
You want to be trying to out-rotate them, set some traps, exactly what teams have been doing against Ascend.
Yeah.
And I think G1 have done their homework. I chatted to both teams prior to this series, and I was saying, hey, G1, how do you feel about it? And they were like, yeah, first time on main stage as a team. We're feeling good. We dominated open bracket. We played Quadrant in a scrim. We feel like we can take them down. But we know which games are good for us, which games are bad for us. And they did highlight Aquarius Slayer as being a very bad game for them, so that's certainly on the brain. On the other side, I went over to Quadrant and I said, hey guys, how's it going? How are you feeling? They were like, what games are we playing today? How did they not know what games they were playing? That one shows confidence that they are expecting to win this series, that they've not even done their research. But I did speak to Chick, and I think that's Chick all over, right? Just put him in the game, let him slay, let him get kills. Probably the coach of Quadrant maybe knew what series they were playing and probably had a little word with them after I had a chat.
Chick just sits down, you point him in the right direction, and he'll just fire his gun. That's all he's about. Killing. That's all he's for. That's all he's for. He's a killing machine.
Sometimes you just need those robots on your team. You need those guys who are going to be able to pull out those incredible multi-kills, the overkill that we saw back on Live Fire. And you, without those kind of players, without those players who are just in the game to get raw kills, you suddenly get this weird kind of dynamic where everyone's trying to do a little bit too much. Everyone feels like they have to try and dip into every role, but it feels like Quadrant, they've got their roles set now. They had that change. Shad's come in. He's become this entry fragger for them. He's pushing in and doing that damage initially. But we'll see whether it actually helps them here in this game 4. As for G1, being 2-1 down in the series means that now you're starting to think about, oh, well, what happens if we lose here? How does this pool look if we do go down to Quadrant? For Quadrant, however, a win here guarantees them winner's bracket for the rest of this tournament. They will start in the winner's bracket, which would be huge for this roster.
G1 have been so impressive in this series. Quadrant look as though they might have figured out what they need to do, and they are just one game away from solidifying themselves as second in the pool and making sure they stay in the winner's bracket.
It would mean they would go up against someone who won a pool as well, but I don't think they'll worry about that just yet. Instead, they'll think about the fact that they are one of the top 8 teams after pool play has gone underway. And what's important about Live Fire? The sniper rifle. We've seen what Quadrant have done with it, but unfortunately, off the rip, SLG not able to do anything with it.
I'm convinced the S in SLG stands for sniper. It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
What does the L and G stand for, if that's the case?
No idea.
Okay,
I'm not even going to double check. Yeah, no idea. I'll try and work it out. All I do know is Tony has a sniper rifle now. The eyes up, Chick. Swing and a miss this time around. Backs down towards the bottom of tower, but ultimately dispatched. Squad Eye in trouble now. And already we're seeing 3 go down here, and ball was not played.
Does get played now though, and a camouflage in the hands of Shad. It was a really impressive push from Quadrant. They did time it and they pinched G1, taking them from both angles. And unfortunately, G1 weren't really expecting it, but at least they got the play ball, right? If that hadn't have gone off the map, that could have been a considerable amount of time for Quadrant.
2 down once more. SLG, the only one that hit the respawn screen. 3 dead. Shad has ball and camo getting tagged up. Now that information will come. They're over towards Nest. They'll know exactly where to rotate this ball to, and I love this from Shad.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Quadrant know how to move around the map, moves towards his spawners. You do worry a little bit that there's going to be some sort of split spawn, and maybe that gets disrupted, but it looks like they've timed it perfectly. Quadrant gain a decent amount of time for it, but they've lost a couple of players, so now Shad has to play this in a way where he does enough damage, but unfortunately he was too late dropping that ball and focusing on sandbags.
Pre-Devinator then. Has his work cut out from SLG, positioned over towards the scoreboard, but has no shields. Desperately, frantically trying to stay alive, and he's doing a successful job of SLG. So good at just milking his life.
And that's what you need. You need survivability in Halo Infinite. Give your teammates time to respawn or get to you, or do the damage to help you so you can actually get a kill rather than just stay alive, as Fragger will get the better of Tony. And Fragger seems to be full of confidence. 8 kills at the moment. For what I've touted as the objective player, he's shown up and said, hey, look, I do more than just grab flags and get balls.
Very little to separate these two then during the open engagements. 3, make it 4. Down for Quadrant now. This will be clean time for G1 to really crank the pressure onto Quadrant.
Yeah, where's SLG? Looks like he was just hiding away and waiting for the rest of the team, which is good. But if he gave any sort of audio cues away, G1 going to have a real idea of where these players are pushing from now. And Swish having this heat wave, he can put himself in a spot where he tries to ambush.
Here comes that push. It's going to be SLG, the first man to try and break the lines. As Shad will trade it out. But unfortunately for him, he's one of the last men alive as that player soars past them, and Pre-Devinator gets the business.
Shad is so good at getting those opening kills as well from a push, and actually he's going to follow up by stopping the ball carrier as well. A very important statistic to make sure the other team isn't able to really gather that time. My biggest takeaway from how Quadrant play ball is that Shad will usually be the one to grab that ball out of those really difficult to reach positions. You know, the ones where you have to expose yourself a little bit. And Chick's firing again!
Do it! Overkill for Chick!
It just seems like live fire is Quadrant's hometown. The sniper rifle seems to be the perfect weapon for this French roster. Both Chick and SLG have been performing excellently so far.
And now Shad. Repulsor play. Pushes that player back with the force push. Ball played though. Squall's picked up a couple. That's going to assume and ensure no more scoring for Quadrant, but Fragger has somehow managed to keep control of tower.
I think we've seen more overkills in this series than we have this entire tournament, right? It's just been insane from this Quadrant roster. It shows how individually talented they are, though, that they're able to consistently do it. As Tony gets a double kill, a very important one, but unfortunately Chicken is still just scarpering away and gaining time here.
Fragger then. Eyes on camouflage, just giving it a quick peek, but it's going to be whisked away from under his nose. That grenade will connect, but now Swish has that camouflage. And Quadrant are going to be fully aware of that. As Fragger shuts down Swish, he's going to trade it out. But SLG, we highlighted him before the game of what a great tournament he's having. A slow start by his high standard.
He's just got his second kill and his third. As we say it, gets a double on the board, and maybe that will give him a little bit more belief in himself, but he'll be looking at the scoreline, saying it doesn't matter. We're ahead at the very least, but it has been all Chick so far in this round. Alongside Fragger, they have been slaughtering G1. G1 can't allow that to happen.
G1, Tony, sent towards the clouds, bumps his head on the top of that tower stairs, and ultimately that will save his life from being completely pushed off the map, but Fragger turns around and trades it out.
What Quadrant have to be careful of here is Fragger, he's leading in kills. Does that mean he's going to stop picking up that ball? Fragger currently is 50% of the ball time held for Quadrant in this tournament. He is the guy who plays that objective. If he's going to be getting slays, maybe SLG needs to pick up that slack. SLG needs to be grabbing that ball instead. Just recognize and read the room and just say, okay, Fragger, you're firing now. I'll pick up some of the objective work.
You really do have to be fluid at times. You can't just stick to one role, and SLG not getting the slays that he usually does to attribute to his team. Perhaps he needs to take a look at it and say, I'm going to pick up the ball a little bit more and play for the team.
It's very easy when you are struggling in a game to try and improve the statistics as well. If you start, pressing that back button and looking at how many kills you've got, but SLG, assisted by Shad, will take down 2 players of G1 here. But G1 gathered an incredible amount of time to keep this game very close indeed.
A 3-second game. Tony, back tower, fries one. Shad wants a piece, and he's gonna get a piece! As Tony locks in 2.
Cuts him a slice. Says, how about that, son? Ball being gathered, though, by G1. Will still be scoring. Quadrant off the spawn. They're a little bit scattered at the moment. Need to try and get together and try and push consistently.
2 go down then. Camouflage for Pre-Devonator. Has to be a huge one for him. He does manage to stop the push a touch. Camo and sniper rifle. The body shot connects. Shad, 1v1 here of the ages, and Pre-Devonator comes out on top, and that could ensure even more scoring.
He's playing really well as Pre-Devonator. Love the pre-nades he's throwing as well. Just gets that ball away to try and make it a little bit more awkward, but this one is really going to come down to the wire with these two teams. 24 remaining for G1, 28 for Quadrant in. This is just round 1 of live fire up ball as well. Can't afford any mistakes. Only 1 minute on the clock as well, so maybe one last chance for a true setup from either of these teams.
G1 have the option of playing Slayer now if they need to. They have that 5-second cushion. It's not much, but it's enough.
Such a risky game though, isn't it, when you only have a 5-kill lead, but we do see some teams go down that avenue, but it's not going to be a case here for G1, because Quadrant will gain the lead now with the ball, and G1 off spawn, they have to wait for Swish, and this could be their last push. If they go all 4 down here, round 1's going to Quadrant.
This first kill, it's going to be so important. A couple of shots fired. Chick's the first pick. Swish, though, has been traded out. It's a 3v3. Ball has been dropped. It's going to be a slugfest for round 1 here. And it looks as though G1 could come out on top with the players on Quadrant scampering away. 3 dead for Quadrant.
G1 have done enough, but Quadrant, who's the first spawner? It's Chick. He has to get across the map quick enough to at least put his team in a position where he can lead the charge, and then off spawn, they join him, they do the damage, and they try and stop this setup from G1.
90 seconds and counting. Ball is being dropped. Heat wave to the spine and to the back whack. We're locking in onto SLG. This heat wave is doing the business right now. As Tony trying to secure his team, but Fragger picks up that ball and plays it.
So huge, they might still be behind, but it resets everything. G1 have to focus on bottom middle now, and Quadrant spawners, they can nade it, they can make sure that ball has to be contested, but there's only 2 seconds between the two. If G1 gets some slays here, they should win this game.
Only 14 seconds of in-game clock. Just play Slayer could be the call here. But Predevenator picks up that ball, tries to whisk it away. And he has done so successfully. Tony milking the ball for all it's worth. Only requires 3 more seconds. And Quadrant, they look as though they're not close enough here. And they will go up 1-0.
What a first round of live fire here with Oddball. That could have gone either way. Some really important moments as well. Fragger trying to give the rest of the team a chance by whisking that ball away and playing it. But it was also the grenades that came out from G1 at the end there. Knowing that Quadrant had to desperate that ball. G1 take the lead, but Quadrant now have to try and respond.
Trades down bottom middle. But Shad was last man alive for his team. Predevenator the same. It's a heat wave versus sniper rifle. It's not an easy fight. Shooting down that little hatch. Ultimately backs down, but the heat wave wants some more. Predevenator trying the fry! That no-scope body shot will connect. But SLG has fallen by the wayside. Swish will lock in another. Early scoring gonna go the way of G1. How significant will it be here for Shad?
And we are actually still on board with Shad. Excuse the player Pip. Shad performing very well with that sniper. It's always difficult when you're going up against a heat wave as well. It's never really a fun thing to do. And there we go. Thank you so much, production. It's 2-1 lead in the series, but it's a 1-0 lead in this round for G1. And they would love to take it to a game 5, but with 2, maybe 3 even down here, Quadrant really need to take advantage of this time.
Yet to register a point. Getting killed, but it's been traded out in a killing spree for Shad. 5 kills without reply for Shad, but still no scores on the board.
And that's back to what I was saying earlier, you know, is the team not really where they usually are when it comes to live fireball? Are they playing it a little bit differently, Quadrant, because players are maybe exceeding in areas they're not usually used to? Chick even getting his ball time here, not something you'd usually see from the main Slayer as much, but G1 making short work of him with some grenades.
Is the pressure just getting the Quadrant here? They're so close, but they could be so far.
Well, it was a 3-2 victory for Quadrant in the games they played against G1 just a few days ago, and if G1 keep this up, we could be going to another game 5 between the two. And it's what this series deserves. They've all been throwing everything into this game and into this series. For G1, they need to stay focused. They need to continue this pressure onto Quadrant.
26-6 then. G1 1 round away from pushing this one to a game 5 Slayer. Swish has been instrumental in his team's success. SLG will shut him down for the moment. But Tony trades it out, and every single time Quadrant appear to get a slender advantage in the slays, it gets evened out.
I love what G1 are doing with the ball at the moment, though. They're trying to keep it in these open, exposed areas so that when Quadrant try and get the ball, they're going to be in such vulnerable positions to grenades off the spawners. Again, it gets tossed out into an open area, but this could be an opportunity for Chick. There's 3 dead. You've got to get that ball back inside before the grenades start to be hurtling towards you, and he does just that. They are focused on this sniper, though. SLG has got his eyes locked on top middle at the moment.
Starting to rotate that ball towards tower. That seems to be the play. G1 rotating accordingly, but they have lost a couple members during that exchange. SLG in the respawn screen also, but Chick continues to hold that ball, continues to score points as Shad, head in a swivel, drops down to take care of that sniper rifle player and make it 2. Unable to get himself away from that falling grenade. More scores here now. But this game separated by just 4 seconds.
It was a big flank there from Shad. It's a real risky one as well. If he was backsmacked there, that could have been G1 picking up 15, 20 points on the board. Ball still in an open, exposed area, though. It's not really been a true setup from either squad. They saw Quadrant there trying to desperately get it towards tower so they could play a little bit more structured in this game. Sniper rifle still in the hands of G1, but Quadrant now know where it is.
Some warning shots, bring out across live fire. Nothing connecting, though. Still yet to connect that shot, but doing enough of a distraction job. 2 members of G1 finally eliminate SLG. Ball has been reset because nobody has touched it in such a very long time. Still only separated by 7 seconds. But now Swish has the camouflage, and I love this trigger discipline. Behind Chick, finally will put those shots down. Unable to get the clean up, and oh no, he's in a world of hurt here.
I was really about to commend him for not, getting too focused on that first kill to switch his priorities and start to look at another player, but unfortunately the rest of his team had already fallen. And Quadrant, I tell you what, that ball reset was a blessing in disguise, because otherwise G1 could have probably nipped that one back into Garage. And maybe scored a considerable amount of points with the camouflage to go alongside it. But Shad knows full well he is being chased, so that ball gets tossed off once more. The clock is going to start to play a factor here soon.
Big fight goes down. Shad was making a meal of it. Thankfully, his teammate was on hand. He dropped that sniper rifle and had no longer got any ammo to play with. This Squad does its best to try and eliminate Shad, but ultimately Heatwave wins that engagement every time. Pre-Devinator will finally get that trade. But 47 seconds down to 35. Swish has that ball. The Quadrant boys are nowhere near it.
Swish has done so well to survive bottom middle here, by the way. Does pick up the new Heatwave, but it goes into the hands of Chick. Is anyone actually going to be able to do any damage with this Heatwave though? No, because grenades are going to be thrown everywhere when you're down bottom middle, but Tony's the one who picks it up. This could be huge for G1's chances. It's a triple kill as well. And he says, you know what, I don't need overkills, we need the ball instead.
What a team player Tony is. Gets a triple kill and also says, you know what, I'll take the ball too, I'll start scoring points. Taking this game by the scruff of its neck is Tony. He's been so impressive in this game, number 4. And now they only require 33 seconds. Quadrant are on the ropes. SLG though will pick up 2, and that's going to help their cause make it 3. As now Pre-Devinator last man alive, and he's done a fantastic job to execute 2. And now Pre-Devinator gets face to face with a Frenchman, and he loses out this time. But Quadrant have got to start scoring points.
Yeah, 55 seconds on the clock. Remember, it stops every time you are holding that ball, but G1 have done enough to pressure off spawn that Quadrant haven't even been able to hold that ball. Instead, the ball got actually blasted even further into no man's land. SOG does have a camouflage, but can't do anything with it.
Quadrant are in big trouble here, and a scratched ahead for SLG, trying to figure out what's going wrong here. We prerequisite this as a weak game type for G1 and a strong one for Quadrant, but what a display so far from G1.
It's just how G1 have responded with their use of weapons. It's been a massive focus on that Heatwave. They've shut down the sniper rifle control from Quadrant as well. It just seems like Quadrant haven't had a plan B so far. Still time though for them to cut back into this one, but losing individual fights like that is not going to help you.
Squall picks up another. Oh no. Quadrant drops down the hole. SLG desperate in that ball, but 3 dead here now. Only 11 seconds of the in-game clock. G1 only requiring just about 11 seconds now. Quadrant are in big trouble going to a game 5. G1 playing so well. The pressure's coming through, but it's not going to be good enough so far. Only requiring 2. He has been eliminated, but now the clock starts to run down. And now they have the ball.
Doesn't matter though, does it? Pre-Devinator sends us to a game 5. And this series has had a little bit of everything. G1 did not roll over and show their bellies whatsoever, even on one of their more average game types, I'd say. They take down Quadrant on one of Quadrant's better maps and modes.
Boy, oh boy. If we didn't think we had a series before, well, we definitely know now.
I feel like both of these teams knew this was on the cards. Yeah. After playing each other just a few days ago on LAN as well, you get a very good feeling about how other teams are playing. And yeah, okay, they didn't play all the maps and modes that they're playing right now, but it was 3-2 then, and it's quite fitting it's going to be a 3-2 now. But which way is it going to go? Do G1 continue that incredible run they've had through open bracket, or are we going to see Quadrant just clutch up, just get over that final hurdle, which is something traditionally some European teams have struggled to do?
These two teams have gone to absolute war here.
Oh, they have.
It's been back and forth, and now we head into a game 5. What a performance out of Tony in that last game.
An amazing performance as well, and I love what you highlighted as well. You know, he gets the triple kill, he doesn't even think about the overkill.
Yeah.
It's ball time, it's business, it's get this done, let's take us to a game 5. That game 5 is going to be a Slayer on Aquarius.
Talk to me about it.
The only reason I highlight it is because this is definitely the worst game type on the side of G1. Even the coach said it's our worst game type. So they have had to focus on that, they've had to change something, but as we look back at some of the highlights of Live Fire, it really was a top display from G1 to be consistently shutting down this Quadrant roster, not allowing them to pop off with the sniper rifle as much as they did on that Live Fire Slayer.
This is our first game of the day. And if more of these are like this, I'm all for it. I'm signed in. I'm locked in.
We're setting ourselves up for an incredible day, that's for sure. The individual talent we've seen has been amazing, but also the teamwork on display. And, you know, these are two teams who we're expecting to be competing for around top 12, maybe pushing towards top 8. Think about what happens when we start to look at our top 6 teams, our top 4 teams, and I know everyone's waiting to see Optic and Cloud9 back on their screens as well. And the way the bracket would end up, that would be a winner's bracket final tomorrow if it were to happen. But as for now, we continue our focus on G1 and Quadrant because it still has not been decided between these two. We've had such intense and close games, but Game 5 sent us to Slayer Aquarius.
Confirmation of how it's gone then. 250 to 245. Strongholds recharged. Live fire Slayer 50 to 40. Quadrant take the series lead 3-0. Commanding fashion. But how G1 have rallied and roared back to life. 2-0 on bottom.
So Slayer Aquarius may be G1's worst game type. On the other side, it is Quadrant's best game type, both from scrims, online results, and LAN performance as well. But I don't think any of those statistics even matter anymore.
Okay.
It's about who is playing well, who has got the confidence to be jumping in to those engagements, winning those fights. After Bazaar CTF, I would have been all for saying, you know, this is Quadrant. Everything is all going up Quadrant. They were winning all those fights, they were hitting those shots, but suddenly G1 have exploded there in Game 4, where they were winning 1v1s like it didn't matter. Like, there was no pressure, like there was no prize money on the line. It was like they were just playing from home, but no. They're on main stage for the first time, and boy, do they look comfortable there.
One team looking comfortable. Maybe one team looking a little bit scared now. They were favourites coming into this with that second seed, but now all of a sudden, G1 looking to snatch it out of their hands.
I think the kids would say they look a little bit shooketh.
Shooketh? What kids? 1800s? 1600s?
I have no idea at this point, but I've heard it at least said once, so that's what I'm going to go with. But Quadrant, a lot to do to try and pick yourself back up after another loss when you're not able to quite get over the finish line. But it will be Slayer Aquarius, a fantastic game for them historically.
Game 5 then. For all the marbles. Live here at Kansas City. Quadrant have it all to do. They're on the ropes. G1 have no pressure on them now. But they're here to play. They want to take this one here and now.
And sometimes when it's your worst game type, right, you feel like you've got nothing to lose. You can only go up from where you once were, and we need to see G1 explode into this game, get an early lead, take the game to Quadrant, take them out of their comfort zones. As for Quadrant, camouflage has to be your focus. Pummel G1 into the ground, show why you're so strong at this map.
One of these teams looking to make a statement of intent. The opening engagements have gone the way of Quadrant here. Chick will get caught unaware there. Predevinator will lock in one for his team. Quadrant hold that advantage only by one. Camouflage desperately trying to scamper away and has done so successfully. A little bit of trigger discipline here, and Predevinator in a world of hurt, but has just managed to milk his life a touch. But 5 kills to 3.
It's a good start for Quadrant. Not the best for G1, but at least they are still within 2. As long as you can stay within 2 or 3 of Quadrant here, you are well within your right to take this game. You can't allow too many camouflages to go in favor of Quadrant here, otherwise they will start to run away with things. The likes of Chick, SLG, when they get the camo, they'll be behind you, they'll be causing a lot of trouble.
Switch getting up close and personal, you can see why. That heat wave frying. Chick will trade that one out. Still a 2-kill lead here. He tries to pre-nade that cubby. Take that player down to no shield, ultimately unable to do so. Commando in the hands of Shad. A 1-kill game now.
I feel like a lot of players are trying to use the Commando because they've seen the likes of Lucid pick it up, you know, you've seen the likes of Renegade pick it up, but it's very difficult to try and match what those guys do with the Commando. For me, I'd like to see a little bit more BR use in some of these areas. I feel like a lot of these players are far more comfortable with that weapon. But perhaps as the meta develops and as people get more familiar with it, we will start to see more Commando shots hit, but it's 13-12, still such a close game.
So close. 1 kill. Make it all tied up though. Chick position front base. Does the damage to Predevinator, and Fragger will lock that in one for his team. Now a 2-kill game again. Commando this time for Chick, but he does hit the shots.
Fair enough. I just want to see it in Chick's hands at all times then, I guess. He's firing, he's got 5 at the moment. Shad's got the 7, the entry fragger for the team, but that's an easy camouflage once more. And with a heat wave alongside it, Quadrant can try and pull away here from G1.
Chick will get that kill eventually.
How's he alive?
Somehow gets away, but not for long. 19-19 as we approach rapidly the halfway point here. Both these teams trading blow for blow as a double kill for Fragger.
Cannot stress how important it is that you take down that camouflage when you know where they are as well. You cannot let them escape, especially if they have the heat wave. So G1 have done really well to respond to Quadrant's dominance of that camo so far. 22-21. Fragger wants to try and take a little bit of top middle control, and that is going to be what he manages to achieve here.
Trades back and forth still. Quadrant have a slender cushion here of 2 kills. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a lot. Switching the respawn screen, has just rejoined his team, but now Pre-Devinator is there. Now we're starting to see Quadrant just about stagger those spawns.
It's always good to be on board with Shad, because when there is 8 players all alive, I'd expect Shad to be one of those players to look to try and get that first kill. He's not afraid to enter a gunfight, but he also knows when to get out of a gunfight. That's what's important as a player.
1 kill. Make it 2, but not for long. Again, it's traded out. We're going to see a camouflage very shortly, and that could really dictate the destiny of this game as Chick hits 4.
Put yourself in a position to get this one now for Quadrant. They've got the first 2, and if they can get the third as well, it will start to just escape G1 slightly if you can get away. That's the issue for Quadrant so far. They've not escaped with that camouflage. They've not really been able to put it to good use, because G1 have done so well to respond, but Chick hitting shots alongside Fragger. It's still so close though. A lot of engagements happening in the middle of the map. Both teams desperately trying to get hold of the thruster.
Tony in a world of hurt, but his teammate comes through with the assist, and now we're all tied up. Both teams requiring 20.
It's another camouflage in favor of Quadrant. This time, SLG has escaped with it. He lets his presence known, but it's good that you back away from this fight now.
Couple of shots, backs down a couple of players, waiting for his teammate to provide some assistance, and it's come. A 3-kill advantage now. G1 trapped in the base, and SLG gets 1. Swish trades it out though. His camouflage has been effective.
It has. He's done it in an entirely different style to some players. Some players want to get behind with camouflage. They want to try and do the damage by surprising. Instead, he said, look, I can stand top middle for free, and I can be a damage dealer. That's why SLG leads Quadrant's damage done throughout this tournament.
Somehow, some way, those dynamo grenades did not put SLG away. And now, what can Squally do? Contended with a player front base. Shad backs him all the way down. 37-33.
So important that Shad backed away from that fight as well. You don't want to be taking on a heat wave. You don't want to give away any free kills. Instead, you try and force Squally to get out of the base, go into open areas, then suddenly you can take him down and maybe take that heat wave off his corpse.
This whole time, Squall's just been trying to survive, and his teammates around him have slayed out. 6 kills. What separates these two teams now? G1 have to do it here and now. The 7-kill game. Quadrant extend their lead.
And whilst that looks a big enough lead, remember what happened in game 1 of this series. Quadrant had hundreds of points of an advantage in strongholds, and while Slayer is an entirely different mode, the same thing could happen. You can throw away a lead like that. You have to stay focused here if you're Quadrant. G1 though, know that Quadrant can fall apart. Try and get a big double kill, try and get in their heads. Squally gets 2, and that at least starts to pull them back into this game, but I tell you what, Fragger denies them.
4 more kills. 4 more mistakes for G1. That's all they can afford. Quadrant cranking that pressure. Fragger hits the respawn screen, but now they only require 3.
Shad knows full well he doesn't have to engage in that fight, and there's 2 more kills required. It's been a long old series for these boys, but Quadrant can taste success now at this point. They just need to focus up, and it's right there for them.
That player backs down towards straight stairs, and Chick's got cruel intentions. And he gets the final 2, and how fitting is that? Quadrant win. Game 5. 3-2 in the series.
Quadrant guarantee themselves top 2 in their pool. Guarantee themselves a start in the winner's bracket. They're in dreamland. Oh, the boys in green. As for G1, their undefeated run in this tournament comes to an end. But what a performance it was from them. They came so close to taking down Quadrant. There's plenty more matches for G1 to play today. They have to play everyone in their pool before we even get to that bracket. They gave it a good effort, but it's Quadrant who come out on top.
And that now puts Quadrant 3-1 in their pools. They will, no matter what happens at the end of the day, remain in second. But G1, they have to play G2 and indeed Cruelty. And if they've been watching this, watch out, you're in trouble.
I think Cruelty will be shaking in their boots, and I think even G2 are going to be looking at this one saying, hey, well, we lost to Quadrant, and actually, G1 have just had a better game against Quadrant than we did. And we will get that G1 versus G2 matchup happening on LAN, and I can't wait for it because these guys, they faced up against each other a few times in Pro Series, but now it's going to happen at a LAN event. But it's all about Quadrant after that series. It was back and forth. There were some up and downs for Quadrant. It looked a little bit shaky at times, but they managed to relax now. Job done. What a performance from Quadrant. They are going to be delighted.
It's a podium finish, P2. Who would have expected that at the start of Friday? Unbelievable display from Quadrant. And in particular, what a game Chick had. And Fragger, he's had his criticisms, he's had his doubters, he's had his haters. Fantastic performance here today.
All four of them, they stood up when they needed to, they performed when they needed to, and they certainly are going to be delighted with finishing top 2 in their group. Well, some of the guys on the desk, they were a little bit split about their decisions on who they're predicting, but Quadrant come out on top. Lottie, break it down.
Thank you so much, Dan and Jersey. Yes, we were a little bit split here, and rightfully so. I mean, what a series that was, going all the way to Game 5 there. And I've got to say, there is one name on my mind, and that man, Chick. You mentioned him at the beginning, Clutch, and my goodness, he turned up for the team. What did you notice out of this guy and how he performed on the stage?
I mean, he's starting to get better and better, which is the scary part, because seeing Chick back in the EU Super, I was like, this guy, he makes good decisions. He's consistently shooting well. He has what it takes to kind of bring an EU team to the next level, but I didn't know he was capable of the things that he was putting on in this past series. That overkill was probably the nastiest overkill I've seen in tournament play so far. And I mean, Faisal, we were sitting next to each other and I literally yelled. For the first time I think I've been watching Halo like live for Infinite, I actually yelled. I was like, oh my God, that was nasty.
Yeah, no, Chick absolutely put on a show this series. The overkill he had on live fire was, like you said, Clutch, one of the nastiest overkills I've seen at a Halo Infinite like tournament setting. It was so well executed, and I also want to give a shout out to SLG. I think they're just like a nasty duo. Yeah, Chick and SLG really putting on a show, and you know, shout out to G1 as well for pushing, you know, the series to a Game 5 and winning that crazy Game 1, right, Lottie? We saw that insane comeback by G1, and me and Clutch were sitting watching the series thinking, okay, like, you know, that was a collapse by, you know, by Chick and the boys letting that one get away, but they rebounded so well that the overkill.
Now that's just the first overkill.
There was clips on clips this whole series, but it was fantastic.
It really was fantastic. I also want to highlight just one more player as well who really, I felt like, stepped up to the plate, and we saw that this series, and that's Fragger, especially on Bazaar CTF. The way that he was able to kind of push his role to the boundaries, he was picking up the overshield, being so aggressive on prioritizing what needed to be done on that map. He did a really good job of honestly being an all-rounder there, so I was really impressed. And Walshy, what is it like on a team when you have certain players really step up to the mark when it matters most, really filling in those holes that need to be filled in order to take the dub on the stage of the day?
When you're an emerging team, you need somebody to step it up to break through those barriers to get to that top 4, that top 8, that top 12, whatever that next step is for your team. Somebody really needs to be stepping up. The one thing that we keep highlighting for Quadrant is, yes, they played phenomenally. We saw overkill after overkill. However, they needed all that to, what, barely win a series 3-2? That, to me, speaks volumes about G1 and how well they played. They're so sick. The fact that they had these members from Quadrant playing out of their minds and then barely scraped away with the series.
I do want to make a note for Fragger as well, like you said, Vlad. I mean, I've had the chance to watch Fragger play a lot throughout the qualifiers online, throughout the EU Super. Fragger has struggled for this Quadrant team. He's kind of been that, like, crux of, like, he's been putting up some pretty rough numbers in some very important series. So for him to come out today and so far this weekend and play lights out and keep up with the rest of the guys that are main slaying, that are dropping these overkills, that's big time for this Quadrant roster. If they can consistently continue to play like that, they may be able to make some noise, not only in pool play, but in bracket play.
100%. I think it's honestly a testament to both teams out there. The fact that it did go Game 5, it was such a close series, and I think both teams really pushed as hard as they possibly could, and it's just incredible to see Quadrant really rounding that one out on the stage. And if you guys want to check out Quadrant one more time, you most certainly can, obviously through this weekend, but also at the DreamHack Valencia. The tickets are on sale for the EU Regional, and team passes also go on sale May 12th, so make sure you head on over to that purchase link, get your tickets, get to Valencia and come and watch some of Europe's best of the best. Now, we do have an update on our pools. Of course, we've had our first match happening on main stage for the day. We actually did get to catch a little bit of action during that one as well. We've seen quite a lot of series going on today, but we do have our pools. Let's take a quick look. Of course, folks, if you are just joining us, you do notice those spots right at the bottom of each of the pools have been filled, and that's because our open bracket teams have made their way. They have paved the way into these pools, and they're looking to really disrupt it, shake things up. What are you noticing in particular here, Clutch?
Built by Gamers already took down J-Wing, so they already got a win. They're already starting to skyrocket to that Pool D. As you can see that they're currently sitting in third. Complexity, they fell short to Optic, but I still have high hopes for them in Pool B. It's really unfortunate, actually, that Complexity fell into Pool B, because I actually loved Complexity's odds of potentially stirring up, maybe coming out of a pool in the winner's bracket. But that Pool B, the Pool of Death, I mean, FaZe, Optic, I think they still have that one on lock.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really difficult pool. And speaking of the Pool of Death, it is what's coming up next. We do have actually Fnatic and Complexity happening on the main stage very shortly. This one is going to be an interesting series. I actually do think this is going to be very well matched. I'm excited to see who actually comes out on top, who brings the fire on that main stage. So we'll have to wait just a little bit longer. We're going to head to a quick break right now. But we actually did get to see a ton of Halo Infinite action throughout that entirety of the series. And there is plenty more to come as we play through Pool Play Part 2, Fnatic versus Complexity, coming up right after the break.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Congratulations, you've been volunteered to investigate gaming anomalies present in the action and adventure category on PC Game Pass.
Hit the music!
Your cooperation has been logged. Thank you.
have room for another waterfall.
Aiming with the battle rifle is an important skill in Halo, and the fastest way to learn is to watch the pros. Here's a play by Optic Formal.
One shot, same X. One shot. Bigger, one shot, swish.
Notice the straight, decisive movements to set his reticle while acquiring targets. No hesitation snapping from one to the next. And then once he's set, he follows through with his strafe, his left stick directing the very tiny adjustments in his reticle, barely moving the right stick to control the BR here.
Dude, one shot top mid. Cut sweet, cut dummy.
You can tell he heard this player but wasn't ready. Despite that, he's not startled. Quick turn, nade as he dips behind cover, baits a panic nade at a swish and melts him. Here's the call for top mid. Once again, with his reticle set, watch how he strafes into that last shot. Just putting it all together. Perfect centering pre-fight, lets his movement carry him into the shot. Steady tracking with the left stick and the jump, not missing a bullet. My favorite, he jumps and fades back right, lowering his profile, and then 1, 2, 3. Hits him with a high-low. He's just boxing him.
There's a heat wave down.
Watch out. Yo, screen, weak, Tony. Push out A. Another one, window. Swish weak.
Yeah, one guy A play.
Window weak, swish.
No doubt, Formal's got some of the steadiest aim in the game, but is it enough to bring Optic Gaming a championship title? Find out at HCS Kansas City.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Kansas City Major. We are live of course from the gorgeous city of Kansas City. It is absolutely excellent, and I want to give props. Dan Gaskin, Shurs, what an incredible cast you guys had earlier on. Absolutely amazing, taking us through that first match, but also taking us through basically an entire journey of what's going on in the arena. So we love that, and thank you so much for doing that. Walshy, the absolute legend, of course, of Halo on the end of the desk. It's a pleasure to have you joining us as well. But folks at home, listening up closely, because you guys could actually win a giveaway right now. All you have to do is enter, and it's our Halo Infinite Edition Xbox Series X giveaway. So much on the line here to enter, and all you have to do is follow at HCS and retweet as well. So a limited edition console. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. Who wouldn't want it? So go ahead right now on the socials and make sure you do so. But folks, we also do have an incredible matchup happening on the main stage behind us, and of course we do have our open bracket teams that are in it to win it. They are looking to shake things up enough to potentially either get into the winner's bracket or just cause a bit of chaos as well in the pools. We actually have Fnatic versus Complexity. We're going to kick things off though with Fnatic, and Gaskin. When it comes to Fnatic, I think they have so much riding on them right now. I think we've seen that they can definitely go toe-to-toe with some of the best. We've seen them take face in Game 5. We know that they have the potential there, and I think right now, for me, it's all about who is really popping off at what time. You know, the likes of Ju0, I think, picking up Slays, and he was doing pretty well yesterday, 1.38, but then Envor with a 0.69 yesterday in the Slayers. A little bit strange to kind of see that. So are you looking for somebody like this, like Super CC, to maybe come on in, really get those slays and start to really slay the way here for the team and try and get some of the kills on the board?
I think so. I think that, you know, at a very core, it's very important that you need to be out killing your opponents. So you need to have that main slayer step up when you need it. But at the same time, Fnatic seem to be crumbling in those final Game 5s. We've not just seen it at this tournament. I know there's been a change since Anaheim, but also back then as well. There seems to be something not quite there. They're so close to beating top 6 teams, not just top 8, top 12 teams. They're so close to beating the biggest and the best. Look at Cloud9, look at FaZe, they almost took down as well. So I'm wondering, is it just that Slayer game type that they're really struggling with, that Game 5? And if it is, you need to make sure you're not going to Game 5. Keep focusing on that objective work, making sure you're pummeling your teammate, not your teammates into the ground, but the opponents. Don't pummel your teammates into the ground. Do not do that. That is a bad idea. That's what I try and do, and it doesn't work. Otherwise, they are going to keep finding themselves as these nearly men, and they need to finally get past that final hurdle.
I think the buzzword we might use is inconsistent with this squad. We're watching Envor in Anaheim, he lit the place up. We're still waiting for him to catch fire, and I think players like him need to be firing all cylinders to really drag this team forward. And with Complexity, they haven't lost a series yet, so they're going to be looking to throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I think on the other side of things, Complexity and Walshy, Wes actually told me behind the scenes that this is actually one of the most promising AM teams, if not the best AM team coming forward here. That's his opinion of it. And obviously the results yesterday, I think they had a 2-1, a 2-1, and a 3-0 to make it into the pool play. So they did drop a couple of maps, and obviously it is best of 3, so it can get a little bit dicey at times as well. But, you know, Triton is seeming to be the kind of guy that we're focusing on here. You know, what are you looking for in terms of complexity? Who's looking to step up here? And what are you wanting on this main stage?
Obviously, they've gone through a few different iterations with this roster here on Complexity, so they're trying to find what that right mix is to find the success of the level that they want to hit. You know, they're not satisfied with just making out open and breaching into pro bracket. They want to be making into top 8 and beyond. So to do that, it's not just going to be one person stepping up like we highlight from time to time. It's going to be, how's this team play together? It is a little worrisome for me to hear that they were dropping a few games in the open bracket because, yes, there's a lot of great teams here, but you need to be consistently dominating those teams if you want to make a splash in pool play.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be more of a confidence booster coming in if we kind of saw 3-0s just across the board there to get into pool play. On the other side of things, in terms of duos and the dynamic of this Complexity roster, Triton and Vetra, if they are on fire together as a duo, then they can achieve anything. Are you looking for Triton and Vetra to do anything in particular as a duo? What do you need them to do here to step up against Fnatic?
I think running in twos is very important in Halo Infinite. I know that there's a big kind of stigma around, do you run as twos, do you run as fours, where should you be pushing, should you be trying to split push, do you try and pinch together? But as long as two individuals are performing well together and are always backing each other up, you are going to find some success across the map at times. However, I will say that, you know, with the support of Hysteria and having his experience behind them, that duo, if they are firing and you've got Hysteria in your ear trying to guide you as well, like, this team is set up for success so much.
I'm glad you actually highlighted Hysteria. He has so much experience. Of course, every old player knows exactly who Hysteria is.
There's an old player.
Look, old player right there, sitting right there. You know exactly what Hysteria brings to the table from those old days playing Construct Hill. He's one of those players that, with these young guns around him, he can really push this team forward.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Walshy, you'd know best, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, you have a different life cycle within Halo when you reach your peak. I would say, like, Hysteria was arguably the best Halo 3 player early on in Halo 3. You know, 2008, 2009, he was just such a dominant force. And so, yeah, to see him still competing at this high level and still doing so well, it's impressive.
Yeah, it is very impressive. When you're looking at these two teams kind of head-to-head and the way that they match up against one another, who does it kind of favor in terms of competition? Who's been doing well? Obviously, Fnatic, we've seen them around. They've been at LAN tournaments. They've kind of been trying to disrupt things as well up into the top 6. So, you know, who do you kind of see as the dominant force here? Who's the underdog?
Complexity should be the underdog because they're coming through open and they weren't one of these seeded teams. However, the way that these teams were seeded coming into this event is traditionally from an event that was months ago, right? And even though Fnatic, they've had these close games, they've performed quite well at times, I do think Complexity are on the rise and Fnatic have been on a little bit of a downslope. They haven't really found their footing as much, but this is the series where all of that can change. When they finally get that victory, they finally turn into the team that we know can perform very well on the main stage.
I think the word I would use to describe Fnatic at times is vulnerable. They're a team that they were, all the games we've seen them play so impressive at Anaheim, but they went to game 5 after game 5 and you're thinking surely they're top 8 at this stage. They finished top 12. All those impressive performances, all the time they took Cloud9 to game 5, none of it mattered in the end. They still finished top 12, so Complexity can really do a job on them here.
Yeah, it really is. Like you said, it's about those game 5s as well. Getting into that game 5 situation, they just don't have the ice to clutch that up. Walshy, what is it like when you get to a game 5 and you know this is it, right? You can't mess up. There's no mistake. There's not an extra map on this series to play. What is it about the game 5 mentality that really starts to really, I mean, make teams crumble?
What makes teams crumble is they start to play different. If you start to play different from how you practice, your teammates aren't going to know how to feed off of that energy. Whether you start to play more reserved instead of taking the calculated risks that you're used to taking, that really throws off your flow. When you don't know what to expect from your teammates, you can expect mistakes to happen. And so I would say the teams that are the ones that are going up clutch or playing better are the ones that are just playing the way they normally would, whether it's a game 2 and it's tied 10-10 or whether it's game 5 and it's 45-45.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of like theory, I guess. You know, going up there, it's the mental, isn't it? It's all about knowing exactly what you want to do as a team and sticking to that. With Fnatic, though, I have a quick question about some of the players. And Dan, talk to me about Envoy a little bit. We've seen him kind of have like a bit of an up and down event so far, and obviously it is only day 2 right at the beginning. But, you know, there were certain times where I was like, okay, that's the Envoy that we know, and he was popping off in certain situations. But other times it was like heavily negative. You know, talk to me about what you're seeing so far out of Envoy and kind of the difference from Anaheim.
He is a ticking time bomb.
Right.
But you've got to light that fuse. If no one's there to light that fuse, then Envoy doesn't get that chance to succeed. He doesn't get that chance to explode and look like the terrifying human being that he was, both in-game and out of game, when we were screaming across the main stage in Anaheim. But someone's got to set him up. You can't do everything on your own. You can't jump into every single engagement in a 1 versus 2 or a 1 versus 3 and expect greatness. He needs to be running with one of his teammates, and someone's got to be there either dealing the damage so that he can get in and slay, or at least supporting and finishing up those kills when he's getting that initial damage, because Envoy loves a scrap, but he just needs someone else to help him out.
Yeah, indeed. I'll tell you what, actually, I've just been told by a little birdie in my ear that we're actually going to be jumping into some action. It's not, unfortunately, going to be the one behind us, but it is going to be Built by Gamers versus Sentinels happening on one of our featured stations here. It's currently 1-0. Sentinels are up in the series, and we are in a CT. No, we're not. We're in a Bizarre Slayer, actually. Excuse me. I'm used to seeing it CTF, but it's going to be a Bizarre Slayer for this one.
And it is going to be 2 teams who know each other pretty well. King J, good friends with a lot of the Sentinels roster, that's for sure. But it's an early situation where we are in this game, where it's a 41-40 lead. Built by Gamers actually up at the moment against Sentinels. And I tell you what, if you can beat Sentinels on any map, that's going to be so amazing as a team to try and succeed.
And we did see a little bit from Built by Gamers up against J Lings. They finished that series 3-1, so they're coming into this a little bit hot and trying to catch Sentinels cold. Now, we always say Slayers are one of those game types where you can catch the top teams cold, and Sentinels look as though they're struggling just a touch.
Bizarre Slayer is so scary as well as a game type when it's this close, because, you know, the next Overshield, the next Rockets could be a game-winning play. Frosty with a killing spree, very important for Sentinels. They try and get closer towards that 50 mark before this Overshield pops. But who's going to be able to grab it? BBG have definitely got eyes on it, but are you brave enough to push it? That's the real question.
Eyes aren't going to be enough as you see that grappled into the hands of Snakebite there in the market, and that is just a difficult spot to be, like you said already, when you don't know how to break out into the center of the map, when it's a stagnant match of Bizarre Slayer, but now you know that they have an Overshield in their hands. That should be good for a kill or so for Sentinels.
I really don't think Sentinels can afford to lose a map here against Built by Gamers. They need to be making statements in this pool play situation, but at 46-46, this is really on the wire. This is a really huge chance for Built by Gamers to try and show what they're made of and show why we need to be considering them as a top 12, if not a top 8 team, as they eventually take the lead here, 47-46.
Yeah, what a collapse there. All these members from Built by Gamers found lethal over in the sewers. However, you have to wonder if that's the right play. Sending 3 people down low over near the Bulldog. They gave up all their positions in the center of the map. Now, if Sentinels are able to push out and take advantage of that, that's great for Sentinels. However, if Built by Gamers are able to secure that free kill and push out, we are going to see who comes out ahead. It is 49-48 in favor of Sentinels. That's going to be a double kill for Snakebite to close that out, 50-48.
I'll tell you what, I was on the edge of my chair then for a second. If I had,
You don't even have a chair.
If I had a chair.
No chair there.
There's no chair. I was on the edge of my small wooden box that I'm standing on currently.
Yeah, who would do that?
No, I'm really tall. Don't know if you knew. But I've got to say, yeah, a little bit worrying there. But I feel like Slayers just seem to kind of go that route, you know. I kind of think in my head when I look at a lot of our teams here, or I look at teams that have some serious potential, everyone can slay, and I think it's just about how you can kind of control that. And I think if a team are kind of aware of what you need to do, how you can split spawn, how you can control a map, it kind of goes into the favor either way. So I think it just shows how much potential Built by Gamers have here. They're able to go toe-to-toe in a Slayer with Sentinels, and the fact that they're aiming their reticles in the right places, they're getting the kills at the right times, it's pretty insane actually that even got that close. But obviously at the end there, getting that kind of couple of kills from Snakebite across the board there, it was a little bit shaky just for a little second.
Making sure you get the Overshield as well to put yourself in a position where you can get those final kills. But BBG, you know, we've seen them place top 6 in online tournaments, and okay, they dropped a little bit after they had that success, but it shows how close top 5 is to about top 12. I really think there's a good 6 or 7 teams who are all one kill away from actually breaking into the top 8 or top 6. and it is going to be heartbreak for some of these teams when they come so close to success, but unfortunately just get pipped at the final little bit of the race.
It's all margins. It's just a tiny little differences sometimes that really are the difference between making it or breaking it. I'll tell you what though, we're going to actually go back to the series we were originally going to be watching right behind us, and that of course is Fnatic and Complexity. Let's take a look at the series layout though. Let's see what we have on offer. Of course, we're starting things off with Aquarius CTF. We've got Bazaar Slayer, we've got Oddball Recharge, Stronghold Streets, and Slayer Recharge to finish things off if it goes the distance. Any kind of things that are coming to mind here, Shurs?
Well, we know Complexity have made a couple of team changes, and when you make iterations to your team, game types like Aquarius CTF tend to favor a roster that's been together a little bit longer. So I think game 1 favors Fnatic just a little bit.
Yeah, I think so as well. Gaskin.
I think that this is the perfect way to start a series for Fnatic. Both Aquarius Captured Flag and Slayer Bazaar are two really well-drilled games, right? You can play it quite slow. You don't have to worry about rotating around the map. It's just, I'm on one side of the map, the other team's on the other side of the map, let's play it, and then we work around the overshield, the camouflage, the rockets, whatever is on the map. However, then when you start to get to recharge, it suddenly becomes about playing with the ball, you have to start rotating, the game types get a little bit more difficult. I think he's right. I think that Fnatic are going to maybe benefit in some of its early map, but you could say the same as we get a little bit further in the series. They should know, as a team, how to be rotating around this map, because they've been in more scenarios, because they are a longer team. They should, you'd expect, to have more experience in those positions.
Indeed. I'll tell you what, we're going to jump into another match right now. We've got Ascend Space Station. Boys, I hope you're fancying another cast on the table here. So the series is 1-0 Ascend Space Station. We're into another Bazaar Slayer, but it's early doors here.
A very important game for Ascend as well. A very important series. They have to beat Space Station, in my opinion. They need to solidify themselves in top 2, similarly to what we saw Quadrant do, and Space Station, they'll be trying to disrupt this pool.
Ascend are in that very same spot that Quadrant were in only a little while ago, where they have to beat this open team to solidify themselves, like Dan says, in that second spot. And they're already one game to the good, and looking of showing no signs of slowing down. And we already know Space Station have been struggling even up against XSET.
That being said, you look at the scoreline, 12-5. That's already a considerable lead for Space Station, and Ascend, they need to be starting to think about this next overshield and how it can set you in a position to actually try and get back into this game, get some kills. But a couple going their way means that Space Station are on the back foot when this next OV is coming up, and Ascend should be in the position to grab this next one.
And it's going to be tough. They don't really have too much time to try and break this up. That's one of the difficulties about these power-ups coming up Bazaar. They're decided fairly early. You have one real engagement, you know, around that 10-second mark to try to fight over there. And if it doesn't go your way, you're out of the fight for that next overshield that's popping up. You can't spawn that back flag and have a real impact in the market.
I think when you look at Ascend as a roster and the expectations for this squad as well, like Europeans finest, they've dominated everything in Europe.
Yeah.
There's expectations from the whole world of where are they going to finish? Can they be that European team, you know, to break into the top 6, maybe even, dare I say it, the top 4? If they were to not beat Space Station here, then it is yet another failure, and it would be just memories of Rally happening all over again.
They really have been the jewel in our crown, our flagship team, and we were disappointed to see where they finished in Rally, but now they're looking to do a lot better this time around, but already top 2 in the pool and looking to solidify that here and now. And I think Space Station, they're in trouble. They went through all the open side of things. They've been through the gauntlet. They've run through the trenches. But now when they made it to pool play, things aren't going according to plan.
What does that do to the mindset of Ascend coming into the second major here, obviously the world stage? The fact that they are the jewel in the crown here for Europe. You know, what does that do to the pressure added on their shoulders?
I think that when you look at this Ascend roster, and they were a nervy wreck at Raleigh. It was their first ever LAN, right? They hadn't been in that situation aside from Snipe Drone. So they didn't really know what was going to happen, and they had to play through long hours in the night. I think they played Space Station in Raleigh at 11 PM or something. It was a real struggle for them, right? They were tired, and they said to me, if we had played earlier on in the day, we would have taken them. Well, this is the chance to prove it now. I know it's a different SSG roster, but what a comeback we've actually seen whilst we've been chatting. They're up 24-19.
Huge.
Well, what they had before, I think, Ascend, there was a few excuses that they could draw on. Listen, we were jet lagged, we didn't get in on time. They've been in KC 3 weeks prior to this, getting all the practice that they need, and they look like a well-oiled machine now playing against some of these North American teams. They do not look out of place.
25 is tough when you have that much pressure on you, though. Like you're talking about, this is their first LAN coming out. When you're talking about Raleigh, they have the highest sights set from themselves.
And sometimes you really only have that one opportunity when it comes to like some of these events. Some of them are do or die in a situation like this. And so I think that's one of the difficulties that I think European Halo has seen over the years throughout these international events. You only get 1 or 2 events throughout a year where you get to clash with these NA teams, and you know, some of those matches are coin flips, and it's like, you know, it doesn't go your way, and you go back and it's like, what did we do wrong? It's like, well, we had a few mis-executions here or there, and then you go back to the drawing board, and you don't really need to change up much. At some points, it's just clutching it up. At some point, it's tweaking it up, tweaking their gameplay a little bit, just playing a little bit better. But I can feel that totally, where there's such, like we said, high hopes coming in an event like this. Really want to make waves, really want to make the European Halo community proud.
It really is a weight of expectation that we place on them, and maybe unjustly so sometimes. You know, perhaps Navi finishing above them has lit a fire under them that we didn't expect. They want to get that top 8 now, and they're no longer wanting to listen to any of that dribble.
Also interesting, just looking at the stats here, and I've kind of noticed it throughout day 1 as well for Ascend, is Legend's really been stepping up to the plate as a main slayer here, and we kind of see that normally in the European tournaments with Snipe Drone really being that guy. But Legend has kind of been a little bit of a swap coming into the second major. Anything we can really feed upon that?
I think that's what teams have had to do. They've had to adjust with certain games and try and bounce off an individual just having a good performance. Sometimes you have games where you're popping off, sometimes you have games where you start to slow down. You cannot rely on a main slayer always being that main slayer, so you as an individual need to try and take the priority as the slayer when you are playing a good game.
And it's real important now that Legend is dropping such big numbers, because I was about to question his loyalty. If you look at over his emblem right now, he is rocking the space station logo there up in the top left. So at some point, if he was dropping 1 or 2 kills, I would say, hey, is there some foul play afoot? I don't know what's going on here.
Trying to get in their heads, I think, Walshy. Or he's like, pick me up, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, hey, guys, I'm open. I know you guys have been shifting a little bit here and there.
Just self-marketing, you know?
I mean, if it was Shady who had the SSG logo, maybe I'd think something more of it, because there has been a little bit of trouble in Paradise.
He does have the phase. He does have the phase.
He does have the phase roster. I've heard rumors of, you know, potential changes if things don't go right for Ascend. So I want to see them succeed, because Richie's right. You know, he set such expectations as a triple kill for Snipe Drone there, but I think rightly so. You say maybe we shouldn't be setting these expectations. Absolutely, we should. They have dominated European Halo. They have not lost a series in years. It's crazy just how far ahead they have been than other teams, but then when it came to Rally, they were outplaced by Na'Vi. We need to see them show why they are so good in Europe.
And it's fantastic to see Legend take on that mantle now. We had high expectations of him in Rally, and maybe the pressure of the day got to him a little bit, but now we're seeing him put up those numbers that we expect of him. And for me personally, I think Legend and indeed Chick of Quadrant are the 2 best players in Europe.
And we're seeing great heart from Ascend right now. They were down by around 10 kills when we actually joined this game, but they've held the lead ever since. Okay, it's only a small one, and it could really come down to, you know, one of those overshields or rockets to try and make a difference. But there's been a lot of fights down in the shotgun area, in the bulldog area, and it feels like both teams are trying to play around picking up that weapon and then trying to get in the faces of their opponents to try and secure some guaranteed kills, which is not easy on Bazaar. Sometimes you have to work very hard to be able to pick them up.
Yeah, well, in a situation like this, there's 30 seconds until overshield's coming up, and so both these teams are trying to get a secondary angle on their opponents. So here we have Rami actually able to break through, and this is the power of that secondary angle, being able to get over towards the alley or over towards the opposing double door. The opponents no longer have an easy access to come out of the tree or out of the BR.
And for Space Station Gaming, I think the question has to be asked at some point. You know, Ace and indeed Tylenol, they've made changes left, right, and centre with this team, but they haven't been able to get haven't been able to put the puzzle together to get a really successful roster going. They find themselves here playing against, although the best European team, they're not in the pool playing to get the goal. They're having to do the open runs.
Well, the old Space Station roster beat this Ascend roster, right? Back in Rally, so maybe that is in the back of the minds of Ace, saying, well, we thought we'd improve, but now suddenly we are being beaten by Ascend. But I do think it's a slightly different Ascend just with how they're playing at this event. They look on form, they look like they can break into top 8, if not even further. It really will depend how that bracket plays out for me. And as Walshy alluded to, you know, sometimes you only get so many chances at trying to beat these American teams. It comes down to a 50-50 coin flip, getting an overshield, getting a rocket at times. But at 47-41, it looks like Ascend have just about wrapped this one up. But with a double kill from Rami, I tell you what, he's giving SSG a chance here.
Not just double kill, but they are in great position right now to grab this next set of rockets. Now Ascend either need to challenge this immediately, or they need
need to concede fully. It looks like they are going to challenge a little bit from these double doors, but that's not going to work against Ramy's grapple. Now, can Ramy secure these kills, dodging all those grenades? It's 48 to 43. This is still doable. Great trade by Snipe Drone to secure one of those final 2 kills that SN needs.
If I'm Legend here, I have 20 kills and 11 deaths. I am very upset if my team can't clutch this one out. And fortunately for him, he spares the blushes, and Shady does get that final kill.
We're going to head on over to Sentinels versus Built by Gamers right now. This is going to be map number 3, but on Recharge Oddball, and Sentinels are leading this round. Oh, they're not. They're maybe going to be leading this round in just a moment.
No, you were correct.
There we go.
See, if you just had to drag your sentinels a little bit longer, Lottie. Just, elongate some of those vowels.
It's another close one, though. I mean, Built by Gamers, I'm sure, will be delighted with their performance here against Sentinels, but that's all you're going to be taking away from it at the moment. It's just, we played well, but at the moment we're looking like we are edging closer and closer to a 3-0 there between those 2 teams. So if you are BBG, you just need to be learning from this one. They've played Sentinels before, they know how they work. I've been impressed with what BBG have done throughout the Open, but I'm asking the question of, who can they beat? Are they going to take down anyone in their pools? Can they actually try and give themselves a better run in the elimination bracket?
We saw a crazy game yesterday, Sentinels versus Pioneers, on this very map and mode. And it was just absolutely lights out and very, very closely contested as well. So I'm looking for a little bit more of an edgeway here for Sentinels, especially going up against Built by Gamers. I want to see them start to really take the lead, run with it. Otherwise, might have a little bit of a problem on Recharge Oddball.
And what I'm really impressed by is Sentinels in the pool play. They've done a fantastic job of not dropping those games they really shouldn't have, playing against the likes of Pioneers, but still getting the job done. And there was a home crowd here really cheering on Pioneers, but Sentinels still managed to shake off all that rust and get the job done.
Well, Sentinels, who are used to being, the fan favorites.
Yeah.
The Tox crowd used to be insane back in the day. They have a real following through this Sentinels roster, and with a following comes expectations, and there is expectations on this roster. I think if Sentinels do not get minimum top 3, I would argue even top 2 may not be good enough. Are we going to start to see some changes? Because it is quite worrying that they have been consistently, 4th, the 3rd in the phase invitational was better, but they are not players who are going to be happy with top 4.
Now, when we did see back in H2A, we had Royal 2 and Snakebite, and they had a teammate in Ogre 2. They kept finishing 2nd. It wasn't good enough for them. They made that change. Ogre 2, the best player to ever play the game. They still made that change. They brought in that player, and it was going to be lethal. And there's been question marks over his head all tournament long, even before this coming into it. And I think his spot is in real jeopardy. This is the most important tournament Lethal has ever had.
And Lethal is also one of the best players to play the game, right? But at what point does it become too much? When is your time over?
Is it untenable at some point?
I mean, Dave, you are an ex-professional. At one point, you knew it was time to retire. Like, does it come from other teammates deciding your time's up, or do you choose personally and say, hey, I think I'm maybe done here?
Combination of factors decide where you're at in your life. You have to decide what your team options are. Are you enjoying competing? Are you on a team that you feel can win and can compete? And so I think those are all the factors that are going to play into effect here. But let's not count them broken up just yet. I mean, we are seeing a strong Sentinels that have gone through numerous scrims coming into this event. They've looked strong in pool play. Now, we're not seeing some of the margins that we'd like to see. Someone like Sentinels versus Built by Gamers, when we're stacking up a roster like this, we're trying to see how big of a margin they're winning their matches in pool play to really kind of stack them up against like a Cloud9 or an Optic. And so that's what we're really looking for when we're seeing Sentinels, and that's why we're so critical of them right now, because we expect the world of them. We expect them to be potentially a first-place team.
Yeah, and I think you have to be critical, right?
Yeah.
You can't take them lightly. Sentinels, the history behind this roster is just unbelievable. So you are going to be critical because you want to see that championship form once again from this roster. Nothing less than that is good enough. So there's a lot of pressure on these shoulders, but I tell you what, there's pressure to get into the game on main stage behind us right now. We're tossing over to our casters, Onset and Bravo. I am so excited for this main stage action.
Yes.
Lads, take it away.
So we're super excited. A shout out to Scherzi and Gaskin as well for casted all morning. So a shout out to you guys. Take a few moments just to sit down and settle down. But that's not what we're going to do here on the main stage, because we've got quite the story in front of us with two of the biggest franchises you could possibly look for in esports, with Fnatic and Complexity, but two rosters who are still looking to solidify their places at the top of Halo Esports.
That's right. These are household names in the world of esports, but not necessarily yet household names games in the world of competitive Halo Infinite. Here's a look at the game types.
It's going to be CTF Aquarius to kick us off here. Then we move over to Bazaar for a little bit of Slayer. Then we've got Oddball Recharge, Strongholds Streets, and Slayer Recharge to close out. So double recharge in this series. Have to look across the stats and see who has a pretty good record on that map, because that could be a big influence as we go through this series.
Yeah, you and I are super excited to have this series here on the main stage, specifically because these are two pretty closely matched teams, right? This is a little bit of a coin flip, as you heard the analyst desk saying. Can Complexity bring the heat against this very talented Fnatic roster? That is the question.
We'll see some of the stats for both teams, and as you can see here, pretty closely matched. It looks like this game type might be not the strongest for either at this point, and when you're going into such a tight series, game one always gives you that momentum, Andy. We're underway here back on the main stage. Fnatic versus Complexity.
Start things off here with Septify. This man is the damage dealer. He leads this team in damage dealt in every single game type across the entire suite in Halo Infinite. Also power weapon kills. We call him the damage dealer and the power weapon stealer.
Super CC, super by name, and a superstar in the making as well. This man has been putting some pretty decent performances so far in Halo Infinite, but at the start of this game, Andy, it does look like Fnatic are in charge of that map. You can see players already inside of the base. They're trying to put that pressure on. Maybe that first flag pull will be coming pretty soon.
Yeah, still 2 dead. The flag run does start there on both sides.
Flag moving already for Util. Super CC still in a great position, maybe to do some damage, but Hysteria, the veteran, still got it in that battle rifle to hit the shots when it matters.
You heard the desk talking about it. Hysteria, one of the players to do it for the longest time in competitive Halo history. Of course, raging onto the scene. Had a chance to team with them for a very long time. One of the best to ever do it. We'll see if he can do it here on the main stage.
A bit of a trade going down, but there's Super CC again, just to get a light touch on that flag to keep it alive. But it looks like at the moment with Fnatic losing 3 players, Complexity should have an easy turn and just sending this one back to the base.
Flag and rerunning now Dynamo side for the Complexity. 4 players alive for both sides. Hysteria gonna have Dynamos and Heatwave in hand. Needs to do some work here.
Certainly does. On ball with that thrust as well, just flying down on the car side of the map. The Dynamos are gonna be ticking, but unfortunately, no one there to collapse onto that damage. Complexity find themselves 4 dead off the back of the counter cap. And as we know, on Aquarius, if you get that counter cap stopped or a flag pull stopped at any point, you leave yourself vulnerable.
Jazero, the individual talent, the free-for-all god, doing the damage in the back of the base. That will be a double kill, and all 4 dead for Complexity. This flag will go home.
And just as Vetra respawns, Super CC slams that first flag home. It's going to be 1-0 hit, and maybe even, as I pause to take a breath in the sentence, because Fnatic are running a second here.
They say, why not run it back-to-back? They're already at the halfway mark. They're crossing the halfway mark with that flag already, looking to back-to-back. They still have a 2-man advantage here.
This is something we're starting to see more and more on Aquarius as well. You leave that one player in the base, Andy, you can go back-to-back, and that is exactly what Fnatic do. Not only is that impressive to put those flags back-to-back, but he's showing cohesion, it's showing teamwork, and maybe we might see another counter cap coming in now from Complexity.
Complexity wants something to say about that. Not too happy. The slide does come across for Vetra, the new talent on this team, a man who has brought a lot of success to Complexity since the team changed, but more work to do before the flag goes home in the back of the base.
Super CC just being a nuisance. We saw it from Royal 2 yesterday, how much it can be a problem if one player manages to sneak in when you're running that flag home. Onboard gets the return, and Onboard might be thinking, hey, you just pulled our flag, we've already put 2 on the board, it might be time for a 3rd.
2 dead again. Onboard probably wants to pull this. He's gonna run Gen once again, and he very importantly turns that corner. This flag will continue running. Still 2 dead for Complexity.
That's another into the kills as well for Fnatic. That'll be 3 dead for Complexity, 2 dead. The 2 players, coming off of that respawn will be fighting across from their side of the map, so it's going to be a clear run here for Onboard. It's 3 already for Fnatic. They're starting off this game 1 hot.
Making very, very quick work of Complexity so far. 3 dead though. Septify, as we said, the man in charge of the damage department. Last player alive in the back of the base. He will be dealt with accordingly as well. 2 dead at the time of the pull.
Hysteria needs to get this down car 1 though, with that cover fire coming in. If they want an opportunity to cap this, to avoid those lines of sight, or maybe just a little bit of a fumble maybe gives Fnatic an opportunity to get in position for a last-second stop. But Complexity look like they've solidified the map control. Vetra picks up another one. This will be the first flag going in for Complexity. Hysteria runs it home.
Maybe just a little bit of time that Complexity needed to get a flag on the board. Keep in mind, there's a lot of time on the clock. Still 8 minutes of play to be exact. One thing worth noting here, Fnatic not really the highest conversion rate on CTF flag efficiency. They're at about 39.3% in flag conversions. Just to give you some context, number 1 in the league is Cloud9. They're over 55% on their flag conversions. So Fnatic is really still towards the top, but certainly not the best flag conversion in the league. But this so far, they look good.
I was going to say, maybe this is something they've looked at and something they've worked on. So far, there's been 3 flag pulls, pretty much 3 flag conversions. So 100% is looking pretty much closer to where we are in this particular game. So obviously Fnatic recognizing that the map control wasn't quite there. They weren't able to capitalize and commit to the slays they needed on the way back. Seems like they put those pieces together.
Yeah, a little bit of a joust here. Mid-map 3 dead at the moment for Fnatic. Jazero was the only player alive. You can see he's actually OEing. They need to find him on the way back.
Overextension just running through that pink side. Trying to get across the map as quickly as possible to get inside the base and get that stop is something sometimes you need to do, but Monster's doing what he needs to do. He's snapping onto heads, he's picking up kills, and with those 2 kills, we see the second flag now going for Complexity.
And we got ourselves a game here. Bringing the game within just 1 flag. Complexity, as we said, maybe just a little bit of a late bloomer in this game type, but they're certainly right back in it. Took them a few minutes, but 2 flags on the board is going to give us a very different end to this game.
Just taking a look across the stats while we have a little pause in play here as the teams fight for mid-map control. You can see that the man who's standing out at the moment for Fnatic is Envor, 14 and 9. Unfortunately, he's going to add that 9th death to his tally as Vetra will clean him up. But on the other side of things, Vetra and Hysteria both working together, both on 11 kills each.
As we said, big numbers for Envor. And this is your guy who came out in Raleigh loud and proud. Made a name for himself, and you have to think with Envor's story so far, it's going to go one of 2 ways. He's going to pick up that kill, try to stay alive in Gen, right? Does this guy become a household name in competitive Halo, or was that Raleigh a one and done? Big opportunity here for Envor.
Needs to show that consistency, as all players do. You can say on both of these rosters, if they want to get a little bit deeper, a little bit further into those tournaments. And like we said, with the weight and the pressure at the fan bases of 2 of the biggest esports orgs in the world, maybe expectations for these teams should be that they should be finishing a little bit further on. All of these factors have to be rolled into the performance of both Fnatic and Complexity.
Fnatic with that comfortable lead earlier, 3-0 at one point, then 3-1. You have to think a little bit less comfortable at this stage. Only 1 flag separating the 2. Minor man advantage. They will continue pushing Gen.
Septify going to be caught off guard here, trying just playing in that corner. Bomb Gen trying to stay alive as well and wrap back to help a teammate, but you can see that the flag control is now there for Complexity. So Triumph feels a lot more comfortable moving across that mid-map point. A couple of Dynamos going to be going in. Super CC will be going down as Triumph moves forward once again. It's just a 1-flag game at this point, and Complexity pushing forward, looking for that 3rd cap.
Feels like every minute that we play, Complexity looks better and better, which is scary if you're Fnatic. There's still 5 minutes left in this game. More than enough time, not only for an additional flag on the board for Complexity, but they could easily get 2 on the board, maybe steal this game out. They continue to run Gen.
Complexity picking up slays across the board, but the timing just off on the push. Now the timing looks good. Vetra and Monster both combined for kills. 3-4 for Fnatic in quick succession. However, a little fumble there on the flag. That gives the timing for the respawners to get that line of sight, to get those frag grenades down and clean up those kills.
Not the first Complexity flag fumble we've seen this game. Not the smoothest and cleanest flag running, but they're getting a few more slays. Not going to be easy, and you have to think that flag fumble might have cost them that flag.
Yeah, 100%, and not only that, they have to be aware of that counter cap opportunity as well, right? The flag's out, you get tempted. You might give away a couple of extra deaths on your way towards thinking, oh, we might be able to scrape this one past 50 yards. Unfortunately for them, it's not going to happen. Complexity find themselves 3 dead, and Fnatic now have a chance to push forward themselves.
Based on where those nades hit, that flag may have gone home had it not got stopped on the thrust in the courtyard. We will never know. Now the clock continues to tick down. Less than 4 minutes for Complexity here.
Camouflage hat just popped as well. Not sure if it was burnt or if there's a player who still has that available to use. Onto the map, Super CC goes down. Great shots there from Vetra as well. Super CC was flying out the front of the base, and there's the answer to our question. Fnatic have the opportunity to step forward now. Jazero, the man who's just a shadow on the map.
Look at him, really clearly screen watching here. They're going to know about those ticks, though, so they know that there's Gen presence here. Envor cannot stay alive. It's all up to Jazero.
Has to win this fight and does so. Now needs to prioritize staying alive. If I'm him, I'm getting out of this Gen. He decides to push forward instead. Hysteria takes some damage from that side kick. Jazero just buying time for his team to get back up the map, but Fnatic got to get into a position here to help him out. Septify finally arrives. Hysteria takes some shots.
Jazero doing a everything he can to still get a trade there. I mean, so much damage, hundreds and hundreds of points of damage alone in that gen. Like you said, go out all the time for his team to push up. And when you are late game up by 1 flag, that's exactly what you want your overextender to do. Continue to apply the pressure, be a nuisance, get around the corner, stay alive, and in the end to still get a trade. Really great play from Zero. Just 2:40 left on the clock.
Now, Hysteria in a very interesting position here for Complexity, who was last player alive for just a few seconds. Had the heat wave, so went into the gen to make sure if he was pushed, he was going to have the opportunity to get away and maybe even trade. But forget about the trades, we're talking about triples. 2 different teams, and the flag is running here for Fnatic. 2 dead for Complexity. Centerfight doing the damage, running that flag home, and it's looking like this could be the 4th flag hit for Fnatic.
Should be able to bring it in. That was 4 dead at the time of the runs. And that could be the nail in the coffin in this game. We are now at the 2-minute warning, and Fnatic continues to apply the pressure.
Fnatic need to keep that concentration level up, though. We've seen how quickly Complexity can put those back-to-back flags together. We've also seen Fnatic will be more than aware. They've done it themselves this game. Envoy tries to sneak away with that camo, gets taken down, and Complexity got their hands on that.
2 dead as well, and that camo player is going to have the heat wave. Triton starts to run. I think it was Hysteria that might have had the wave camo. We'll get confirmation on that. Triton bringing back what could and should be the 3rd Complexity flag.
Oh, he's trying to force this one home, and at the moment, it seems to be working. There is a player top middle, but he's going to have the ability to just wait behind that pillar, take a little bit of time, and bring this first game within 1 flag.
What a way to end this one. 1:24 left on the clock. 1 flag separating these 2 teams. As you said, Complexity's late game composure looks strong.
This Super CC who's inside of the base, he's picked up 2, he's going to pick up another as well. It's back-to-back triples for different members of Fnatic here. This time it's Super CC who steps up. Monster will stop the run. With all of the respawns for a Complexity on their side of the map, and with just over 60 seconds left, it looks like Fnatic have made the choice just to slow this one down, pick up some kills instead.
A little bit of deja vu on your screen. Triple kill, flag toss, Zero stays alive in the gen. This is the Fnatic playbook, and it is looking very good right now. 50 seconds left of play.
Flag return. 15 more seconds disappear here for Complexity. Monster gets a trade. Septify's going to step forward. Now you can see the overextension from Complexity. Septify's going to get that information, but he has to stay alive here. He has to win this battle, otherwise Hysteria might create an opening for Complexity on this pink side of the map. They need to play this perfectly here, Complexity. They've got 1 more push left.
Wow, what a way to end this. All players spawning in the back of the base. Super CC did get out, but Complexity looking to collapse if they can. They've lost 2, though. This might be over. They've lost 3. Veteran is the only hope.
Big defensive stand coming in from Fnatic right at the end of this game, number 1. And with that onboard tickles the chin of a dead Spartan on the floor. That's a message being sent by Envoy and Fnatic. Timer runs down. Fnatic up by 1.
Game number 1 goes to Fnatic, and as you say, Envoy making a statement early on the main stage in game number 1. They will close it out with a score of 4-3. They will also outslay their opponents in the end, 85-74.
And it showed in that result, as you say, outslaying fairly convincingly as well. But one thing that really stood out to me, the moment of the match, so to speak, was that back-to-back flag cap from Fnatic. That shows they've worked on that game type. That shows the coordination is there. And that shows that everyone is 100% sure of their role on the team.
Right, how often do we see that, right? The true back-to-back cap where the flag is pulled immediately upon the cap. I mean, that's midship style, that's Heretic style, that's Onslaught style. You don't always see that on Aquarius. So to see a team in Halo Infinite doing that against another top team, it's quite a statement.
Yeah, and again, we're just seeing that meta continue to evolve, right? Teams working out the most efficient way to play these game types. And to be fair, I remember when Onslaught got to a point where it was like, it's not even back-to-back anymore. It's 3 in a row. Yeah. You could see that happening here at Aquarius.
You certainly can, especially if Fnatic is playing the way that they were early on in the game. That first flag went in. Look at that second flag, 3 flags. It was 3-0 for Fnatic. Let's not forget, they did allow quite a few flags to come in from Complexity. I think we still saw some very good, not just signs of life, but play from Complexity.
You could argue as well with a couple of misplays from Complexity on those flag caps. This could have been even closer, even though it's Fnatic who do take home the win. And you look at that final score and you're thinking, this looks pretty convincing. You take those juggles, the little misplays with those flag runs out of it, Complexity a little bit more efficient with those runs. This could have got all the way to 5 flags.
I agree, about 3-minute mark. You actually might see it here on the screen. I believe this might have been the run that was coming up. It was Triton flying in the base, and that was the flag right there that got stopped on the thruster. And what could have been the 3rd flag, we did not get to see. There's that final run there. For Fnatic, they will close it out.
They get the job done here, Fnatic, and this is the replay we all wanted to see, right?
Hey,
It's war in the flowers. War in the flowers.
Also, I mean, that is ruthless. Sometimes you see a few shots to the body.
Full clip.
This man's emptying a full clip. That's a lot for game number 1, but Envor's feeling himself. He's feeling good.
Some players just need to fire themselves up. Maybe he's just trying to get under the skin of Complexity. Maybe he knows some of the mental states of some of those players, and he's thinking this might be our best way to win this series. But for now, Complexity have to answer back to tie this up at 1-1. It's Bizarre where we head to next. Slayer action, 50 kills. If you get there first, you'll take home that win. And looking at these stats in front of us right now, you can see the Fnatic once again seem to have the advantage.
Yeah, just a little bit of slight edge here. Overall, negative KDs though, so a lot of losses on the board in the Slayer department. Let's see who can close it out. Will we see a tied series 1-1 coming out of this, or will Fnatic take a 2-0 lead?
Well, one of the most important openings on any map in Halo Infinite is the opening that happens at the start of Bizarre. You have the rockets, you have the overshield. If you lose that fight, not only do you find yourself losing the kills, you go 3-4 down, you lose complete map control. And before you know it, it could be 12-1, 13-2. You really can get such an almost insurmountable lead.
It's a big trade from Vetra, the newcomer to this team once again. If you are Jazeera with that overshield and lockers, you cannot afford to lose a 1v1 melee battle there, and he will eventually let that overshield get melted off. And just like that, it's 6-3 for Complexity. Vetra back on your screen, Bulldog in hand. What an opening for him.
Yeah, just to recap, we've seen what happened at the start of that game as well. Complexity focused on that rocket side. They got the rockets. Jazeera and Fnatic, they got that overshield. So it was kind of a split across the map. But it seems like Complexity have been more efficient from there. You can see the score, 6-3. Doubling up on Fnatic as they make it 7. But it's this mid-map control. Now Fnatic have to work their way back into the middle of the map if they want to challenge Complexity.
Still too dead. You can just tell how fast these kills are being cleaned up for Complexity. Great job there from Vetra to spot out the flank that comes in. It gets cleaned up right away on the flag. And knowing this team, I think they play really good when they can slow the game down and really become playmakers and start to call shots like that. Another kill goes in for Vetra.
Vetra with the Bulldog as well. Woof, woof. Comes around the corner, picks up the double kill. Jazeera gets a little peek and takes a little bit of damage. And he'll be last player alive as well as Monster picks up Envor. The last player manages to scarper away for now, but one thing that was in, the playbook, it seemed like, from Fnatic to try and break the setup, going for those spike grenades, Andy, is pretty much the only way to get out of a lot of situations, as once again, Vetra just commanding the rocket side with this Bulldog.
When you get to the rocket side, there's actually a billboard that says, "Welcome to rocket side, home of Vetra," because this man has not left this side of the map. He is running it, and no one can touch him. Finally, they take him down, not before he goes 5-2 and gives his team a 7-kill lead.
Complexity with that mid-map control as well, secure that next overshield, maybe just a little bit of a wonky looking grapple there from trying many. Didn't get up into that bar, maybe made the decision just to cut that one off a little bit early to drop down to help out another one of his teammates or respond to a little bit of communication that had come in. But speaking of control, it's been all Fnatic so far, 16-7 the score now.
Triton on your screen also leading the game in assists right now. That will be his 5th. Great start here from Complexity, and looks like a completely different team, to be honest, from our game number 1.
Certainly does. There is an opening though for Fnatic as Zero picks up a kill onto Monsters. They do have numbers. Now will they make the decision to try and flood forward here? Trying to hold down so many angles. And now he has to get out of dodge as well. And what a push this is from Fnatic. And the timing of it, Andy, so vital. Why? Rockets coming up. Overshield coming up as well. This is an opportunity for Fnatic to get back into this.
Certainly an opportunity now. 17-11. They start to bring this back. Oh! The Monster shuts down Septify in a 1v1 against 2 rockets. And he wins it down bottom middle. Those rockets will not be a factor. The Bulldog double tap drop as well. And off the back of that incredible play from Monster, we're going into an Astro Listening with Complexity Gaming.
Big flag. Yeah. One's here.
Red trench and red BR window.
Nice.
Red BR.
Blue BR also.
Blue BR.
Watch out, red BR. Red BR, guys.
Weak. I hear that. I don't see him. There's still a guy blue BR. There's still.
Watch out, red BR. I fucking
can't see him. I died from blue trench right now. He's jumping blue top rockets. On chance.
Top rockets.
Nice. One more
Two
blue wood. One wood top.
Yeah, 1-1 pillars, 1-1 pillars.
Already top rockets.
Yeah, they're top rockets.
Hey, grapple.
Top rockets is weak.
He's gonna be one shot their market. One shot their market.
Their market's dead.
They're bridge to corner. They're bridge to corner.
They're pillars.
I hear their pillars. The blue corner guy was weak. Where's the?
I didn't get it after us.
I got shots into 0 with their BR.
Get Ovi. He's in blue corner weak.
I'm weak.
Still blue corner.
Got him.
Red Victor weak.
I'm dead to big.
I died. Ovi's 2v2. Ovi's up still on the spawn. Nice.
Bridge. And then the more guys on the
your
shots.
last one,
And the more guys on the bridge.
I have spikes. I can help you here. I'm going to
this smart chance.
Going top rockets. On a mid, they're big.
Shut their big. Nice.
Big's
Blue
dead.
BR,
More
blue
blue
BR.
BR.
Corner weak. I'm spiking it. He should die.
Blue BR weak also.
Corner's dead.
Nice.
Alright, Blue BR was weak.
Top rockets.
Hear that.
You're
Top
alone.
rockets one shot. Dead. They're dead.
Nice,
Two
nice,
dead.
nice.
Two dead.
Blue BR.
I'm gonna play rocket side. We have no one there.
I still have, I have
needed
dinos
this
in the
to blue
grapple.
BR.
Complexity continue to establish this lead, and it's 30-17 as we jump back into this.
Great comms from this side of Complexity. You can just tell how in control, how in charge they are, and all the small talk. It's just beautiful. And to be honest, if you watch that first game, you'd think this was a completely different team. They look fantastic in this game too, Slayer.
At the moment, the communication really has been the difference maker. You can just see Fnatic starting to get a little bit loose, looking a little bit ragged, just running around the map, not really trying to team shot each other out. And Monster's just having a great time at the moment, moving around, just cleaning up one shots, adding to his tally as well. He's 13-4 in this game. He really is popping off.
Really a great opportunity to highlight the career that Monster has had. A long-time Halo fans will remember him from Halos of old. Player that got his start in competitive Halo, then moved on to a few different competitive FPS titles, found success in several different esports, now finds himself back in Halo. And as you can tell by what you're seeing on screen, the man came to play, 14-4 now.
Looks like he hasn't missed a beat whatsoever. 34-20, a 14 kill difference between the two teams. And I mentioned how Complexity needed to fight their way back in the series and tie things up. Well, this is a statement performance here, Andy. 35-23 now. Overshield popping again in 5 seconds.
I mean, to be honest, just dismantling. Oh my God, if he stayed alive there as well, that would have been incredible. We're taking a look at all the drops across the map on screen. As you see, it should be a comfortable Fnatic grab. And maybe, just maybe, the one thing we have to highlight, Bazaar Slayer, the ultimate map for a comeback. Jazero checks both corners, does not want to get back to act or green gunned. Hysteria is finally in the fourth corner that he checks. Gonna force him out and just very, very carefully play this.
Hysteria managed to pick up a kill. You saw he took down Envol there, and Hysteria now has disappeared. And Hysteria thinking, where has everybody gone? Hysteria still alive and still alive! As he gets through those double doors, a little bit of a misplay here coming in from Fnatic. So much damage being done,
wow. But
the spike grenades from Tryon will just close down the overshield player, and that was the opportunity Fnatic needed to take more advantage of.
That is Hysteria Houdini. Just absolutely disappears, somehow gets kills, then stays alive in a scenario that most players would certainly not be able to do. It is an 11 kill deficit for Complexity Gaming on a map where a comeback like this could potentially be possible. However, very unlikely. They're going to see if they can mount it.
16-7 now for Monster, just added the 7th death to the game. Just 9 to go here for Complexity. Tryon's going to find one with that assault rifle. Hysteria just dodging and diving around the double doors. That was somewhat of a tongue twister to try and get out, but Envol, he's got an even more difficult situation to get out of, as Hysteria will pick up yet another for his tally.
Complexity picking up kills, but so is Fnatic. They will extend all the way to 43.
Spike grenades once again being thrown into that heart. Monster picks up 1, he picks up 2. The perfect kill, maybe looking to turn 3, but Envol will give him a little back elbow to put him on his back. 4 kills now to go for Complexity.
Let's see where these next few kills go. They'll determine if this one ends convincingly or if we get a little more interesting towards the end of the game. 46 kills for Complexity, only 4 more to go.
Already seen a couple of crazy runs and comebacks so far in this tournament. Wouldn't surprise me if we were sitting on the edge of our seats a little bit more, but the veteran player Hysteria picks up 2, Vetra picks up another, and now it's just 1 kill to go here for Complexity. Envol is caught in the corner of the hut. They've got the overshield. Vetra sends it, but Monster gets there first. More bullets exchanged between these two teams. But most importantly here, the game split between them as well.
A little bit of extra love taps coming in from both sides of the stage. I gotta say, it's early on Saturday, and we're already seeing a little bit extra in these battles. And you can tell, neither of these teams wants to go home at this stage. I gotta say, I'm not used to this much body disrespect and shooting of the bodies this early on a Saturday.
You play with me, to be fair. You should be more than used to see.
I mean, online, sure, but these two teams already getting spicy, bringing in the heat. And our series will be tied 1-1, and like we said, Complexity looking very, very different in that game number 2.
Yeah, certainly are. Very, very organized as well. And maybe it was just a little bit of a slow start in that game number 1 that kind of came back to bite them with the way that the result did go, because it felt like Complexity was kind of from the 30% mark of that first game. Felt like they were in control a lot of the time. They got those flags running. It was just a little bit of a slow start in the series, but that was anything but, Andy. And I want to highlight that play that came in from Monster with the Bulldog. That was the game changer, because Fnatic had those rockets, they had map control, and from there, things started to really get out of hand.
There was Veteran just running the rocket side of the map. Bulldog in hand, as you said, look at this, just shoots Zero all the way back. They eventually cleaned up that kill. He's picking up kills at bottom truck as well. Picks up another one here. I think he finally goes down front pillar, but this might be the play. Pop, pop, drop. Beautiful technical work there from Monster to get a kill like that. Like you said, definitely a turning point in the game.
And the impressive thing as well from Complexity, like we mentioned, was it's sometimes one of those games where you can get a little bit ahead of yourself, right? You get a 10-kill lead on Bazaar Slayer, thinking everything's cool, everything's fine. A couple of kills, a couple of deaths, a little bit silly. You lose an overshield, you lose a rocket, and before you know it, teams can make those 10, 15-kill comeback. But Complexity didn't let that happen at any point. They had complete control of the map. They never overextended, and I also want to give a little bit of a shout out to Hysteria. The way that he stayed alive when Jazero was running at him with that overshield, I'm still not quite sure how he managed to get out of that.
Absolutely no idea. That was a disappearing act from Hysteria. As he not only stays alive, as you said, he also gets a kill out of that. But now we head to game number 3. The momentum certainly on the side of Complexity. They finished strong in game number 1, didn't get the win, but they looked good. They brought that momentum into game number 2. What will we now see in game number 3?
Well, we're going to see a team change their record, because in the Pro Series, neither team have won this game type yet. So it's looking like a little bit of a shaky one for both, but I will say I've seen Complexity play this one pretty well in some scrims recently, so we'll have to see. The hard work they're putting in will transfer to a win here. Whoever wins this game will go ahead in the series and put themselves also on series point.
Monster, they're the man of the hour, not able to find kills bottom middle. Zero does go bottom, might also pop Camel on his way out. 4 dead for Complexity, and it's quite a start for Fnatic. Ball toss up to the bat ledge. Will connect, but no grab just yet.
Smart play though. Zero knowing that he could have taken a little bit of damage there if he decided to jump up himself. Would have given his position away with that power up. So just throwing it off to a teammate means that now he can go to work with this camouflage. Spots out 1, spots out 2. All information now being relayed to teammates where this push is coming in.
Not just that, he's being an absolute nuisance, just popping a few shots there, then he rotates. They've had no idea where he was this entire time, and it translates to 17 seconds for Fnatic.
Might be able to clean this kill up on Veteran as well, and that's going to clear out this side of the map. Now Septify can move towards where those kills have gone down. Not only that, a little bit of space on the map means Zero can swap a camo out for a shock rifle. Not going to be quite as effective this time though.
Where did that ball go? Let's see if they were able to get that off of Attic. No, the ball stayed on Attic. They did not get the play ball, which will lead to Complexity time on the board.
See that Fnatic as well, spawning across the map, so maybe an opportunity if they can clear out tower side here. Complexity to move that one towards blue. Hysteria is going to pick up the kill, and that might force that rotation. Zero to 1v1. Monster's going to be able to hit this headshot, though. Almost managed to escape as well, but Septify just managed to sneak below where that fight was occurring. Now gets the call out that the team from Complexity is flooding through tower themselves, so backs up smartly towards the attic.
They're going to go ahead and rotate this back, and one thing I got to say, we talked about how Septify is the top damage dealer across every game type for Fnatic. I don't think we've seen Septify at a top level in this series yet. I think we know what he's capable of, and I think if he hits the ceiling, he should carry Fnatic far through this bracket. But I think there's more to come from him. If he starts to pop off, they might take this one.
Eagle team
Bit of a slow start from Super CC. 0 kills for him at the moment. 5 assists though, as he does almost listed into what we're saying and pick up his first kill of the game. A great time here for Fnatic, and he almost crossed that minute mark. 60 points on the board already. Pressure now coming in onto Septify, so decides to drop that ball off a re-challenge. As the crap ball, can he get around this corner? Somehow he can, and somehow Septify's still alive on the batteries here.
Another example of incredible survivability coming in from the players on the main stage, still alive. And Super CC now comes with a camo shock. Hits a nice little drive-by into Whirlpool, and will stay alive at batteries.
One of these players, one of these young guns who can put up some highlight plays that you'll be watching for quite some time as well. Hysteria going to be, Monster going to be challenging. You don't challenge Super CC. Repulsor, headshots, and the shock rifle all combining for something you'll be seeing for some time.
Thought maybe a ball toss was coming. Nope, going to run up themselves into bat ledge. Rotate comes down during pipes. A spawn's coming in for Complexity. Super CC will watch pipes with the shock.
All of Complexity here trapped as well. He repulses one back, but that information is going to be fed. Envoy picks up one on the cross. Another player going to be picked up as well. Just Zero, just running away from all of this action. Complexity all in on that push. And And Fnatic had a pretty easy job of shutting that one down.
That was the definition of all your eggs in one basket. Specifically, it was all your Spartans on the same part of the map. They took advantage of that one. Great shots from Septify as well from the attic. 87 points on the board for Fnatic. Only 13 to go to close out round number 1.
Miami Complexity get themselves together and make a push to break this setup. They haven't had that ball in their hands almost at all in this first round of oddball. Finally, they've got some sort of setup, like I mentioned, but there's Septify, the man you highlighted in that kill feed, breaking the setup, creating an opening now for the rest of Fnatic to move forward.
We talk about how good Super CC's shots look. These are crispy, crispy land shots. He's backing down every player from Complexity single-handedly from top control. Look at this. Amazing damage coming out of this man.
94 points on the board as well. Fnatic had the ball in their hands. Envor holding on, see if he can win the round before the Complexity members can get across the map. Just 2 points to go. Weren't able to force it this time, but maybe a double from Jazero will open things up. Vetra, though, scoots through. 2 players now flooding from Fnatic to try and get those final moments of that ball time.
Should be a play ball. Yes, ball will be played. It will be down bottom middle, but Fnatic wisely will continue slaying.
That's going to be the game, though. 99 points, yes it is. As finally the 100th point comes in, and that was a convincing round of oddball coming in from Fnatic. Envor looks chill about it.
Very different. Once again, in game number 3 this time. We thought Complexity was coming in hot here. They got great momentum coming off of game number 2, but they were slowed very heavily there. Good win there on that 2v1 bottom middle, but they both come out of that weak. Monster will fall, as will Jazero.
Septify trying to get away with that camouflage. I think he managed to do so as well. So Septify once again, not for the first time we've seen so far in this game, Andy, having that camo to play with early on.
I think Septify is just starting to heat up. And the question that needs to be asked of Complexity is how do they answer back after a devastating just about 100-7 victory? And I think they had a few more points on the side of Complexity, but Fnatic looking so strong, and we need to see something different in round number 2 for Complexity if they want to tie up this round of oddball.
One thing I love with the way that Septify is playing these camouflages as well. A lot of players will be going in, trying to flank around. He's getting all the information that he needs. He's literally poking and thinking, 2 players here, 1 player here. That means that they can narrow down where they have a numbers advantage on the map. Fnatic, excuse me. They can shut down the Complexity pushes. That's what they've been doing so well effectively. Finally, Vetra's going to sneak through, though. He's going to have the opportunity maybe to grab this grapple, maybe to do a little bit of damage, but here's Super CC trying to say no, but Vetra will win the fight.
Great stuff there from Vetra. Complexity keeping this game close here. Little grapple of the shock as well. Maybe an opportunity. 3 dead for Fnatic.
Complexity opting not to grab that ball quite yet. Finally, it's going to be picked up by a member. I think Vetra just decided that someone else had to grab that one. I've got the shock rifle. I'm the man who could do the damage to this push coming in from Fnatic. Envor peeks through the window.
Little crouch there.
Maybe just trying to distract as well, allowing a push to come in on this A catwalk. It's something we are seeing more and more. That player can really cause a problem, but not as many problems as Vetra is causing now as he picks up another.
I'll tell you what, it's always terrifying when your sword player runs through that A door up top elevator. Not as terrifying when you're Vetra hitting fadeaway jumpers with the shock.
Look what's happening on the other side of the map.
No!
It's ball time followed by headshots. Vetra's doing everything he can at the moment just to force Complexity back into this round of oddball, but for all the slays, for all the kills, for all the flashy headshots, full time is a priority here for Complexity, and Vetra finally says, I'll just do it all.
What a main stage welcome for Vetra. As we said, the newest member of this Complexity team, and they have found great success since he joined the roster, and you could tell, based off of those few exchanges, just how much he brings to this team.
Camouflage this time goes over to Complexity. We've seen it in the hands of Fnatic for quite some time in this game. Super CC should be finished off here comfortably by Monster. A little bit of a body shot followed by the headshot is going to create some space. And now Complexity have the opportunity to hold, but they don't ever look comfortable with how they want to set up around this map at the moment, Andy. It seems like there's always a couple of holes in that setup.
Hysteria there. Another nice kill at top elevator. He's 7-3. They will find themselves 3 dead. Vetra, last player alive. He'll get a kill, though, which is a big one, top elevator.
It's a big kill, but once again, it just felt a little bit too easy for Fnatic to break through that setup. Complexity do have a lead, but it's a slender one in this second round. Maybe the sword might give an opportunity to pick up one. Envor, come here, boy, come here, boy. Finally, Vetra manages to land the sword lunge. But look what's happened on the other side of the map. Having given up Turbine, now Venture and Complexity find themselves trapped to pipes. Fnatic have the ball in their hands.
You might have caught that. Venture picks up that ball. He really wanted the shock. Not easy to do because the pickup priority goes to the oddball there. He isn't able to come away with the shock, so he has to go through this awkward battle at pipes.
Oh, Septify!
And now they're 3 dead.
Septify just somehow stopped almost a 3-person push from Complexity through that Turbine. Fnatic have a slender lead by moving that ball towards Tower for a few seconds before the play ball came in. So ball be reset in a few moments' time. Camo's going to be popping pretty soon as well. Just trying to land some cross-map shots here just to get information. Camo popping in 2.
All eyes on bottom middle here. 1 dead for each side on the camo. Fnatic will be the first one to succumb to another death. Could be 3 very soon.
Train still doing damage here for Complexity. Picks up 1 kill, killing spree for him. Make it 2, no, somehow. Septify again manages to just avoid going into the death screen. Septify then jumps back out, and that's the difference, right? You take that player down, you do not die to that player in a few seconds' time.
Tough few past exchanges between these 2 teams for Complexity at a moment where you feel like maybe they should have the lead in this game. Not able to get control in the way that they wanted to, so the game is essentially tied up with only 1 minute 30 left on the clock.
Envoy's turn to have a little bit of fun with the shock rifle. Instead, it's going to be a battle with Hysteria. Hysteria's going to win that one. A little bit of a wiggle coming in from Hysteria will win that fight, and maybe that's what Complexity needed just to get things going. But as I say that, 3 players fall. Super CC prioritizes that objective, gets it back in towards pipes, and Fnatic have done a much better job of making sure when the opportunity is there, a player is assertive enough to say, this is my oddball. Super CC evades as the gamer tag, and evade he does, somehow staying alive this entire time through pipes. Cannot get away there though, the ball will go down. That was 4 dead for Fnatic here. We are at 1 minute left as they will mount their comeback now. This is a very important push for Fnatic off of the respawn. Venture has this cross as well, Septify. It's a little bit of a singed ankle on his way towards glass, but again, information comes in. He turns away at just the wrong moment there. Maybe lands another body, can't connect with a headshot there, and now the barrel rifle shots start to rain down on Venture, and he's trying to stay alive instead of giving cover to his teammates. But while all of this is going down, Complexity have got into a lead. Absolute chaos here. Ventura somehow stays alive through this entire exchange. And that's great shots we thought against Super CC. Somehow Super CC wins that bottom middle. He will eventually fall. 2 dead for both sides. Ball now in the hands of Fnatic. We'll see another lead change here. Inside the last minute of this game as well. Zero just needs to hold on to this for 4 or 5 seconds to give them a lead, and then they can think about maybe playing a little bit of Team Slayer. Just keep Complexity off the ball. Fnatic go into a lead with just 52 seconds left, but here comes Hysteria, but here's a Super CC! Unfortunate timing there for Complexity, and you thought for just a second, that's a moment on screen, veteran player Hysteria with the camo, an opportunity for an opening. It gets shut down immediately. Super CC doing his best Superman impression there as one arm goes out and the sword lunge comes through. There's another. As Fnatic continue to slay out towards the end of this game. Complexity desperately trying to get across the map now. They only need 1 touch. Fnatic pick up a couple of kills here, you win the game. You go up 2-1 in the series. And with Septify and Super CC doing exactly that, picking up those kills, Venture's the only man who can stop it. He goes down as well, and Fnatic might have just done enough here. Yeah, it looks like they should be able to get this ball. No one's going to be flying through out of long hole. That will be the game. Complexity players know it as well. The clock will tick down, and Fnatic will win game number 3 in the series with a score of 2-0. They will now lead the series 2-1. Just a much more efficient looking oddball team. It really is as simple as that. Every time they got a 2 dead, and there was someone just in the vicinity of the oddball. There was always the responsibility of knowing the way you win this game by getting the oddball back towards its setup. Fnatic were on top of that every single time. Complexity just looked a little bit sloppy when they had those kill opportunities and they had the numbers on their side. Yeah, I mean, great work in the back of the base as well from Fnatic. Players are staying alive as long as they can. As we said, Septify is not only his survivability, but his damage in that game. He led the entire game in kills, 24 and 16 in the end, and it was really only a matter of time until we saw Septify start to come to his normal form
it's safe to say he is there. A great game from Fnatic in our game number 3.
I always felt like Fnatic had an answer as well, right? When we saw Hysteria with the camo towards the end of the game, you're like, this is the opportunity to make the play. This is how you break the setup. Super CC turns to his left, sees a little shimmer, and he has that sword as well. He just has to lock on and pick up that kill. It's exactly what happened. And with that, Fnatic now go into a lead and have an opportunity to close this series out to move to our next game.
Certainly a big opportunity for them, and they're going to want to do it quick because they've seen already what Complexity is capable of when Complexity is on top form. We all saw the game number 2. We know what this Complexity team is capable of, and you know the 4 gentlemen on the side of Fnatic, they also know that. They don't want to let this go to a game number 5.
We do indeed. Now, I believe our good friend, Guy Blaze, sat down for an interview, with one of the Complexity players. Getting a little bit ahead of myself here. I'll get the words out a little bit better next time, but let's take a look at it before we set up this next game.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with Megan Anderson. We are at the Halo Championship Series, and the champ bracket is just getting started. Megan, how are you doing, and what are you doing here?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Well, I'm here obviously to see the Halo shows. Yeah. I am first time Halo event goer, so I'm really excited. I'm a local to Kansas City since I moved from Australia, so I'm excited to come out and see the esports side because obviously I'm from the fighting side, so I got to come out and represent for Kansas City.
There you go, and I know you love competition. I was going to ask you what team you're repping and what's your favorite player, but I think your allegiance is aligned with Complexity.
Yes, obviously I am Team Complexity 100%. I signed with them last year, so I had to come out and support the boys this weekend. Yep.
And hey, they are playing right now. They've been doing great thus far. What has been your favorite experience here? Because like you say, coming from that fighting world over here to fighting in-game rather than at a game, the competition, it's still there.
Yeah, well, this is my first LAN event ever, so like just coming and seeing the whole experience has been incredible for me. It's very similar to the UFC, but also very different. So coming and seeing the pits and the environment, the vibe, the production and how they compete in the esports has been really amazing to see, honestly. So that would have to be my favorite experience of this weekend so far.
All right, well, we got a lot more of that experience happening, and I'm gonna let you go and get back to the show, but it was a pleasure meeting you, Megan, and I hope Complexity goes super far, and they definitely can.
The Complexity fan base are looking strong, but they're not looking quite so strong in this series at the moment. Down 2-1 at the moment. They need to answer back to send it to a game 5.
1 game away from elimination here out of this match. We'll have to see what they'll be able to do. Stronghold Streets will be our 4th battleground. Players loading in right now, and a specific player to watch in this game type on the Fnatic side is going to be Jazero. Historically, he has the highest Stronghold captures per game on this team. He is the one flying in.
He certainly is, and you can see the records of both these teams. Again, that doesn't look good for Complexity, especially with a series on the line. The fact they haven't won this in Pro Series so far, and Fnatic have 1 win on the board, plus the fact that the last game type, very quick, very objective base, you get the feeling that this might be yet another Fnatic win.
Do or die here for Complexity. They need to win this one and force us to a game number 5. Start things off with Jazero of Fnatic.
Man, he was doing so much scouting and gaining so much information for his team with those camouflages in the last game. Start off by picking up some kills this time, and wow. Turns on to Veteran there. That's going to be 3 dead. Make it 4. AB already in the control of Fnatic. What a start that is from them.
Nice little triple kill from Jazero. A late one there coming in on the 4th side. Now Triton finally going to be your last spawners. We're hearing, though, that something may be afoot, which is why we're on the screen, and the game is no longer on the screen, which is not really what we want to do, but we're hearing maybe a station reset coming in from the station referees. Looked like all 8 players were still in at the time, but it looks like it might be a reset in that game type, so we'll have to see exactly what's going on the stage.
Yeah, well, it gives us a little moment to talk about your shirt.
Thank you.
I mean, can we get a little bit of appreciation for this thing that you're wearing right now? I mean, it's beautiful, beautiful. Where did you even get that thing? Wait, there's actually a genuine round of applause going around for your shirt right now.
That's because you demanded it. When there's no gameplay on screen, it's a very easy time to do that. I appreciate that.
Doing what I can do.
Really, it's the only way for me to be presentable here. We had to make sure that there was something that looked good on this side. You always look good. I had to make sure that this looked good as well. But speaking of these teams, I think both of them looking good in their respective game types there. We'll have to see how that restarts. Keep in mind, that was, I believe, 7-0 in terms of the kills department. Really domination on the opening rush from the side of Fnatic. And as we said, the player to watch is Jazero, and what a great start for him to show him starting with a triple kill. He is the in-your-face Strongholds player. It shows in the stats, and it also showed in the opening there.
It certainly did, and one thing that Fnatic have just got to keep in mind here, when you have such a great start, and then you have the unfortunate circumstantial, so we've got to go for a reset here. Complexity probably have a little bit more of an idea of how that start might go next time around. So maybe there's going to be some conversation to be had as, do we play this exactly the same? Do we change things up a little bit? Do we have a plan B? Or do we just try and force our way through like we did in that first round? So, especially when you get almost an opportunity for a triple cap right off the break, plus rockets, you got to just compose yourself and think, hey, don't get too frustrated. There's only about 10 seconds gone in that game.
Yeah, let's make sure we counter here. It's interesting because there's a little bit of mental mind games played whenever you play the same team and the same game type, which of course is going to happen in a reset opportunity. And as you said, Complexity not only went 3 dead, they ultimately went 4 dead at the hands of the Jazero triple. They're going to have to look at that opening rush. What do they change just a little bit? Maybe 2 players sit and shoot front. Maybe 2 go driveway a little bit faster. Maybe someone goes dumpster to B stairs. All of a sudden, right now is the time to talk about what do we change there, because we cannot afford to have that opening rush happen the same way.
And speaking of which, what do you think Complexity have to change as a team after that last performance we saw on Recharge Oddball, excuse me? Because you look at Oddball, Recharge, and you see Street Strongholds, and there's similarities to the pace at which those games are played, right? Complexity really struggled to find organization amongst the chaos in certain situations here. What would you be saying if the hair was a little bit longer still, if you had that baseball cap on and you stood behind those 4 gentlemen?
I was going to say, if I was still standing behind Hysteria, as I had the chance to do for a few very lucky years during Halo 3, I think you're right. There's really clear similarities in how those game types are played. And if I'm watching Complexity, the one specific thing we're going to be looking for in this game is, are they waiting for each other? If they find themselves 2 dead, maybe 3 dead, what is that first player up doing? How soon are they engaging? Are they putting themselves not only in the right position, but are they also doing it at the right time? Because yes, you can fly in this game. Yes, you can play this game aggressive. But if you are just 1 second off the pace of the rest of your respawners, like we saw in Oddball, it will very quickly result in a loss.
It's so interesting to talk about that, isn't it? We talk about timing a lot. We talk about little things like this, and you can actually kind of build the picture a little bit more for maybe some of the people who are thinking, what were you talking about? We talk about timing. Why do you have to wait for a teammate? Put yourself in the situation of a respawn game, right?
Yeah.
You go down first, 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds, you're out of the game. 10 seconds respawn. The rest of your team then takes 4 seconds to join in. It's another 10 seconds of players off the map. That's about 20 seconds, you've got 2 players off the map. And all these things start adding up where it's taking you about 40 seconds in the game before you have a 4th full available to actually push again.
Absolutely.
That's why it's so important just to wait and kind of give that extra 8-10 seconds away so you can push as a unit once more.
And I think it really takes a team that has played a lot of Halo Infinite and main stage experience under your belt to not let those 8 to 10 seconds get to you. Yes, they're painful. Yes, you're just sitting on Bulldog spawn and waiting for your teammates to spawn. It's difficult, it's challenging. You really got to exercise your patience, but it's worth it, because if you make that first push count, you will make sure that you avoid so many more points on the board for your opponents. And if you start to let 1-2 spawn cycles get out of control, where you are spawning and pushing out of the rotation that you need to be, once again, you will find yourselves, I mean, we saw Complexity down 70-7 at one point in that game, and it was absolutely difficult. It sounds like while we wait for this one to get started, we do have action going on in parallel. I believe it's a G2, G1 game, which we cannot escape the G2, G1 matches. These 2 teams, the battle of the Gs, they always play against each other every single tournament we host, it seems. There can only be 1 G. Only 1 can advance.
I have to be honest, it's a series I dread casting the most as well, because it's the most difficult for me to say. G1 and G2. It's going to be G2 who do have an advantage in the series at the moment, though, up 2-1, and also up in this Street Strongholds game, 150-72. G1 3 dead as well.
A little bit of a good warm-up for our main stage crowd here, whether you're joining us in Kansas City or from home. This will be a Street Strongholds from the other side of the groups, and you'll be seeing, of course, this game type as well between Fnatic and Complexity. In just a moment, we'll get back to that main stage match, but while we do have an opportunity to join in, also taking a look at this series as well. Still a VC hold for G2. They will continue scoring.
And of course, so many other games going on the other streams are available. Just here on the main stream on A, there's B, C, and D available. You can make sure you're not missing out on any of the action whatsoever. But what was a triple cap for G2? Now it's turned into a scoring situation for G1. A couple of players dead on either side, but G1 with an A-B hold.
2 dead for G1 for just a second. Rockets in the hand of Gilkey. He's got 1 more boom boom. Gonna see if he can connect here on PD.
Wow.
Nicely done on getting swished, but he is now the victim of the Devon Bulldog.
Gilkey's sat at 11 and 5 at the moment in this game as well, so certainly starting to pop off in the slays, but on the other side of things, G1 starting to pop off as far as control is concerned. As I say it though, and they almost crossed that 100-point mark, G2 answer back. BC is the hold. A little bit unorthodox as they now try and force their way towards A.
A few cafe spawns and back A spawns coming in. Wow, Sab winning a battle he should not have won against Pre-Devonator. He'll find his team 2 dead though, so need to just reset along B stairs a little bit. And we're going to start to see a little bit of the stuff we were talking about on set, and maybe use that as a preview of our main stage matches. Which teams are making sure they stay together, take those extra seconds to make the push as a unit.
It can be so difficult to do sometimes. You can get caught in this split spawn. You can find yourself having to be forced to fight in certain situations, but delaying that death an extra 2 seconds can be the difference between a couple of BR shots coming across the map to help you out, and the difference between you finding yourself in the death screen. A C hold now for G2. They take both ends of the map. G1 will be trapped at B for now.
Seems like G2, whatever you throw at them, they're ready to just rotate right away. They're on top of those stronghold rotations, and just as fast as you think getting B is going to be a difference maker, they'll go ahead and, like you say, take the outsides of the map.
Big moment here for Straightsick. He's actually going to give this one up at C. Try and re-slay his way in. Stops that push towards B, and now the race towards B is going to be on for both teams. G1 have to defend, but G2 have to try and capture B. It's going to be the closest spawn to them. It's going to be 7-8 who picks up the first one. G2 also get inside the stronghold. Sab with a big double, and Tony's trying to flip the map here at A.
Sab and Straightsick working together there at back A, back B. That will now be AB back in the hands of G2 off of those fantastic plays from the two of them.
And even though G1 won't be able to take B back here, you can already see at the bottom of your screen that G2 had out-rotated them. They got to C, and now the battle for A is going to be the important one, but Devon's going to be pretty comfortable here. He manages to get into a position to get that conversion onto B, may be able to help out on A, but look at where A has gone. It's turned over to G1 now, so G1 have the timing on G2, but Sab now has the rockets and may be able to pick up the slaves to clear them out.
That was 3 dead, and Squale was the last player alive, so all players should be spawning right now on the G1 side, and unsurprisingly, it will be G2 scoring once again 10 points away from closing out the game and series.
Straightsick uses that battle at C though, and G1 making a desperate push towards that C stronghold. They managed to get the conversion as well. Sab coming off respawn's going to leave that finish of the conversion on A to a teammate who might be joining him in a few seconds. It's only a trade though on those B stairs, and still no one from G2 in position to finish off that conversion onto A. Gilkey still flying towards B, gets the reset, picks up 2 as well. Gilk, big plays coming in from him. No way. Almost managed to turn 3.
Gilkey almost did it, but that is what Gilkey is capable of. All the damage he just did to cause absolute chaos at B, winning battles he should not, then getting even more damage.
There's a scrappy end to this game, as it looks like G2 might be able to just close this one out in the last few seconds. There will be 248, 249, 250. G2 will close out not only the game there, but the series as well. So congratulations to G2 taking home the series win.
Yeah, Sab there, I think 17 kills on the board at the end. A big performance from him. Sab and Gilkey, 2 big players we're watching on G2. What can they bring this weekend? The G2 story is how do they get out of the other conversation, right? How do they get themselves into the mix? We'll find that out later this weekend. Now we resume our main stage match here. Fnatic lead 2-1 on Stronghold Streets. We are going straight into the gameplay.
Well, you've seen a little bit of this map. You've seen the warm-up, and now we're into this game, which could decide the series once more. Like you say, Fnatic up 2-1 in the series, having just won that last game that we saw on Recharge, taking that off ball pretty convincingly. It was an unfortunate restart for them after a hot start. Before we're back into this game, let's see if they can start off just as hot as we get back into the gameplay.
And we do have confirmation from the station referees based on how early that game was restarted. This is a full restart here. We'll play the entire score limit and the entire time limit as well.
Off the break here, not quite as much success for Fnatic as we saw in that first game before the restart came in. Hysteria did have the rockets, but not going to be able to convert any of them into kills. But the most important thing here for Complexity is they are converting strongholds. A gets stopped, and there's just 0 again, clearing the way. A in the control of Fnatic. Now they can work towards B.
Yeah, a little bit of a different start there, but really, once we're 45 seconds in, it's still Jazero in tires, picking up multi-kills, and also teammates doing the same. It's still 2 dead for Complexity, and Jazero's just flying up into your commando balcony.
Yeah, I love this pressure coming in from him as well. Even though teammates were there, capping B, he realized that he could push up, he could put pressure onto C, because it's more than likely the respawns were happening over at Cafe. They can flip that, they can Let A start to be converted on the other side of things by Complexity. They fight their way back towards B and C, but now they're fighting for everything. They have a triple cap and Fnatic looking strong.
Yeah, they get the B reset as well. The triple cap will continue. It's an early opportunity to get into a listen-in with the side of Fnatic. Let's listen to the team with an Astro listen-in.
See, yeah, they are going to be purple. Definitely purple. Someone look purple.
I can't look at purple.
Watch out arcade. One shot in arcade. Lee, I have spikes. I have spikes if you need help.
Okay, I'm playing A.
I'm playing A as well. Pillars right now as well.
I'm looking tires. I'm looking tires. Pillars weak. Tires weak. Tires one shot. One shot. Tires still one shot. Tires still one shot.
B one shot still.
Look at bottom A. Yeah, bottom A. So bottom A. Absolutely. I can't get him. He's still one shot. He's still one shot. Bottom A. I think
back A.
Yeah, back A. He's not B.
I'm gonna play B.
He's still A. I don't know if he knows it. He's not there. Tires.
He wasted some.
Heaven still there. Okay, B heady with rockets. He's out rockets.
There's two B side.
Tires?
Okay.
I'm about to pick.
Nice. Okay. Yo, dead end.
Place weak.
Listen. I started listening to the play. Okay, purple is spawning. Okay, purple. It should be one shot.
Two dead end. Three dead end. One. One's a PD. Tires. One tires.
I went out to see then.
I'm looking tires.
There's one kid here. I'm plugging driver. I'm plugging driver. Tires again. I think it's short. Shortcut over.
Play the B guys.
Yo, B. Place. One shot pillars.
Okay.
Jump pillars over. Absolutely. And right above me. In arcade. In B.
Arcade shots.
He's weak.
Down
to the shotty.
Driveway and top C.
Really B suit.
I'm gonna
Play purple fast. It's 18 again.
I'm back I'm gonna watch the middle map.
Absolute cuts in purple stairs. One shot. Top C, one shot. Arcade, top C.
Top C was one.
B stairs and top C, last two.
On him, turn around.
Oh my god.
Cap B. I got you, Cap C.
I'm holding it. I'm sitting.
Top A.
Can we shoot it?
Yeah.
Back in top A. I got a nade on A. I'm one shot though. I'm absolute.
Top A is still up there. I gotta watch my cap fit.
Nice. It's still
Well, as we jump back into the gameplay now, you can see that a lot has changed since we last jumped into that listen-in. It was Complexity completely turned this game on its head. They went into a commanding lead, which they still have. 111 to 65 the score for now, but Fnatic jump back into some control. They have AC, they have control at the end of the map, and as you can see in the beautiful picture-in-picture, they also have some rockets.
Yeah, shout out to our great production team here, and of course observers, as well as the many folks working hard backstage to bring you the action across 4 separate streams here. This weekend, as you said, those rockets will go into the hands of Fnatic as they try to mount their comeback, but a really big unanswered run from Complexity. Interestingly, during the listen-in onset, Fnatic sounds very good. They know what they want to do. It's a lot of small talk and a killing spree for Super CC, but Complexity continued scoring during the entirety of that, but Fnatic looking to come back in the game. Now they're within just about 30 points.
Somehow Super CC just manages to survive those spike grenades coming in, trying to flush him out of A. But having done so, now he can be such a nuisance. Vetra's going to have the Bulldog, though. That's going to make the difference in that fight. Vetra taken down, though. Great listening, communication once again coming in. And it was actually Zero who managed to get, I think it was a couple of grenades across map towards A there, just to clear him out of that position as he tried to cap. But 104 points and rising here. We're very, very close to Fnatic tying this one up.
Yeah, we're about to see a lead change here on screen. And by the way, Zero is nuts. As we said, lead officially changes. This guy comes onto the scene several years ago as a free-for-all god, and he's putting up the numbers to back that up. Look at the rest of the scoreboard. Everyone's right around about 5 kills, 9 kills, 10 kills. He's 17 and 7, absolutely popping off on this huge comeback from Fnatic.
And it's not like he's slowing down as well. He puts more shots onto 2 players just trapped in the red room. Complexity finally managed to take him down, but it took 2 BRs to do so. And now they'll be trying to flip the map. Take control of B, but you can already see that Fnatic are making their way towards C. Vetra a little bit complacent on how he wants to move in there due to just bodies falling all the way around him. Maybe he's trying to bait a player into C, maybe he's just trying to hold, but for now, Complexity do have a hold, but they're still not able to convert it into a lead.
Super CC versus Vetra coming up on screen to get some help. He should get that reset. He does! Tries to turn 2. gets the help as well. Great patience from Vetra there. Complexity reminding us that they are not out just yet.
Rocket launcher just popped as well. You can see that Jazeera is going to be able to walk down the middle map and pick that one up completely and utterly uncontested. Just for now, though, Monster waited, bided his time before managing to take him down. 1v1 on the stairs from Envor. Much cleaner BR shots from him than when maybe we saw a few moments ago against Hysteria. But when you want your BR shots to be clean, this is when you get into the most action-packed and important moments of this game. And that's where we find ourselves right now.
They get AB, will they get C as well? Somehow, doesn't trade. Septify knows about things that I don't know about. That's a double kill for him on screen. Naked, no, that'll get stolen, but he's happy to have the kill go into the feed regardless. He still has the rockets left. I believe one rocket in the chamber is gonna now push B in just a moment.
Super CC's there as well, so we can afford to challenge. It's great patience, great awareness of where his teammates are, and looks like Complexity at the moment is starting to get a little bit desperate. A triple cap now for Fnatic. They go into a considerable lead, and that lead is rising quickly.
How important that Septify does not trade in tires with those rockets. Then he drops B rail, gets another kill, does damage into C, then he goes up the B stairs and perfectly dances around the stairs and the pillar there to not take any damage from the nades. He's still winning battles in tires, and now they're up 192 to 151.
You can see the kills really stacking in the favor of Fnatic as well. Scores starting to do the same as well. Crossing 200 points now. The triple cap in effect for around 30 seconds, and it's really, really starting to make Complexity bleed at this point. They get A, but for what cost? They lose 2 players. This should be a simple recap here for Fnatic.
That's about the 3rd time in the past 2 minutes where we've seen 3 dead for Complexity. And mind you, the entire time Super CC had been alive. This is now the home stretch.
Somehow managed to turn on Envor there when he was one shot. Jazeera those theirs with the rockets again. AC still in the control here of Fnatic, and this is looking like the home stretch.
What was just a huge lead for Complexity has been evaporated. They will score once again, but they have no room for error. It's 236 points on the board for Fnatic.
As we see in his stronghold zone, it doesn't take much for that score to turn on its head. Complexity not out of this one yet. 168 and rising. And even though Fnatic will know it's only one push, it's only one team wipe that they need to get control, it's one thing to do it, it's another thing to hold on. Complexity coming back into this one, and that lead is disappearing in front of Fnatic's eyes.
Trying to do whatever he can to still control tires, gets the help as well on that. That's actually a team nade and a triple cap as a result. 3 dead for Fnatic. And at the 200 mark, the trip cap for Complexity will continue, and this is going down to the wire.
This is what we call in the UK squeaky bum time for Fnatic. They are going to be nervous. They are going to start feeling a little bit edgy. They're not going to know how they want to prioritize themselves across the map. Finally, they get the kills and the control they're looking for. It looks like Complexity are moving towards A, though. They gave up C, and Complexity will keep scoring. 206 to 238, but there's Envor. Maybe he can bust things open.
This is a big question here. It's a 2v2 momentarily, and that's a big wait for Monster. He'll take the first one. Somehow he gets the second. Finally gets taken down. 3 dead for Complexity. This could be it.
This could well be it. Hysteria falls. Septify keeps his run going as well. Train stays alive, but with B and C still in the control of Fnatic, it's only going to take a few more seconds before they can say, we've won this series. There it is. Fnatic take down Complexity 3-1 here on our main stage with a 250 to 213 win.
It's a great series for Fnatic, certainly the favorites in this series, but it was not an easy one for them. Complexity putting up a great fight and giving us a great series on the main stage.
And once again, a shout out to the man that you were highlighting as well. Septify and Jazeera both having standout performances throughout that series. Multiple big plays. Super CC popped up as well a few times with that shock rifle, showing us that he certainly is a superstar in the making here in the Halo Championship Series. But for Complexity, maybe a few questions to be answered after that. The objective game types where it was kind of a little bit of a quicker pace than maybe they were hoping for, they seem to struggle.
It did seem like Fnatic was the team that brought the pace today, comfortable with that really fast gameplay that we have seen them succeed in, not just, of course, in Halo Infinite, but prior Halos as well. That's what these guys are known for, and I think they brought that today in this series. they're going to be feeling good with the way they played it.
They certainly are, and I think they're going to take some confidence forward as well. As a result, yesterday they beat Na'Vi in the pools. You know, they had a few results which they would have been pretty happy with, I think, this Fnatic roster. And it's always a roster we've got our eyes on, right? Because it's kind of the young superstars that are coming through, looking to prove themselves, looking to upset some of those big names. The difference between here and maybe Anaheim is they don't want game 5s where they lose. They want game 5s where they win, and we're talking about them later on in the bracket.
Like we said, they did not want this to go to a game number 5, and you quickly understand why when Complexity had over 100 unanswered points in that game, and Fnatic was actually losing about 110 to 60 or so. For them to come back and close this out strong is a big deal. They did not want to go to that Slayer recharge for sure.
They certainly did indeed, and just looking across the stats as well, it was a pretty convincing slaying performance as well. They outslayed them 73 to 52 in that final game, but that's going to do it for now from the commentary stage, and from the main stage we're going to go back over to Lottie as Fnatic take home the win.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, indeed, Fnatic. I've got to say, I'm so impressed with what I saw coming out of these lads. I mean, just absolutely excellent across the board in that series. And look, Complexity really trying to keep themselves in that one as well, but I just felt like Fnatic really kind of the driving force in terms of the team there in that series. And I just quickly want to know, I mean, at the end there, I've got to say, I was really impressed with Septify, and the battles he was taking, they were so important, the fact that he was winning those. But I want to note as well the fact that Fnatic were also able to stay alive in certain situations. Gaskin, for a lot of new viewers, or maybe viewers who are trying to understand a little bit deeper, how important not only is it to win battles, but stay alive in certain situations?
The numbers game is so important in Halo Infinite. You need to give your team the best chance possible to try and respawn and get into a situation where they can help you or stay alive so a teammate can join you very quickly, so then you can take a 2 versus 1. And it's sometimes important to survive, but then re-engage, even if you don't have shields. Just having that numbers game is always very important.
I think what we have to say about Septify is he read that game, that series, excellently. I think his game awareness was some of the best I think I've seen him play, and I think if they can continue to play like that, they're going to be a tough task for anybody coming up.
I've got to say, I couldn't agree more with you there. I just thought that was honestly lights out play. And then we do get to recharge. And I've got to say that oddball game was just absolutely amazing. You can see the shock rifle plays here coming across from Vectra on Complexity. But I want to quickly note, Envor really stepped up, especially in round 1. He was getting the slays. However, it was getting the openings for his teammates to do the dirty work, to allow them to pick people off with the power weapons. And I feel like that made a huge difference, Walshy. What did you see out of that exceptional round 1 of oddball?
Like you said, it was a lot of that controlling those weapons. We saw so many different times where from the side of Fnatic, they would get control of that sword, and then they would just close that gap before they're noticed. You know, you saw Hysteria kind of frustratingly calling out swords bottom control, or swords now over and top pipes. And that's always such a frustrating position to be in, calling out that weapon after you're dying.
Well, what we said was before the series that we wanted Envor to take over, and Dan said he's one of those players that's ticking time bomb, and you can't start a fire without a spark. Isn't that the song? I think we've seen his teammates step up around him, and he got the job done.
Can I also note that you called him a Bond villain, and because of that,
Look
he
at
changed.
that.
You offended him that much.
Yep.
No, I like the
hotel.
Bond villain look. The Bond villain look was rocking, man.
I was just a floating neck for most people, I think, so I went back to the hotel crying my eyes out.
Oh my gosh.
Put on a bit more green, so yeah, the Irish is coming out.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're not the only one crying right now, because Complexity, they will be crying after that match versus Fnatic on the main stage. We just saw, unfortunately, they will go down 0 for 2 in total for their series in Pool B. Fnatic, though, 2 for 2, looking pretty good at this moment in time. Anything you're recognizing from the pools as we're getting into this one and getting the updates?
I think Built by Gamers is the only team from the open bracket who actually come in here and taken a game off some of the pool play teams. Everybody else, it's business as usual. We've seen good stuff from G1, but they were unable to do so. And I think Space Station, Complexity, both struggling. So it's great to see Built by Gamers getting some wins on the board.
I do think both Space Station and Complexity will be looking at the likes of Na'Vi and Cruelty, though, as a chance to pick up a victory and finish 4th in that group. And it does have big implications. Instead of playing one of these open bracket teams that have come through the elimination bracket, instead you skip around in the elimination and you'll wait and play one of them instead. So you almost gain an extra placement in this tournament purely by winning one series here in pool play.
Indeed. Well, look, there's some important things happening today. There was important things happening yesterday, and of course I do also want to highlight the fact that 343 have actually partnered with Make-A-Wish to raise money for World Wish Day. So HCS Grassroots members are streaming Halo Infinite and the tournament to their channels to promote donations, and actually we've surpassed our $20,000 milestone, which is absolutely incredible. So thank you so much if you guys have donated and been watching. So let's keep donating right now, and it's at that link below as well. well. So incredible stuff happening here this weekend as well. So a massive, massive thank you to everyone who has donated thus far. But folks, it is time for a little bit of a break here. We're going to head to a quick one right now, but when we do come back, we do have a team coming all the way from ANZ, the Titans from across the globe. Chiefs will take on Space Station in the hopes of securing their first series win of the tournament. It's coming your way, folks, right after this break.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
That's how we do. The only thing that's missing is you. We coming through. Come on. You know better than us, so how we do it. Time to go bigger and trust and say you knew it. We never call a timeout. Now that's what our time's about.
Oh, my questions are like these.
You should get this, bro.
Oh my god.
This is the easiest question. Which is taller, a brute or an elite?
I feel like it's low-key elite.
Elite. It's a brute. Oh
Wait,
my
what?
God. It's a brute.
Has to be a brute.
Have you seen the Infinite Brute?
I would not have
They
known
like
that.
charge you like supersonic speed.
All right, what weapon is used to kill Guilty Spark in Halo 3?
Spartan laser.
Okay, that's right.
That one's easy, yeah.
The Spartan laser. To see, like, you're in these questions? Yes, sir.
Guilty Spark. What's that?
Guilty Spark, like that orb.
Oh, Spartan laser.
Yeah. Wow.
I know these. Why do you don't know them?
That's- I only know that
You know
one.
why you know them? Because it's in front of you. You have the answers right in front of you. That's why you know them.
What gas do the grunts breathe?
Bro, you're not gonna get this.
Shoot, no clue. That's
No
like,
idea?
No idea. That's-
Really?
Well, because they have to have the tanks to go to like Earth and stuff because they don't breathe like. I don't remember.
Nitrogen. No, it's methane. Yeah, you're not gonna. That's hard as hell.
They breathe methane gas.
That's kind of crazy.
All right, who activated the Halo array in Halo 3?
Dude, I don't remember. I'm just gonna guess 343 Guilty Spark.
Master Chief?
Master Chief. I don't know. Sergeant Johnson.
Who won?
Me.
Whatever, man.
These are the hardest questions.
That was very hard.
My name is Alexander Krasmanovic and I'm Barcode, and I have been competing in Halo for 5 years now. Rally was a massive learning experience for us as a team. And it's quite insane the amount of pressure that these international teams actually put on us compared to when we're versus an ANZ team. You make a mistake, you get punished for it over there, you learn from that. Leading up to the preparation for Kansas City, we've been trying to scrim as much as possible with the other two teams, BBR and DM. As individuals, I have zero doubt that we can get to that level where we can compete with these international teams. Halo's at the end of the day a team game, and if we're still working together as a team, you know, we're still going to come out on top. We do have pressure, you know, like everyone's looking to us as, you know, the team to represent Australia. For everyone that's supporting us and watching, keep your eyes open. We're looking to make some big things happen at KC. We're looking to make some upsets. We're looking to show these other teams that like we can hang with the best, and, you know, that we've improved from last time, and just, you know, don't underestimate us.
Welcome back, everybody, to the HCS Kansas City Major. It is popping right now in the building, but I got to tell you what, I love hearing from Barcode. What an absolute angel he is. And I got to say, I also love the spirit that he has coming into this major as well. You know, he said, we are looking to prove that we can actually compete with the best of the best. And I appreciate that. It's confident, but it's not overly confident. I feel like they know what they're up against. They know that it's going to be really, really hard work to come up against some of the best teams in North America. But I do love the fact that he has that fighting spirit, and he wants to prove that ANZ can come and compete here. I've got to say, incredible stuff, and it's lovely to have on set Walshy and Bravo joining us as well on the desk. And welcome back, everybody. We do have an epic matchup for you guys on the main stage. It's going to be Chiefs versus Space Station. Now, I'm excited about Chiefs. I want to see what they're actually made of here, especially going up against Space Station on the main stage in front of a crowd. You know, Chiefs, really, really dominant in the ANZ region. Let's be honest, they don't really know what it's like to lose in their region. However, here, so far, it has been a lot of losses. They haven't actually managed to win one series yet. And the fact that all of the team are under a 1 KD, not a 0.1,
that'd be rough.
That's right.
We've seen a few of those teams.
That's right.
They're already out of the tournament.
They're around a 0.6, 0.7, I think a 0.8 at best. Does that worry you a little bit going up against Space Station?
One thing, I look at this series right here, that is a worrying stat for sure, because you're going to have to match any team slating-wise to get anything done on the map. But I think the thing I look at this series is Space Station this year have kind of been the gatekeeper for the international teams in general, right? There's been a few teams who have taken down the likes of, you know, XSET, Space Station. They've been the teams you have to beat to be considered to be, you know, a really decent top-level international team. This is their opportunity to do so. You can beat Space Station. People will start taking it a little bit more seriously next time round. The teams who are at the top will start looking down at you and thinking, hey, we've got to be careful if you match up against these guys.
You do indeed, and looking at Space Station on our screens right now, you know, unfortunately they haven't had the best ride heading into pool play. They've lost to XSET and Ascend. They're 0-for-2 currently in the pool. This really is a redemption series for them. They need to pick something up right now. Walshy, what are you looking at in particular for Space Station to try and gain some momentum in this day number 2?
It's been tough to assess where Space Station are at. It felt like they've always had these right ingredients, but it hasn't made a good meal.
Yeah.
It's just like they have so many strong players on paper, but just has not worked out. And I don't really know. I feel like they have someone like Coach Elam who can tell them what they could or should be doing, but at some point it just has to naturally click, and they have not had that natural like cohesion that they need to be successful.
Yeah, I think you were totally spot on there. I think it is like we have some seriously good individual skill level on this team. We got the likes of Tylenol, who we've seen absolutely pop off. We saw what he could do in Anaheim. We've seen the numbers he can put up, but are you a team player? Are you able to fit into the system? And I think, Bravo, when it comes to being in a system, to being in a team and pushing that across the board to win series, have Space Station convinced you yet?
Not at all. To be honest, I think we call them the late bloomers, but if I'm honest, that's a generous term, because I still don't think that they've actually bloomed in this league. I think we're waiting to see what they can do. I think the players and Space Station fans would say the same thing. I think there's a lot of questions about what this team can do, and if I'm honest, in this specific series, pressure's on Space Station here, right? Chiefs is not favored to win this. Yes, they're the best in Australia, but Space Station in the back of their heads, they're thinking, we don't want to lose this series to Chiefs for sure.
Indeed, and looking at the roster overall for Space Station as well, a name that we haven't really brought up much is Ace. Oh my goodness, I mean, Ace has been around for such a long time. He is a historic name in Halo. and he has so much experience for this roster to build upon here. What is Ace doing for this team right now? Where do you see his leadership skills here?
I mean, a leadership role is something that he's going to have to find pretty soon. It's historically maybe not something he's had to do on the rosters he's been with. He was always that kind of young up-and-comer who would kind of be mentored through his career by different players who would have that role. But now maybe it's time for him to step up as that player. He's got a lot of young players on his team. You know, Rami is an experienced player as well. He's been around for quite some time. But if you're looking for someone who knows how to win championships, who knows how to win big tournament games, then Ace has probably got to be that guy. And I think he's got to recognize it. I think if Space Station want to have success, then maybe he's the man who needs to take that responsibility.
Indeed, and looking at specifics in terms of Space Station, we've kind of talked about Tylenol, we talked about Ace here. What about Collect? There's a lot of eyes on this guy. There's, you know, he's an up-and-comer. He's somebody who can hopefully shift kind of the dynamic of this team into their favor, but hasn't quite happened yet, and it's day 2 here, and we're not really seeing the results. You know, Walshy, what does Collect, the likes of a newbie, somebody who's got a fresh kind of mindset heading into this team, need to do with the rest of the teammates to really start to see results?
Generally, when you bring in a young gun or a new emerging talent onto a team, you're first expecting them to win their individual fights. Yep. You want them, you're bringing them in for their firepower and the promise of them developing into a better player in the future. So off the bat from Collect, I would say he doesn't have the pressure on him except just to perform, win your individual fights, and not make as many mistakes.
Indeed. Now, looking at different playstyles and how those potentially could also collide within a team, you know, what are we looking at here? Because I know that Collect is super fast-paced. He loves the aggression. He's a main slayer, and that's kind of what he wants to do. He wants to pop off, including Tylon as well. When it comes to Ace and Rami, how does that fit into the picture here on set? You know, how does that work in terms of playstyles? Are we seeing potential playstyles that, you know, with time will actually form a really, really good cohesive system, or is there too many clashes?
I mean, I look at this Space Station roster, and I think that they've got the pieces there, right? You've got Ace, who, you know, he's one of the most individually talented players you could ask for. Historically, you know, he hits some crazy snipe shots. He puts together wild multi-kills. You've got the young firepower in Collect and Tylenol, who seem to be, you know, Tylenol's numbers, by the way, throughout this season have been up there with the best.
Yeah.
And then you've got Rami, who's always been that kind of I'll do whatever it takes to win kind of guy. He's going to put damage down. He's going to get a lot of assists. He's going to do the objective work. So it seems like Dave was saying, the ingredients are there.
It's all there, but like
it's just not working.
Space Station, they have more clashes than Bravo's shirt. It's kind of rough for them at this moment.
I was waiting for it. I'll take that. That's fine.
I love it to hear it. Okay, well, folks, we need to do our predictions. This is kind of tough, but I think I'm going to have to back Space Station here just in terms of who we've got on the teams. You'd think by now they would figure something out heading into this main stage match against Chiefs, so I'm going to be backing Space Station on set.
I'm going with Space Station because they have to win this series. I think the worrying thing for them is that the Chiefs have nothing to lose, right? They lose this series, like, hey, we lost to Space Station, great experience, etc. Space Station lose this, alarm bells ring. So Space Station have to win this series, so I'm going with them.
All right, Walshy.
That's going to be Major Walsh calling down to Space Station, 3-1, 3-1.
You can't beat this guy. I mean, my goodness. And Bravo.
I'll keep things spicy. Chiefs 3-2. Woo!
Oh, I like that. Chiefs 3-2. Hey, look, a little bit of ANZ love in the arena and a bit of love for our casters who are going to be setting up this match right now on the main stage. Space Station versus Fnatic. We got Scherzi and Gaskin on the mics. Fellas, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Lottie. We've got some Pool A action, and to round out the pools, both these teams in very similar positions, and it must be said, this is the best possible chance these teams have to win a game.
Yeah, this is the battle for 4th place, and you've got to remember this is the Chiefs roster. They were the first ever ANZ team to win a game in pool play in international competition back in Rally. They were able to beat one of the EU teams, but not done it against an NA roster before. And as you say, this is probably the best chance they'll have. SSG, they've looked a little bit shaky at times. As for SSG, this is an amazing opportunity to try and get that extra victory, try and get that little bit further in the elimination bracket by winning a game here in pools.
Now, something Barcode said in the video is that they want to show and they want to prove they can hang with the big boys. We've got SSG here, who Onset said are the gatekeepers. So this is the level they need to be getting to if they're going to challenge.
Yeah, and looking at that series layout, it does scream to me SSG have the slight upper hand. Chiefs have really struggled in oddball so far this tournament. They do get a little bit better when games 2 and 5 come around. The Slayers have been more comfortable for Chiefs, but they've very rarely seen that game 5. Things haven't gone too well for them. So early on, I'm expecting SSG to take a lead, but from what we've seen from Chiefs in their own region, there's so much talent on this squad. It just seems like they're a step behind the pace of some of these NA teams.
Chiefs then. They're regional champions, down under. looking to get a win here, smash and grab, up against Space Station Gaming, who have not been soaring high in the pool play.
They haven't, but they need a win. They cannot afford to slip here against Chiefs, otherwise there will be a lot of questions asked. Can SSG make sure they do not slip on that banana skin? Or are we going to see Chiefs maybe have the upset of a lifetime, taking down an NA team in pool play? Streets is a very difficult map to navigate at times, but I'm sure all 8 of these players are prepped and ready, and I can't wait for it.
A player I want to keep an eye on, have a fantastic series here and prove he deserves to be on this spot. There was a lot of question marks over him when he was first put onto the roster. It's going to be Tylenol.
Tylenol is an incredible slayer, an incredible all-round player as well. I'm expecting big things from him here on Streets. Look for him to be trying to flank quite often, taking a lot of individual fights. It's very difficult to win in an individual engagement versus him. I'm expecting him to always be looking for those scraps.
And here we go then, shields up, weapons hot. We're right into this thing. Fight down on Neon straight away.
I want to see Chiefs play with intention here, play aggressive, try and match the pace of Space Station Gaming. It's something that we've really seen international teams struggle with, is the pace of play. But from the beginning, Space Station, they rip through Chiefs, they get the ball, they get the rockets, they've got all the goodies you could possibly want here.
They've come from a land down under. Well, nobody wants to bite that Vegemite sandwich, I can tell you that.
I would. I like Marmite. Vegemite are supposedly very similar, so I would happily go to Australia and have a little bite. In early stages though, 25-26, it's already looking pretty dismal for Chiefs, and you can't just walk straight into an area where you have no idea where those rockets are. You've got to play a little bit more passive, and at the moment, this is just lambs to the slaughter.
All 4 dead for the Chiefs. Need to slow things down, move together. Cannot be strolling on up to the ATM machine, particularly when you forgot your bank card. There will be no cash reward for this. 45 seconds already and counting. Space Station is looking cruise control.
It's a nice entry kill though from Barcode. That at least gives them the chance now to try and push and disrupt this setup. And actually they steal the ball away. So good job from Chiefs. They weren't upset and disrupted by the fact that Space Station had such a good start. They were able to calm themselves down and get a solid push off the back of it.
Killing spree for Tylenol. Already locking in 5, yet to register a single death here. And him and his bulldog are on the hunt. Bark, bark. Down goes Mansi. Rockets will be popping up very shortly. But this is looking dominant.
It is, and I think that this is what Chiefs didn't want to see. Space Station getting that ball into Station. And, they're called Space Station for a reason. They're comfortable in certain areas, and it does seem like setting up here in Tram, they are having more than enough ball time that they can require. And it just seems like they're waiting for Chiefs to either push down Pink or push down through that B side over towards Arcade. And they're prepared for every single push. They're watching all these angles so well.
Barcode picks up 2. Australia's shining light is Barcode. Always gets a lot of love. Everyone recognizes him as the best player around, but he needs his teammates to step up here.
He was on the winning side of the All Star game yesterday, and he did tweet out saying, hey, at least I won something at this tournament, but I'm sure he would love to come away with a series win in pool play, but at the moment, it's not looking too good. But I tell you what, a little bit of ball time has been scrapped here by Chiefs. They've been able to set up ever so slightly, but Collect's just walked into Station for free. He didn't even buy a ticket. He's hopped the barrier and said, you know what, I'll take the ball, it's mine.
We mentioned how it's cruise control. Let's see if the communication is just that. We've got an Astro listening.
Front seat going front seat now.
Watch out, watch out.
There's one, there's two. They're both jumping up. They're both jumping up. Watch out, Mandy. There's 2 legs.
Another driveway, watch out.
Watch out, Commando, going down.
He's going to be heady. Be heady.
Trash is probably going to come here.
He's running free. I don't have. We spawn B heady, guys. ATM.
Get in seat. On Shotty Wing Cafe, Manzi.
Spawn to ATM.
I'm doing my job. Going pink.
Okay, back to you.
Collector on your own, come back there. I'm on my way.
Top seat, watch out. More back seat.
Look at shotgun on it. And buy me B6. I have 1.7. Back seat, so right? I got bottom.
Bring it up here.
Watch out, this ball.
ATM weak.
Pink. Watch out, pink stairs. Watch out, pink.
Two bottom, one jumping up on me.
Just move.
218. I'm watching your front. Front pushing, you want it.
Watch out, light B.
Two units on there. Over there. What's up?
Some tires. I'm looking at rockets right now.
Watching?
Rocket.
For anyone. He's on it.
Well, what we can hear is clear communication from these. It's more conversational. It's not stressing call-outs. It's clean.
And it's round one going in favor of Space Station Gaming, and there's a little cheer from the crowd. Seems like there's a bit of a fan base here in Space Station. They need to put on a show now, and it was business when we went into that listening. It was not, we're just going to fly through this series. We're going to not maybe take this seriously. No, complete focus. Let's get the job done. Let's show why we are still a team that is going to threaten this pool.
Rocket launcher then drops down onto tiles just beside a garbage bag, and how Space Station Gaming are trying to take out the trash here. What can Pips do though? A lot of pressure on their shoulders, carrying the hopes of an entire region on their shoulders.
I'd say Chiefs want to keep that ball away from the station area. Try and play over towards tower. See if that goes a little bit better for you. And at the moment, they've got the opening 12 seconds. The ball is on this side of the map, and they're getting the slays as well. Pips performing far better here, and that's what you need to see. Some of these players stepping up. Barcode had a great round one, but the rest of the squad, they were a little bit lackluster, but now it seems like they're starting to build in confidence here. They're enjoying the engagements. They're taking these fights.
Pressure is off. 25 seconds scored now off that initial control. They had got a 4 dead, and they've made them pay. They've already racked up a quarter of the points they need to take round 2 here. Madzi and Barcode pick up a couple, but Ace, the experience, answers with a double.
Man walks in, picks up a double kill, and that ball is heading straight over back towards Tram as well. That's probably not a good sign, because if Space Station do successfully have a push here, get control of ball, then that could be another 30-40 seconds, just as we saw in round number 1 here. But it does seem like Chiefs are playing with more confidence in round number 2. It's like they just woke up a little bit. They said, guys, why are we playing scared? We have nothing to lose here. Let's start pretending that these are some of the guys who are in our region that we, we eat for breakfast, we eat for dinner. It doesn't matter what time of day it is, we are going to be gobbling them up.
Ace then looking to break this setup, but lovely shots coming out of Slays. And that's what they need. Keeping Space Station on a goose when it comes to the point total in round 2. Tylenol looking to change things. Lands a haymaker. Positions himself over towards Commando, but now we're seeing Barcode with the boombox over his shoulder, but not for long.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the grenade just deflected that rocket, but at least Pips is able to recover, but not quite fire. So 1 rocket going to be available for Ace and Space Station. And even though they're behind at the moment in points, they do get 3 or 4 dead here off Chiefs. Ball gets reset, and now it's a chance for Space Station to try and take control of this map here, because Space Station have been on the back foot throughout this entire round. We've not seen them really in control.
Still 33 seconds then. Barcode Pips pick up 2. Tylenol answers back, 3 dead, Ace the last man alive. But it's a 2v1 on the map, and this should mean points, and does mean points for the Chiefs.
And I wonder if Space Station start to worry a little bit now they're looking at that points total. They're saying, hey, we're expected to 3-0 this team of Chiefs. Regardless of the fact that they're an open team, I still think Space Station the favourites in this series. But Chiefs are now playing far better in terms of how they're rotating around. They are avoiding Space Station like they're the plague. And even though Space Station are getting some really big kills, it's not enough to get any ball time at the moment.
Getting kills only reset the map, but when Chiefs spawn back up, they're looking for some more business. 48 seconds now to 0. Ace tries to shut down Barcode. Eventually the job will be done by Rami, who picks up 2 in the feed. But can they build upon this now?
They're going to have to. Finally, they get their hands on the ball. And it's going to be set up over towards tower. Rocket's also going to be up in the next 30 seconds as well. So that's something for all of these teams to be thinking about. There's been a lot of P control from Chiefs. They've done very well at stopping Space Station to be able to push freely throughout the middle of the map. All these angles have been successfully watched.
There was 3 dead for a moment for Space Station. The Chiefs seen far more success in round 2. Barcode, ball in hands, racking up them points for his team, rotating expertly here.
Rockets have just popped and they've been picked up. And it's going to be Pips who was able to grab them as well. So this is all looking good for Chiefs, except the fact Pips has gone down. But tell you what, that is very quick and fast response. Get him on 999 emergency, because he'll be there fast enough to help you out.
Will they answer the phone though? Will they answer that call? 61 to 10. But now Space Station have got that ball down. And it's exactly where you didn't want it to be back in Tram.
You don't want it in Tram, but I think Chiefs have done enough now that they are going to be able to know how to actually break into Tram. And I tell you what, a Bulldog is going to be the perfect way to try and assist you in those up close and personal fights as well. But I like this from Barcode. He doesn't just throw himself into Tram. Instead, he knows there's someone still hanging around Arcade, and he wants to try and stop them from playing any games.
Desperately trying to find somebody, but now willing to slow it down just a touch. Crouching in the corner. I mean, waiting for the communication from his team. Collect's going to be the first point of contact, but that now leaves Barcode in a world of hurt. He will get eliminated. 2 go down for the Australians now. Slays picks up 1 though. Shut down by Rami, who desperately tries to live. Manzi though will ensure that is not a possibility. 3 dead. Collect last man alive.
I think Space Station are just in shock right now. They did not expect Chiefs to come out into this second round this quick, but early domination, early kills, Chiefs have just built from that. Kill after kill, slay after slay. They're almost starting to believe that they can actually take this game to Space Station, and that's what they needed. They needed that belief. You can't just assume that every North American team is gonna destroy you like they had previously in other tournaments. This Chiefs roster is the real deal.
Title, Barcode. Cleans that up, Slays. Double kill for him. They only need 10 more points to close out round 2 and tie up this oddball game. Space Station through Ace, trying to stop that here, and he's done that so successfully as Slays starts to rotate over towards that ball. Title not long for this world. And Ace back Tram. The Bulldog should and does solidify that kill.
What a night and day performance this has been from both teams. Ball is grabbed, a few more seconds, and Chiefs are going to put a round on the board. And I tell you what, this is not going to be a walkover for Space Station Gaming. They might have thought it after that early round, but the Chiefs have woken up and they are here to play.
Round 3 then. Fight. Barcode up at the tires. Has his sights set on Rockets, and that's some beautiful business out of him. He rotates towards Neon, picks up 2. Screaming, where are they? 3 for Barcode.
Give it!
Oh! Shut down by Ace.
So close, but I tell you what, it's enough to get control of the ball. Manzi will come up and clean things through. And the Chiefs are starting to heat up to a scary, scary point for Space Station. They are going to be worried, and they need to cool this Chiefs roster off ASAP. Get some water on it, get a flannel on it, anything to shut down this fire.
They have that ball in Tram Station, and what was a safe haven for Space Station only a couple of rounds ago. All of a sudden, the Chiefs have moved in and made themselves right at home.
Doing it in their own house. They've walked in, they've made a cup of tea, they've used the sugar. It was the last bit of the milk as well. And now Pips, he's got the Bulldog to work with here in tires. Okay, it's a shame that you get hit by the grenade, but at the same time, the fact he was able to get the ball out of the range of Space Station, very important.
There was 3 dead for a moment for Space Station. But now Chiefs on the back foot. Looking to play defense. Tylenol not interested in picking up the ball. More interested in slaying and making sure these be cleaner points than they could have been with a double kill. And now they will pick up that ball in the shape and form of Ace. But he's being pressurized by Slays. Traded out, and now Tylenol with the Bulldog in the back pocket will control the PD. Chief Wiggums has checked in.
Are Chiefs going to be in a position that if Space Station, you know, wrestle back that control we saw in round 1, will they just struggle to the point where they don't know what to do once more? In round 1, they didn't know how to push, how to break the setup. But I think as long as the ball is in these kind of more different areas, less setup-y areas, and at least Chiefs should have a chance to try and make this a little bit scrappy, but Space Station, at least they're getting a good amount of time if you're a Space Station fan.
That police department, a little bit of a fortress at times. What can Chiefs do? Have to fight uphill now. Pips and Collect do trade. The 3v3 ball has been dropped. Focus on the Slays. Speaking of him, he picked up 2 in the feed. Ace last man alive. No longer. More ball time for the Chiefs.
Where's Collect? He's the last player. Or he's the first player off spawn, but I think he's probably just waiting to be joined, and Rami gets the actual initial opening frag. The Rockets are firing!
Those Rockets, we'll have to get them checked on. Firing duds, nothing but smoke in there. We will see as Ace, he works out how to fire them and picks up 2, tries to drop the shield, but it won't pop quick enough.
Rear down though for Space Station again. It's a 1 versus 1 here. Tylenol will get the better of Barcode. And Space Station stay on top ever so slightly, 40-20. Chiefs still in it in this round, and they are making Space Station work for this one. I think that Chiefs just need to be careful they don't start getting too excited for that ball. They don't start running 1 by 1, otherwise Space Station are a team who will punish them.
In in round 2. Did Space Station take their eye off the ball? As they allowed Chiefs to dictate the pace of play, but how Tylenol's changing that here. Killing spree.
And when you think back to round 2, it was Bulldog control for Chiefs. It's going the other way now for Space Station. That Bulldog has been in the hands of a Space Station player for the majority of this round, and you can see how it's helping them. A lot of these tight corners on streets that you turn and you get greeted by another player. To have a Bulldog in your hand is so important.
Tylenol locking down top commando for his team. Needs a little bit of help from his team, but Rami picks up 1. The Australians get 2. But I tell you something, Tylenol is not messing around here.
Yeah, he jumps the Bulldog, gets a Stalker rifle. It doesn't matter what is in his hands at the moment. He's got it all to work with. And Space Station have been scoring this whole time as well. They're up to 65 points. And off spawn, Chiefs look a little bit distorted. They're kind of not together. They haven't been able to regain that structure that we saw in round 2.
Rockets pop, barcode, drop shield goes down. I love that from them. A little bit of ingenuity.
We've seen it ever since the drop ball came into the equation for Halo Infinite. How can we use it? Where can we put it to help us? But barcode, this time the Rockets work, gets the double kill. And unfortunately, a couple of his teammates fall, but Pips has been able to just sneak in, grab this ball. This scrappy time could really help out.
65 to 27. They need all the scrappy time they can get. 1v1 against Ace. The experienced. He backs down. Back whack though, Pips. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Ace last man alive, and last time the players seen him, he was over towards tram station.
It's such an even game across all 3 of these rounds, by the way. 104 kills in favor of Chiefs, 102 in favor of Space Station. It's not like Chiefs look second best at the moment. If anything, they look on par with SSG. And that is going to be amazing for this ANZ squad. We were probably coming into this series hoping they could really make a difference. And with 1:55 on the clock, still plenty of time to get back into this round.
70 seconds then for Space Station. The Chiefs can ill afford to make many more mistakes here. Space Station are already taking control. They're heading into orbit. Bulldog gets 1. Not good for 2 though. Now ball down bottom middle, but Madsy's gonna be the latest one to hit the respawn screen as Ace locks in Pips for a double. Eyes set for the triple. Will he get it? Yes, he will. Gets shut down.
Maybe a lack of communication there from the Chiefs. I don't think Ace should have been allowed to do that, but once more, it's the Bulldogs being the biggest influencer to why kills are happening in quick succession. 85 points on the board, and maybe one last push here for Chiefs to try and save this game.
10 seconds remaining. Rockets in 5. They will not have enough time to play for it though. Collect gets 1, as does Barcode though. And now Ace scrambles away with the ball, only requiring 5. Has 1 to get in with.
Oh, Ace!
Troy Eukin! Space Station take round 3. 1-0 win the series.
It wasn't easy. And SSG don't look particularly overjoyed with the victory. It's business. They know they're expected to win this one. As for the Chiefs, they can hold their heads up high. That was a fantastic performance. They really took it to SSG. In fact, it was pretty even on the Slays. There's only 1 kill difference between the 2 teams across the 3 rounds. This is not going to be, a swift 3-0 that might have happened in the past with ANZ teams against North American teams. Chiefs are going to take it to SSG. They're going to make them work for this.
Not a walk in the park. But now the Chiefs, what can they do to bounce back? They've come a long way. They're a long, long way from home. How they desperately want to get a win on the board here.
Yeah, we've heard in interviews, Barcode, he's a superstar. And look, he's waving towards the crowd as well. I love it. He was in the All Star game. This Barcode player, he's
a personality.
He is a personality, and he's such a loved community person as well.
Yeah.
In the entirety of the ANZ region, he is dear to their hearts, right? But he wants to prove himself on the international stage even more so. And he's got a team behind him now. The platform's there.
Yeah.
It's ready. It's waiting, and they were so close in that game 1. But as a team, how do you kind of take that? Because it's so annoying to be so close in game 1, but yet so far, right? You got the round, but unfortunately, that 3rd one just slipped away from you. I do think, though, they have nothing to lose, and I think they will just put that one behind them and say, hey, we just took SSG to a round 3 in Oddball. Imagine what we can do in a Slayer. This is a very exciting time for the Chiefs.
Separated by only 1 kill across the 3 rounds. It was that close. As we head into that Slayer, we look at these highlights, Recharge Slayers game 2. this is going to be the best chance for the Chiefs to bounce back.
Yeah, when you look across what Chiefs have done in this tournament, I said that Oddball wasn't a great game type for them. They haven't been able to find that success. Actually, they played a lot better than I expected them to, considering what's happened so far. They start to get a little bit better when you get through this series. I mean, Slayer is a far more comfortable game type for them, so I'm really expecting them to have some success.
Here is the D stream. That's at a game 5. The Knights, the LATAM regional champions, up against Built by Gamers, the open team that's entered into that pool to cause a little bit of ruckus.
A little bit of a ruckus, and I tell you what, they've taken them all the way to game 5, but it's 44-36 at the moment. Knights firmly in control with an 8-kill lead, only needing 5, make it 4 more to win this series 3-2. The Knights have impressed me so much this tournament. I think a lot of teams didn't really expect them to perform in the way they have done, but they are making a lot of noise here in this pool.
Tapping bullets, his reputation precedes him, but other players have stepped up around him in that region. Bullet in particular, look at them kills, dragging his team in a game 5 when they need him most.
3 more kills, 2 more kills, and I think Built by Gamers are just a little bit too far behind. We've seen some incredible comebacks, but even I don't expect this to go much further, and it does not. Knights will win that one 3-2 then, and they carry on with their impressive performance through this tournament. As for BBG, I tell you what, they're having a good tournament as well. I think they are going to make some big waves in that elimination bracket here in Championship Saturday and Sunday. We will go back to our main feature game now, and it's a chance for the Chiefs to try and make up for that loss in round 1. SSG, though, it's business. There was no celebration after they won that one. They know it was far too close.
They stayed fully composed, no celebration, barely even a fist bump at the end of game 1. Maybe a little bit irked that game 1 was a bit harder than they first anticipated.
Yeah, it was too hard. Like, it should have been a 2-0. If you look at the players on the Space Station roster, what they've achieved in the past and what is expected of them, they should be blitzing through this series, but the Chiefs have proved that this is not going to be easy whatsoever for Space Station. But game 2 is going to be Recharge Slayer. I do think the Chiefs perform better in Slayers than they do Objectives, but you can say exactly the same thing about Space Station. You've got one thing to focus on, and it's killing your opponent.
Game 2 then. The stage is set. Space Station Gaming looking to double their series lead. We're underway then, and it's going to be Ace.
Camouflage is always going to be the early contest, and the first one very important because you can really pick up and snowball out of control if you get hold of it. 3 kills go in favor of Space Station, make it 4, and that camouflage should be the reward. And unfortunately, Chiefs find themselves in exactly the same position they did in round number 1 of Oddball, where they have to come back from quite a significant deficit.
5-1. Ace almost rounds the corner and gets away with that camouflage. It will drop down though, and his teammates will be aware of that, but perhaps Barcode is too. Hyper aware and knows how desperate his team needs it. Trying to scrape away, but Ace comes back for more.
Important that he does burn it though. At least you don't allow Space Station with the early lead that they have to really snowball out of control by taking the camo, but Tylenol has a shock rifle, and we've seen throughout the Pro Series and previous tournaments that he can really do some damage with this weapon in hand. We are seeing a little crawl of a comeback though from the Chiefs.
Tylenol opts not to fire his weapon, goes for an all-out brawl instead, but now that shock rifle has landed in the hands of a very grateful man. Barcode looking to fry some brains. Ace and Rami though have picked off 2 of his teammates. It's a 2v2 on the map. The game slows down just a touch.
In the All-Star match yesterday, Barcode had the biggest smile as he watched Lucid headshot onto Renegade for a double kill to finish that All-Star game. Barcode said, hey, I think I could have done that as well. Well, now you prove it. Almost hits 1, does at least tag with the body shot. As you say, it's come to a slight standstill here. This is what happens sometimes on Recharge. Slayer! And that's what we expect from ANZ's finest.
With the game slowing down just a touch, let's have a little sneak peek listen in to the boys on Chiefs.
I can grapple this camera. I got camera. Nice. Lady bottom turn back. Is the last one? Two bottom. Are they telling us? Yeah, this guy bottom tower. Never mind. No, that's one dead. Watch it. Yeah, he's one shot. One shot. I'm two top lane. I've got the spawn goal. Who's on back? Who's on back? I'm gonna real. Watch out. I'm working. 2 He's check one of main guys. Another guy to the tower as well. They're gonna have weapons there.
Yeah, hear that.
It's just one guy. He's got swords on.
Watch out.
Yeah,
we can try to fight. This guy comes in.
I'm watching. Haven't trying to get to you. Flying mid bridge as well.
He's watching me.
They're doing that sort of coming out.
Kill two. There's another last two. He's got sword on you, I guess. Last guy in A, guys. I'm gonna be CMC. I'm seeing you see.
Watch out, on the stairs.
Wait, this guy is on me. This guy we can make a top goal. One shot. Guys.
Still glass and bottom A. He's bottom A. He went elevator.
Nice, Fancy.
Yeah, bottom A. I'm a little long here.
Yeah, battle edge. He's got.
It's still like bottom angle.
Just do it, guys. Just do it. I'm with you, Fancy. I'm with you. I'm seeing. I'm going. You guys won't push me.
It's amazing to hear the contrast in communications between the two teams. Space Station, cool, calm, and collected. The Chiefs seem to thrive on a little bit more of a frantic comms.
Yeah, they sounded mental. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
it was one of those. I could not hear a thing that was happening. They tried to, interject with one another to say, "Hey, let's push this," or "We need to try and do that." But they almost got flooded with, "There's a guy over here, go over there. I've got a double kill. I need to do that." But you know what? It works for some teams. And Ace also working hard to pick up that double.
Ace picking up 2. Rami also picking up 2. And those two teammates complementing each other extremely well. A 10-kill advantage coming off the listening. Camouflage, shock rifle, sword. They have all the cookies. They just need some cream.
Should have been one, could have been one, but now you've given position away. That's a chance for the Chiefs to try and push up on this. You want to take the shock rifle out of their hands and try and get it back into Barcodes, because we saw what Barcode was able to do. But Barcode gets a taste of his own medicine.
Jiggle peek, headshot, fade away. No score! And when you're hitting shots like that, it's a tall order for the Chiefs to come back.
The shock rifle has been so dangerous in so many hands throughout HCS. We're starting to see some incredible things being done. It even does damage, and of course the shock damage that can be spread not just between players but weapon pads as well means it is just the absolute necessity of a weapon to be picking up on recharge.
42-29 then. Collect. Walshy spoke about before the game. Now all he needs to do is focus on winning his 1v1 engagements and minimizing mistakes. And how he has done that so far. Barcode desperately wants to be hanging with these big teams. But unfortunately, they're down the Slayer here. And they're knocking on the door of going down 2-0 in the series.
Oh, a little bit of teabagging as well. We don't know. No, come on, this is the ENC guys.
No, you can't do that to them.
They're the friendliest bunch around.
Maybe
it's just friendly bagging. That's the thing, right?
Is there such thing?
I think there is.
I mean, Bilbo bagging is pretty friendly.
That's very true. Except when he's got the ring.
He doesn't like the ring.
No, yeah, he turns terrifying then. 46-33. And it's just about wrapped up here for Space Station Gaming. Camouflage as well, just to try and put a bow on it.
3 kills then. Rami and Tyler on the last 2 on the map. And here is one of the 2. Sights out on Barcode. Shock rifle does the initial damage. Battle rifle will do the final. And now Rami. His team only need 1. And he's opting to go down bottom and low. But in the end, Ace is the one to get that final kill. The captain, the experience. They're 2-0 for the series.
Pure business. I saw a fist bump.
Oh, watch out.
A little bit of celebration from SSG, because that one was far more comfortable than map number 1. As it's starting to lean closer towards a potential 3-0 now. But Chiefs, they just have to, again, tick that one off. Say, look, we gave it a good effort in the early stages. We got some really important kills, but as you got into that business end of the map, that's when Space Station really showed their experience. And now going into map number 3, I think Chiefs, they've just got to try and dig deep here. Don't allow it to get into your brain of thinking, it's going to be a 3-0. Otherwise, you are probably already losing before you even get into it.
Game 2 in the books then. Space Station Gaming, business as usual. And as we do look at some of those highlights, it started off so hot for Barcode. It was close for large portions, but towards the middle stages of that game, the particular camouflage play, it all went P-Tom.
Yeah, when the camouflage was down in bottom middle, Chiefs at times were maybe too antsy to try and get down there and pick it up, and they almost did SSG a favor by popping it into their chest and just getting rid of it, and SSG didn't have to worry about it from that point onward. But once SSG had a 8 to 10 kill lead, I don't think there was any looking back for them. It was just purely about getting that job done and sending them to map number 3.
Well, the ink in this story is starting to dry. Game 2, 50 to 36, dominating. Far more slaves separating them this time around. And with Stronghold's live fire on the horizon, what way do you see this one going?
I think that, you have to lean towards Space Station now. They've shown the experience. They've shown that they can close out games even when Chiefs are playing extremely impressive. Sniper rifle can be very important as well. Tylenol showed what he can do with a shock rifle. Barcode showed what he can do with a shock rifle. Let's see what they can do with a sniper instead, because there's some good stats for you. Chiefs, they have a really good record when it comes to A&Z on live fire strongholds, but North America, different kettle of fish.
Space Station on match point then. One more Strongholds game. The Chiefs desperately clinging on. They're on the ropes. Just one punch away from ending pools with no wins.
You can already see just the pace at which Space Station want to play this game. Collect's going to be the first person to get hands on the sniper rifle, and it always seems to be responsibility. Sniper rifle in your hands, let's watch the power up. But you've got to hit those shots, even just a body shot, to try and give your team the advantage.
Fires a couple, and Madsy is fully aware! And that one will land on the body. And that's all Collect had to do, was hit that shot. Teammates have fallen though. I'd like to see him scamper away if he can, play a little bit of defense. He's put it into reverse. Drops down back tower, barcode though, reads the game perfectly.
Well, at least they've got that camouflage after working so far hard for it and having to put their bodies on the line here. Chiefs got the early points and they're rotating well, but this is a lot of responsibility for Pips. You've got to quietly go about your business.
Ace then, not comfortable. Pips will come in and get that kill, but down to no shields. The Ace done the damage he needed to.
Do you think a 1-for-1 trade is good enough with the camouflage? I guess you've done your job a little bit, but at the position he was in, I feel like maybe you could have done a little bit more. But perhaps he was expecting more of assisting work from the team.
I think a bit more patience, he gets that back whack, but maybe that's the situation when they're in. Desperation at times. They have got control of A, but Space Station recognizing that and immediately turns C over. 34 points to 19, and the score slowly but surely starting to rack up here. 3 go down for the Chiefs. Backs against the wall.
Yeah, it could be a trip cap here. And Space Station will really now start to dig the grave of the Chiefs here and look to toss them in and close this one up, seal this series, start to think about playing against Cloud9 in this bracket. That would be Space Station's next game here in pool play. And then, of course, championship bracket would follow. Silence across live fire temporarily. And this is going to be a difference now. What do you do with the camouflage if you're Rami?
Rami gets one. In a similar position to Pips, though, as he gets traded out 1-for-1. Perhaps a little bit more damage done. A little bit more of a successful camouflage play for him as he ensured B did not transfer. And all of a sudden, they have got intentions on controlling C, which has been now reset with the help of Barcode, but Final and Collect putting damage down. Big 1v1 by Pips, but they need to start capturing these strongholds because they're bleeding points.
Also, I have a theory, right? We've casted a lot of the European games. And they were like, who can we put on the Australian games? Well, those Europeans, they sound quite similar to the Australians. In fact, I've been called Australian far too many times in North America for my liking. But actually, I kind of like it, because the Australians are really cool.
Yeah, but Australians are cooler.
They are cooler than me.
They are, yeah,
that's true.
Cooler.
You know what's not cool? Another trip cap. Space Station, A, B, and C. They know where Chiefs are as well, because you saw that little touch of red in C. So that means they can collapse onto the ANZ squad.
Space Station trying to lock in that submission maneuver, waiting for the Chiefs to tap out.
To victory.
Is this more than an ankle lock? Will this be more detrimental to their health? Another triple cap, and A is going to be the first point of contact. Looks as though they are going to apply some pressure to it, and Slays is the first one to drop, and they have not converted A. Only now have they. And that's just going to trigger the response from Space Station to collapse on the bases. Rami's the first one to fall, but it's 3 dead for the Chiefs. They're on life support.
I think this is what I was trying to suggest about the speed of which North America play this game, right? Chiefs, they're trying to think about how they break out of a base, how they should push, how they should try and stop this setup. But before they've even had the chance to have that thought, Space Station are already drilling 2 of them. They're already getting a double kill. They're already then starting to pinch them completely. And there's a very significant lead on that scoreboard now, 173-20. Finally, the Chiefs start to score, but Rami's got another camo.
He's got the camo. He's got pips in between the crosshairs. Getting tagged up in the back from Nest, and that'll be enough to put him away. Camouflage has not been as influential as we would have liked, but 3 dead cut now for the boys on Space Station. Ace last man alive. He gets a double, but will go down and pay the price. We will now see C get transferred, but the one remaining member, the first spawner of Space Station, is controlling B.
And the likelihood is now we're starting to look towards a 3-0. Chiefs starting in that elimination bracket round 1, where they would face one of the open bracket teams who came through the elimination bracket of the open bracket. I said bracket a lot of times there. I know, it was very confusing. Do you know one of those teams who is in the elimination bracket?
Another bracket.
Blackhand. A team that Chiefs were able to take down the previous roster. Of course, they weren't called Blackhand, they were called something else in that previous tournament. But maybe there's a rematch on the horizon, and maybe that's something that Chiefs will be looking forward to potentially if they cannot find a result here.
I thought for sure you were going to say bracket hand. You didn't. But Tylenol over towards Sandbags now. Lands the body shot, and that should help his teammate, and does. Pips under bridge. About to lose his wig. Tylenol hits the shields. It's the headshot with the battle rifle to clean it up. It's clean up on live fire. The Space Station Janders coming in, sweeping away. And the Aussies, they're reeling.
240-25, and we're in the final stages now of this game. Space Station, it's job done. It's what they were expected to do. As for the Chiefs, though, they've given it a fantastic effort. The final points are going to tick over. Or are they? Okay, B and C currently being taken. Chiefs want to elongate this one and maybe delay the inevitable at this point.
Chiefs have come a long way. They want to play as much Halo as they can. But is it all for nothing? Do they have that opportunity now? Is the comeback on the cards? 2 dead apiece. Camouflage for Barcode and Sniper Rifle. They're starting to control C. Barcode recognizes this, takes A. Sniper Rifle in his hands. Leaving it for a teammate. Body shot, Tylenol. Dispatched Ace. Over towards Nest. Still peeking. Wants a bit of the Sniper Rifle. It will connect. And a repulsor play. The top C. The Chiefs aren't trying to go out. They're not trying to go gentle into that good night.
I tell you what, we've seen some massive comebacks on Stronghold, so maybe I was too quick to predict this one ending, but at 247-55, this would be genuinely the biggest comeback we've ever seen on a HCS main stage. Maybe Chiefs want to be a part of that story. Sometimes you just need your back to the wall to start playing good Halo, right? You have to be forced to play perfect. And Barco with a Sniper Rifle in hand is starting to lead the charge, but now he falls. That could be the beginning of the end.
2 down, 4 up for Space Station. They control B, and now attention's to A. It is controlling now. Nobody on the side of the Chiefs in a position to take it over. Barcode slides in, trying to delay the inevitable. More shots into the body. He gets 1. He controls B. Ace though, behind enemy lines. Rami last man alive.
Chiefs are not rolling over and allowing Space Station to just walk away with this one. They're closing in on 100 points. They're making a game of this now, but where was this earlier? Oh! Barcode! You're not going to get many chances on main stage, but I tell you what, when he does, he always puts on a show for us.
103 in climbing. Can they perform the incredible, the unbelievable triple cap for the Chiefs?
I mean, surely not, right? Surely Space Station cannot throw this one away, but they are starting to play scared. They are worried when they push. They are worried about what could happen here with the Chiefs playing this successfully, but Tylenol with a double kill. Maybe could be even more. Starting to bring belief back into this SSG roster. B currently being taken, C in control. Surely the last 2 points.
1 more point, and there it is. Space Station with the cleanest sweep. 250 to 132.
It's a 3-0. It's job done. It's business as usual. It's what was expected of Space Station, but the Spartan of Space Station will dance. But we will remember the performance of Chiefs. They really did show up, and they gave it some heart.
showed heart, grit, and determination. But it was not enough in these pools. Now they have a run in the elimination bracket. You see the Space Station Chief hyping up the crowd. There he is, Ubernick, that handsome man.
I knew there was some ruckus in the crowd for a reason.
He's always causing some sort of storm.
Some SSG chants on the go and Ubernick leading them. But smiles all round on the side of Chiefs. They know they played extremely impressive, and I think they are going to cause some real trouble to these open bracket teams that are going to be entering that elimination bracket. As for SSG, how far can they go would be my question. They've shown at times they look like they could break into that top 16. At other times they look like maybe they'll be deflated and be down even lower than that. And I think an organization like SSG and some of the players that we're seeing on this roster as well, we're almost expecting them to be in those upper stages, that top 16, even the discussion for top 12 maybe.
Well, they made changes since Anaheim. They were not happy with their performances. They've come into this and absolutely ran through the open bracket. They have finally registered a win in pool play, and that will put them into 4th position. They're going into the elimination bracket, but a much easier task now than it possibly could have been had they had the 5th seed. But that's all from us. Over to Lottie and the gang to break it down.
Thank you so much, Josie and Gaskin. And as you can see, we've had a bit of a change of allegiance on the other side of the stage.
I was thinking Space Station the whole way through.
Oh, were you? Oh.
Yep, as evidence.
You know my memory must be a bit shot then.
He saw it as evidence.
I don't remember that at all.
That evidence
In
by
fact,
the fine
I very, very significantly remember that shirt you were wearing, funny enough.
This shirt. As you should. Great gear at the Space Station booth. Make sure you swing by.
Indeed. I tell you what, though, Space Station, my goodness, a very commanding series from those boys. You know, the biggest thing for me here, I think, in terms of this series and with these two teams on set is the differences, the key differences we're seeing between these two rosters. For me, it's got to be about pacing. The pacing just isn't there from the Chiefs this moment in time, especially with North America. Space Station Gaming were just so much faster in terms of their gameplay. What were some of the key differences you noticed?
It's always like step A. It seems like international teams, they know what they've got to do, right? And it's what happens after that. How do you capitalize on that? How do you make the most of a split spawn? How do you make the most of control? All these kind of things kind of roll together, and just the experience of Space Station. They've been in their positions 1,000 times now. They seem to be finding a little bit of cohesion, but I also have to say, that first round that we saw coming out of Chiefs, they came out of this hot. They came out of the gates like they wanted to win, like they wanted to prove a point here, and I was super impressed, especially with this man that we see on our screen right now. Barcode's got something special about him. He just seems to be able to make plays that others can't.
Yeah, he does indeed. He's got a great personality, and obviously he's got the shot to go with it. You know, we always see Barcode on our timelines with the ridiculous plays and clips coming forward. And we kind of did see actually moments of that coming through there, but it just wasn't enough going up against Space Station. You know, in terms of Space Station and the roster though, Walshy, anybody really standing out to you in this moment in time that you can really note had a really decent game, honestly, in this series?
When you saw different individual plays, I was impressed by Talonol. There's so many times where he's getting those slays, staying alive, being a very difficult kill. But ultimately, it still felt like, at some points, it felt like they're like almost like matchmaking games in some sense. It felt like a lot of individual efforts. It felt like, you know, a little slower coordination. So not the level of play that we need to see from Space Station to reach the upper echelons here at this event.
I think it's really interesting you say that, because that was really kind of the thing that we're nitpicking here, isn't it, of Space Station, is trying to get out of that, you know, let's just be loose and just do whatever we want, because that clearly isn't working most of the time, especially against top tier teams. You need to play like a cohesive unit, and you know, looking forward for Space Station Bravo, what can you kind of talk to them about here? Like, what advice would you give them in order to try and become that more kind of intact unit?
I think it's about the small talk. I think knowing exactly where you're pushing, even the little things that you want to know exactly which stronghold you're pushing for at a given moment, things like that, and also just making sure that everyone's on the same page, that your first spawner isn't pushing out 1 second faster than they should be. And I think you hear teams a lot of times and listen and say things in Halo Infinite now, play tight, play tight. You heard Lucid saying in the All-Star game last night. That's a common theme in competitive Halo Infinite, because there are times where you do need to slow down just a bit. Make sure you're tight, make sure you have a nice perimeter so you can push out and watch each other's backs.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, let's take a look at the pool update right now. Let's see where the scores are at, who's been doing well, who hasn't been doing so well. You can see right now, though, we do have Optic Gaming sealing the deal 4-0 there, looking pretty good. Same with Sentinels. We're waiting on some scores as well from Cloud9, EUnited, to see if they can also get the clean sweeps in their pools. Anything to note here on set?
I'm looking at Quadrant. You know, the French roster are playing amazing in Pool C. They are 3-1, and if you look at that pool, you got G1, you got G2, two very, very talented rosters, as well as the MX team down at the bottom, their Cruelty. But I think some of the individual plays we've seen out of Quadrant today, I'd say Chicks Overkill, best play, probably individually, best Overkill we've seen in Halo Infinite on the main stage so far. It was absolutely nuts. If you haven't seen it, go back and check it out. It's all over Twitter. So yeah, a ridiculous play. I've been super impressed by them.
I've got to say, I agree with you there. Quadrant were looking so damn good today against G1. I mean, not only were they popping off and they were clearly very happy with how they were playing, but Quadrant, I feel like they found a different level, like a deeper level to their gameplay. And Bravo, from kind of what we saw in Europe and what they were doing, obviously, at the European Super to get to this moment here at the second major, I feel like they really have stepped up to the table. In what kind of circumstances would you say that they've made these major changes?
I think the work's just been done, right? And as you hear a lot of teams talking about, it's about muscle memory, it's about building habits, especially in this game. And I think they have clearly put in the work. And I don't know if that can be the same can be said, for every team.
Yeah, and I think one thing also to note here from the European squads is you have a couple making big waves. You have Quadrant and Ascend. So in order to get sharper, in order to get stronger, you know, you hear iron sharpens iron. So these teams that are, you know, playing each other consistently over in Europe, they now have these squads where they can just really strengthen each other up. So it's not just going to be, you know, you'll definitely have one squad rise as the cream of the crop, but you're not going to have that get as far. You're not going to rise all the way to the top. You need other top competition in your region.
Yeah, very quickly as well, Shad, new to this roster, added before the EU Super. He's finding his feet now on the roster, and I think he's added a little bit more firepower to them as well. So it seems like everything just starting to settle for them. They're looking like a really strong unit.
They certainly are, and I think momentum is going to be pushing this Quadrant roster further as well. But just to remind everybody as well that you guys also can get your hands on the Mexico City regional tickets. They go on sale May 16th, not mail. Unfortunately, I'm up here with a lot of mails right now, so maybe that's on my mind. But I tell you what, May 16th is the one for your calendars. Make sure you go and grab those tickets while they're on sale. Mexico City Regional, you don't want to miss it. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, I need a break right now. All of this action is getting to my head. I'm getting a little bit too excited up here, so I'm going to go grab a coffee, get some water, and after a quick break, we're going to be back because we have a grudge match happening on the main stage that you don't want to miss. These teams won't be going easy on each other. In fact, they actually might need to be held back. We've got BBG versus Pioneers coming right up after the break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Congratulations, you've been volunteered to investigate gaming anomalies present in the action and adventure category on PC Game Pass.
Hit the music!
Your cooperation has been logged. Thank you.
So God, I'll be back.
name is Emmanuel. I go by Manny, and I play for the Kansas City Pioneers. I think this game is like much simpler than Halo 5, so like we adapt like very well to it, and like we just catch on like easily. I think the hardest part is probably because like in Halo 5, it was like a really like fast-paced game that you can like individually you can like carry your team and just do like individual plays. But in this game, I think it's like more like team-based. You have to play like more like setup-y, and like it definitely like requires like way more teamwork than Halo 5 for sure. This means the world to us. All the support from like the fans is gonna make us play better and just give us that energy that we need to push through to win it.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS KC Major. We are live of course from Kansas City. We have a room filled with Halo fans. They're screaming right now because they're getting free goodies shot out of a cannon, I'm pretty sure. But we have some main stage action happening very shortly. We're going to be seeing Pioneers taking on Built by Gamers. This is a grudge match. This is filled with hatred. This is filled with revenge. Honestly, everything that you could think of in terms of a match that you want to see right now, this is the one.
Can you hear
this? It's amazing. The crowd's going nuts for it. Definitely isn't going nuts for t-shirts, promise. This is actually all about Pioneers right here in this audience. Absolutely exceptional stuff. I'm so excited to get into the series. I'm joined by Gaskin, Onset and Bravo on the desk, and it's so damn good to be up here, gentlemen. Now, we need to talk, of course, about both of these teams here, and I think, you know, we need to start with this hometown crowd team. We got Pioneers on that main stage, and they're looking for another dub to add to the list.
Can you hear these guys, man? This is nuts.
They're amazing. Guys, if you're rooting for Pioneers, make some noise. There you go. Enough said. Enough said.
Sounds like there's a lot of BBG fans out there.
Yeah. I was talking to Frosty last night. He's like, they were cheering for every single kill. They were playing off main stage, and they were cheering every single kill. Someone gets like a grenade kill, and this crowd goes nuts.
Dude, they're cheering for trades, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm loving everything we're seeing from this hometown crowd right now. I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of powerful performances, but I've got to say our AMD power performance is going to be Manny from Pioneers. And I've got to say, Manny, when it comes to this guy and what he can do for the team, he's a very consistent player. I think he fills the gaps where they need to be filled, and he brings magic to the table. He makes really, really monumental plays that can really change the trajectory of the game.
Great smile as well does Manny have. Not in that picture, by the way, very serious.
He can't help but smile on main stage.
Honestly, at one point, they stood up, they won a game at Sentinels, and he just smiled at them. It was like a weird intimidation tactic, but in-game, he's terrifying to play against. And I tell you what, if he does stand up and smile at you, you know he's been doing some serious work in that game. And regardless of the map record, he's still been putting up some big numbers in certain areas.
One thing I love about this player as well is he kind of like, he's never going to be like going for power weapons, or he's just kind of filling the gaps a lot of the time. But we've seen it so many times where there'll be a shock rifle kind of left about, and all of a sudden he just pops off. He just creates openings and can really change games. And I think between him and Soul Snipe, this team have got that X factor, right? The numbers guys who are going to put up those numbers when it matters most in games.
It certainly will. And I gotta say, in terms of numbers, somebody else I really want to highlight is Tarlik. He's been a standout player for this team so far this weekend. His KD overall is 1.72, which is absolutely massive. And honestly, that's actually a big reflection of his survivability, because he's not actually leading the charge in terms of kill number. So if you think about it, he's getting the kills, but he's also surviving. We talked a bit earlier on about how important it is to survive in certain situations. It's a numbers game. If you have your team up, you're going to be doing well in terms of objective work. So I've got to say, the fact that he's also the 5th most damage dealt so far this tournament speaks volumes for the roster.
And it's not surprising, because a lot of people might not be aware of this, but this team in the damage department, especially if you look at CTF alone, 3 of the top 5 slots are Pioneers players. Overall, on LAN in this league are Pioneers players.
It's crazy to think about how dangerous this team can be. And if they come out of the gate strong and they can do what they do best and what we've seen in terms of stat-wise and numbers, then honestly, this could be a really, really interesting setup for Pioneers. This moment in time, though, stats are one thing. The gameplay, how you actually perform as a team, if you can get the job done objectively, is another thing. What do you want to see from Pioneers here on set?
They can't get caught up in the emotions with the crowd and everything like that. It's great to have the crowd behind you, don't get me wrong, but we saw it against Sentinels yesterday. First round, it's amazing, the crowd are popping off, but then you lose a round, but all of a sudden things go a little bit quiet, right? So I think the crowd have got to stay with them, regardless of what happens in the first couple of games here, but also they've got to realize it's 4 of them on this stage.
stage, playing against a team across from them. They have to play for each other. They have to kind of zone out everything else and just play Halo.
Onset's blaming the crowd. I heard it. You heard it. That's exactly what he said. It's the crowd's fault for why they lost.
Never had worse words put in my mouth.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta back up off here. Dan's on some weird like mission here, and I'm not supporting it.
It's the revenge for online versus LAN from yesterday.
I think we're feeling the heat from that main stage with this revenge match. I think that's what it is. It's transitioning onto the desk. But I tell you what, I'm going to transition onto the next team, and that is Built by Gamers. They're up there too, and they are looking to take this dub once again from Pioneers. And you heard me correctly, they have beaten Pioneers before. They're looking to do it again. And I got to say, in terms of their tournament journey, they beat J-Lings, lost to Sentinels, lost tonight's game 5. But I did actually speak to King J before. They're feeling pretty good as a team, actually. They did drop a map in the open bracket, so they're happy about that. But I'll tell you one little thing. They're feeling very confident. They're actually really excited to be playing in front of this home crowd. They want the challenge. They want to be the villain because they're looking to take the dub again.
I don't know if we have a matchup in this entire tournament of 2 hungrier teams, right? 8 players on the stage, on both sides of this stage. You got 4 players that want to make an even bigger name for themselves in competitive Halo. There's a lot to prove here, and there's a lot on the line.
There is a lot on the line, and honestly, another standout player I've got to say for Built by Gamers is Nemesis. He's been popping off so far this weekend. If we can get Nemesis, but the likes of all the other players here, especially with their new addition of Bomax, to be popping off, to be playing the way that they want to be playing against Pioneers, how dangerous do you think this BBG roster can be?
A very dangerous roster, and I think KCP will be aware of that, and they have to stay on top of things. They cannot allow BBG to start to take them down in map number 1. Otherwise, you know, you're going to see them struggle in map number 2 and 3.
I'll tell you what, it's time for predictions, right? And this is going to be a hard one. You know, this is actually Built by Gamers' first time on the main stage. There's a lot of pressure there, but I don't know if they're going to be playing up to the pressure, to the home crowd. They seem to want the challenge. They seem to want it, so I don't know. It's difficult. I also have allegiance there as well. I've got a friend on the team. It's tough. I'm gonna back BBG. I'm gonna do it. I'm so sorry, Kansas City.
Villain on the desk.
Sorry, it's a villain. I know.
You've just made a few thousand enemies in the room.
I accept the booze. I do. I accept them. Gaskin.
I am no way gonna go against that crowd. I'm KCP all day, baby.
Of course. There we go.
All right, well, I'm just going to say this. I was never, ever blaming the crowd. I am all about Pioneers. They are taking this one home, and the crowd is going to carry them through.
Let's go. Bravo, are you joining the villains, or are you going to stay with the good guys?
There's one team in this league that's been too good to ignore all season long, and it's the Kansas City Pioneers. I think they're taking it.
You got it. You got it. There we go. Pioneers. It's a sway desk here. Unfortunately, I am the villain of this desk. But I think we are just about ready to go to our casters. Look, I'm going to let them get this crowd going right now, Pioneers. I haven't done a good job of it myself, but we got Clutch and Goofy on the mics to take this one on the main stage. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lottie and gentlemen on the crew. A brave pick by Lottie going. A
reckless pick is what that is.
A reckless pick, some might call. We got BBG taking on the hometown heroes, Pioneers, in this best of 5 series.
It's going to be a hell of a show, and the Pioneers, they didn't have the day they wanted to yesterday, but you can bet that they're going to rebound. This team has put in so much work, has come so far, and this is another step in the direction for a championship that they want. You want to end this pool play strong, and Pioneers, looking at the map layout, they have just the maps they want to see.
Yeah, starting things off, Strongholds, Recharge. Game 2 will be Slayer Streets. Capture the Flag Aquarius Game 3. And if we need Game 4 and 5, the graphics just taken off the screen. But starting things off on Recharge, Strongholds, 250 points to win. Clutch, what are the keys to success in this game type?
I really want to see who can control that shock rifle the best. The camo obviously going to be an influential piece here, but I'm more focused on the control, the rotations, the pace of the Pioneers will set the stage for this series. Will Built by Gamers be able to keep up with that pace is the big question as we kick off game 1.
Here we go, game number 1, starting things off with Manny heading towards that C. Stronghold, gets taken down, but Drunk is right there to clean up the kill on Mine. So a couple kills for each side to start things off here. Bowman and King J get one themselves.
So far, so good for Built by Gamers fans, but unfortunately, Soul Snipe's going to swing numbers in his team's advantage momentarily. Multiple members going down on each side in the battle for control. It ensues so far, but so far, you're seeing just a fast-paced game. Everyone on the map has died at least once.
Yeah, good start here for BBG, as you see Mines on your screen with that shock rifle. Both strongholds, A and B, in the control of BBG. So nice start, initial control going over towards the side of BBG.
You talk about the rivalry between these two teams. Mines, a major part of that rivalry on the side of Built Bar Gamers, and Mines taking Mines of the Kansas City Pioneers here with the shock rifle so far. He's got so much talent.
Oh my God.
So many people think he's so good. Some people think that he cheats. I don't think so. I think Mines is here to stay in the HCS scene. I think he has a lot of individual skills so far doing work with the shock rifle.
And that trip cap is so deadly in Halo Infinite. Triple cap for BBG. Double kill for Mines, looking for the triple. Barely missing that shot on Tolik, and kills all in favor of BBG right now, and that scoreboard looking good.
The crowd quiet as they were completely removed from the scene early in this game. 169-0. Built by Gamers have started this series off the way they needed to with a significant lead.
On board with Nemesis. He's been having a fantastic weekend so far, a pivotal member of this Built by Gamers team, and he goes pretty far back in the Halo scene, one of the veterans on this roster, a very solid all-around player, but Soul Snipe says, sit down, Nemesis. I'm here, and I am gonna take this win.
A big first kill, a big second kill from Soul Snipe with the plasma stick right there. Unfortunately, though, in the meantime, Mines able to secure camo unscathed, gets away with his life, hops into his stronghold. Now, will he be able to transfer C over? I honestly don't like this play by him to sit in a stronghold with camo. Typically, you don't want to put that icon over your head, but they get C transferred. Unfortunately, they are gonna lose B. So even though he rotates towards C, Pioneers now starting to put points on the board. Can they hold this for long is the question.
And we talked about it in one of our earlier series, Clutch. Using the power-ups to get the objective done is very vital, and Mines was able to be successful at B, but not able to take that battery stronghold, and goes down paying dearly with his life.
That's what I'm talking about, though, Faisal. If you jump into a stronghold with camo, you are putting an icon over your head. Even though you are invisible, your location is being revealed in some way, somehow. Mines pays for it with his life, and now Pioneers are starting to score some points.
Yeah, finally able to stop the bleeding and get a somewhat of a setup themselves here. Pioneers looking for the crowd to keep them in this one, as they are finally putting together a string right here. A triple cap in favor of Pioneers.
You want to talk about a player to watch for this Pioneers roster? Manny is one of those guys that can pop off for this team so far. Having a mediocre game one, but it just takes one life for Manny to get going. The grapple being used to go to A. He gets a trade, but his teammate is there to hop into A and potentially help reset that. But no, King J actually in A, gonna transfer it over for Built by Gamers. So as the game slows down a bit as Camo comes up, you're seeing Built by Gamers with momentary control.
Yeah, that fight for camouflage is going to be very important, as you have Soul Snipe on your screen with that shock rifle. Let's see if he can get that kill by the middle. Yes, he does. Trying to stay alive, but Nemesis is hunting him down. He wants that shock rifle as that camouflage has just spawned.
Big kills for Built by Gamers as that camo is coming up. It's going to be Bone that secures that, and that's the second camo in a row going to Built by Gamers. You saw Pioneers not focus or prioritize power-ups against Sentinels and get punished because of it yesterday. That same mistake is rearing its ugly head here in game one.
Once again, we're seeing the camo player hop in that stronghold and capture B, as B and C both in favor of BBG. Now looking to collapse on A. You have Druk back, Elevator, Nemesis, and Bone going to work together to take him out. They do, and now they should be able to capture that A, but be careful because B is being taken by Tolik.
Need to stay alive there because now Pioneers coming up respawn. Look to get into B, and that's a big kill. Once again by Tolik, the main slayer for this squad. Not having the best game as of yet, but still plenty of time to turn that story around. Unfortunately, Nemesis with the double kill with sword. We saw it from Druk's point of view. He picks up the sword ammo, and if he can do more damage, this will continue to snowball as a trip cap ensues for Built by Gamers.
You got to be very careful here if you're Pioneers. This game is getting a little bit too close towards the end point, and that triple cap is so deadly. If you're on the other side, the points just start racking up, and before you know it, the game will be over. But you see Druk trying to capture that battery stronghold, gets that kill from the grave, but they are able to cap, and here we see now Pioneers able to quickly respond and capture A and B.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big moment in game one. It's 60 to 166. Pioneers have momentary control, and they need you now more than ever. Let's hear the crowd get loud for their hometown team, and they want to create this comeback in game 1.
Here we go. We got Soulsnipe hopping in C, trying to once again go for that triple kill, and the triple cap, I should say. And here we have it. Pioneers with the trip cap trying to get back into this game.
The KCP chance start. The slaughter is on. The aggression from Pioneers when they are at their best. They play aggressive Halo, and that is what we are seeing to manifest this comeback. And look at this, Basil. The trip cap, it's still underway.
That camouflage just got picked up by Soulsnipe. Let's see how he plays this.
Look at the momentum. It's starting to shift, ladies and gentlemen. Soulsnipe picks up the first power, but no, Bomex! The biggest kill of the match, potentially.
Killing spree for Manny before he goes down. 3 down for BBG. This could be another opportunity to continue the strong setup as Pioneers has crawled their way back into this game. And it's only a 15-point game now.
And look at that. Mines tried to stay alive, but all he did was stagger the respawns of Built by Gamer. Now they're going to have to wait for Mines to come off respawn in order to have a successful push. Look at this. 2 come from Pipes. Druk gets a kill with the nade, does damage with the nade, and that makes it so easy for Tallus. Look at this, they've taken the lead, Basil.
Pioneers, with the miraculous turn of events, are able to take control of this game. And Clutch, I want to go to an Astro, listen in with Pioneers and hear what those comps sound like.
Two crossing.
Nice, guys.
They're still spawning red, just keep moving. Just keep
Guys, we can red, we can red, Nemesis.
Yeah, we can red. Does the guy sneak at me? I shouldn't have done that. Sneaky winking, Jay.
Yeah, we're close, I'm pushing in.
He's in
top red.
C.
Alright, this guy's top red.
See guys, in C.
Hey, I'm jumping up right now.
He's a triple stack.
Hey, he's there. Too long. Right there, Manny, that Manny. I'm literally sitting here, Manny.
What's up,
We can see this.
2 weeks C play. And I'm grappled.
I'm pushing them.
Okay. One shot.
Wait, do we kill Ballard? Just
watch me. I'll watch him. Just one day.
And Pioneers, 222 points on the board, just had a trip cap, and you heard the comms there. Very collected, very organized, and they expect to win this game. They've just been dominating the last few minutes here, Clutch.
And as you say that, though, Soulsnipe does pick up camo, but momentary control for Built by Gamers to get A and C control, but that's a very difficult 2 strongholds to continue to try and hold, especially with Soulsnipe behind enemy lines. He's not suspected to be here. That's the first. The second comes through Druk. Soulsnipe doing it all. Hops in the stronghold, 21 to his name, and this is Soulsnipe's game.
Soulsnipe putting on a show, and once again, we're hopping on board with Soulsnipe, the sword in his hands. There's another backpack, the killing spree. Everything working right for Pioneers as that trip cap is still here, and the sword still in Soulsnipe's hand.
This is gonna do it. Just 10 points needed for Pioneers to take this one. Built by Gamers have to act fast, and Manny has no intention of letting that happen.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. Game number 1 with the comeback. Pioneers getting this crowd even more hyped up, and you see Soulsnipe stand up after that win and point across the stage. He's letting the members on BBG know they just blew that game 1.
Man, what a game from Soulsnipe. What a moment for KCP to step up. They were down 166 to 30, Basil. That game was over in my books. Built by Gamers had everything they needed, but you felt momentum shift. And it's incredible to watch. Like, the camo control was completely Built by Gamers' favor up until the one moment they had 4 dead. The crowd started to get into it. The players started to feel the energy. They started to control the map and set the tone from there on out.
And honestly, I feel like that was such an important game to win for BBG. Obviously, we do have, the rest of this best-of-5 series, but coming off that Game 5 loss to PK, to the Knights, and now, going up, starting off so strong in Game 1 and losing, so you're kind of falling back into those bad habits. If you're a BBG, you have to rebound now in this game number 2. I've said this before in the series, but this is as close to it gets as a must-win for BBG.
First time on main stage, and you don't want to blow a lead in Game 1, I promise you that. Not a significant one like Built by Gamers did. You need to take a deep breath, you need to reset, and you don't have much time to do it. Going into a street slayer, Basil. When you're in this position as a new blood, as a young player on the scene, trying to come up, trying to create an upset, what's going through your head?
You just have to brush it off. Literally take it one game at a time. Don't think about how that game one, some of the things didn't go your way. You just tell your teammates, hey, just reset. Let's go into this game 2 and take it 1 kill at a time, 1 game at a time, and they need to come out in the Street Slayer and control the map, control the rotations, control the spawns, and most importantly, control the power weapons.
Now on the other side of the stage, we saw KCP win game 1 against Sentinels yesterday. The crowd was loud. Soul Snipe was standing up. Manny was smiling across the stage. They didn't win another game in that series, so for Pioneers, this series is not over. Game 1's great, but you play best of 5s in Halo for a reason. The better team will win the series. KCP need to make sure they stay focused here. Game 2's start could determine the winner of this series still here and now.
And we talk about the snowball effect in Halo Infinite, especially in a game type and map like Street Slayer. You want to make sure you have a strong start on either side and continue that momentum throughout the game. Typically, we see the teams that have the strong starts end up winning the game. So I'm really interested to see what the opening starts here are for both teams and how they execute off the bat.
Don't forget, these two teams are very familiar with each other. A lot of rivalry between these two. So starting strats, you know these two teams have done their homework, so we'll see what kind of chess pieces are being moved in order to counteract the starting strats. We're hopping on board with Soul Snipe to kick this one off. Who better than the leading Slayer for his team last game? Unfortunately, King J shuts him down immediately.
Opening start goes in the favor of Built by Gamers as they pick up 3 kills to Pioneers 1. Rockets in the hands of Nemesis.
I love this. Slow it down. Control the pace if you're Built by Gamers. Do not find yourself playing at an uncomfortable rate that they were towards the end of game 1. A nice, perfect Rocket's going to award him with 1 kill. Mines finds a second, and now with numbers, you can look for Built by Gamers to be aggressive.
This is what we talked about. Clutch 6-1. Great start for Built by Gamers. Momentum totally in their favor. Nemesis still with Rockets, just holding down positioning.
It's almost eerie how patient Nemesis is being right now. He doesn't want to push with these Rockets, doesn't want to give up away a life. And now Nemesis rewarded with a double and a killing spree. 3 dead for Pioneers again. And almost a perfect start to a Street Slayer for Built by Gamers from here on out.
Couldn't have asked for a better series of events if you're a BBG fan, but unfortunately, Nemesis gets caught off guard there and gets taken down as we hop on board with Soul Snipe, able to make his way into this arcade without taking any damage. So a good amount of real estate on the map here for Pioneers, able to start the push as Soul Snipe gets 1. Jay, though, on the other side, picks up a couple to weather the storm.
So it's easy to control the pace when you have Rockets and the other team's scared to push you. How can Built by Gamers continue to dictate the pace of game 2 without those power weapons in hand? Rockets are coming up in 20, and already you see King J. He's going to slow this down once again. Completely different play styles here between Built by Gamers and Pioneers, and I love this by Built by Gamers. They're starting to find their footing here in this series.
Once again, this player able to make his way
nice shot.
Unseen into arcade. Nice shots by King J taking down Talik. Nemesis right there with him. I'd imagine they're going to fight in tires here to try to clean out this PD court, and players on Pioneers is not able to take the fights in PD court there, and King J able to just rotate freely.
So because King J wins his one-on-one, he actually gets to push towards PD, like you said, and no one expects it from Pioneers. It's so much free damage that it's allowed Bohm and the rest of the boys to secure Rockets, and this lead is starting to continue to get ugly, Faisal. It's up over 12 now.
Yeah, both Rockets start this game in favor of BBG. That is such an important factor in this game type on this map. It's just 3 kills as Bohm gets caught off guard. Once again, that P-Street push. Druck is there to pick up a double kill, looking for the triple.
Here comes
Druck putting on a show.
Here comes Druck. You want to talk about players that play at the fastest pace in Infinite? It's Druck that comes top of mind in that category. He leads the charge for Pioneers, and look at how aggressive this team wants to be.
23-13, still in favor of BBG. This is a big game for them. Triple kill for Soul Snipe. 7 kills already. Great start in this game, but Talik needs to step things up to make sure his team, this lead doesn't get too far away from his team.
They got it within 8. That's big. You want it within 5, going into the 35 kill mark. Can you get it there if you're a Pioneers fan? Is the big question. Soul Snipe not expecting those players to be in PD, and unfortunately, he's surrounded, loses his life. And these kills that are traded like that from Built by Gamers when Pioneers have control are massive for their opportunity here in game 2.
Couple kills for BBG once again. Only 1 kill for Pioneers, so that lead still comfortable. on board with Manny. Those rockets will be spawning in about 15 seconds, so maybe we'll be able to see Pioneers get the first rockets of the game for themselves. And they have some good positioning. They have BBG trapped in that tram area, and these rockets will be spawning, but 3 members fall for Pioneers, leaving Manny all alone when rockets are just about to spawn.
They're trapped in trim. You cannot go 0 for 3 while trying to push in, especially as rockets are coming up. And now Built by Gamers with another set of rockets. Even if King J dies there, he at least uses one, and that is another win condition removed from the Pioneers' ability to come back in this game.
Still within striking distance, though. Only 8 kills separate both of these teams. You have the Stalker Rifle in the hands of Tolik. It's 3 shots to the dome, and you will get that kill. Couple missed shots there, but able to do enough damage for his teammate to push, get that cleanup. Couple kills go in the favor of Pioneers, and now that's a big push by Bohm, able to make his way through B stairs and pick up that kill.
It's a 5-kill game. I said you needed it within 5 before 35. They've done just that, but just like that, King J extends it to 6. Good control of the Bulldog shotgun. You know how much damage that can do, and King J needs to be smart about him playing his life here. He wants Pioneers to push into this, and that's exactly what they do.
2 members trapped in PD, but able to use some teamwork to get some kills. And once again on the kill feed, it's all BBG as they are extending this lead up by 7 right now.
Nemesis having a hell of a game with 13 to his name. He had 11 for a long time, extended it to 13, but every bit of that is what Built by Gamers will need to punch their ticket to tie this series up 1-1.
Oh, nice shots by Nemesis. Takes down Tolik right there in front of tower. Moving towards PD court once again. Spots a couple players towards PD and in that tires area. Good damage. He has King J right there. Not able to clean up that kill, though, inside of PD.
I love how Nemesis just isn't intimidated right now. Look at how controlled his gameplay looks. He's not looking to overstep or give away any free deaths. And just like that, 42-32, it's a 10-kill game. Built by Gamers have extended the lead once again.
Right when it looked like Pioneers was gonna hop back into this game, BBG said no thank you and extends the lead once again. And Nemesis playing so wisely with his life, though. Manny able to spot him on the peak and takes him down. The rockets are on spawn. Truck trying to go for them, but King J is there to keep him off the rockets. Let's see who can get these next rockets.
Absolutely, these rockets would be pivotal for Pioneers to try and come back in this game, but I mean, 4 kills, Faisal, that's not even doable, even with a set of rockets. You would need at least 4 in the chamber, and unfortunately, only 2 come now, so 4 kills remain. Built by Gamers starting to pick up the pace, trying to end this one before any amount of comeback can happen, and just 2 kills now needed with Mines getting a double.
2 kills left to go, and BBG will tie the series up. A great response after a tough game 1. A great performance out of this BBG team. 15 kills for Nemesis, 14 for Mines. All around great performances as Tolik gets a kill. Soulsnipe gets another one, so it's not over just yet, Clutch. 48-41.
Mines has definitely slowed his play style down. He hasn't really moved out of tram since. It's an opportunity for Pioneers to maybe get a couple of unanswered kills, make this interesting. Now it's just a 5-kill game, but Nemesis probably the biggest kill of the game so far. Picks up that crucial 49th, and now just 1 mistake is all Built by Gamers need.
Oh man, this is actually a little bit scary if you're BBG. 49-45. I'd expect them to be able to get at least 1 trade, but if you're Pioneers and you can try to manage a 4 down, this game will be all tied up at 49 apiece. Obviously, it's a tall task. 49-46. Drunk gets 1. Manny gets 1. 49-47.
There it is.
Both trying to get the last kill in Arcade. Not able to get the kill.
Like
He's weak near PD. Soulsnipe trying to clean it up. Drunk 49-49. This has been a crazy comeback by Pioneers. Tolik looking for the 50th kill. But there, BBG able to clutch up and get that last kill, Clutch. It was 49-41, I believe. It was something crazy, and they almost just stole that win.
Oh my God, King J comes in and just gets the melee kills. What could have been that fans would have erupted, this place wouldn't exist anymore. This series would be over. But no, they tie it up. Built by Gamers do just enough to get the job done. And they tie this one up, and we're going to a game 3, and I couldn't be more excited to get this one underway because this series, man, is it just waiting to have energy pop in it.
And Clutch, BBG was up by a lot in game 1 and ended up blowing the lead and losing. If they somehow lost that game, that not only would say a lot for this series, and for me, it would have said a lot for their entire tournament, and I would have had to question a lot about this team, but thankfully, they shut that down. King J comes in the clutch, gets that last kill, and ties the series up 1-1.
You say that because I thought a choke chant was about to start if that game went the other way. No, let's leave that in the past, though. We're gonna take a look at the last minute and how intense this was. Look at the score, Faisal, 48-41. Never has a comeback like this happened at a tournament. Absolutely not. And especially after Nemesis gets that 49th kill. I mean, Mine's just so close to taking down Talik, doesn't get the kill. Nemesis comes in here, finishes it off. You think, hey, we just gotta come off respawn. Somebody trade out some damage, please, and it's not the case.
Yeah, and it's almost a slippery slope. Like you start playing a different kind of way when you think you just need one, and you chase a kill that you wouldn't have normally chased, or you try to be a little bit too aggressive when you shouldn't have been, and we saw BBG do that and Pioneers capitalize and tie it up at 49, but again, honestly, they got kind of lucky that they were able to get that 50th kill.
Yeah, I mean, if King J doesn't close the distance between this player, it's all she wrote, and we're looking at a KCP going up 2-0. Boom. Yeah, you probably should have got that kill, and unfortunately, because you choose to back up, now numbers are just heavily in KCP's favor. And then we quickly switch to Talik's point of view, and look at King J. He just literally is sprinting to capitalize on that melee. He gets the no shield too, and the kill comes through right at the end. So KCP could have even thought they won that.
Wow.
Potentially.
Wow.
I mean, you blink and you miss it, but fortunately for BBG fans, they're back in this one. The series is tied up, and we're going to Aquarius.
Capture the flag on Aquarius will be your game number 3. We're all tied up. This has been an outstanding series so far. I hope we get to see this go all the way to a game 5 on that Slayer Bazaar. But clutch, capture the flag Aquarius. What are some keys to success on this game type?
You got to see camo control, right? That was something that we saw heavily influence the score in game 1. Camo control heavily in the favor of BBG early on in game 1. That significantly was built. Camo control significantly goes in KCP's favor for the second half, and what do you know? The score continues to flip on its head. So look for that camo to be very influential, but it's really Dynamo Grenades, the Heat Wave, and the camo up top that dictate it. And if you're talking about locations to control, that closet is oh so important because it's primarily where you run it as well. So look for mad aggression to be had in those closet areas.
Yeah, I'm looking for KCP to come out strong in this game number 3 and play with that aggressive playstyle that they've become synonymous with, right? The efficient playstyle of Pioneers that we've come to know and love. And on the other side, Nemesis and the BBG squad trying to extend their success in this series, trying to gain the lead and go up 2-1. And Nemesis is gonna need to play like he did in that game 2 if they want to see that.
I'm just so worried about BBG. It's like no lead is safe at this point, right? We've seen an entire 160-point lead just about removed in Strongholds, 10 kills to get 1 in a Slayer, and it was almost removed. It's like, if they get up, KCP should be confident that they are still in this game. This crowd should be confident that their team can still come back because miracles have almost happened twice in a row here on the main stage.
And now I cannot wait to hop into game number 3. For me, once again, the start is so important, right? You mentioned the clutch. Who's gonna get that camo? Who's gonna get the initial heat wave? And who's gonna get those first flag pulls moving for their team? There's definitely a correlation between the aggression and the amount of success you have on this game type. And KCP, once again, they're known for their aggression.
The big thing for me is BBG has had such great starts to games 1 and 2. The series is tied 1-1. What happens if KCP comes out swinging? What happens if KCP gets a good start to these maps? Can Built by Gamers weather the storm and create a comeback against KCP, or do they need that lead to play around in order to have success? That's a big question. Maybe BBG can continue that, but to do that over a 5-game series and to do it all 5 games is a tall task to ask, if you're asking me. And KCP, I'm looking for them to no longer give away the early game to Built by Gamers. I expect them to understand that this is a problem. Let's come in focus this time around.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopping into game number 3, Pioneers versus Built by Gamers. We're all tied up 1-1. And this is a big swing game, Clutch. We got a big game on our hands.
Yeah, taking a look at the records so far throughout this tournament, neither team figured out a way to win this one. And that's a good thing if you're Built by Gamers. You want to play KCP on potentially their weaker game types, and this may be one of them. King J starting off on the right foot, being aggressive, got Great damage onto Druk, but he's actually going to leave Druk. Drop front the base, and we'll see if King J can make a play here, but unfortunately, he doesn't go for camo, and that's Soul Snipe's camo. And already, Pioneers with a hot start. We'll see what they're able to do with it.
Fantastic start for Pioneer. Soul Snipe with the camo picks up the kill on Bohm. Flag already in front of him, and he will try to relay this one home. 30 seconds into game number 3, and Pioneers is all over you. Kimpy Pioneers is on the scoreboard, and Pioneers takes the lead.
And look at Talik, 4 kills in the first 30 seconds. Talik says, no more, Mr. Night Sky. I'm taking this one into my own hands. He's got 4. Soul Snipe running a second flag, doing it all. KCP on a roll now.
Textbook execution by Pioneers, not able to stay alive though. Soul Snipe gets taken down, but Talik is right there. He has eyes on the flag, and let's see if Pioneers can keep this alive and capture the second flag.
I like this play by Talik. He needs to relocate top pink. He can still watch the flag return from this location, and now that he's got some good damage onto a player, he needs to stay alive. Unfortunately, multiple members of BBG are going to shut him down. They do get the return, keeping this at a 1-0 game for now.
Yeah, good job by BBG, not allowing Pioneers to get that second gap. But as I say that, we have Druk's on new read, running another flag here through their utility and snuck it all the way back to his base. Looks like he's going to capture the second flag for Pioneers.
You want to talk about pace? Look at the pace the Pioneers are playing at. They got 2 caps on the board in the first 2 minutes. They have not played a single second on their back feet, and Built by Gamers are against the ropes.
Druk runs into Bohm in his utility, chooses to back down. I like that decision. He has his teammate there to clean up the kill. Mines now in his utility. Bohm goes down, but Druk is here to fight Mines, and Mines gets the better of that. Engagement stays alive, and what you talked about, Clutch, staying alive in the opponent's utility is so important in this map and game type.
Yeah, it's a big kill to get Mines out of the closet, even though he got the first kill. Being able to capitalize on that damage was big enough. 3 dead for Built by Gamers, and the second camo of the game going to the Pioneers once again. So if you want to transfer this over to game 1, camo control dictated the scoreline in game 1. Look at game 3, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0. Every camo being secured by Pioneers is benefiting them immensely.
Killing spree for Talik, picks up a double kill. Camo still on, working with his team to try to get another flagpole, and he does just that, running it towards the fridge, running it towards his pink side, gonna take the bottom pink route. Nice slide, and once again we're seeing the efficiency out of your Kansas City Pioneers, looking to go up 3-0, playing it safe right here is Talik, waiting for the opponents to throw their grenades, making sure he doesn't take any damage, and I like the patience out of Pioneers.
Heads up play by Talik to wait for his team. He knows players are in his base, and he's given the flag to his teammate. He's gonna get the kill on the Nemesis, and now potentially able to hop the return. 3 dead, 4 dead for Built by Gamers. The Pioneers are on a roll.
Talik's patience was so impressive right there for me. He played that so perfectly and didn't even give BBG a chance to get a stop there. That's what you want to see out of the best teams in the game, and Talik with the perfect.
Unbelievable control of the map so far from Pioneers. They have not let off the gas at all. They're using the momentum they built in game 2 at the end. Even though they didn't win that comeback, that was significant moments that they believed and gained confidence in. And now look, Druk running this 4th flag in. It's going to be 4-0, and we still have 8 minutes left in this game.
Wow. Wow. An absolute dominating performance, but King J and Mines get a couple kills. You have King J on the return, able to get the return. So wow, big. That was very big for BBG. If you're down 4-0, it would be extraordinarily hard to try to come back and win, but 3-0 is still a large deficit. But wow, big play out of King J.
They go down 4-0, you might as well end the game, in my opinion. They keep it at a 3-0 game. Unfortunately, no counter cap opportunity for Built by Gamers, so the game stays at 3-0 for now. But control of the closet is what Built by Gamers are trying to focus on. They take down Talik, but Manny here cycling these dynamo grenades so perfectly is KCP as he gets a player to no shield bottom middle. Can't quite finish the kill, but a little bit of teamwork goes a long way for the Built by Gamers. As they pick up a couple kills, we'll see what they're able to do with it now.
And Mines slipping and sliding, weaseling his way out of those scenarios. King J with some good shots on Druk. So a couple of good series of events for BBG, and this is what they're gonna need to do more of if they want to come back in this game.
You got to figure out a way to get some flags on the move. I know it's just 7 minutes on the clock, but those 7 minutes will start to dwindle down quickly if this scoreline stays at 3-0 for much longer.
board with Manny. Gets a free kill there on mine. A couple players fall on each side. Manny goes down to Bohm. Good shots out of Bohm right there. 2 members fall for BBG. Druk trying to keep the pressure on, pushing towards Nemesis and takes him down.
14 for Soul Snipe, 15 for Tali. Showing out here in game 3 are the duo up top, and really all of the Pioneers just having so much success. This next camo coming up in 16 seconds. I want to say Built by Gamers need to prioritize these power-ups if they want an opportunity to give themselves some advantage here going into the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, perhaps the power-up will help even out the scoreboard right now, as the kills heavily in the favor of Pioneers, and a lot of that courtesy of Talik and Soul Snipe with 16 and 15 kills each, and now you're on board with Soul Snipe with that heat wave, putting down some shots on top middle, and just not taking any damage. Is in a great position to get information for his team and do damage.
I actually love this play by Soul Snipe. When you're up 3 flags with 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, slay out. Don't feel desperate to grab the flag, and that's a big kill that could potentially get this flag on the move. 2 go down, 3 go down for Built by Gamers, and that's his key to make this flag start on the move. He's got it across halfway, and he's not even touched this entire run.
What a play out of Soul Snipe. Once again, the patience out of this Pioneer squad is something to admire. We think of them as just a run and gun aggressive team, but these guys are actually some of the smartest players in the game. They know when to push, they know when to play defense, and they know when to be patient.
Although they're aggressive, there is a method to the madness that they play with, and when they set the pace, you're seeing the damage that they can do. 4-0 here on Aquarius CTF, and this is a phenomenal statement game in this series.
Some people call game 3 the swing game clutch, and right now it's swinging totally in the favor of Pioneers. King J in mind with some big kills. Manny now drops bottom middle. Some shots on King J. That heat wave takes him down to no shields, and he gets taken down. So again, 4-0 lead for Pioneers, and we see BBG get some good kills. We see them have some good, moments of teamwork. But to your point, Clutch, they're not able to get the flagpole. And wow, Pioneers all on your screen right now as 3 members dropped for BBG.
Yeah, the issue is every time it's like Built by Gamers make a play, it's on the defensive end. They have no chance of capping a flag. We haven't seen the flag move across halfway up until this point for the Gamers. And unfortunately, down 4-0, you got to move quickly. 4 minutes left. That's a cap per minute to even get into overtime. And I'm sorry, Basil, but I haven't seen something like that in Halo Infinite yet.
Neither have I, Clutch. Neither have I. Druk on your screen, putting shots down on that first flag that we've seen come across the halfway point for BBG. But this could be actually a curse disguised as a blessing, as this could give an opportunity for Pioneers to do a counter cap, and that's exactly what we're seeing as Druk throws the flag out, and once again we're seeing him hop back into the opponent's base and shoot some bodies. Mines goes down. Druk is in his bag right now, but that flag is already all the way back to BBG's base. Maybe they can put one on the board.
It's not a rivalry without a little body disrespect in Halo, and Druk showing you that there's still some passion behind this series on his end. Even though they come in as the favorite, they still want this win as bad as anything.
2 members fall for Pioneers. That flag has not been capped.
There we go.
By BBG, and there you have it. So 1 cap on the board for BBG. Druk is right there to make them pay, and now he's going to try to pull the 5th and final flag cap. Druk already all the way over to front of his base. This could be the end of game 3 right before our eyes. Druk made it all the way back to his base, and this looks like it's going to be all over, Clutch.
Absolutely. Druk fumbling the flag for just a moment, but that's not going to matter as kills continuing to go in Pioneer's favor. There it is. 5-1. A dominant performance from Kansas City Pioneers on Aquarius CTF to take the lead here in the series 2-1.
And the crowd is hyped up. They know they're just 1 win away from advancing in this series. And wow, what a performance right there. That is a statement game if I've ever seen one, Clutch. It almost separated them in class right there. Like, that was a masterful performance out of Pioneers.
A master class of Aquarius CTF is what that was. The entire team was rolling. The objective was done so efficiently. Not often do we see 5 flags being capped on Aquarius CTF, but it got done. The sentence got finished, and KCP's not done yet because, like I said, they learned their lesson from the Sentinel series. Yesterday, they were up 1-0. They let 3 games fall between their hands, and I don't expect that to be the case here and now because they look to be on fire right now.
Yeah, taking a look at some highlights from that game 3, and really the difference maker aside from just the aggression and pace that Pioneers was playing out was the camouflage control, right? And the heat wave control, and the rotations, and the timing. Like, Pioneers really played this game like textbook. Honestly, they played this so well. You see killing sprees on the board for Talik. You see the dynamo grenades doing everything. Everything was going right for Pioneers, and like we talked about, BBG able to have some spurts of teamwork and some good kills go their way. But to your point, Clutch, it was always on their back foot. They were not able to really just be the aggressor this game.
To me, the biggest moments were these dynamo grenades just consistently being watched, rinsed, and repeated. Used time after time to gain an advantage in the closets and whatever individual fights the Pioneers were having. Those dynamo grenades were so impactful, did so much damage, were worth their money in gold. And because KCP focused on prioritizing those, they won that game. But here we go, we got game 4. It's Aquarius oddball. We got the S7 snipe on the map, and I couldn't be more excited to get that on our screen as fast as we can because these players are gonna put that to use quick.
Couple kills, 4 dead on each side. 4 dead, actually, for Pioneers. Good start for Bohm and the boys on BBG, getting this ball over towards the tower. And let's see how long they can hold this setup.
We'll see. This is a big moment for BBG. We talked about how their strong starts have put them in such a good position throughout the early games in this series. Game 3 was not a strong start at all, and it was ugly the entire time. So, much different story here in round 1 of oddball. Game 4, Nemesis starting to pick up. Great teamwork there by Built by Gamers, trading kills out while you're racking up some ball time. This is all good news for the boys in blue.
The ball gets tossed to Nemesis, even though he has a sniper rifle. Interesting play here, but the rotation is impressive right there. And unfortunate team nade takes him down to 1 shot. The ball is down pillars. Nemesis is 1 shot with the sniper rifle, able to gain his shields back. Misses the no-scope, hits the melee, and goes down with the sniper. So, bit of a misplay there by Nemesis, and Talik now is rewarded with that sniper.
This is a big moment for Built by Gamers. First time on main stage, first time in a big series. I want to go to an Astro listen in and see what the comms are like and see how they're able to weather this storm.
C-box, C-box, C-box.
Bottom mid going double door, bottom mid going E-wave, bottom mid going E-wave. Flying a ball, guys. Work out.
One shot dummies, dead.
Very nice.
I'm living for a sec.
Where are they spawning? Where are they at?
Probably A, no?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're... There's two dummies.
I have to live. They're chasing me bottom fast. Key door.
One more dummies going on camo right now.
They're big door.
On camo.
I could kill mine.
Literally on camo, literally waiting for it.
On camo, guys.
He waves down, Max. They're gonna have it. They have heat wave going screens right now. Who's playing big door? I'm playing big door. Ball taken. We had 9.
Behind me. Nest.
I hear you, Nest call out.
It's like pillars or something.
Go on. Camel's an A.
Where? Oh no, I'm here. I'm right here.
Camel's to your right, left. Camel's 1 shot.
Come on, let's go.
Where is he?
I don't know. Small door.
1 shot screens.
On heat wave, key door right now.
Do I help Camo?
Man. I shot the jump. I'm coming. I'm overlook right now.
Soul side.
Living.
I have heat wave.
I'll take it.
Hiding over.
They're on cuts, I think.
I spawned green.
Mine's just watch me. Mine's off. Mine's mid. Or bottom mid. Mine.
Rotate.
Go me. Rotate me. Push me.
So you're at...
BBG with the lead, 34-24. It's been quite a bit of a back and forth game so far. Neither team able to establish too much control. Soul Snipe takes down King J and holds on to the ball as the game is all tied up now, 34 apiece.
A little bit of a blunder there by BBG. They wanted to play that ball, get it off the map, and reset it to bottom middle. But a great job by Soul Snipe to catch that ball before it, and not only that, but find the kill. And now look at this. The Pioneers have taken the lead by 10. They're continuing to score, and they're going to be able to play this one if they choose to as well.
Sniper rifle in the hands of Manny. Just scoping out, trying to stay alive and keep his shields. Nice teamwork there, taking down Bohm on the killing spree now for Manny. Nice body shot on the King J. He goes down, but King J gets the kill on Manny. That sniper rifle gets transferred over to Talik with a nice no-scope cleanup.
Tall can do so much work with the snipe, but he chooses to pick up the ball, be a team player, and just like that, The league continuing to build for Pioneers. They want to end this series here and now. They have no interest in going to a game 5, and round 1 significantly starting to look like it's going to belong to the Pioneers.
Still a ways to go, even in this round 1. Mines 10 kills on the board for BBG, leading the entire lobby right now in kills. Good job milking your life there, Druk. Nemesis and King J get a couple kills on the board. 3 members fall for BBG, a couple down for Pioneers, but ultimately control favors Pioneers.
And look at Druk's play there. I want everybody to pay attention to that. Druk didn't do any damage. He just stayed alive. He had so much attention on him that his teammates picked up the kills as he lost his life. Small things like that will never show up in the stat category, but that was the most impactful play he could have made given the situation.
Talik with the reversal killing spree. Great job out of Talik using the sandbox. I love that about Halo Infinite. There's so many opportunities to outplay your opponent with a good mix of teamwork in there. Of course, we all love the teamwork aspect of Halo. It's what made me fall in love with the franchise. And now we see Mines take down Talik. Manny gets a kill as well. A couple members for both sides go down.
Basically, you used to bait your teammates all the time while you
I was the ultimate team player.
No, you flanked all the time. I was the guy top middle as you, man.
King J with the double kill. And now BBG takes some control as a couple members for Pioneers go down, and this is a really big swing moment in the game as 75 already on the scoreboard for Pioneers, and this could be an opportunity for BBG to really close the gap.
30 points is doable for Built by Gamers, but they need to hold a consistent setup, and they need slays that they're not getting because Pioneers are continuing to push. They're continuing to break the setup 3 dead for Built by Gamers, and Pioneers erase any kind of storyline that we would have just created about a Built by Gamers comeback with those kills, and now they look to close round 1 of game 4.
Soul Snipe on your screen with the heat wave, only 11 seconds to win in this round for Pioneers. Druk gets a kill, Mines gets one as well, but that Soul Snipe heat wave is too strong. King J able to clean him up. Now Druk versus King J. Neither one able to get the kill, but Nemesis is right there to get that kill, and Manny with the camo.
You got ball outside, you're able to rotate it if you're Built by Gamers, but once again, camo in the hands of Pioneers. I can't stress it enough throughout this series. It's been the story of the series so far. The control of camo is too strong. Manny picks this one up, and that's gonna do it for round 1. 98, 99, 100. And the Pioneers are 1 round of oddball away from taking this series 3-1.
Facing elimination.
Great job closing that game out by Pioneers as we're hopping into round number 2 now. Talik throwing grenades top middle towards the sniper rifle. Eats a grenade though. Good job by Built by Gamers practicing those nerd nades.
Yeah, great grenade to push Talik out of the situation for now. Once again, a strong start for Built by Gamers, it seems, but the ball is in the hands of the Pioneers, so a little bit of a blunder of the location of Built by Gamers for now. They lose 2 members on both sides, but the ball is completely across the map from Talik. But look at this, the prioritization on camo from Pioneers is so evident in this series, and because of it, we'll see how long Built by Gamers setup lasts.
Sniper and camo in the hands of Soul Snipe. Gets 1, gets 2, looking for the triple. But Talik says, don't worry, Soul Snipe. I'll take care of that one.
No more setup for Built by Gamers. That was an easy break from Pioneers, and that's something that we've seen consistently so far here in game 4. Built by Gamers have been in solid positions, but can't hold the setup. The Pioneers' pushes are too strong.
Ooh, barely misses that headshot top middle, but 1 member falls. Anytime a member falls in an objective game types, it just puts so much pressure on your teammates to try to mitigate that death and make a push down a player. Soul Snipe staying alive with the sniper, slipping and sliding, and manages to stay alive.
Ball in the hands of Pioneers, Snipe in the hands of Soul Snipe. It's in his name, for God's sake. Surely he can dominate with this weapon. Surely he was meant for the S7. Can he find members of Built by Gamers is the big question. They're all going to be pushing Brute side of the map, it appears. Soul Snipe, he finds that information out. Hits a nice body shot on the Mines. And we'll see what else he's able to do with it now.
Ball carrier kill.
Ball gets played. Soul Snipe still alive with the sniper rifle, has 3 bullets to work with. Trying to get eyes on the ball bottom middle, but Mines Rivalries is behind him with the flank and gets that one-shot sniper rifle. Let's see what he can do with a nice double kill, putting that last bullet to work. Mines with the impressive double right there. 3 members fall for Pioneers, and Camo finally clutch in the hands of Bowman, built by Gamers, and they also got a heat wave.
They know Camo exists at this point in time. Let's see what they're able to do with it. That's still not bad, though. A trade isn't the worst thing in the world. You don't want to trade with Camo heat wave, but it's a good kill. Unfortunately, 3 members are still continuing to go down for Built by Gamers, and the setup once again broken. So it's redundancy, Faisal. It is Built by Gamers can get a setup, but they cannot hold a setup. Pioneers are so clean at breaking these setups immediately.
2 members go down from Built by Gamers, ball in the hands of Pioneers. It just seems like, to your point, Clutch, Pioneers keeps on executing at a high level. They keep on getting the important kills, and Talik is working so well with this heat wave, looking for the double. Boom shuts that down. This game is still anyone's round right now. Only 20 seconds separating both teams. As Talik, as Soul Snipe picks up that heat wave.
This is where the series could end, right here and now. 50-21, a full setup from Pioneers, and this is the difference between these two teams so far throughout this series. Pioneers, how long will they hold it? Talik picks up a double, Druk gets one of his own, and now the clock and the time starting to add up.
4 members fall for Built by Gamers, allowing Pioneers to get plenty of real estate on the map, but unfortunately for Soul Snipe to spawn behind him, and he wasn't aware, he goes down.
He almost gets that kill still, and unfortunate for Soul Snipe, but massive for Built by Gamers. The first 2 kills are big, but look at this. Pioneers have perfectly been in a position to play the ball when they lose their setup. Yes, they go down, but Built by Gamers is going to have a tough time capitalizing on these kills because of that play ball.
2 members fall for Pioneers. Let's see if Built by Gamers can get down bottom middle, get that ball as this power-up is about to spawn. This could be a change in tide for Built by Gamers if they're able to get it and hopefully get that ball out of bottom middle for a setup.
They need this camo. They need to do work when they get this camo secured. Boom, you got a lot of responsibility on your shoulders right now. You lost 2 teammates, and you have to keep your team in this series, and unfortunately, Nemesis just heat waved you to no shield. You got to check house.
Mines gets that kill on Soul Snipe. Camo still in the hands of Bone. Spots the player garage going top middle. That's Druk as he goes down. Talik trying to take out Bone with that camo. Bone dodging grenades. Spots Talik. Does get the assist. So 2 members fall for Pioneers. Good execution by Built by Gamers. And this lead is slowly but surely the gap is getting closed. And Built by Gamers are really going to need to continue this style of play for the rest of the round.
Yeah, Pioneers have such a significant lead here. Built by Gamers need to play perfect to get this comeback to push to a round 3 here in game 4. And unfortunately, the setup is starting to break. 2 members go down, and Pioneers' aggression does not stop now.
Make that 3 clutch. 3 members fall for Built by Gamers, and this could be the final moments of the series as one more round win, and the Pioneers will advance 76-39 and control currently in the hands of Pioneers. And Mines, though, on your screen gets one, looking for the double. 3 members fall right there, 2 on each side.
Still 2 members to deal with here in-house. It's a push for Built by Gamers, and unfortunately, Druk, he finds 2 body disrespect, and Druk starting to realize that this series is very close to being over.
Druk bottom middle trying to get some scrappy time. He knows there's only 15 seconds left to go, and this one will be all over. 10 seconds left to go, and he's just getting time. Bottom middle, look at this setup right here by Pioneers. Just have one side on each side of bottom middle while Druk is in the middle. Look at them close things out. And KCP, the Pioneers, will win the series 3-1. What a performance out of Pioneers after a shaky start to the series. They dominate game 3, they dominate game 4, and now they are looking to advance in this tournament and hopefully bring home a chip for their hometown Kansas City.
It wasn't the prettiest win, but you can't expect that when you're playing a rival like Built by Gamers. You know how intense this series was for everyone involved. But KCP, they get the job done. They clutch up in games where it matters, and they hit their stride by the end of it. And for them to find their stride going into bracket play is massive because these guys still have a lot of Halo left to be played.
Fantastic job closing out those last 2 games by Pioneers. And that is more indicative, I think, of what this Pioneers team is all about. We expect them to make quick work of a Built by Gamers team, but not to disrespect them because they definitely earned their way into pool play. They earned their way out of that open bracket, and they're showing the whole world that they're the real deal. But a team like Pioneers, we put them in the top, right? We put them, whenever Pioneers takes on a Sentinels or even a Cloud9 or an Optic, we give them a fair shot. We say this could go 5 games. We say Pioneers could win this. So they are one of the best teams here at the tournament, and they just showed you what they're all about closing out that series.
It's the consistency that tends to bite this team, right? Will they be able to find that level of consistency? We talk about how it was Built by Gamers' first series ever on main stage. Well, guess what? KCP, they've had 1 tournament on LAN before this, and this is their second, so they're still getting the jitters out. They're still finding their rhythm. They found some rhythm there in Game 4, especially in Game 3, and if they can play with that rhythm, Faisal, I'm going to give them more than just a shot against some of the best teams in the world here at this tournament.
Looking at the series layout one more time, that 50-49 Game 2 was so close, but again, Built by Gamers able to close that one out, and ultimately, after that Aquarius flag 5-1, we saw the dominance start to come into play for Pioneers, and they continue that into live fire all ball with that 2-0.
This series could have been completely different. If Built by Gamers had held on to the lead in Game 1, had closed Game 2 out the way that they should have, we would have been looking at a 2-0 series in Built by Gamers' favor, but Pioneers showed a little bit of ice, a little bit of resiliency, and maybe that's just the things they need going into some more important series here in Championship Bracket later today.
We'll have to wait and see what Pioneers can do this tournament, but for right now, we have Blaze on the stage with Talik for an interview. Take it away, Blaze.
Thank you so much, Goofy. We got the hometown team coming out of pool play. Give it up for the Pioneers! All right, I got Talik on the main stage, and my man, okay, the crowd has been jumping all day long. Now, what I want to talk to you about is maps 1 and 2. It was super close. We saw a crazy comeback from you guys, a 50-49 loss right there. What was going on in the comms? Because you guys were challenged there by Built by Gamers.
I mean, we came out super slow. I mean, me personally, I came out super slow, right? But at the end of the game, I started picking it up. But, you know, we just choked at the end. It's honestly my fault. That Game 2 is completely my bad, but, you know, we just choked. But after that, took a deep breath, and we started focusing up, and then the rest of the series was pretty easy.
There you go. You was telling me up here before the interview came, you was playing some of the best Halo of your life right there. I know your teammates was appreciative about that.
Oh,
What clicked for you?
I mean, after the game, I just kind of like, it's like, well, all right, I just played like terrible at Game 2. I just need to calm down. Like
flip that switch.
Yeah, flip the switch, close my eyes. Deep breath, and I start focusing up from here on there.
Get locked back in. All right. Tell me, what does this crowd do for you being in tough situations like that?
You guys are great. It makes you play way better.
Yeah.
We have like white noise, and like, we can still hear it loud and clear. So after every kill, I get 1 kill. I hear everyone start cheering and calling my name. It's like, yeah, it helps a lot. I love you guys.
Nice. Well, tell me lastly, man, what does it mean to be in Kansas City? And talk to me about your teammates and what they do for you, man.
I mean, these guys are like my brothers, honestly. Like, a long time ago, we used to hate each other, right? And then now we're like literally just at the top. We're playing every game, map by map, brotherhood, just blood, sweat, tears. You know, it's great. I'm very happy.
All right, man. Hey, Talik, it was a pleasure talking to you, my guy. Give it up one more time for the Pioneers. Lonnie, there's a lot to break down.
There certainly is a lot to break down, and first and foremost, I just want to formally apologize to Kansas City for ever doubting the Pioneers, because my goodness, you guys look cracked out there. Absolutely insane stuff from Pioneers in this roster. I honestly am extremely impressed. I just quickly want to break a couple of things down just to see how that series went, and we need to talk about that Slayer, because my goodness me, BBG were really up, leading the charge significantly. How on earth did that happen, that snowball there in that Slayer game? And Gaskin, talk to me about it, because King J did save the day with that last kill, but what happened to cause such a reverse in scoreline?
We're seeing so much comeback potential in this tournament in particular, and there are so many swing games. It's because it's so difficult for these teams to stay with the same kind of energy and focus for an entire game, because you're going up against the best in the world half the time, right? These players have played so much that they know how to get back in these games, and they know how to play it at 110%. So if you drop the ball for even a short moment and you allow them back in, these comebacks are happening. But what the teams need to do is get that last kill, get those final few seconds, right? Make sure that you do clutch up. It's regardless if you have a small comeback, you need to make sure you get over that final hurdle.
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing you look at the end of that game is just the fact that they almost brought it back. Mark and I were backstage, we're watching the game, and we're thinking, oh my God, wait a minute, they're actually going to do this. And just the fact that the team can clutch up that much and almost bring the game back in the fashion they did, it says a lot about this team.
It really does indeed. And I'm also looking at a Aquarius CTF game like Talik just crushing BBG at the start. The stats were really coming forward and he was applying so much pressure there. Were you impressed with what you saw out of Pioneers right from the get-go in this Aquarius CTF?
I thought they were superb. And one thing that's kind of standing out to me with the way that Pioneers are playing in comparison to how we saw them at the start of Halo Infinite, they were kind of like all up in your face, like super run and gun, but now there seems to be a little bit more structure. You look at that Aquarius CTF game, it's a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
It felt like every time they got that flag moving, it would be converted. That's what you want to see from a team, the structure, and of course being efficient when you get that flag moving.
Yeah, I think it was 2 caps in a minute 40, which is pretty wild. We do not see teams often put 2 flags on the board in 1 minute 40 seconds. I think that tells you once again just how clinical these guys can be.
Certainly is clinical, and Pioneers really finished off there with such a commanding finish to that series. So GG's, incredible stuff from the Pioneers. Let's take a look right now though at the pool updates and see what is coming across here. And as you can see, with that win, Pioneers 3-1 in their pool, unfortunately losing out to Sentinels earlier on yesterday. But incredible resilience from this Pioneers roster. And I think, you know, Gaskin, we've kind of talked about how important it was for Pioneers, I think also in this second major, to really command the respect. Do you think right now, with the way that they're playing, with their home crowd behind them, they have commanded the most respect possible so far this season?
Yes, I think this Pioneers squad are looking more scary the further we get into this tournament, and they'll be looking at the likes of, you know, Quadrant, Ascend, FaZe Clan, the other teams that finished second in their pool. That's where Pioneers will have their targets set. And even though they are going to play a team that finished first when it comes to the winners bracket, likelihood is eventually Pioneers will end up in that elimination bracket when you start to play your Cloud9s and your Optics, right? But they will really be expecting to get victories against those kind of teams I was mentioning. Big shout out to Built by Gamers though, and Complexity, 2 teams from the open bracket who have found a victory in their groups. Na'Vi, last in Pool B. Not something we would have expected. A really disappointing couple of days for them.
It really is disappointing. I don't know if I go as far as saying I didn't expect it. I felt like I needed more from Na'Vi during their European tournaments. If I felt like they had a decent chance there, obviously being in the pool of death doesn't help anything, even more so. It makes matters worse. But I've got to say, yeah, very disappointing finish for Na'Vi. But I've got to say, for the likes of the Europeans left here right now in these pools, Ascend, Quadrant, I am so impressed with what I've seen. And Gaskin, just to round things off in this pool here, you know, Ascend, Quadrant, are you excited about, you know, the prospect of them being in this championship bracket? And also, who are you fancying more right now in terms of these 2 teams? They're 3 for 1 in their pools apiece.
Naturally, you'd think Ascend, but with how Quadrant have been playing and some of the clips that we've seen from these boys, both of them look on fire right now. And I think that Europe's going to really make a statement when we get into that bracket.
We certainly do. I'll tell you what, while we were looking at the pools, we had a rejig up on the desk here. I'm joined now by Clutch and Tashi. It's great to see you fellas. And you, interestingly enough, you brought some food on the desk, which I didn't think we were allowed, but it looks like from here it's some hot wings happening on the desk. And just to fill you guys in, actually Tashi and Wes are going to be celebrating the fact that we have reached the $20,000 goal
20K.
here. I know, it's just unbelievable here for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So we are so happy that we're going to also be donating 20,000 plus to Make-A-Wish, but also the fact we're going to be putting these 2 gentlemen in pain right now.
Pain. I'm actually hungry. Just got done catching an intense series. Brought some wings up here, so I'm looking forward to it.
So you're going to have to fill me in here, Tashi, you know, in terms of what exactly we're doing. I've got a couple of questions I'm going to be asking you guys. Are you guys going to be eating the wings while I'm asking them? How does this work?
I'm just going to be focused on surviving this. I need you guys to carry the rest of this, but
I got this.
No, this should be fun. I appreciate you, Wes, for doing this solidarity with me. I think I was supposed to be
free wings. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're right, actually. So hopefully they're good. But yeah, shout out to Deranged Native, who made a massive donation to make this all happen.
Wow.
And Make-A-Wish and the grassroots streamers who are here. Yeah, we set a milestone. We want to do something fun on broadcast, and the team was like, hey, what if you went on stage and just ate the spiciest sauce on earth? And I was like,
what?
Oh, it's the spices on Earth?
Carolina Reaper.
Oh,
no one told me
these
this.
aren't just like
Carolina Reaper.
Yeah.
Just like, uh-oh.
I'm quite thankful because originally I was asked.
Are you actually putting
I was asked to eat some of these wings as well.
Right.
Clearly, someone
You're a
backstage just
maniac.
made the call and said, "Hey, Dan, you're casting a series.
Maybe you
don't
should
need to."
do this.
Yeah, and I love whoever made that call. Thank you very much.
Definitely.
I'll watch them be in pain.
I feel like the toilets will be blocked locked off backstage. Just
Got my own
after
private
this one.
bathroom back there. It's gonna be nice.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, fellas.
Bracket one, actually.
I know what goes on in there. I want nothing to do with that bathroom.
Right at home.
Thank goodness I am a female up on here, just all I'm saying. I'll tell you what though, start eating your wings,
Okay.
fellas. I will start
You don't
asking the
have to tell
questions. All right, Clutch, as you take your first bite of the hot wing, please name
Let's
the
go back
sandbox of Halo Infinite.
Like the camo and the overfield and the BR and the commando and the dynamo grenades and the plasma grenades.
Okay, continue. I think there's a couple more there to add to the list for sure.
I mean, we're talking thrust, grapple, warthogs, mongoose.
Yeah.
Give me a second, I gotta
definitely.
eat.
I know. Don't choke, though, please.
I would never.
You just went in.
Besides
dude.
the
I'm
ball
just, like,
playing.
trying to gauge.
Besides that,
What
time
else?
on
We
our
have
board,
plasma
yeah.
weapons. We have the disruptor, the shock rifle, the S7 sniper rifle. We have.
Box teams after you said S7.
I'll tell you,
Bulldog,
I'll give you the
Magnum,
tick.
the sidearm,
You know your stuff. You know your stuff. Tashi, I would like to know how many points do you need to win Oddball at full point capacity in total? So you're not going down to
200.
the timer.
200, right?
Very good.
Let's go.
Very good.
I almost said 300, but I was like, wait a second.
Actually, no. Full point capacity.
Real good.
It might actually be 300 full point capacity.
I
If you're
guess
winning-
if you're...
It's
Oh no,
100.
full point. It's going to be 200. You're right.
Yeah, it's 200.
The boss knows
Gotta
best.
win
I
two
shouldn't
rounds.
be,
Max
I
is
shouldn't be
free.
questioning. I shouldn't be questioning. All right, Clutch.
Go
What
on.
weapon rhymes with the last name of Formal from Optic?
What weapon? What's formal?
Come on.
Rhymes with Formal's last name.
I got this. Can I steal it?
The
You can.
Sniper. Oh, you said last name. I didn't hear that part.
Oh, okay. All right.
He was trying to work out what rhymes with formal. He was like,
Yeah, I was like-
normal. He had no clue.
You tell me what.
Tashi, this is a really hard question, but who has the best merch on
One?
our partner teams?
Take one of
The
Tashi's,
best merch
it's good.
out of our partner team?
Yes.
I need fries.
It's got to be Space Station.
Hey,
honestly.
shout out to Space Station in the booth. You guys can
Yeah,
grab
I
some
mean-
if you are in the arena, of course. Looking really, really good out there. Gaskin, do you want to add in or add hot sauce to the mix as well?
I don't know if this is hot enough for Wes. I'm going to be honest. It
Oh my
doesn't-
God.
It looks
How
like
are we
he's struggling
finding
a
it,
little bit.
gents? Is it tough?
I need more.
Oh, wow.
It's quite tasty, actually.
So hold on a second. How many Scoville level then are we looking at?
I looked it up online. That's
meant to be
supposed to
the
be like
hottest in the
millions.
world. Hottest in the world.
You give me a Diet Coke and some fries, and we're rolling with this.
Yeah, it can't be the hottest in the world. What are we looking
A
at?
blend using just the right amount of Carolina Reaper peppers for a delicious upfront sweet taste
Hold on a
and a
second.
slow burn.
I
Maybe
just
it's going
want to
to kick
say,
in later.
hold on. I just want to say for the record, because I know people in the chat are probably thinking this is rigged. This was not rigged. No one made this not as spicy as I thought it was going to be. I literally thought I was going to suffer through this. And Wes, you want some of mine, bro?
I'll take one. It sounds like they're not so bad, so I'll take one.
Yeah,
maybe,
here.
maybe this is going to be a huge mistake.
go on then,
but I'll definitely
Gaskin.
give it a go.
Let's-
Yeah, we're all
see.
just faking.
This
You're
is
gonna-
where, you know,
I've got
tears
to
and
say,
stuff.
I was sold on the fact that I would be seeing Clutch in pain. This is not happening
You gave me
at all.
free
No, these are
food.
delicious. We need to do this more often.
You gave me free
Another
food and thought that
20,000.
I would be in pain.
What are we saying? Are they hot?
They are hot.
Okay.
They're not.
hot.
You know, they don't make you cry hot, but they are hot.
They're hot. So we don't need milk. we
These are
don't
two
need
seasoned
bread.
veterans with wing eating, I believe.
I'm from the South.
Yeah, exactly.
This is mom's son cooking.
Oh my goodness. Do you have any questions for the gentleman, Gaskin, you can think of?
Tash,
Yeah.
new map coming in season 2.
Oh, yeah. Great map.
How difficult do you think it's
Pretty
going to be for some of these teams to learn? Or do you think it's something that they'll adapt to quite quickly?
Well, I think they know the sandbox now. So that's going to help them a lot. You know, like when you pick up a grapple or a repulsor or whatever, like they're going to instantly know like what jumps to try, what's realistic and what's not. And there's just like fewer variables to learn all at once compared to the launch map. So I think people are going to pick it up quick. And we have like a player break coming after this, but I actually think the players are just going to like grind the new map the entire time and all the stuff that's coming to season 2. So yeah, I think they'll pick it up, but you know, it's still exciting. It's going to be cool to see King of the Hill and how it's all played throughout all of the maps. And yeah, season 2 is going to be awesome.
Love to hear that. And with that being said, with King of the Hill coming in as an additional a mode here, how excited are you for that, Clutch? Because I know King of the Hill does make a huge difference, I think, to the competition, and obviously it's a new one that the player's going to have to throw in the mix and learn on all of the different maps. So really, it's a new strategy entirely for the entire game.
It's a new test. It's a shift in the meta. It's a shift in responsibility for these guys to grind on a new game type, to master it, to figure out the best ways to play it. And with that, you're going to see ebbs and flows like we've seen all of Infinite with all of our game types. And teams that get out ahead, like EUnited, teams that put in the time, they're going to have another advantage going into the next tournament.
It's going to be pretty damn amazing. I hope you guys at home and folks in the arena are ready for some of the new additions coming in Season 2. I know I'm definitely looking forward to seeing all of this pan out here. But I'm excited also for the rest of Kansas City as well, and things have been heating up. And of course, next, we're going to be heading into our championship bracket. Gaskin, what do you think is going to be unfolding in this championship bracket? Because there's a lot on the line here. We're seeing a lot of teams coming through into the winners quarterfinals as well. We do have our winners quarterfinals bracket starting to fill up for you guys. And we're actually going to be seeing Optic Gaming versus Ascend first. We also have the likes of Pioneers who did make it in alongside the likes of Sentinels here. But I kind of have a bit of a question about Pioneers, Gaskin. How far do you think Pioneers are going to go?
I think Pioneers, you know, top 6 is what they're aiming for, and if they have the right tournament, top 4 is definitely possible for them. I think if my memory serves me as well, we might see a FaZe Clan versus Cloud9 in winners bracket round 1, which is a very juicy matchup indeed. Ascend having to go up against Optic though, after being in a group with Cloud9. It doesn't get much easier for the Europeans, but they take 7th seed, I believe, after beating XSET in that group. So it's more a case of them, you know, playing through this first winners bracket matchup, dropping down to the elimination bracket, having a higher seed, and trying to push for that top 8.
It's going to be pretty damn epic. I just want to say a massive thank you, huge shout out to Tashi and Clutch and Gaskin for eating the hot wings on this desk. I mean, it's been pretty amazing. I can smell the hot sauce from here. But a massive shout out to you guys at home for donating $20,000, surpassing $20,000 for Make-A-Wish is life-changing. So thank you so much for doing that. Huge shout out to everybody who did donate. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we have on the main stage, heading into our championship bracket. This is where it gets intense, folks. We got winners bracket round 1, Optic Gaming versus Ascend, coming your way right after this quick break.
Trust and say you knew it. We never call a timeout. Now that's what our time's about.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
King of the Hill. Hill taken. Hill contested. First point. Hill ready. Land grab. 3 zones incoming. Game tied. Triple kill. Elimination. Danger zone incoming. 4 Spartans remain.
Have room for another wolf.
Welcome back to Kansas City, everybody, and it's time to get into the championship bracket here on our main stage. We have a treat for you right now. It's going to be Onset and Bravo to take you through this game. And if you're wondering what that game is, it's going to be a winners bracket quarterfinal. We've got Optic Gaming on one side of our stage, and on the other, we have the pride of Europe. We have EUnited.
That's right, this is your number 1 out of one group and your number 2 out of another group here. And we heard how loud the Kansas City Pioneers fans can be, and I think we know that another crowd that's going to be loud and proud here, that's going to be the Optic Gaming fans.
It certainly is indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how those 2 sets of fans go up against each other. Maybe if we do see that matchup a little bit later on in the tournament. But for now, we need to talk about this one. Yeah. As we say, we're into the championship bracket now. Ascend. Now, let's talk about them first, because they met up against Cloud9, arguably one of the top 2 teams coming into this tournament. They had a really, really rough time against them. The question for me, can Optic repeat that dosage and maybe send a message back to Cloud9?
Right, you'd have to think it's a possibility with how hot Optic is coming into this event and how hot they've been since they arrived in Kansas City. An opportunity for them to make a statement as well. On the other side of the stage, Can Ascend turn the tides and take this second place group finish even further into the bracket?
Going to be a very, very interesting matchup between these two. For Optic Gaming, it's an opportunity, as I say, to make a statement here and move forward in the championship bracket. But what an opportunity it is for Ascend as well to potentially cause one of the biggest upsets we might have seen.
Absolutely, we'll see what they'll be able to do here, and we are going straight into the gameplay. It's Optic Gaming versus Ascend underway here in Kansas City.
Bazaar capture the flag is where we are going to start our business, and APG is going to start off by picking up a double. 3 dead for Ascend, Optic already rolling.
This is how you want to start the game, and this is textbook Bazaar CTF. Trippy's checking his corners in tree as well. Doesn't find anyone, just several teammates around, overshield in hand. Here comes the push.
Trippy and APG working so well together already. Shady trying to escape, and Trippy says, you can stay alive for a second. I'm going to run your flag. Lucid there for the support with the rockets. I love this run already from Optic. Running towards the power weapon controller. That means that if anyone dares to drop near Trippy and running this flag, they're going to beat Lucid with that rocket.
APG's going to love that spawn. Spawn's right there in the flag run. He's going to help escort this flag back as a result. Some battles being happening in tree, but Trippy says, I'm not going to worry about that at all. Flag goes in 54 seconds for Optic Gaming. That is a very, very fast Bazaar CTF flag.
First flag cast, and still Snipe Drone waiting for his first kill. I think that sums up how quickly Optic Gaming have started off in this game, and that's what we would expect. Shady trying to be a nuisance though. APG playing his life, 3 challenges. Lucid's going to be there to clean it up.
Already hearing some Let's Go Optic chants in the crowd. The second we even saw Formal on that stage, you heard everyone getting nuts here. A very welcome addition for Optic fans, without a doubt. They will reset just a bit here. They'll get back in their base and push out together.
Ascend finally getting somewhat of a foothold in this game. It's been all Optic so far, but as you can see, that grenade is gonna hit the chest of APG. Somehow managed to kind of deflect that one away, and at the moment, Optic kind of trapped in the base, but APG is gonna give them the opportunity maybe to break out here as Ascend have a flagpole going here.
Had some help from Lucid, but those kills will be traded out in the back of the base as well. They got to take down Snipe Drone here.
Former's going to do exactly that by picking up his 3rd kill of this game. Let's talk a little bit about Matthew Piper. Let's talk a little bit about Formal and why he's added to this Optic Gaming roster, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. As APG's getting these kills down bottom middle, just has to worry about double doors. That'll be 2 dead, but Formal, the man on your screen with the overshield in hand as well. This man is a natural born winner. That's all he knows how to do. It doesn't matter the FPS title. Of course, getting his starts in Halo just about 10 years ago in professional Halo. Of course, he's also dominated professional Call of Duty. And now everyone just knows him as a man who really doesn't lose when it comes to competitive esports and FPS titles.
A huge addition to this lineup, and once again, he's just one of the most consistent players you could possibly ask for. We saw him kind of delve in back into competitive Halo on that Sentinels roster, but now at home on Optic Gaming, and already this man's on a killing spree.
Why not? Killing spree for Formal. It feels like whenever we jump to his POV, that's the case. He's going to rotate bottom middle, and all of that slaying leads to the 2nd flag for Optic Gaming. They will now lead 2-0.
Another kill for Formal is going to take him to 6 in a row now. Legend, the unfortunate benefactor of that left cross. Now the plasma pistol going to be used to try and take down some shields, but at the moment, Formal doing what he does best, recognizing map situation, waiting for that team to push up, allowing APG to get his hands on those rockets.
APG, as we always say, criminally underrated for a long time. I think he's finally getting the respect that he deserves, or at least starting to do so. 2 dead though. Lucid and Trippy, so the APG Formal duo will be up right now. They'll work together bottom middle. Pick up a few kills. See Formal last player alive for just a moment. 3 dead though, 4 dead momentarily for Optic. Maybe an opportunity for Ascend to get a little bit of composure here.
Wow, I mean, look at the pressure coming off for Respawn though. Snipe Drone just waiting for his shields to come back. By the time he did, already being challenged mid-map here by Optic. Just unrelenting pressure, but some great shots will take down Lucid. That's going to create a lane to push. But the overshield is where the focus is for both teams at the moment. 10 seconds until the power up's going to be popping.
Picking up, oh my god, look at this. They can't finish the kills bottom middle. They still don't have the angle. They still don't have the damage. Finally, maybe it comes in. Should be an overshield grab here. That's a nice killing spree from Snipe Drone.
Needs to be able to pop this one quickly though. Is he going to be able to? Yes, he is just about. APG keeps that pressure on, as does Lucid, and that overshield gets absolutely decimated by Optic Gaming. Ascend cannot get anything going in the moment, and trying to match the pace of Optic, but the team fire has been superb.
Optic says you might grab that overshield, but we're going to send in the Bash Brothers to annihilate that overshield. That's exactly what they do, and like you said, Onset, they are flooding bottom middle. It's constant pressure, not letting Ascend get any sort of foothold.
Formal moving
going into the base. Seeker's going to be the next victim here. Perfect shots from Formal. He takes his tally to 12 kills in this game now. And now he's prioritizing what he needs to do. Getting that flag moving for Optic. Legend still stuck in the respawn screen here for Ascend as well. APG going to clear the way.
Formal going to continue on. Not a lot of kills on the board just yet, though. They're going to have to see maybe slow this down just a bit and get 1 or 2 more kills before they bring it back. There's one of them.
I mean, look at this from Formal. I mean, the team is working around him. Everyone falls like flies from Ascend, and all that means is that Formal is going to be able to stroll home and put in the 3rd flag here for Optic.
Making it look easy, this Optic Gaming side, and reminding the best in Europe that they've got a lot of work to do on North American soil.
Formal's still alive, by the way, and still causing problems for everybody who he comes up against. Another killing spree here for Formal. Snipe drone. It's going to be challenging, so is Shady. Shady's going to...
Oh my God.
Do not challenge Formal. Do not challenge Formal.
Not missing. We never see him miss, and this weekend has been no exception. The way he walks into these bases, and he also is getting loud there. You saw him exchanging some words across the stage. He's fired up. He's ready to go here.
That's what you want to see from Formal. Like you mentioned, a born winner. This man is going to be able to bring a new breed of confidence, I think, to this Optic Gaming lineup. A big decision to bring him in with a dropping of Pistola, obviously an iconic player himself. Yeah. But what Formal brings to the team, it's not just in-game, it's out of game as well, Andy.
It really is, and one thing I heard from Trippy when I got to talk to him at the pre-land just a few days ago at the Royal Stadium, we talked about it on the desk, how much Formal even makes APG better. This duo now you have the Formal APG duo alongside the Trippy Lucid duo, and this team is better and much more than the sum of its parts here, and I think APG, he's been popping off this weekend too.
Yeah, he certainly has, especially in those Slayers. I mean, look at his stats in this game, 14-6. For APG, like you said, player who demands respect at this point in the competitive Halo scene. He's been doing it for years, and now he just seems to have been unleashed on this Optic Gaming lineup. 3 flags on the board with just over 5 minutes to go here in this game, and Optic moving that flag once more.
We also got to talk about Trippy, the man running the flag. He's also 13-4 in this game. Absolutely wild stats. They're going to roll back Rocket side, make sure to find any overextenders as well. That'll be another back smack snipe drone. Last guy in position along with Sika.
APG is trying to chase him down as well. Sika seems to have got a counter pull, but APG, he's got a tonic. It's called a bulldog. He picks up one. He slides into Shady. He doesn't get the trade. But APG working back there to try and clear that way out for the flag.
See where these flag goes. Both flags out as you see on your screen. One on bridge and one down bottom market.
Snipe drone picks up an important kill. And if Snipe drone can stay alive for a few seconds, and Trippy gets taken down, then Ascend might have a chance to move this one forward. Snipe drone unfortunately gets taken down for Ascend though. Legend trying to push forward as well. Trippy just staying alive though. He's going to be last man alive now for Optic as the throw down to bottom middle comes in from Ascend.
Nice play from Legend. Look at that. No health. He manages to get the flag touch. That flag touch is going to continue and move on now. Either tree or a double door run. Trippy is the last player in position.
Snipe drone's there for the calf as well, and Snipe drone picks up 2 on the respawn. So Sika running this flag back home, and it's going to be the first one on the board here for Ascend. Even though the story so far in this game, Andy, has been all Optic, Ascend showing some fight here.
It really has been. Signs of life from the best players in Europe. They came in here ready to play. Looks like maybe knew that Formal was there, maybe didn't. Finally, they'll clear him out. Shady can't stay alive in the lockers. And what was a pretty one-sided 3-0 now gets a little bit more interesting with 3:41 left on the clock.
You're looking at Optic Gaming stats, and everybody across the board positive, looking really strong. A couple of outliers on the Ascend side though.
Yeah.
Sika currently sat 4-16 against a powerhouse team like Optic, Andy. Those numbers are going to be better.
It is pretty interesting. Sometimes when you see a team that's getting beat as handily as Ascend is in this game, it might be spread evenly across the board in terms of the stats. But you're right, Legend and Sika, they're having trouble in this game 1.
And Lucy combining for a couple of kills here in the base, and Formal going to start moving that flag. There is still one player alive here, and that's going to be Shady. And Shady doing what we've seen him do so many times here, Andy. Overextending, getting into the base, kind of almost selling the team out a little bit on Ascend. But if he gets a kill while that flag is moving, and he can start to get it mid-map, then it can create opportunities as Legend picks up 2.
Right, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Snipe Drone continues that flag run, then somehow stays alive as well.
Yeah, he's doing a great job as well. This is what we mean. Snipe Drone does get that flag out bottom middle, but APG was more than aware that His job there with the Rockets was to stop that flag run. Rotated back extremely smartly, and Optic should be extremely comfortable and send this one back home.
Absolutely. APG just cool-headed there. Didn't get the first rocket kill, did not panic. Stays up top, rotates around bottom middle, gets the help around pillars, and they're able to once again just maintain that 3-1 lead.
2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game, and after a hot start, you have to give Ascend a little bit of credit for the way they fought back in this game. Optic still keeping the pressure on in the base though. Seeker last player alive, first off respawn, first back into the death screen. The team fight coming in from Optic, superb.
Choose your fighter. It feels like at every different moment in this game, another player on Optic Gaming has led in the stats category. APG is 23, 15, and 9. Amazing numbers here from him.
Seeker once again just taking damage off of respawn. Shady's got an overshield here for Ascend though. He's gonna have to prioritize getting that flag back home. As you can see, a couple of players are going to be there to help him do so. Trippy going to be trying to push down bottom middle. There's a spike grenade to deal with, but the Dynamo should cancel that out. Flag gets sent back home by Ascend, but they've had to expel an overshield to do so.
Shady does very well to kill Formal as quickly as possible. You let Formal get away once and get away with his shields, you're in trouble, but Lucid, nice little pop, pop, pop with a P shooter, and a switch to the BR will pick up another kill in the bar.
APG there to give him a little bit of a helping hand as well. APG now 24, 15, and 11. A ridiculous stat line coming in from him. Lucid trying to catch him up at the moment. He crosses that 20 kill mark too.
This is the Optic Gaming defense right now, just holding the midline. They've got a 2 flag cushion, and you can just see Lucid just holding down the bar. Once again, P shooter in hand.
60 seconds left in this game before Optic can claim it as their own. And for now, Lucy just making sure that nobody sneaks and overextends or causing any problems in the bar. There is one of those players. Seeker picks up his 22nd death of the game. It's been a rough one for him, but for Lucid now, 21, 11, and 14. Continuing the form we would expect to see.
They call him the bartender. He doesn't leave the bar. He's the last one to leave. He's going to lock it down. If you need anything, you're going to need to ask Lucid, and right now, he doesn't have too much on offer. And let me tell you, the bar's closed.
30 seconds left, 3 dead here for Optic. Seeker will be able to get his hands on that flag and get it moving. Snipe drone in position as well, and an opportunity here. As Optic find themselves 3 dead and coming off the respawn, we saw how efficiently Snipe drone was able to pick up those overextenders last time. Question is, can Ascend do it again? It looks like they've picked up one, Formal has fallen. 10 seconds left in this game. Even though there probably isn't enough time here for them to get another flag on the board, at least it might be a little bit of a confidence boost for them, but you called in the bartender. Lucid's going to call time on this game, and Optic will go up by 1.
A very, very confident start for Optic Gaming. Looking good in game number 1, and despite the 3-2 scoreline in the end, it's a comfortable win. They will outslay their opponents 88-55 in game number 1.
Let's take a second here. Let's give Ascend a little bit of credit. Even though Optic looked like they were in control, look at that final score of 3-2.
Sure. You have to think how much maybe letting that last flag go home, not sure. But I agree. When you get outslayed by 88-55, that score should not be 3-2 or 3-1. Yeah. It doesn't matter. That's way too close. I agree. I think Bizarre CTF is a very unique game type. Sometimes tough to read with the stats. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game number 1.
It was pretty much to complete control. The majority of that game, though, from Optic. You can see it in the stats. You can see how controlled they were sort of commanding their presence around that mid-map, and it was just a couple of overshields, a couple of overextensions that kind of caught them off guard with those flag caps that were conceded. But Formal, you can already see in this game what he brings to this team, Andy. Just consistent damage across the board, and let me tell you, Shady, he learned a lesson here, Andy, and that lesson is do not challenge Formal.
What I love here is Formal's getting loud, right? And that tells you that this Optic team is taking the sense seriously, right? Formal's not going to be talking trash like that if they don't take their opponents on the other side of the stage seriously. He knew he won that battle, absolutely outshot Shady in that engagement. Lots to be proud of here for the Optic Gaming side. But like you said, Ascent still putting on a pretty good effort there in terms of flags on the board.
I want to talk about the balance on this Optic Gaming team now with the addition of Formal as well. It seems like everybody just has such a comfortable situation they find themselves in where their natural playstyle works for the team. You look at across the stats and it's almost as if everyone's taking turns, right? To step up, to pick up the kills, to pick up the assists, to run that flank. Everyone is so comfortable in what they have to do across the map. Optic will, of course, win that game 3-1. It seems like that final flag didn't go in for Ascend, but
I'm telling you right now,
the graphic was wrong in that case. But
it just seems like everybody just feels like naturally they're in the position they want to be in. It's not one player now standing out for Optic. It's everybody taking their turn to do so.
I agree. It feels like everyone is on the same page. I think when you looked at Optic Gaming around January, it felt like players were flying out, able to do so much damage, and the kills wouldn't be cleaned up. Now you have a few key factors on this team. The Lucid Trippy duo can continue just hitting unbelievable movement across the map and go forward at fast speeds with great damage. You also have APG as well as Formal just on the same page, moving together. And when you look at the amount of damage that all these players are doing across the map, it opens up everything. It's their playground. They can move. They can call the shots.
So good at prioritizing what needs to be done at a certain point. And for me, when you're looking at Formal, and I'm going to keep highlighting him as the new addition to this roster, I don't think there's many people better in FPS history who can prioritize what the most important thing at any one moment on the map is to do.
No, it's freakish. When you listen to Formal's comms as well, he knows exactly what they need to be prioritizing and the way that he's able to work with the rest of the team as well. I think oftentimes you still have Lucid in quite an IGL role on this team, making sure that they're prioritizing either the same route or the same stronghold or the same overall power up and able to control that. But if you've had the chance to listen to this team in scrims and their comms and the FaZe Invitational, they sound so good. They're on the same page, and you heard it from Lucid just how confident he is.
100%, and another thing that gets added as well is just a little bit of fire. We talked about that winning mentality that he has, right? And he's just a born winner. He just wins games, he wins tournaments. Well, when you got a player standing up and getting loud and shouting, with players historically in Lucid and Trippy who have been in those difficult moments where they've lost the game fives, and it's something I've talked about before, sitting next to a player with that presence, with that history, who's going to be shouting across the stage and letting people know, it just lets you play your game.
One of my favorite lines from Formal yesterday, you heard him say it in scrims as well. If you get the chance to watch these players' streams, you hear them say it all the time. Just play the way we do in practice. These guys practice for excellence. They only accept excellence, and they bring that style of play into these weekends here as we get ready to go into game number 2.
Game number 2 going to be a very, very interesting one, as it always is, and an opportunity maybe to see a little bit of movement coming out of some of these Optic players. We are going over to live fire. We're going to have some Slayer action to bring you. We've also got a sniper rifle, which is going to pop up, and Ascend, trust me, they're going to be flying at Optic. The question is, if Optic are organized enough, they're going to be able to deal with that pretty well. Can Ascend slow things down when they need to?
One key thing to watch here, watch how Optic Gaming, if they find themselves in any sort of deficit, they look for the opening damage. They immediately identify who the player is that's pushing out. They get the first kill. As soon as they do that, they will pounce, they will collapse, and they will take advantage of that situation.
Interesting stats, though. You can see that Optic Gaming, they have played a little bit in Pro Series. Of course, you can see Ascend playing against the European rosters have not lost this game, and they are pretty damn good at this map. So it's going to be an interesting opening rush for sure. Let's check it out from the POV of Formal.
Table is set indeed for quite a game number 2 between these two sides here on Saturday. Kansas City sniper rifle still up. You can see Formal's thinking about it, but he knows they need a few more kills before they grab it.
Here's the flank though from Formal. One grenade does go down. Shady though, a legend are going to combine to take him down. Optic Gaming lose 2 off the break here. Ascend with a slender 1-kill lead. Well, not too much to speak about. Oh! My goodness, now there is.
You might get a little bit of a lead, but guess what? You cannot let Lucid get away with the sniper rifle, and now the camo. That's a big blunder from Ascend. If you get the opening kills, how do you lose sniper and camo?
Lucid just going to be waiting like a snake in the grass here to pounce. Any kind of shot that presents itself, you would expect him to be able to hit. Gets the information now of 2 players sculling away through the cuts. Gonna ping that to teammates. You can see the communication of the swarm from Optic through cuts now, as Lucid is just looking to lock down this side of the map. Snipe drone, do not peek again, my friend, because you get the feeling that Lucid isn't gonna have to be asked twice, but Ascend away at this camo out. They've done a pretty good job.
This is what Optic Gaming preps for. This is what they practice. They're not afraid to slow the game down at certain times if they need to make the wise plays, to take their time through these. We're tied 5-5.
Ascend. Tied up once more now. Seeker's trying to pounce on that key door. Legend's going to be there to help, but now Lucid finds himself under pressure, and Ascend are just going to be holding forward, but Lucid! Oh dear, Seeker, we don't want to see that one again.
You can't let that happen if you're on Ascend, but that is what a player like Lucid will do against you time and time again. We're all tied up at 7. Let's get into an Astro listen-in with Optic Gaming.
Good. Nice shot. Push this. Yeah, behind me, sneaky guys.
Behind you guys.
One shot. Sandbag.
Absolutely tires.
Behind me also.
All good.
It's on minus. Yeah, they're on it.
All right. They have like a 2-volt heat wave. It's okay.
Got it. Camo going screens. Camo screens. Going on the top right now. Going on top right now. Big door. Big door. Alone. Big door.
Someone do screens.
Yeah, A plant on sandbags to you. Get him.
I don't see him. I don't see him.
Look at green. Look at green. Look at green.
Hold on. Camo guy's long. Just one sec. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, big door. Trap salute with camo. Camo. Under window absolute.
I'm watching sandbags. I'm watching sandbags. I'm leaving. Yo.
I'm hoping he's here. We can next up to. Camo's dead. Next bridge on top.
I'm coming down.
He's watch out. Car's weak.
Give it up. Like it.
You wave on me? You wave on me?
Come back.
You wave one's at window. No more E-wave.
Let's play through like river or something.
One's
an A, one's screens, two A side.
The tires, I can go up on this guy.
Right above us, nest bridge.
You wanna jump?
Yeah. I'm just waiting. I'm hiding green, guys. You guys push. I'm going up, Bubba. Fuck.
I think he's off tower.
Probably.
He's on top tower. One sandbags?
Two key door, guys. Two key door, one's an A.
But you guys go for side.
Yeah. Over timing. Watching you.
Watch your guns. Don't be shady. Watch out shady. Nice.
Watch big door. Watch it top mid. I have sniper tower, guys.
Watch out
big door. Watch out big door. One's an A.
Okay, here.
I'm sitting tower.
I'm watching cuts area with E-wave, okay?
Yeah. I'm looking big door.
I'm just watching cuts with E-wave, guys.
Nothing out green, or I don't see anything in plat. Yeah, we have all the weapons. Let's wait for a pick. Hold on. I'm watching bottom middle. We could probably work bottom middle mat or something.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm going back green. One is key door.
On the west, okay?
Alright, don't die. Yo, back green on me, I think. I'm gonna look at Brad real quick.
Go ahead, I can walk across some
guys aren't moving. I'm gonna go top middle with you.
Yeah, come here, door.
I'm good. Big door. They're just sitting in A. They're not
one
moving.
Shot, you guys in A.
Two here. One shot legend in A. Just 2 weak in there. Pit and one small door. Nice. Pit. One was pit.
One shot. Zika in.
Small door, one shot somewhere. Nice. Three. I'm on
last guy. In A, small door.
Going bottom mid.
Key door right now.
He's running away. We're still weak. Watching over Joey. Bottom mid 2 of them, guys. Watch out elbow.
Well, as we rejoin the game here, Lucid's going to pick up a kill and a camo, but it's only a slender lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Now, can he put this to use? Why do we ever question him?
Why would we ever question this man? One of the best to play the game, without a doubt. 21-20 now. Optic still with a 1-kill lead. Lucid was last player alive, as you saw there, and some interesting things during that listen. And you heard just how hard Optic's having to work here. And so, no! Killing spree from Lucid as they extend their lead to 3.
Sniper rifle's been the difference in the last few moments. It's one thing to have the weapon, it's one thing for Lucid to have it. Narrowly misses the shot on Seeker there, but he's going to get the information, and now Trippy and Lucid flood through to try and catch these players off guard, but no! Legend's been sneaky in the corner, and once again, Optic have to work so hard as Legend gets 2!
Oh my God, you saw Lucid's reaction as well. Not happy about that, to be honest. If you're Optic Gaming, regardless of melee shenanigans, you cannot let that happen. Legend turns 2 in a situation where he was being collapsed on, and just like that, it's still a 1-kill game.
How something so small can change a game so much. Lucid gets that kill, he's flanking, he probably picks up a couple more. It's completely changed the situation of the game, and now it's 27-27. Ascend are giving as good as they get here.
So rare that you would see Optic make that error. They were sending 2 through Rat Tunnel in a pretty routine push. In the end, Legend wins that 1v2. Players just collapsing once again on bottom middle. Make it a 2-kill game in favor of Optic.
2-4 for Ascend. Trippy now. Let's see a bit of his POV. A man who has demanded excellence of himself.
Hold this.
So far since Halo Infinite has dropped, just wants to keep getting better. Improve. The work ethic is there. The talent is there. The only thing missing at the moment for Trippy, maybe that chip.
That's right, another trade. Lucid, last player alive. Once again, take a look at the Trippy stats there on your screen for a second, and also all eyes on Camo. This is down to the wire. We're at the home stretch of this Slayer, and it's still just a 2-kill game.
If you look at where the players are south right now, it's Ascend who are on the camo side of the map, so they should be able to secure this power up. And with that, there's an opportunity for them to maybe turn this game around. It's a slender lead. It's a tight lead. It's now not a lead for Optic Gaming as Ascend tied up once more at 36.
Not giving up there. You thought maybe at the 20-kill mark as Optic Gaming started to pull away around 25-21. We might see something different, but now it's time to see what Legend can do with the sniper and camo. Game in his hands.
Game in his hands. Lucid in the sky, body shot, headshot. Can he clean up APG as well? This would be a huge opening here for Ascend, but APG not only survives, but gets away for now. Legend has to chase him down.
Ascend take the lead for the first time in a long time. They're up by 1.
Oh my word.
Wow, finally there. Legend cannot turn 1v2, so we are tied at 40.
Now this is where The nerves start to jangle on both sides of this stage. Don't get me wrong, it's not just Ascend. It's Optic who'll be feeling this pressure, and with Snipe Drone with a spike grenade, giving them another slender lead of just one. Trippy is just running for his life at this point.
Somehow stays alive, takes a name when he was already flashing.
Lucid's got Snipe.
You're right, Lucid is the POV, the player to watch now. They will go up. Excuse me, they'll go down by one. They'll tie the game off of that kill from Lucid.
Oh, he gets two as well. Ties the game up for a second and then gives Optic a lead. Triple kill for Lucid at the most vital moment of this game. It's a 2-kill lead for Optic. Lucid commanding the nest area.
The Let's Go Optic chant in the arena begins, as they only need 4 more kills to close this out, but they only lead by 2.
Lucid, the calmest man on the stage. Legend trades out the kills, but trade's not good enough here for Ascend. They need to go back to back. They get one. Shady has the heat wave, and there's already pressure on Lucid. All of a sudden, Snipe Drone is trying to chase him down. Can they get the kill though? Lucid. Elusive for now. Snipe Drone, no, he gets the kill, and Ascend somehow go into a lead. It's 48-0 now.
Oh my God, unbelievable flank there from Snipe Drone on the nest. And Lucid put all his bets on that no-scope shot.
Fumble! Gets the kill, it's 49-49. Next kill wins. Optic trapped bottom middle. Ascend commanding the tower side of the map. What's the play call? Silence here in the arena, silence almost in the game as well. No shots being fired. The clock ticks down as we approach the 3-minute mark. We talked about who has the ice, who can be a game changer. Formal's always the man to watch.
Right now, Formal and APG are making sure no one's back green, no one's nest. Once they find that out, Legend might be in trouble.
Legend might be in trouble. He scarpers away, but there's Snipe Drone. Oh, and it's gonna be Shady! Shady gets the kill! Vive la France! It's 1-1!
Off screen, during the back tower push, Shady sneaks out a kill. We didn't see it. We got to go to the replays there to see exactly how that last kill goes on the board, because Optic Gaming is pushing 2 players back tower in a 2v1, and Shady squeaks out a kill somewhere else at tower. And that is a huge, huge kill to now tie up our series 1-1 here are the last few minutes of that game. My God, what a game number 2.
I mean, there was so many moments in that game where I thought Optic run away with this now. They get a kill lead, they get a 2-kill lead. All of a sudden, they get a sniper rifle, but then Ascend keep the game close. They keep getting their trades. And then in the final moments, it must have been a millisecond, the difference between the 2 kills that did go down. You almost thought Formal had it guaranteed in front of him.
You saw Legend die on screen. I'm so glad we get to watch this again. Just like you said, this whole game slowed down. This arena was silent. And you could tell, look at Formal working here. You could just tell by the angles he's about to take. He's gonna go bottom middle, he's gonna go pillars. And his main concern, and their main concern right here, is someone back green, is someone in nest? Take a look at Formal's POV. They're gonna send APG green right now. He goes to check that out. Formal's checking nest box, B box, as well as nest. Now, once that's clear, they know they can push on these back pillars, and they do it perfectly.
And then you see Legend poke. Legend's like, I gotta get out of here, I gotta get out here, I'm gonna go down.
Trippy.
Legend falls half a second. Half a second, not even that. After Trippy does, and what it means is that it is 1-1 in the series.
And you have to wonder, we don't have the POV there on the main screen, exactly where Trippy was pushing to get caught out. Might have been nest, could have been court, could have been top mid. Wow, you've got to be kidding me. There were milliseconds separating those 2 kills, and I don't know if I've ever seen a 50-49 end closer in terms of proximity of death times. Wow.
Ridiculous game number 2, and I get the feeling the map 3 is going to be pretty competitive as well. Reason why, if you don't watch European Halo, this is where Ascend do their best business. Recharge, they have called their home. Optic, obviously, pretty damn good at this map as well, but trust me, everybody, we got a series on our hand here.
The big question, can Ascend continue that momentum? And what does Optic Gaming have to do to ensure that they take this game number 3 and do not go down in the series?
It's a much better start here for Optic. It's going to be 4 dead for Ascend. Formal working with APG to clean up a couple of kills.
just around those batteries. He's going to have to grapple to say, come here, boy, to that ball, and it's going to be early time here for Optic.
That is a perfect look at the brain of Formal, right? Get up top first, get up top attic, clear out glass, get all the map positions, then worry about the objective in the most stylish way possible with the grapple. Now they're rotating back elevator.
Formal also has that shock rifle now. We've seen him do some pretty nutty things with this thing online. And we've seen him do some pretty nutty things with this at events as well. Snipe drone keeps the pressure on. Shady doesn't fear anyone though, and that's one thing you've got to give credit to Shady for. But this is Formal we're talking about.
Almost does it again there at the back elevator. Stays alive in a situation that most players would not be able to. 2 dead for both sides, but it will be an early 18-point lead for Optic Gaming.
Oh, it will. Snipe drone. It's going to be a trade, but it probably shouldn't have been a trade in that situation. Trippy managed to get that throwing arm going as APG now tries to pressure as Ascend Scarper away with that oddball.
One thing we barely got to highlight was just how many kills Legend had in that game number 2. At one point, he was the only player positive. We'll see if he can step up in the kills department yet again.
Ascend have a setup over at blue here. Seeker just being a little bit of a sneaky nuisance. Waiting for a bit of damage to come in before he thought about pushing that. Getting information that Optic is setting up a push. You can see where everyone is respawning here. Formal going to create the opening though. Shock rifle in his hands again. Picked off 1 headshot. Now it's a 4v3.
Ascend in the lead by quite a bit. This is a 30-point run. That ball should be played.
Playball does come in, but a great run from Ascend once more. Especially after going 4 dead at the start of the game, just showing a little bit of resilience once more. The only thing you cannot afford to do is allow Formal to get away with a camo and shock. The man can do damage if he's got a battle rifle, let alone if you let him combine the 2.
I was going to say the same thing. The only thing you cannot allow is exactly what's happening on your screen, but they do send in 2 players to take down Formal, and they get away with the shock rifle as well.
One thing that Ascend do not know, though, is fear. They do not fear anyone. They will fly in. You're seeing that already in this game. They have continued the playstyle that has brought them so much success online over in Europe. They are taking it to Optic. However, APG has taken the ball away now, back towards those respawners of blue.
Great rotate, just nades top yellow. Knows he doesn't want to fly in. Take a look at how dangerous that sideline is. He knows he can't afford to fly across it because they're going to try to bait that. My God. Absolutely dominate Snipe Drone there in that 1v1.
Trippy should be able to pick up some more ball time off the back of that as well. Seeker going to be pressurizing APG with the plasma pistol. But look at this little present that he's found in the back pocket. A little bit of loose change. No, it's a shock rifle. That's Optic going to a 15-point lead.
Good damage there as well. Great push here from Ascend. They pick up another one. Double kill for Legend on screen. 3 dead for Optic. Once again, this is your player to watch. Absolutely popped off in that game number 2.
Legend now PR Informal as well. Seeker also picking up a kill onto APG. 2 dead here for Optic, which is going to allow Legend maybe to think about putting some pressure on that ball. Trippy being a nuisance, a little bit of help coming in from Lucid as well with a commando. Shady with a sword, trying to escape, trying to run. A little bit of help coming in from a teammate. And Lucid can't finish the kill. The teamwork again from Ascend. It's on display for everyone to see.
Yeah, pings coming down from Lucid on Danger, hoping someone might have had an angle there from Whirlpool. In the end, they don't. And through all these scuffles, back and forth, really now for map control. Optic does get an 18-point lead, but we are still early days in this round number 1 of Oddball. Still really the entire round to play.
It certainly is. But it is a lead, and at this point in the game, it's somewhat considerable, considering how tight the 2 teams have been. Every single hold we've seen so far has been around 15 seconds, 10 seconds. There hasn't been an established setup for either team, so you have to say that Optic not only have a setup maybe on Ascend, but also they've managed to pick up the 2nd camo in a row.
Formal with camo, lots of screen watching there. You can tell he's letting the team know. Let me make a play with this camo. No dumb deaths here in this scenario, but he gets spotted out, eagle-eyed.
Seeker's going to be the player, and now Formal. He's trying to bait all these players in. He's doing a great job of it as well. Trippy and APG, a huge shout out to those 2 players for keeping Formal in the position he is. And now Formal, with 3 players dying on Ascend, can just move that ball back to APG and collect a little bit more time.
Oh my God, the fact that Formal stays alive there is unbelievable. Gets spotted out, but then works 1 by 1. Each kill breaks it down, then somehow even rotates the ball himself. They will continue scoring. Now they have double the points of Ascend.
Formal now recognizing a couple of teammates, feeling a bit of pressure. And with that lead, you can afford to just be a little bit safer. Shady versus Formal. Formal comes out on top.
It's a 4-shot machine, to be completely honest, and there's a few H4Fs in the chat, without a doubt. Trippy will now rotate once again away from A.
This is going to be a rotate towards C as well. You can see the respawn being called out by Lucid is such an important thing to do on Oddball, is where that respawn comes in. If you've got the opportunity to make the rotate towards that, you're going to be able to make some plays, but Lucid gets lost in the sauce and has to go for a drink.
Kind of the same thing for us here in Kansas City. We've gotten lost in a little bit of barbecue sauce all weekend long. Seems like for days now, and to be honest, it's been absolutely delicious. 62-37 in favor of Optic. There will be 2 dead for them, so they'll have a chance to reset. Ascend with more points on the board, and this game is far from over.
Really strong setup here for Ascend as well. Got 2 players in tower, player watching long haul, and of course that Oddball player holding onto that skull and racking up some points. This game is getting closer and closer. The flood is going to start to come in though, because Lucid has managed to pick off Seeker and Formal has managed to pick off another headshot.
I don't even know if they got the play ball. They did not get the play ball because that push was so good down low. And Trippy gets the ball. That's a big mistake by Ascend. That's perfect setup, and they know that the push is coming through tunnel, and they do not get the play ball.
Another camo here for Formal as well, but Seeker sniffs him out. He just got clipped by a grenade there, which gave away his position. APG's here. Shady's here with a sword though, slicing and dicing his way through Optic. 4 gets played. Trippy, he's going to win the battle to take him down, but Snipe Drone's there for the trade.
It's a great play by Trippy. Great plays out of Ascend as well, and Shady flies in to really break that setup, but Trippy makes sure to play the ball and win a battle in the back of C. Kills being traded top A. Less than a minute left on the clock, 76-57.
76-57, and there is that pivotal moment, which is probably in the back of the minds of Ascend. That play ball could have been the difference between this round 1 being a win or a loss for them. But for now, they're going to have to pick up kills and go for another setup. 2 players dead on Optic. Ascend still have 3 alive on the map, although that's going to be traded out. 2v2.
Big 2v2 here. These next round of slaves may determine the game. 20 seconds left.
Optic have control of the pipe side, though. What does that mean? They have a visual on that Oddball spawn, so they can afford to let Ascend have to move towards it. Formal also on the flank with 10 seconds left. Now it's getting to the point where Ascend have to force things. Lucid's going to shut it down with 2 kills, and with the time just disappearing in front of your eyes, that's going to be an Optic Gaming round on the board.
Optic Gaming with fantastic game management there in the last 60 seconds. Like you said, pipes control as well as whirlpool control. There was no way a touch was coming in on the ball. They played perfect map management, and now 1 round away from leading in the series 2-1.
Such small margins though between these teams at the moment. That Snipe Drone is going to open things up again for Ascend. Now, one thing that Ascend certainly need to improve on from that first round is control of that camo, because it was every time it felt like it was in the hands of Optic.
That's in the camo, the shock, and the play balls. The 3 things we're watching for Ascend here. Formal is gonna, oh my God, almost did it to him, almost hits the shots, pops the camo, and comes back for the finish. In the end, will not get the finish. That will be killed out. We got to highlight APG right now. 15 kills so far across these rounds, 6 assists and 12 deaths. Fantastic numbers from him. He also leads the tournament in overall KD with 1.64 right now. This is your KD leader in Kansas City.
I mean, who would have picked APG, with all due respect, to be that player at the top? It just shows how well this man is playing. And like you're saying, it feels like the addition of Foremost kind of unleashed APG a little bit to do what he does best. But speaking of unleashing things, it's going to be Snipe Drone with a power weapon and taking a few hits.
I think it's a great point. Snipe Drone, one of the forces of this team and one of the forces of Europe. So far, he's been shut down quite a bit in this series. We haven't seen him go full Snipe Drone.
Trippy has the ball in his hands. It's a slender lead here for Optic, but with APG managing to take down Shady, they should be able to scrap up just a few more seconds of time here. Snipe Drone trying to play this one slow, trying to bait out APG, get a few shots down and wait for that flood to come in now from Turbine.
Play ball's ready if they need it, but they still have 4 players up here, so it still should be a battle here, and let the kills dictate the pace. Now the ball will be played.
3 dead here for Optic. Lucid though, he spawns across map and he recognizes this situation so well. Knows that the teammates are going to probably be spawning pipes, probably be spawning elevators, so just throws that ball back to where he expects those respawns to come in. That's a big brain play coming in from Lucid.
It is. He just grabs the ball, a little quick bait of the ball as well. When you grab that as the last player alive, everyone coming out of C and coming out of control is going to be thinking, where is this player? We got to take him down. Instead, he rotates long haul all the way to C, all the way to control, and he continues to do damage across the map. It's so hard to predict. That's 3 dead for Ascend.
Speaking of control, it seems like Optic have found their pace now. It seems like they're starting to pick off Ascend a little bit more, one by one. And being able to just find their pace on this game. Snipe Drone going to be taken down on the cross. Damage already done onto Seeker in tower means Lucid is going to be trying to hunt him down. He's got that commando rifle in hand, so any kind of close range battle, he's going to be able to shred a few shields. 32-17, Optic starting to command this game.
Just a moment ago, every single player on Optic across the 2 rounds had 7 assists. You want to talk about a team that's playing on the same page? A stat line like that tells you that. And Lucid has been alive for what feels like 5 minutes at control.
It's the last player alive though here for Optic. Seems like Ascend managed to pick up some decent slays, but you got to take down Lucid if you want to continue to have success in this game. Finally, Legend will shut it down, but there's the trade almost immediately. Once again, APG now going to be pushing into Shady. Dumps him back into the death screen.
Let's not forget, we started Lucid's POV there when he was the last player alive with ball and rotated long haul. He didn't die that entire time. And sneaks out all that damage, all those kills. As a result, Optic Gaming is now up 43-17.
They can pick up a couple of kills around blue here. There might be a little bit more opportunity as well to collect some more ball time. 2 players do fall again for Ascend. That's going to be 3 dead momentarily. Optic have that ball back at blue, so it's probably going to be a minimum of 10 seconds or so if they can take down that last player just flanking through the repulsor tunnel, and maybe even more as more kills fall in the favor of Optic. This is a strong hold here at blue.
Great work from APG as well. Look how fast he is to drop and shoot, right? He's calling out the players that are there on the top 8 catwalk, immediately dropping the ball just in case someone shows. Like you said, they're really starting to catch form here, looking very different. And also, I'll remind you, APG still leads this game with 22 kills while he's in the back of the base holding the ball.
Another camo goes into the hands of Formal. We said that they cannot afford to do this, Ascend, if they want to have success. For now, they shut it down. Snipe Drone with the sick. As Legend now gets away with that ball. Snipe Drone finds himself a shock rifle, and Ascend need to hold here if they want any chance of coming back in this.
They do. Watch out, Pipes push already coming in here. 2 players have already made it to Pipes, and look at this, Lucid right away, first kill. That's what Optic does. They will tear you apart. They will get the opening damage. They will get the opening pick, and now they're 2 dead.
Legend trusting Snipe Drone here to get the kills he needs to, but he's not going to be able to. And it looks like, unfortunately for Ascend, a player has fallen out of the game, so we'll get this one started as quickly as we possibly can. As always, apologies for the DC. Sometimes these things happen, and we'll get back into the game. We'll get the ball into you as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, it looked like 74-38-ish at the time that we left the game. Of course, that might have been a few extra points on the board, but I think it's a perfect time to highlight what we just saw at the end of that game. Look how fast Optic Gaming gets into Pipes. Look how fast they get into top yellow. They waste no time. They get the first 2 kills, and they're already in long haul. Ascent has no room to breathe here. Even the fastest team in Europe, the best team in Europe, Optic Gaming is bringing the pressure.
Yeah, you have to say that one thing that's always stood out to me, and I kind of highlighted it before we got that second round underway, was the power of control, right? Yeah. Camo. I know Wes was kind of harping on about it in the series that we saw on the main stage before, featuring Pioneers, but camo. It's okay to maybe not get the majority of them, but when you're letting pretty much every single camo go away from you, it just means you've got to focus something else, right? It's not just the fact that player can get away and be a nuisance, it's the fact that you need to focus resources onto one player more than if he didn't have that on his back.
And when you look at Optic's game management, they're going to make sure their camo player also has shock, also has repulsor. You can't let a player like Formal, I'm going to go through the whole list, Lucid, APG, or Trippy, get camo in these games.
As well, yeah.
Any of them, they're absolutely going to tear you apart. And that great play for the end, it took 3 players to take down Formal with the camo at the end. And you can see his trigger discipline as well, right? They're not giving away their position. They're engaging exactly when they want to. As we said, 74-38 or so was the scoreline. So it's roughly 30 to 40 point lead we expect to see from Optic Gaming, only 1 round away from taking the lead in the series. And I'll tell you what, right now, Ascend is pretty happy that they found that kill in game number 2 to win 50-49. Otherwise,
it's very true.
This series could be over very quickly.
Very, very true. And I want to kind of just rewind a little bit here while we wait for this game to get set back up and go back to that first round of Oddball, right? Because it was neck and neck. Both teams, similar amount of time on the board. Ascend with that setup at the back of blue. Now, we talked on the desk a little bit, and Gaskin actually highlighted this. He was like, there's moments in games where you can feel things change a little bit, right? And it's because one team maybe makes a little mistake, and then the team kind of runs away with it, and that's a little bit of a hangover. You're thinking about that for the next few moments, the next few games, and you can't afford to do that against the best in the world. The best in the world are the ones who put that to the side, but also the best in the world are the ones who don't make those kind of mistakes.
I have to say, I mean, we were watching it here. Of course, we have the luxury of several different POVs, but guess what? When you're holding the ball back blue, you better be ready for a tunnel push. 4 players alive on both sides. You cannot let Optic Gaming fly through and not play the ball, right? That's one of your easier play balls in competitive Halo history, and I agree. If Ascend wants to beat Optic Gaming, there will be be zero room for errors like that.
And it's going to be pretty much the case, I think, for everyone in playing against Optic Gaming for this event. You can't afford to make those kind of elementary mistakes, and I'm sure that Ascend are probably kicking themselves a little bit about that one. Maybe a little reset here for them might be a good thing, not just for this game, which might be a little bit more difficult for them to bring back, but moving ahead to our game number 4.
Yeah, certainly a long series yet to play for them. I think they need to realize that they need to focus up, because regardless of the result in this round, there will be another game, right? We will be heading to more games in this series thanks to their Game 2 win, a very, very narrow win, but I agree. They need to make sure that they're not only focusing up here, but getting ready for this series, because they've got a real opportunity here. They need to not forget that they're tied 1-1 with Optic Gaming. Game 3 is not over. An opportunity for them to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, what a test this has been for Optic as well. I think coming into the series, especially after the first game, I think they would have been like, okay, cool, it's a decent series, we're going to be tested a little bit here, but after that game number 2, the way that they just couldn't get away with anything, the game was so tight, and even moving into game 3, Optic really are being pushed it.
This gives us a chance to talk about what we heard during that game 2 listening, because it was all so fast-paced, but everyone in the arena and everyone watching at home would have heard Lucid's call when he was top C with Sniper saying they're all staying in A, they're not moving, waiting out the sniper, waiting out the power-up drop. They actually all pushed low, rotated out of A, and they are doing things here and there that are really catching Optic Gaming off guard, and it was enough of those plays strung together that barely won them that game 2. That indicates to you just how perfect Ascend needs to play if they want to beat Optic Gaming. Let's not forget, one of the favorites for this tournament, the challenger to C9. And Optic Gaming has their sights set on one thing this weekend. That's a championship win. But first, they have to get through Europe's finest.
They certainly do indeed. And I've got to say, I think that's probably the closest game of Slayer I've ever seen. Like that millisecond between the last 2 kills by the barest of margins. Ascend did get that job done, but Optic advanced back in a very strong way in this recharge. And like I mentioned, something to highlight here, and it kind of gives it a little bit more weight to the performance that's actually coming in from Optic here on recharge, is how damn good Ascend actually are at this map.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Ascend bringing the aggression as well, but they need to put even more points on the board. 3-2 was your game number 1. If you're just joining us, welcome to HCS Kansas City, the Major. Game number 2 goes 50-49 in favor of Ascend in one of the craziest finishes we've seen, I'll say it, in Team Slayer history. When you're talking about a few frames difference between the 2 kills that came on the board, and we are now in the middle of oddball recharge. Optic Gaming did win that round number 1, and we do assume to come back with them leading in round number 2 as well. It would be the go-ahead game. That game would give them a 2-1 lead in the series.
It would indeed, and I'm sure that the Optic fans want to see this game getting back underway, and I'm sure that all of my brothers and sisters over in Europe as well are hoping that Ascend can put up a little bit more of a fight and maybe turn this around. It's not over yet. Like we've seen some of the craziest comebacks we've seen in HCS history just in the last few days or so since we've been here. So never write off Ascend. There is an opportunity for them to come back in this series and certainly put some more work in. But for Optic, maybe just get this job done, move towards Streets where that Strongholds game is waiting.
Absolutely, and I mean, just watching this Optic team, it's been such a pleasure to watch what they've been doing over the past few weeks. Their scrim results, their performance in the FaZe Invitational, what the addition of Formal has not just done in terms of the man himself, but the entire roster and how they're all gelling. It's been quite special to watch here, and I think we've seen some of the best that they've ever looked. On the other side, as you say, worth noting, this is not like the days of old where Europe's highest finishes, say in Halo 3, were top 12 and maybe a top 8. No, it's a very different timeline here, and now Europe's starting to pressure some of North America's best.
I'm sure that there's a lot of people sat back in Europe right now who are obviously rooting on Ascend and want to see them do well, and I'm sure that Ascend are aspiring a lot of players as well, because these were players who were inspired by some of the names that we talked about yesterday, right? Well, I was speaking to Renegade backstage yesterday, and I was like, he used to play a lot of twos with Shady and Legend. He was like, yeah, this is how I met these guys. You know, they looked up to him, and they kind of found their way in Halo, and what they do now is kind of kind of the result of that, right? And all these players coming up alongside each other, you have to wonder, with the success this Ascend roster maybe is going to have, and you would hope that they have as a European, it's going to inspire a lot more players to come through.
It is years and years and years of grinding for this region, and many, many Europeans, to be honest, before them that had to pave this way, and you look across all the international regions, right? Slowly catching up to North America, but no one yet able to take down, of course, any of these teams on North American soil in terms of first place spot. It's been a fantastic series so far, and I think even better than a lot of fans would have hoped if you haven't caught a little bit of the Ascend roster just yet.
Yeah, it's a great, as I say, I think it's a good indication as well of just how good this Ascend roster are for people in North America who haven't seen them, been thinking, you know, they've been dominating over in Europe, but how good are they?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, how good are they? And I think maybe that performance against Cloud9 on day number 1 wasn't kind of symptomatic of how good they are. It certainly showed how good Cloud9 are, but this is Ascend with a few more games under the belt, a few more series under the belt, a few more main stage appearances under this belt. And now they're starting to show the form they have.
I think also worth noting just how much Optic was outslaying in that game. 84-68 overall across both rounds. Pretty heavy slaying numbers. Of course, that's also reflected in your scoreboard in terms of ball time. It was once again APG leading the entire game, 24-16. Also Formal right now leading the entire game in assists. He had 11 to his name. That's tied with Legend on the side of Ascend.
One thing that stood out to me as well is how Ascend don't fear anyone. Because saw it a few times. Legend always happy to challenge, and Legend always happy to do some damage. There is Legend on your screen. It looks like the game is about to get underway. Ascend look like they're ready to go. I'm sure the Optic are ready to go on the other side of the stage. We're still waiting in our ears for the official ruling on exactly how the score is going to be worked out, but as soon as we get that information, we'll let you know.
That's right, we will know. Optic Gaming, of course, leading 1-0 right now, meaning this could be the final round if Optic Gaming is able to close it out.
Well, let's see how this one does play out. Recharge, obviously the battleground where we left just a few moments ago, and where these two teams will meet up once again. Optic do have that round on the board, and Ascend are going to have to play some pretty damn good Halo to get back into this.
Yeah, and like what we said, it was going to be a 32-point lead roughly. We'll wait for these players to get back into the game, but just to give you an update on the score that we just did get from our station referees and admins, we said it was about a 30 to 40-point lead. Proud to say we were right. It's 32-point or so lead. I believe Optic Gaming will need 68 points to win the round. If they're able to hit 68 before Ascend hits 100, they'll take the game.
Just going to write that down off camera there for a second.
Go ahead. No, right.
This is like the worst place to get caught. I'm on a giant screen.
You did get caught. You got caught on a giant screen, and then there's a video of that giant
screen going out across the globe. On multiple channels.
Now they gave you a chance. You can write down.
Okay.
68 points.
68 points.
Nice job. All of you at home as well. Don't worry. You don't need to write that now. We'll remember it for you. 68 points for Optic Gaming on the board, which doesn't seem like too tall of a task given how they've played Oddball Recharge so far.
We'll have to see though. You never know. The opening rush could go one way. They can pick up a camo. They can find themselves 4 dead. All these factors are going to come into things, and you can see that one thing I'm impressed with Ascend, they got smiles on their faces.
They do.
Yeah, they're enjoying their time on the main stage, and I think they want to take this to Optic.
It is important, right? They need to make sure, remember, they worked hard for this spot. They've traveled very long and far for this spot, and it's an opportunity for them to further cement their names and maybe get some more impressive games on North American soil, but not a lot of room for error, and a very, very difficult round for them. Only allowed to forfeit 68 points here as we jump back into Oddball on Recharge.
Well, here we go then. Optic have 1 round on the board, and they will need 68 points in this restart to take home game number 3. For Ascend, they'll need the 400 to tie things up.
No kills yet off the break. Legend first to Jai, but also traded out with Lucid. Will be Optic Gaming winning that rush overall. And Formal grabs the camel, but it's taken down. That's a good deny from Ascend.
Yeah, great job from Ascend there. Just making sure that even if you don't get the camo, you stop it being effective on the map. 3v3 for now. Seeker gonna get a little bit of help from Legend there as APG came flying through the skies. And at the moment, it's a little bit of a scrap going on down bottom middle. Around where that camo was, nobody able to get any kind of control. Finally, Trippy's going to get that ball in his hands.
Formal off screen with a little remote detonation there, just blowing up some nades to a lowly passerby. He'll pick up another kill through that one. Optic Gaming already scoring. Now making only 58 points that they will need to close out this game. And I tell you one thing, Ascend cannot go 4 dead, and they need to make sure they hit their play balls if they have any prayer of winning this game.
Loving this position in here, coming in from APG as well. You can see he's put shots onto 3 different members of Ascend as they tried to make the rotation to where they thought that ball was. The only problem was APG did the damage. Teammates killed all of the damage. And then APG comes up to scoop this ball. This has been a wonderful rotation of that oddball from Optic.
It's beautiful. I mean, the man's just dancing around the pillars and doorways there. Somehow grabs both plasmas as well. Finally dies, but he starts to rotate towards pipes.
Shady picks up a kill, and it's going to be Trippy pretty much left on his own here at the pipe side. Lucid also alive on the map, putting pressure onto Ascend in Turbine, and it's going to be pretty frustrating situation there for Ascend. You can see the ball is down, they're trying to make that push. Trippy spots it out as well, and Trippy has got a job to do, but Snipe Drone will win that fight. Optic find themselves 2 down, and Legend find himself with the ball in the hand.
3 down now. I love the play from Trippy overall there, trying to get the angle. In the end, it doesn't work. He kind of gets melee there as he goes bat ledge. It did not pay off, but it will be more points on the board and a lead now for Ascent.
Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, it's Optic who have a round advantage. However, they only need to pick up 68 points in order to close not only the round out, but the game out as well. For Ascend, they need to fall 100. And Ascend this time rotating that ball towards blue. Again, Shady gets taken down. Camo now in the hands of Lucid, but there is the play ball that was missing before.
Yeah, play ball comes in. They got one half of the operation, right? They hit the play ball, but as you said, they need to be controlling those camos as well. They denied the first one, but the second one does go into the hands of Lucid with the repulsor as well, but that camo has now expired.
Had to use that camo as well, just to get the ball out of the hands of Ascend. And now that the ball has been reset and the players have been reset in the lobby, Lucid finds himself without that camo. So Snipe Drone's going to be able to steal that ball away as well. Lucid still under pressure here. Says goodbye to Legend, but it's not going to be into the death screen. It's just for a little bit of a, we'll call it the scenic route down bottom mid.
Take a long way home. Oftentimes worth the trip, and this time, oh my god, Trippy gets absolutely thrown to the ceiling there. 3 dead for Ascend. Snipe Drone is your last player alive. Ascend, though, with quite a few points on the board. They're at 41.
They certainly do, but they don't have much wiggle room here.
No.
They cannot afford to let the ball into Optic's hands. They cannot afford Optic to get 1 or 2 solid setups, because that's going to be the difference. Lucid finds himself 5 in a row, a killing spree. One of the most gifted players we have in the game.
Every single one of these players on Optic, just an enormous threat on the map. They can all go off at any given moment. This time it's Lucid's turn. He's 8 and 4 and hits the repulsor 180 to avoid the nade. And this man is a mechanical powerhouse.
Somehow stays alive. And I think that's probably a phrase I've used more than any when I'm talking about Lucid. When I'm watching his POV, it almost feels like he's dead to rights so many times, but he's always got a little trick up his sleeve. He's a magician. As he now challenges in on Turbine as well. There's not going to be a stick that comes in from Legend. Lucid will clean that up, and even though these kills are going into the hands of Optic, the odd ball isn't for now. Trippy finally gets his hands on that ball.
They take their time. They're a slay-heavy team. They like to get the numbers before they go for the ball, and it paid off. They have 3 dead. They rotate the ball pipes, and now they're going to go ahead and rotate Whirlpool again.
Formal with this combo as well. Going to be able to pick up a few heads if he gets the opportunity to. Unfortunately for him, the camo disappears at the worst time! But maybe it was just the worst time for Ascend. Legend cleans it up, but what a shot that was from Formal.
Yeah, has to work so hard to take Formal out there. Once again, back-to-back camos for Optic Gaming. 3 dead for Ascend. APG will grab the ball and see where the teammates are spawning. The elevator hold will continue.
Halfway there for Optic Gaming as well. Just a reminder, 68 points is what they need to take home this second round here on Recharge Oddball. Formal picks up another kill as well, just to make things a little bit more comfortable, but it's only going to be comfortable for a few seconds here, but APG has the way cleared again. Lucid with 2.
They take the lead in the game here, of course, not just officially on the scoreboard, but if you do the math, leading by quite a bit. They're only 18 points away from closing out the round and the game.
Last push really for Ascend. They have to try and break this setup as Seeker has fallen. Snipe Drone's going to even things up. APG decides it's time to rotate that ball towards that tower again. As now it's just a few more points to go. No one from Ascend looks like they're in the vicinity to stop this game. Going to Optic, there's the 68 points. And there's the lead in the series for the Green Wall.
Making it look way too easy, and in that abbreviated round alone, Lucid went 13 and 6. Just to give you an idea, on the other side, Sika only had 5 kills. No one had more than 9, and Lucid is going 13 and 6.
He's a special kind of cat, this guy, let me tell you.
And he looks so damn good doing it.
I know, it's almost unfair. It's like usually when you see the people that are talented, there's something off, right? There's something not quite
We're still
there.
trying to figure out what's off with Lucid. So far, we haven't
Posture,
found...
hair.
The posture's perfect. Hair's perfect. Gameplay is perfect. Optic Gaming have been perfect there in that game of Recharge Oddball. They will win the game, and they will also take the lead in the series with a score of 2-1.
They will indeed. Now it's just one more game to go for Optic, just to close things out and give themselves a much better night's sleep than maybe it looked after that game in number 2. But Ascend, now they've got the opportunity to prove themselves again here. We go over to Streets. It's going to be Strongholds, which is going to be the next game type. And I've got to be honest with you, I think this might be where Optic close things out, Andy. Ascend struggled a little bit historically on this game type. Sometimes they're a little bit hot and cold on it, but Optic just seems to have this one on lock.
They did. Let's take a look at some highlights there from that fantastic game number 3, and this is where Formal should have died. Part 66 gets taken down there in a situation where you think most players, as we said, would not be able to come out alive, but this will mostly be a montage of Optic Gaming players staying alive much longer than they should.
That's certainly true, and it's going to be most of them coming from the POV of the man you see on your screen right now, Lucid. Once again, it feels like when Optic are put into a little bit of a jam, when they're under a little bit of pressure, the man just finds a way to survive long enough to come back and tell another tale, pick up a few kills, and really just allow Optic back onto the map. This is where we find ourselves, though, as we head towards Stronghold's streets. 3-2 Bazaar went Optic's way, 50-49. Go back and watch that if you're just joining us. A 2-0, much more commanding result from Optic on Oddball Recharge.
And to be honest, based on the scoreline so far, Ascend, once again, very, very thankful they found that kill fraction of a second before the kill came in on Legend in what looked like a pretty flawless Optic Gaming push. Doesn't get them the game 2 win though, so they'll have to push on a little bit further to try to close out the series in 4 games.
We'll have to see if Optic do close out the series, in 4 games now, or maybe Ascend have got something else to say about this, Andy. And it wouldn't surprise me all of a sudden if Ascend come out of the gates hot. And the scary thing for Optic here is they've got to understand that Ascend know how to play triple caps extremely well. They know how to play strongholds extremely well. They are so aggressive, you will not have time to breathe.
Exactly. I think it's important, just in case people haven't had a chance to watch Ascend dominate the European Pro Series, it's important to note that this team can play this game very fast. They are not only the best team in Europe, they are the fastest team in Europe, and in terms of speed and matching the pace of the top North American sides, Ascend have proven worthy of the task.
Very interesting thing to just talk about before we get into this next game as well, as these two teams did scrim before the tournament got underway. It was online. Ascend did take those first 3 games, and then I think it was you who told me, Lucid said, these guys play a little bit like KCP. Yep. Play extremely fast, sometimes a little bit too fast, and a little bit reckless. And from then, after going down 3-0 and saying that, Optic swept them away. So I just wonder if that preparation in that series, that scrim, was almost as important for Optic as it was Ascend.
True, and here's the question. As you see Stronghold Streets coming up, if you're just joining us, 2-1 in favor of Optic Gaming. A fantastic series Saturday evening here in Kansas City. When you look at Stronghold Streets, one thing that Ascend needs to be ready for is even when they have the trip caps, even when they have the control, you got Optic Gaming with Coach Lunchbox here. If this team can do one thing well, it's slow the game down for just a few extra seconds, get the opening damage, and pounce. And Ascend needs to be ready to play just one step ahead of that. Do not get caught out, send a flanker, get underneath the skin of Optic Gaming. If they do that, they have a chance here, but it is going to be a tall order for them.
I mean, it's one thing that maybe isn't talked about enough on this Optic Gaming roster, right? You're always talking about the 4 people who have got their hands on the pads, but you arguably have one of the greatest communicators of all time in Lunchbox stood behind them as well, filling in the gaps, making sure that those screens sync up in the way that he sees it.
It's incredible. You have to listen to Lunchbox during the listen-ins, during the scrims. So one of the most important things to note, and one of the coolest things to note, to be honest, about Lunchbox's comms on this stage is that he actually says very little, because this Optic Gaming team is so talented in their communications. You'll hear him say little things like 3 dead, right? 3 dead, be careful, 3, all 4 dead, where are they spawning? Very specific communication coming in from Lunchbox. It's not chaos, it's not a hodgepodge of comms. He knows exactly where to fill in the gaps.
It's almost as if it's just, as you say, just joining those pieces up. He recognizes if something's missing, and he's there just to punctuate what needs to be said at the right time. Well, for Optic fans, what needs to be said right now is they win the series, but they've got to get through one more game. If they want to say that, they've got to go through Ascend here on Streets. Those rockets are going to be vital, as always, for clearing out one of those 3 lanes.
This is going to be a fantastic game. As you said, Ascend is going to be bringing the heat. They know this is their last chance on the main stage this evening, and they are ready to go. We're jumping right into game number 4, a must-win for Ascend and a chance for Optic Gaming to close out the series.
Well, I'm sure the Optic fans will hate me for saying this, but Europe will love me for saying it. But I fancy a little bit of game 5 here, Andy, as it's going to be Snipe Drone and Shady combining off the rip here to put the pressure onto Optic already. Shady's got all the way across the map. He's already in C. And this could be a trip ski coming in almost immediately for Ascend.
That's 4 dead. The Optic Gaming playbook there. They tried to throw rockets down to B stairs, but they already flood B stairs, the side of Ascend. And they will now have a trip cap scoring already 20 points on the board.
Now, this is dangerous for Optic. Like I mentioned, Ascend so good when they have control in strongholds. So good at prioritizing kills. And now they have the sandbox to work with as well. Shady in the feed with that Stalker rifle.
They deny the first kill. So rare that you see Optic the first fall in a flat 4v4 in the even battle there. If they can do it again, they will continue scoring. It's already 50-0 in favor of Ascend.
I mean, Ascend have come out of the gates hot here. Formal, he's heating up a little bit himself. as the Sentinel Beam will just char away at that armor. A couple dead either side here. It looks like the push from Optic is on B. This is a vital 1v1. It's going to be a stick coming in, and I think that sums up how this game has started, and arguably how the series has gone. Both players just trading.
2 dead now for Ascend, and finally you're going to see Optic Gaming with an opportunity for control. They do get 3 dead now, and they will start to collapse, but not before forfeiting 67 points.
Now, Ascend, great on the front foot. How do you deal now you're on the back foot? That's a question that many teams do not have an answer to. We see the teams doing well when they have control, when they have the numbers, but it's the difference between the best is how they play when they're on the back foot.
That's the thing. Rocket launcher coming up now. Very shortly here, about 10 seconds, we'll see that weapon pop. And Optic Gaming, they know how long a Strongholds game is. They are prepared to play the full length, and they don't care if they go down by 100 points. They're going to start putting the pieces together. Pressure, though, coming on B from Ascent.
Rocket's also going to be popping as well. They are now live on the map. The fuse is lit, and it's going to be Snipe Drone who actually gets away with them. 2 dead here for Ascend, but an opportunity to level up those numbers now if Snipe Drone can use these efficiently.
Has to trade out there in the Rocket pocket. Maybe not exactly what he wanted to do with that. Finds Formal with the second. Nice use of the Rockets to make sure he grabs 2.
Reads Formal like a book in that situation. APG now going to be taking a little bit of damage, and C gets flipped now by Ascend. So they'll be scoring just momentarily as Lucy jumps back into A. You would expect maybe Ascend to make the push onto B off the back of this damage that does come in from Snipe Drone, but it looks like Optic will hold for now.
These next kills are huge. 2 dead for Ascend, 1 dead for Optic Gaming. Mid-map control coming in. The tires push for Optic. It looks good.
Look at this flood coming in from Optic. Ascend just getting charred here over a B. And with that push that's coming in, AB still in the control, Optic still scoring. And within about 10 points now of this being a tie game.
Do you remember Ascend's 67-point lead? I do.
Feels a long time ago.
It's gone. Just like that, it's a 13-point game. Optic Gaming BC in control, and we could see a lead change very soon.
Lucid once again continuing to dominate. 7 and 2 for him. 3 assists as well, and Trippy, he's right on his heels. Snipe Drone in the 1v1. Oh my word, Trippy with the thrust and the beatdown. That's going to be 3 dead here for Ascend.
That's beautiful mechanical work from Trippy. The only way he was going to close that gap and win that battle was using that thrust. It's a lead change, 70 to 68 in favor of Optic Gaming, 73 unanswered points.
And it just seems at the moment that Ascend can't deal with being on the back foot. You're seeing multiple kills being picked up, and they're all in Optic's favor. A is going to be flipped here by Ascend. Seeker's just going to be caught off guard here. Just flying up towards B. It's a little bit careless, that push coming in from Seeker, but the reset somehow comes in over at C. Ascend make a last-second desperate pixel-perfect play to get the reset.
That's right, making things a little bit more interesting here on that reset now. It'll just essentially be a tied game once again. Rockets do go in the hands of Trippy.
Only one to use, though, as it was Ascend who had them initially. C gets now flipped by Optic Gaming, so they will be back scoring, and they will be able to extend this lead for now.
Wants to use this rocket very wisely, very carefully. Not in a rush to get rid of it. Wants to make sure it's part of the next push. Oh, wait a minute. That rocket will go straight through the arcade. We didn't know you could go through the arcade, but it does now. And another remote detonation. The feed will mean 3 dead for Ascend, make it 4 dead. He doesn't even need the rocket.
BC now in the control of Optic Gaming. It's a slender lead, but it is rising. Snipe Drone playing very, very sneaky at the back of A. Trying to see if he can pick up a kill, but the only problem with playing sneaky is you're going to let Trippy move forward. He's on a frenzy! The man is going wild!
That's the first killing frenzy you and I have seen on the main stage this weekend for sure. And what a time to do it. 3 dead for Ascend again. And just when you thought Ascend was rallying back, the Optic Gaming chant starts in the room.
Off the back of the Trippy frenzy, the Optic fans start to make a little bit of noise here in KC. Triple cap still in effect for Optic, and what was a slender lead now, Andy? They're almost in a position to double up on Ascend. Optic starting to run away with things.
Look at the numbers here. Take a look at the kills in the top left. Nobody on Ascend has 10 kills. You've got Lucid with 12, Trippy with 13. Formal with 12 as well. Huge assist coming out of APG. Optic Gaming is rocking, and they are rolling. A double kill trade for Formal as well.
3 dead again for Ascend. Optic just rotating these spawns so well, and you can see a lot of resources were thrown by Ascend towards trying to get that A stronghold back. into their possession. Now the fight for C is going to progress. It looks like Optic are around C, though. It's an important battle going down, and Legend actually wins it against Lucid. Formal, though, is going to win that one, and that's vital, as it means he'll be able to turn B back over.
So rocket pop in your feed. Gonna go down on Rockets. See what C can do here, but this is the danger zone. What was once, again, a 67-point lead is now over a 100-point deficit.
Formal going to be taken down here by Seeker. A couple of shots coming in from the top of A, and it looks like Ascend, they don't want to lose this series quite yet. They want to put up a little bit more of a fight. The thrust back is going to keep Seeker alive. They're looking for a triple cap of their own here. I tell you what, Ascend aren't done.
Not done. Formal jumping, trying to get an angle onto A from C-Balk. Gonna have to retreat all the way to the back of the base as well. The AB hold will continue, trying to keep Formal out of C if they can. It's a nice team shot, but Formal just won't die.
I mean, look at this confidence, though, from Ascend. Two of them just stand mid-map. They challenge C. But that time that was bought by Formal, and the damage that was done means the PD spawn's now coming for Optic. APG there to clean up the pieces. Ascend, after a solid run, find themselves 3 down again.
Yeah, once again, all up the snipe drone to B. He has to try to stay alive here if they want to control this, and he does well.
Snipe drone.
Very nice work from Ascend.
Pops back out, buys the time that is needed for not only him to stay alive, but for teammates to arrive, and he gets a kill. It's a spree here for Snipe Drone. However, Formal managed to pick up a double himself. Shady just scarpers away, but Reach Out's gets a beat down. But Formal survives for now.
Lots of work from Optic Gaming to get B. They had to send in all units, all cars, but they will eventually cap B. They will continue scoring, and they will now cross the 200-point mark.
Full map control here as well for Optic Gaming. It seems that they've spied out the spawns. It seems that they've got the split spawns coming as well. 2 players pushing A, 2 players over at C here for Ascend. This is not where you want to be if you're on the Ascend lineup right now, especially when Formal is winning his ones like he is.
How do I place bets on Formal 1v1s? I want to find that.
I don't think those odds exist.
Yeah.
I don't think the bookies will make a lot of money off of that, so you're not going to get the opportunity to put some money on it, but AC now have been flipped by Ascend. Both ends of the map's controlled, and it looks like Optic kind of stuck at B here.
AC hold continues. Rockets will be used. Both of them exhausted. APG will trade out. However, 3 dead for Optic, as there's 2 alive for Ascend. It's a 2v1.
Here's Seeker. He's got a Bulldog trip. He continues. So not miss many bullets in this game. Snipe Drone trying to nade him out of age, using those spike grenades to force him away. Gonna take a little bit of damage. Somehow Trippy surviving here has allowed Lucid to move up to give him a bit of protection, and with that, it looks like he's gonna be able to take over A. Ascend working on B though. Keep your eyes on the feed. If the kills fall in the favor of Ascend, they should be able to flip it. And they do. They're back into this one, Andy.
Not over just yet. It looked like this was going to be an Optic sweep here in this game. Seeker now with a great challenge on Neons. Not easy to do against the Bulldog player. But with the Stalker Rifle of Seeker, they can make the push. They continue scoring. And now, less than 40 points away.
Lucid trying to survive, trying to chase down Legend. Seeker says, come here. I want a piece of Lucid myself. Now he's pushing on to Trippy and C. 2 free nades are going to take him down, though.
You have to think if he misses that curb slide, he gets caught on the ground. If he hits that curb slide correctly, he doesn't get hit by that grenade. That could be a faster deny on C.
Well, Optic had all the 2s for just a second there. 222 is now 223. Now, there was moments in that recharge game where Ascend had chances. They let it slip. The ice of Optic was too much. Are we about to see it again as in the final moments of this game when it matters the most? Optic Gaming look like they're going to find themselves with a triple cap.
That should do it here, especially in the 236 mark. Now it's going to be the home stretch.
Need to make something happen here. Need to race to B, but no. The reset comes in over A. Formal's going to be here to try and defend C, but the problem for Ascend is that Optic are swarming them. And with that, Optic Gaming will win the series 3-1.
I think that game sums up the series, right? Ascend looked great at times. They put up great performances at times, but overall, Optic Gaming far too consistent, far too comfortable on our main stage. They will close out the series with a score of 3-1.
What a performance it was from both sides of the stage, though, I have to say. Optic Gaming looked very, very good. But Ascend, they also looked damn dangerous. And I tell you what, their run will continue in that lower bracket a little bit later on. But I mean, what a performance it was from Ascend, but Optic showing ice when it matters. Those last-minute decisions, those last moments of game, they all went to Optic.
Absolutely, one of the tournament favorites here. We'll continue on, but you bring up a great point. If Ascend is able to do what they just did against Optic Gaming, what does Ascend have up their sleeves for the rest of the tournament? I think everyone knows what Optic's packing. A lot of people are wondering, Ascend, what can they do here? It's not crazy to think that Ascend, based off of that performance alone, against one of the tournament favorites, could put up a pretty impressive performance this weekend.
Yeah, it's certainly an exciting time to be a European Halo fan, and certainly more exciting if you're French as well, apart from Sniper as well, of course. You know, now I'm kind of claiming it as my own. Yeah. Sniper is English, so it kind of works. You've got to understand it, it's all good. But I mean, Optic, let's talk about them, because we need to talk about them.
Yes.
We've seen these two teams both match up against Ascend now, and when I say two teams, I'm talking about two tournament favorites coming into things now. Cloud9, maybe a little bit of a different situation. A little bit earlier in the day, game of the event for Ascend. But we just seen Optic go up against Ascend, look like a much tougher run.
Absolutely, without a doubt. I think one of the things we got to highlight there too, I love APG's stats in that game. Yes, he trailed. Yes, he trailed in kills. He put up 17 assists. I'm going to take a look at the board here, just to give you an idea of where other players were. He had teammates that had 7 assists. On the other side, Sniper only had 5. APG 17 assists in that game. And I think the best encapsulation of that is when APG is B-rail, when you have a push coming in on Red Room. APG is the one to sacrifice and trade out from B-rail to Red Room while Lucid caps B. Those are the plays that don't look flashy on screen. Those are the plays that no one's freaking out in the audience. But guess what? APG is the man who pushes B-rail, pushes the presser, and we go to Lucid's POV, it's a clean cap of B. Beautiful stuff from all of Optic Gaming.
I think the best way to sum it up is APG is making the plays that win games for Optic Gaming. And with that, they did win the series, but we're done for now. We're done for now. It's time for us to send it back to Lottie on the desk. Optic looking strong.
Thank you so much, fellas. Yeah, they are looking pretty damn good. Yes, out there on that main stage. And I've got to say, Ascend also, I'm really, really impressed with how they actually came out and handled Optic Gaming, because Optic looking very fast-paced, aggressive. They kind of know what they want to do. They're very controlled in their gameplay. They have an idea of what they want to establish early on the maps, and they do just that. But Ascend really did start to kind of bring it to them, push their own game upon Optic. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but Optic Gaming looking damn good. And I've got to say a big shout out, of course, to the man of the hour, APG, looking so incredibly talented out there on this Optic Gaming roster, not only getting a ridiculous amount of kills to his name, but the assists were also a major talking point, Clutch.
APG's been on fire all weekend, and this is something that Optic needs if they want to have an opportunity to take home the championship. Everybody's got to be clicking on all cylinders. You'll love to see Bradley out there slaying with the best of them, because you know when he catches fire, good things happen for the team. He creates so much space, so much opportunity for the others on this roster.
They certainly do, and I gotta say as well, Shaz, this Live Fire Slayer, a moment right at the end there, and I gotta say Trippy also surviving 3 times around bottom mid, dummies and cuts, so important in such a close game there, but Formal right at the end, the mud push there. Obviously the bait and switch didn't quite work out, but Shady last second managing to save the day for Ascend.
We thought Formal got the kill. Everyone in the arena thought Formal got the kill, and it was a fraction of a second behind. Not everybody, as Wes says, but for sure I did. I went a little bit cross-eyed when I said 1-1 on the series score, but Shady, in the 11th hour, managed to get that kill for his team. And touching upon what APG said, or what Wes said about APG, ever since the introduction of Formal, he's had a complete turn in fortunes. All the pressure seems to be off him, and he's playing some of the best Halo I've ever seen.
Really, really impressive, to say the least. And here, Goofy as well, Street Strongholds ending here, unfortunately, for Ascend, not quite getting to game 5, but Optic looking so good. This is actually Ascend's best game time. They're known for how well they play Strongholds, and I'm honestly not surprised with how they actually kept up with Optic there. Were you actually kind of invested into the way that Ascend were playing against Optic? What more could they have done there?
Definitely. I mean, it comes down to the control, right? The control of the map, the control of the pace, control of the rockets, and just overall teamwork that Optic had the upper hand throughout the series. We saw in Game 2, Live Fire, an incredible match, 50-49. We love to see that here as Halo fans, but ultimately Optic was just a little bit too much to handle for Ascend, as they are one of, if not the favorites, right after Cloud9 to win this event. And in my head, I mean, they're right there with Cloud9. So tough matchup for Ascend. We saw them earlier in the weekend go down 3-0 to Cloud9. We saw them just now go down in a tough 3-1 to Optic. So 2 of the juggernauts here this weekend, and Ascend got some work to do.
I think what we've seen was Ascend hang in the series in moments. But what happened was when Optic took control, they really ran with it and never really relinquished it. I think they had some really, really good moments to Ascend, but Bizarre CTF, it was 3-2. I think the scoreline probably flattered them a little bit. We've seen players struggling like Sika, he went 6-20. I don't think you can win a game against Optic when you don't have players playing like they should do. And I think the Slayer game was huge for their confidence. I think they'll take that and they'll run with it now for the rest of the tournament.
You know what, you could highlight so many different players on this Optic Gaming roster right now, but our USMC service record, is going to be Lucid. I think you can make an argument for any of the main slayers on Optic, because to be honest, they're all slaying mainly. And Lucid is one of those guys. We saw him pop off in many of the games in that series. What makes Lucid so special to this roster, Clutch?
It's incredible individual skill, right? I think Faisal's been talking him up all weekend long as the best player in the game, and rightfully so. His screen looks like it. He's always on. Never does he miss, never does he give a free death, it seems. It's always a difficult kill for the enemy team.
Yeah, he's pretty impressive to say the least. This guy, honestly, it's difficult actually at this moment in time. You look at Optic Gaming's roster, you look at Cloud9, there's so many different, I think, players that you could consider being at the top of their game right now and maybe one of the best in the game. What argument shows would you make for Lucid being the best in the game currently?
I think it's obviously going to be a coin toss, but he won the All-Star match yesterday, so that seems to suggest he is the best player in the game. I think, in all seriousness, I think him, and he's complemented by Trippy. I mean, we've seen him pop off in that Strongholds game. He got himself a kill in Frenzy, and with the players on this team, any one of them can take over a series at any given time, and I think you need that takedown at the top of Cloud9.
You do indeed, and Goofy, it's got to be said, Trippy is looking absolutely insane at the moment. So Optic Gaming, the roster is fully firing. What is Trippy stepping up to the plate as a main slayer, doing the most, getting such crucial kills to swing a game in their momentum? What does it do for the roster?
Yeah, Trippy just brings a lot of stability to this team. His role is so valuable because he's what I like to call a glue player, right? On any other team, Trippy would probably be the main slayer, but on this Optic Gaming roster, when you got Formal, when you got Lucid, when you got, the likes of some of these all-stars, Trippy doesn't need to be that player to drop 20 kills every game, to drop, 25 kills in a Slayer. He plays his role and he plays it perfectly. And that's exactly what this Optic Gaming roster needs.
It certainly is. And I'll tell you what I need a pool update. Let's have a look at the final pool update happening today. Of course, we have all 4 of our pools completed at this moment in time. Our open bracket teams, they tried their best, but unfortunately they actually didn't manage to get a series win this time around. Our pool teams were just way too strong for them. But looking at the top of their pools, we've got Cloud9, Optic, EUnited, Sentinels, all in the winners brackets, as well as Quadrant, Pioneers, FaZe Clan, and Ascend. Unfortunately, for all of the other teams right below, they will fall down to the elimination bracket. And, Clutch, the elimination bracket, it's really do or die. It's such a difficult run to make, especially heading into Sunday. Obviously, it is Championship Sunday. You cannot make a mistake.
No, and the biggest issue here is there's a lot of talent down there already, and more talent coming their way as winners bracket gets underway and continues to go in that direction. There's just so few placements and placings for all these top teams that have such high expectations. I mean, you're talking Fnatic, Complexity, the Pioneers. I mean, everybody is going to be fighting to try and get into these top 6 spots and place their best placings ever. And I mean, there's only so many seats at the table, so it's going to get really competitive as we continue to go on throughout this tournament.
Looking at Pool B, something I'm really surprised is the open team and Complexity has come in there and actually beat Navi as well. I was talking to Jimbo yesterday. He was dejected. He was not confident at all the way the team was playing, but said they had to bounce back here today, but they've ended up losing to Complexity as well. So their elimination bracket run has to start off hot, because otherwise they're in deep, deep trouble of not winning a single series all tournament long.
Very true. I also just want to know, while we have full play up, I actually did make a mistake, so I want to correct myself here. I lied when I said all of the open bracket teams didn't actually win a series. They did, in fact, win a series. Complexity won a series, Built by Gamers won a series. G1 also coming in as well. So I just want to...
You were wrong.
Space Station. I was completely and utterly wrong, folks. But you know what? It's about admitting to your mistakes, correcting it. That's what a lot of our players and teams do on the main stage, so I'm just following suit. Let's have a look at the winners bracket, though, for you guys. Here is our championship bracket. It is happening currently. We have Cloud9 going up against FaZe Clan in their winners round 1. Sentinels versus Quadrant happening right now on one of our other streams as well. EUnited versus Pioneers coming up very shortly. And Optic Gaming has rounded out their winners round 1, 3-1 against Ascend. They will head into the semi-finals for the winners bracket. Really impressive stuff here, and across the board, I've got to say, all of these titans in their own right. I'm actually really excited to see what FaZe Clan have in store in this winners bracket, how much they're going to actually be able to deliver against Cloud9. So there's a lot to play for here still. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have plenty more action coming up for you. Next up, we have another winners round 1 for you on the table, and this time it's the hometown team Pioneers. They're facing off against EUnited, and this is going to be a bloodbath on the main stage. You guys don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
The HCS Kansas City Major is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, the Marines, Dolby, PC Game Pass, Zowie, Rockstar Energy, and Xbox Plays.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Congratulations, you've been volunteered to investigate gaming anomalies present in the action and adventure category on PC Game Pass.
Hit the music!
Your cooperation has been logged. Thank you.
Name's Tyler Ganza, gamertag is Spartan, and I play for EUnited. Player that inspired my playstyle, I think I've evolved, right? Like, the way that Halo is played is a lot different now than it was back in 2006, 7, 8, 9. But my biggest inspiration as a Halo player was always Roy. I remember I started watching Halo in 2008. The first player that popped up on my screen when I put MLG up was Roy. And I just saw him like flooring everybody and just like holding forward and killing people. And I was just like, holy crap, this guy's a god. He became my inspiration to become a pro. And then, you know, cut 10 years later, I started competing against him. And it was crazy. I was like, you know, like I would see his name on screen and I would get shook. I'd shake in my boots because like he's just like my inspiration. Like I'd play against any other player, you know, and I'd just, you know, I'd shoot him like normal. But then him, I'm like windmilling. I couldn't do it. Shaking my boots. If he came back, if he unretired, he'd do the same thing to me. I don't know. It's just something in the name. Taking care of your mental health is absolutely important. Some of my worst performances at tournaments, it's not a coincidence that, you know, like I was going through it mentally. You know, going and getting some of the help that I needed definitely propelled me as a player. And even if you don't feel you need help, just talking to someone could be super useful and super helpful. There's no better experience at an event than having a crowd. I'm one of those players that gets hype, and you know, when I make a play and I hear the crowd roar, I think that just fuels me up even more. So just having that crowd back is definitely something I'm looking forward to.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Kansas City Major. It is our second major of the series.
These guys are wild.
These guys are absolutely crazy right now. The crowd is going nuts, and you probably guessed it. It's because Pioneers are going to be on that main stage very shortly. They're going to be facing off against EUnited. This is winners round 1. It is a quarterfinal match. It is also playful right now. If you want an easy journey through this bracket, it's right at the start, and my goodness, you don't want to go down right now into the elimination bracket. If you've seen the pools, we've got some crazy teams down there that are waiting for you. So let's tee it up, why not? Let's talk about EUnited first and foremost, and we'll talk about the hometown in just a moment. But EUnited, my goodness, have been looking sharp. 4-0 in pool play. They're going to be feeling pretty confident with what they've been able to kind of establish thus far. Dropped a few maps here and there, and I think they've had a couple of situations where in some games might have choked it away, maybe on their terms. But I've got to say, EUnited, there's a joke that they're kind of going backwards in terms of their placements. Clutch, have they convinced you enough thus far in this tournament that they're going to be going forward?
Not in this tournament, no. I don't think they've looked as sharp as they have in the past. For me, this is a very winnable series for KCP. It's going to be really interesting, but I do think that this is the tightest matchup we have in winners bracket round 1. This is also an EUnited roster I haven't seen play today, and they can pick it up as of yesterday. So I'm speaking in relative terms here. EUnited, they can show up today and look much better than they did yesterday, but yesterday it was a little sloppy from my opinion.
It was a little bit sloppy here, and talking about the slop that we're seeing from EUnited thus far, Goofy, you know, what do they need to really clean up on right now when they're going up against Pioneers who really are feeling themselves?
Honestly, I kind of disagree with Clutch a little bit. I think EUnited is right where they need to be right now in this tournament. They're not the type of team like an Optic Gaming, like a Cloud9, that they just 3-0 every team. They kind of feel out their opponents, but they always end up with the win in the end. And I think we kind of we didn't give them the respect they deserved in Raleigh, and they ended up in the grand finals, right? This could be the start of their championship bracket run, and it starts here against a really tough opponent with the hometown heroes, Pioneers.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, the job got done by EUnited, but I feel something different when Optic and Sentinels and Cloud9, when they dominate other teams the way they do. It just allows me to have a lot more like confidence in them as a fan of just good Halo. When EUnited falters against like the lesser teams, it makes me think that slipping up in a series like this is very possible.
Yeah, I think you need to have a little bit more faith behind EUnited, and from what we've seen so far, I don't think that faith is super strong. This would be a really convincing faith bringer if we could see a pretty epic result here from the Pioneers match. On the other side of things, though, we do have Pioneers who are looking pretty damn good today, especially in front of their home crowd. Although Talik did say on the main stage after the match against Built by Gamers that things were getting a little bit scrappy. They weren't actually convinced too much by their win. They apparently have stuff left in the tank, Bravo. What do you reckon that's going to be? What do they need to clean up?
They got stuff left in the tank because every time one of their names or faces appears on the screen, this place goes absolutely nuts. We have never seen this here. KCP chant already in the arena, and these players are just getting warmed up. In terms of play style, I think it's just a little bit tighter. which is difficult to do because when you talk about tight play styles, EUnited does it best. One stat that rings a bell is Renegade pops off in overall damage against just about every team. He's the big outlier on C9. No one can contain Renegade. Against EUnited, Renegade does not pop off in damage. He's really close to the rest of the pack, and that is a good indicator of how tight EUnited plays. Now, can KCP match that tightness? I don't know, but that's the task ahead of them.
For me, it's all about the start of the games for KCP. The games that they started strong against Built by Gamers, those games were not close. The games that they started slow in, where BBG got off to an early lead, those games were massive comebacks that they had to try and amount. So KCP, they kind of go as they start, it seems. And you want to see them start strong in some of these games if they want to beat a team like EUnited.
You will indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, it's time for predictions. And listen up, Kansas City. I've made this mistake once before. I'm not doing it again. I'm going Pioneers all the way in this series. Let's see a win in this hometown once again. Clutch.
Give me KCP all day. This is their event. They've been training for it. I do think that EUnited hasn't shown me enough this weekend. They can prove me wrong here and now, but from what I've seen, I like KCP.
Love to hear it. Goofy, who are you going with?
I'm going with EUnited, and I don't even think it's going 5 games.
He's the villain,
Bring it on.
Bravo, who are you going to be picking, man?
Just because I've seen what happened on the desk, I'm going KCP. I am not letting myself be a victim to that fate. Good luck, Goof.
Let's get straight into this main stage action right now. Pioneers versus EUnited. We've got Gaskin and Jersey on the mics. Take it away, fellas.
Thanks so much, Lottie. It's the final game of the night. It's your Kansas City Pioneers up against EUnited. This one's going to be tasty.
This is going to be a spicy one. I think the crowd's ready, and you at home better be ready as well, because these two teams have so much history. They matched up twice in Anaheim. They matched up in Rally. They keep matching up in Pro Series as well. And their series layout is looking good for the Pioneers. I will say that at the very least. I spoke to Manny backstage, and he said, hey, are those our 5 game types? 4 out of the 5, there are maps. We're getting this done in at least 4.
The old enemy. These two teams have matched against each other so many times. They know what each other have up their sleeves. Both teams want to win, but both teams think they can win here.
And we're kicking things off with Bizarre Capture the Flag. It's a very strong game type for the Pioneers. They just seem to know how to maneuver their way through the angles to secure that overshield, to get those rockets. On the side of EUnited, however, a very bad game type for them when it comes to land performance. They have a 2-7 stat record. It has not been a comfortable one for them whatsoever.
Shields up, weapons hot. We're on board with Druck, and here we go.
And Druck has a lot of responsibility here. Just from the double doors, you've got to watch the rockets. The support is perfect. And now you move your attention over towards that overshoot.
We're getting to that point in the tournament where the cream starts rising to the top. There's levels to this game. And if you want to hang with the big boys, you have to beat a team like EUnited, but Ryan Noob has an overshield.
And Brian Noob is going to be a big focus for me from this EUnited roster. Not only is he the player who carries the flag the most, he grabs the flag, he steals the flag. He's also been the main damage dealer for this EUnited roster. Brian Noob's done everything this tournament, and if he can carry on firing like that, bring that energy to the rest of the team, they're going to look terrifying.
Every single event, EUnited seem to have to prove the doubters and the haters wrong. This event is no different. People betting against them once more.
Tell you what, I've been a doubter. I said I think EUnited, they've dropped down a little bit. They've not been as good as they were at the likes of Anaheim. But this is the series to prove me and others wrong, to show what you've got. And they've already got a flag their side of the map, but you've got to do it a different way. Because you've run it down through shotgun here, this is not as easy a route as you would usually find running it through bottom middle.
Rhino just hasn't got the path carved. And Soul Snipes on hand to send that flag back to Kansas City.
That is a great return. A Spartan on a killing spree. And I tell you what, Spartan has been getting better and better as this tournament has gone on. The stats have got better from game by game. He just seems to heat up as the tournament goes forward. And I'm sure that if they keep progressing in that winner's bracket, Spartan is going to be terrifying by the time they get to know, maybe a winner's bracket final again.
Manny, now he would love to punch his ticket to a winner's finals. The dreams, the hopes, the aspirations. Shut down this time, though. Ryan Noob, faced with the pink mist, lights up the arena. More shots go down. Nick on top this time. He's eliminated. Traded back and forth, scrapping for the overshield.
Overshield is always a huge moment. Who can grab it? Communication is always going to be sparse. If you are not focusing the right areas, let's jump into an Astro listening with the KC Pioneers.
Rockets, guys.
I'm gonna go over.
They might have shotgun. They might have shotgun.
Maybe check a wing, maybe?
He was on shotgun.
I'm one
I got combo from Palm.
Push the palm.
I got the palm.
I'm with you, Palm.
They're getting the BR. They're the BR.
Palm, Max, drain.
Yeah, I got ult already. They're alley. Jump up drain. Jump up drain.
Jump up in their alley last two.
At the end.
Yeah.
My bad. Push gonna be there to BR. He's going to Palm. The Palm with the thrust. Yep, the Palm with the thrust.
I want to
Okay, kill drone.
This is Darst on there. I just came on the palm.
Beat the Palm. Look at the Palm. I'm just staring at the Palm. Beat the Palm. They're alley.
What's their palm still?
The double doors. I'm going to weak.
So double doors. Rockets are shutting down top rocks.
Right there.
Where's Nick?
I don't know.
Top rockets are down. Rockets are down. Top rockets. No one's rockets.
I don't know what the palm. I don't know what the palm.
Yes, no one's rockets yet, man.
He's still ticking.
Hey, take your time with these rockets. You can only watch outside if you want.
Watch the palm and BR. Palm and BR.
You're good.
Check them on him, Palm. Right there.
I'm challenging for you. Just get out.
There's lockers in palm. Lockers in palm. One's already out. Dynamos.
One's in BR. Watch out BR. Watch out BR.
Just one more kill.
The other guys are dynamos with thrust.
Watch out our lockers. Watch out lockers.
I do.
Our lockers in the BR.
Yes. I don't.
Our lockers in the BR.
I think one's on Dynamos.
Watch out lockers. Watch out lockers.
I do.
Guys, I'm on the side. Our lockers will never die. Our lockers never die.
Give me like 2 seconds.
Guys, I'm in the flag. Or Dynamo.
Randu's one shot the alley.
Watch out lockers.
Good shit, Hunter. That's huge.
I'm in the palm.
Top rock side. Have shield drop.
I couldn't. He killed me.
Left monkey.
He's gonna have shotgun maybe. Randu's part of belly. Jumping up.
Weak.
Watch out alley. Watch out
And
alley.
they're pillars, Sparty.
The pillars in alley. One shot still. They're palm weak. They're palm weak, Nick.
Rockets being put in the perfect place to ensure they can then get the overshield, but a lot of small talk in that listening. Pioneers saying all the important stuff. I'm pushing here, we need to push there. To a dead, it's not just useless call-outs, it's not just calling out one-shots. These Pioneers boys, they know what they need to do, and they are really taking it to EUnited.
Communication clear and precise. Soul Snipe after the entry fragger for this team. As Spartan tried to play back base, was invited out and paid the price as KCP take down 2. Flag on the move.
All 4 were temporarily dead. The first spawner was Rain. Where is he situated himself, though? Is he going to be trying to come for a little bit of an ambush here? The flag's got far enough that Pioneers will take a straight 3 versus 4 in the middle of the map. EUnited need the opening kill, and Spartan gets it.
1 down, 3 to go, 2 down. Tarek, the latest one to hit the respawn screen. Soul Snipe with the flag, and Druk has given up on that one.
Yeah, Druk says, I don't need to go for this flag right now. Instead, let me just position myself to try and maybe pick up a cheeky kill. There was a touch on the other side. If Druk can get a big double here, the flag is still alive. There is still hope for this one.
Druk scampers down into the sewers, calling and screaming for the help of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And they will not pop up here. Shots get to the spine of Rain. 1 more go down. This flag is still alive.
Still alive somehow, even though EUnited are getting the slays. Druk had stayed alive for so long. The respawners of the Pioneers are consistently touching it, but Ryanu does what Ryanu does best. He's inside the base. He's causing havoc.
Is there trouble now? Have they opened up the door to a counter cap? Now their flag's on the move. They've got work to do. Soul Snipe waiting to join his teammates. Tarek has ran out blind to try and cut off that flag. He's eliminated. Down goes Druk. EUnited on the move.
Overshield's coming up, and they're trying something really different on EUnited. They are running that flag down through the bottom Bulldog area rather than trying to just go through the middle, and it's working. They're getting it extremely far across the map. Nick actually uncontested right now. Soul Snipe does have the overshield, but can you get to the flag quick enough? Spartan struggling a little bit in terms of... Oh! I tell you what, this could be another E!
2 go down, 4 dead for EUnited. Flag back home at Kansas City, and on the move.
How is this happening time and time again? I'll tell you how. When you run it through Bulldog, you leave yourself so vulnerable to the other team pushing through the middle of the map and catching you on that counter-cap possibility. Pioneers have done so well to just produce an incredible amount of energy. Whoa! That's Talek starting to heat up.
Talek rocks 2. Soul Snipe has the flag again. Gets just through the double doors. Druk picks up the one that was advancing towards them. Kansas City! It's 1-0.
EUnited got 2 flags back to their base, but the scoreline still reads 0 for them. Pioneers with a fantastic counter strategy, making sure that it is not comfortable whatsoever for EUnited, despite how far they may get that flag.
And I tell you what, every player is playing a part of this as well, but it's Talak who has all the plaudits right now with 19 kills on the board.
3 dead momentarily for EUnited. Rain has to try and get back to his teammates to stop this flag. Soul Snipe is all business today. He's not interested in killing at times, he just wants to touch that flag.
It's a really good nade, but the grenade hasn't been able to stop the flag from going through the double door, right? Double door means that there's going to be a lot of protection off the spawn, and Manny's found the flag as well. And Manny consistently is the player to put these flags in for Pioneers, and they find themselves 2 to the good.
Manny's not done just yet. Rain dispatched over shield in the chest of Manny, and they want more. They're hungry. Feed them.
You've really got to keep pushing. You've got to keep pressuring EUnited right now because you are on the upper side of things. You have 2 flags. You're getting the overshields. EUnited are on the back foot, and they are just searching. They're scrapping for anything at this point.
Manny's overshield gone. He's got the flag far enough though. Wow. That thruster pack might have just saved his life. Druk and Tonic pick up 2 more. 3 dead for EUnited.
Not just 3 dead, they got the flag returned as well, but you've got to calm for a second. You've got to reassess your options. Yes, okay, you're bottom middle, but you're very vulnerable to grenades right now. Get these kills, then go for that 3rd flag.
Spartan in the lockers. He gets taken care of. Tonic. What a performance from him. Soul Snipe! Punches in his 2nd flag of the game.
He snipes that flag with the grapple. Easy as you like. This is starting to become a bit of a rut. And keep an eye on Druk's kill feed. Because when Druk gets 17 kills, Pioneers win 80% of the time. And I tell you what, that statistic probably is going to get a little bit higher because Pioneers, with 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go, they are looking like they might be just heading into game 2 with a lead.
EUnited need to cap 3 flags in under 2.5 minutes. It's a tall order for any team. Nick tries to escort his flag home. Manny shuts him down in the lockers. Overshield about to pop in 20 seconds. And Druk has picked up the 17th kill.
Well, I guess that's going to have to be EUnited defying the statistical odds if they are going to be winning this one. And at the moment, with the returns that are coming through, with the way that the Pioneers are playing, it is all screaming game 1 heading to the side that's currently playing in blue. Nick gets a double. That's important. With only 2 minutes left on the clock, they need to move soon, but it's another overshield for the Pioneers.
If this game was a musical genre, it'd be heavy metal. Rocking and rolling. What can Rain do for his team? The odds heavily stacked against them.
It's been a really unfortunate situation for EUnited, considering how far they got 2 flags. They must be so deflated that Pioneers were able to get those returns. And now Pioneers, they fed off that. They have just been feeding off the energy of this crowd as well. We heard the interviews. They were saying, like, this crowd makes us play 10% better, if not more. 1 flag is on the move for EUnited, but is it going to be enough with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock?
The crowd is at 10% buff. 3 flags to the good, but only 1 minute and 10 left to play. Despite this flag making it well over the halfway point, they can play defense if they need to, but Druk and Talik pick up a couple. This flag might not get home.
It would be the 3rd time in a row that EUnited have got a flag back, haven't been able to actually cap it as well. It's so close, but so far. Nick should be able to clamber, but if you're Pioneers here, you just take map control. You say, let it go. It doesn't matter. We have a 2-cap lead. Now all we need to do is just play the slow game, play defense here. Even if EUnited got a 2nd flag back, the likelihood of them getting a 3rd would be a very low percentage.
30 seconds remaining. 4 dead. Nick, last man to pop up now. What can he do? Manny has the flag, but it's only going to be an insurance policy to ensure they can keep that distance between them.
Pioneers have been phenomenal in this game 1, and they are living up to the hype right now. And I tell you what, a 4th flag maybe is on the horizon here. The Pioneers train, it started off at the beginning of this tournament, and it keeps getting bigger. It is terrifying what we are witnessing.
KCP then. Game 1 is going to Kansas City Pioneers.
And the Kansas City Ultra in the crowd go wild. And you know, sometimes you have tournaments in home crowds and, you know, it doesn't go their way.
Yeah.
And it's one of those situations where you hope that your team is going to win. Kansas City Pioneers are the real deal. They don't want to be a top 6 team. They want to be considered for the top 4. They want to be considered for top 3. They want to be in those grand finals. And I tell you what, an EUnited roster who has been there, a top 2 performance in Rally, a top 3 performance in Anaheim, with how they've just managed to disassemble them on Bizarre Capture the Flag, is an amazing start to this series for the KCP.
This Kansas City Pioneer team has beaten EUnited before. Unfortunately, when it got to this stage, was when they faltered. They do not want to do it here again today.
No, they did it in pool play, but unfortunately when it came to bracket play, that's when they lost in Anaheim. And speaking to Manny backstage, he said, look, we've played these guys so much, we know their playbook, we know what they're capable of. But the biggest difference between now and then is a lack of Mangler. We are not seeing Mangler play. And I have been saying it all tournament long. I think EUnited have lost a little bit of something since that Mangler has not been included, because they're a great team at flanking and getting behind. You add the Mangler to that, and they become a disgusting force. But now without that extra weapon, we are seeing them just start to slip down ever so slightly from maybe top 3 to potentially a top 6 position. And I would be reassured by that fact if KCP were to beat them here in bracket play. But there is still a long way to go, and I'm always prepared to be proved wrong, because this is going to be a series where both of these teams not only want to win, but they know they can win.
One man I want to highlight. What a performance out of Tolik.
Tolik really has been the statistical anomaly when you look at this squad. He has not only had the most damage, but flag grabs, flag assists. He's been getting flag captures. He's been doing a little bit of everything. And you need that energy, those kills he's been able to find going into a Slayer game 2, because we know full well how good EUnited are when it comes to Slayers.
Slayer live fire then. Can EUnited bounce back on one of their favorite game types? We're about to find out. We're underway.
EUnited have never lost this game type on land, so that is very good news. If you are an EUnited fan, you're looking to try and cling on to something here. Pioneers also said they're not that great when it comes to live fire Slayer, but they've got a 3-0 lead, so it's looking good. Make it 4.
4-0, King Nick, the latest to be lined up in the crosshairs of Druk. He will fall though. 6-1 the score, and Soul Snipe has the wig wobbler, but he gets dropped.
Could have been amazing if Soul Snipe had gone away with that sniper and started to really punish EUnited for any positions they tried to cross without maybe looking left and right before they cross that road. But it's really this heat wave that's been making the difference so far. And eventually you get the frag.
Spartan reduced to dust particles as a result of the heat wave, and I love this. Camouflage picked up by Druk, heat wave passed over from Manny to Druk. And he's just waiting to pop that camouflage.
Waiting for the right moment. And they're almost encouraging EUnited to push here. They're saying, look, we've got a 6-kill lead. We don't have to come to you. You come out of your hidey holes. And when you do, we've got a surprise for you. And it's a form of Druk with a heat wave and a camouflage, which is enough to strike fear into any human being.
The game slowed down to a crawl. EUnited believe this camouflage has already been used well before now. The timing could be off here as Druk inches closer to the tower. Spartan, though, he's been tagged up in the back, and Spartan picks up 2. Make it 3. Manny last man standing.
Huge play for EUnited. They needed to spot out that camouflage. And I tell you what, someone was eating their carrots last night because they were able to see in the pretty much the dark in that situation. And the Pioneers find themselves still 3 kills up, but EUnited, they win that play.
3 kills the difference. Camouflage about to pop again. Will it result in something better for one of these 2 teams? But look at this, Manny drops behind from below. Spartan had no idea he was there. Tolik picks up KCP's 2nd camouflage and is desperately trying to scramble to live. But Rain says no.
This might be the slowest I've ever seen Slayer live fire played, by the way, but it is still 12-10 in favor of Pioneers, an extra 1 added. EUnited are doing very well not to allow Pioneers to snowball out of control, though. With the lead that the Pioneers had, this could have been a crazy game in favor of KCP. But as long as EUnited can stay within 5, they're always going to be quite confident of getting back into the game.
EUnited then, down by a couple of kills. Let's tune in and listen to what they're talking about in an Astro Listen In.
I needed...
He's on Mangler, Sure.
box. Another one bottom. The next box. The next box. Back tower. Right there.
Do snipe. Back tower. Snipe battle.
Green and S. Green and S. Easy snipe. We're running. We're not fighting.
That's rich. I'm gonna keep it. I have few moves.
I'm getting to back green.
I'm coming back to red.
I got to back green, guys.
Nice.
One back green with me. Oh my god!
Nice. We got one. Is he down to green box?
I can't see.
He's green. Watch out. We should go. Come in, Navy.
There was one shot at green, tall.
He's one shot. Dead is. One was sniping tower still?
Top mid sniping, yeah. Top tower sniping.
Okay. Best maybe? Top tower sniping. I'm walking to green. Watch out top tower sniping.
On OV, Druck.
Tyler and I can't do anything for a bit.
Yeah. Nick, you can go make a play if you would.
Druck was
Don't
on
go make a
OV.
play, but get out of here. No, sure.
I think I hear someone bottom mid or
I'm watching
something.
red.
I'm going.
Kind of.
Sniper's still top tower. Sniper's still top tower. Dummies, one shot, drug. One shot, dummies. Nice.
I'm going to Nick.
Coming help you guys. I can live. Flanking sniper.
Bottom mid, dead.
Nice. Nades on
Top tower sniping. Top tower sniping.
Nades on it. If the other guy's top mid with the drop wall, I have to run. Let me get camo. Let me get camo. I got it.
Top tower sniping got me. You guys, you got away with camo.
One shot, double ram sniping. One shot sniping. Two one shots bottom.
Alright, pushing up green.
One shot power. One shot power. He's right here, guys. One shot top.
Yo, man,
Bottom mid weak, I think. Mangler dropping, watch out.
And a 2-kill game. That camouflage did not have the desired effect that EUnited needed to claw themselves back into the lead here. With Nick the latest one to hit the respawn screen thanks to Soul Snipe. And now Manny in a world of hurt, but he somehow, with the help of a teammate, gets a trade. They're going back and forth. The Pioneers hold a 4-kill advantage.
And the reason they're holding that advantage is they are so good at trading at the moment. Even when EUnited are getting loud because they are maybe out BRing someone from Pioneers, there's always someone else there to clean up that kill. It's an excellent display of teamwork that we're seeing from KCP at the moment, and I cannot stress enough what an amazing victory it would be on Slayer Livefire. At EUnited, they have a 6-0 record on LAN. They are amazing, probably one of the best Slayer teams we have in the HCS competition. Pioneers still hold a 4-kill lead.
Both these two teams jostling. Not many kills in the feed the last couple of seconds. Rain looks to add a +1 to his column. Manny falls victim to the battle rifle. 3-kill game now. Camouflage in 30 seconds now. You can see EUnited just shuffling over that side to set up for it.
And it's a 3-kill game, and that clock is very much ticking down. This is one of the slowest Slayer live fires where the clock may come into the equation if things don't speed up considerably. 28 to 25. Similarly to what we saw earlier when Optic were playing, it's going to come down to who is going to make those plays when it's a close game like this.
3-kill game still. Time. Will it play a factor? Will it start to be a friend of Pioneers and a foe of EUnited?
It's another camouflage that goes in favor of Pioneers, as we see in the picture-in-picture. It's a sniper rifle that's out of ammo, but what can Manny do here?
Flirted with the idea of dropping down bottom middle. The world is his oyster. Nick isolated all alone. Somehow gets a kill. Camouflage player dropping into a world of hurt here though. Manny needs to back up, needs to put it in reverse, but no. It's a 1-kill game.
It's another great response from EUnited with the camouflage as well, isn't it? Pioneers have had these opportunities to try and get a kill here or there and maybe make a real difference, take a commanding lead, but EUnited are so patient. They watch out, they try and hear anything that might suggest a camouflage is nearby. They really do grip up, but Spartan, if he can start heating up with his sniper rifle, it is going to be bad news for the Pioneers.
Pioneers trade out, but now EUnited have eked out a lead. 4 kills to be exact. With Rhino desperately trying to stay alive, but it's going to be Rain. He is dispatched. 3 kills difference now. KCP chance around the arena. Will it be enough? Will that 10% boost help them here? It's a 2-kill game. Soul Snipe with 2.
Good that he didn't get too excited there. He thought about pushing in, waiting for the triple, but Talek probably gave him the call of wait, stay alive, and the repulsor allowed him to stay alive. It's a 2-kill game, 38-36. I spoke to Manny, he said, we are playmakers, we are fearless. Pioneers are going to need to thrive in those scenarios if they're going to get back into this game, because now EUnited have control, that's when EUnited are at their very best.
All the players shift over towards camouflage now, but Spartan has picked it up. What can he do with it? Opting to use it right here, right now. On the Soul Snipe. Trade comes through, but Ryan Noob with the heat wave. 4 kills, Talek, last man standing.
8 kills away now, and as you said, the heat wave very important in these last final moments because it's so difficult to try and not have your kill traded out when it's a heat wave on the other side. Spartan's still got a little bit of juice left in this camouflage to work with.
The Wiggles come through. The trade. 4 kills remain. EUnited requires 6. Soul Snipe onto Ryan Noob. They need 3 without reply.
Really big push here though from EUnited. They're taking green, but Soul Snipe actually got the heat wave. Does fall thanks to a trade, but this is some great anchoring work from Talek. It's 46-43. This is still winnable for KCP. EUnited are in the driving seat right now, but Talek, the rest of KCP, desperately trying to put the handbrake on.
Talek had the option to stay behind that box, trying to get out of dodge, paid the price. EUnited need 3 to tie up the series.
To try and keep that 100% record alive on LAN, on Slayer live fire. Pioneers were hoping they were going to disrupt that statistic, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen at the moment. But we've already seen some great comebacks today. All Pioneers need is 1 push, 1-4 dead, and they're right back into it, 47-47. Camo's coming up in 23 seconds, and maybe that's what they're waiting for.
Game clock reads 2:20. Will it play a factor? Spartan goes down, but it's been traded out. 2 kills, 1 kill for EUnited here, and it comes. They tie up the series. 1-1.
They will just settle down that KCP crowd ever so slightly. Do not fear. I think KCP knew this was always going to be a difficult game type for them. They always knew that game 2 was probably the rockiest out of this series layout, but as to games 3, 4, and 5, it starts to get a little bit better for those boys on your screen. As for EUnited, though, they desperately needed that. It was looking shaky at moments. They were 6 or 7 kills down at one point, but they were so patient with how they played, and their ability to spot out the camouflage, unreal, by the way. I don't know what they're eating at night. As I say, it must be carrots or something, because their vision is incredible.
Let's break it down then. We've seen such a commanding lead for the boys on KCP, but EUnited, they hung on in there for so long, and all it took was 1 swing, and they didn't look back.
And I think that's what you've got to know when you are playing against EUnited, right? Is that if you are ahead, you have to stay ahead, because as soon as you give away that lead, that's when EUnited just take it within their grasp and they start to pull away a little bit. EUnited are a team who love structure. They love to play the way they want to play Halo. But if you can make them uncomfortable, you can take them out of that comfort zone, then they get a little bit dicey. Oddball Recharge, game number 3 here. And this is another good game type for EUnited. Yes, it gets a little bit better for the Pioneers, but it's also a game type we saw these two play against each other in Anaheim. Pioneers feel like this is one of their best, but EUnited beat them in Anaheim on this one. So they can have that. They can say, look, we've beaten them before. Why can't we beat them again?
And with Oddball on the horizon now, there's players that thrive in that environment. Is there anybody you've got an eye on?
I think that, you know, Spartan has to be a focus. Yeah. But we are going to jump into another game whilst we're waiting for game number 3, because we want plenty of Halo action. Cruelty are currently playing Blackhand. Now, Blackhand, another European squad that have come through the open bracket. And of course, Cruelty, a team that have, you know, shown a lot of promise in the LATAM region as well. But it seems that Blackhand got the better of them at the moment. 2-0 up in this series.
Cruelty with their backs against the wall here. Flux. And the Blackhand looking to carry that European flag as far as they possibly can before they fall. What can Cruelty do though? They had a really, really tough pool play. Now they find themselves down to Blackhand.
They did, and it was always going to be tough when you're going up against an open bracket team who's going to have a little bit of momentum coming out of the elimination side, right? And We spoke to Riot backstage and we said, hey, how are you feeling going into this elimination bracket now of champs? And he said, look, if we get a team like Cruelty, I feel like we can move on to the next round comfortably. But if we get a team like Na'Vi, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult. It was a complete toss-up as to how comfortable this round was going to be. It looks like they pulled the better straw, and they hold a very significant 2-0 lead and are also leading in this game number 3.
Stronghold.
Couple of strongholds now for Cruelty. Starting to just claw back at that Black Hand lead. As I say, that B transfers and Riots shuts down Dragoniac. Having a look at the stats. Riots performing out of his skin.
And these are a lot of familiar names of the European scene, and actually you might recognize them from Rally. They were Bing Chilling, or at least 2 of the 4 were. They've made some changes since then. Ramirez has been swapped out for Snakey most recently, and it has made a big difference for their performance in terms of the slaying department, that's for sure. But I guess this is now the real test. Now they're in championship bracket of, is that change really gonna pay off? And Cruelty on the other side in the LATAM region, you know, they've had some amazing tournaments. Nugget is a player that I love to watch. His POV is insane, but it just seems like this could be the end of their tournament if it carries on playing this way out.
The cream starting to rise to the top, and we're sending people and teams home all the time. Will Cruelty be the latest one to fall to the European sword? Or can the LATAM region bounce back here and perform a miracle in a reverse sweep? Right now, they're on the ropes and they're reeling.
And usually when we have international versus international competition, Europe versus ANZ or Europe versus LATAM, for the most part, Europe historically have usually come out on top, but this Black Hand roster, or what was previously Bing Chilling, they lost to an ANZ team in Rally, and I really think that lit a fire for some of these guys. They wanted to prove themselves at another international tournament, and that's why we're seeing them have such an impressive performance now, and they will want to make a statement here in championship bracket.
158 points to 46 then. Cruelty take control of B, but C has been whisked away, but at the same time they're taking A, so showing signs of life.
Signs of life for sure, but remember you can keep watching that game on twitch.tv/HCS_blue as we jump away and go back into our feature game here on the main stage, Kansas City Pioneers versus EUnited, as the players have now taken their break. Bathroom breaks maybe just to slow things down a little bit, calm things down a little bit. I always think a tactical bathroom break is very important for some of these players, just to take a breather, maybe kill a little bit of momentum off on the other side as well. It can be very strategical.
Now, like we said before, we did dip away for a moment. Recharge ball up next, and you started speaking about Spartan and how influential he can be in this game, so let's maybe continue on that point, but we could flip over to the other side. Kansas City Pioneers, they've got some boys that like to play the objective.
Yeah, I think Kansas City Pioneers, Soul Snipe in particular, he's your ball guy. As soon as they've got control, they kind of toss it over towards him, and he says, hey, I'll hold it, you guys do the rest of the damage, because Soul Snipe knows how to rotate as well. So on-ball recharge is going to be game number 3. We've already had Bazaar capture the flag, which heavily went in favor of Pioneers. And of course, recently, the 50-44 Slayer live fire in favor of EUnited as they continue that 100% record on Slayer live fire.
If you're just joining us then, this series currently sits, it stands, it lies down. It's 1-1, no matter what position you're in. It's up for grabs for either one of these teams to really start to push the pace. Very little to separate them. But we do head into oddball here. And now Pioneers would just like to get that extra game under the bag.
I tell you what, it does seem like EUnited have silenced this KCP crowd a little bit. Not hearing as much noise as I had done. Maybe they're not going to be getting behind the boys as much as they should be. But the KC Pioneers are going to be jumping into this game expecting a victory. They love recharge ball, and they want to take EUnited down to take a 2-1 lead.
Here is that man we highlighted before the game. Spartan. What can he do to drag EUnited forward here then in this game? Drunk has picked up the ball along with the camouflage. Toss it off to a teammate here.
To Soul Snipe.
The ball man Soul Snipe. Dan just likes to prove sometimes that he knows what he's talking about, and indeed he does. Shock rifle in the hands though of Talik. Drunk is gonna fall.
Drunk will fall. Early points scored by the Pioneers, but EUnited have done very well to just stem that attack, not allow them to set up. But managing to pick up the sword here is going to be a real influence on this side of the map. Has to stay alive. Pipes plus sword often spells danger, and a repulsor just to keep yourself safe. Yeah, these are good things that I'm witnessing.
It's always nice to have a repulsor in the back pocket, but unfortunately, he did manage to live for a little while, as you can hear Ryan screaming across the stage. He's done something impressive or shut somebody down somewhere. Maybe for the amount of noise that EUnited can make on stage, we need the Kansas City Pioneer crowd here to get behind them to even the odds.
Yeah, that's what, you know, the Pioneers are always going to have behind them. It's that home crowd. It doesn't matter how loud EUnited can roar. We know that the Pioneers crew can roar that little bit louder, but I think that's what EUnited want to do. They want to try and get in the heads of the Pioneers, try and take away an element that they have, that confidence they've been displaying throughout this whole tournament. But all 4 dead for EUnited. Sword control and ball control here in Pipes.
4 in the grave momentarily. Waiting to rejoin the fight. Manny now with the ball in his hands. Getting shot. Has to back down. Getting information for his team. Just sneaks back around that corner to maintain the score then. Settled down just a touch here with both members, both teams. Down to just 2 apiece. The rotation, though, he's flooded straight towards the elevator and he hasn't touched the ground floor. He's ended up in the EUnited bedroom.
Running yourself into trouble sometimes, and that's always the risk you take when you do make a rotation like that. You hope that the other team hasn't spawned over towards the elevator, but we know what a heavy spawn it is. You sometimes have to expect it. Yes, okay, a little bit of time was gathered, but EUnited will be very thankful they were able to get that elevator spawn. But look at this positioning from Rain. As a camouflage player, you have to go one of 2 ways. You either anchor and you stand in a very vulnerable position, or you try and flank. And Rain's going for something a little bit in between right now.
EUnited have just got a tiny lead now. All members of Pioneers set up towards long haul. Manny's a little bit isolated. And as a result of that, he is dealt with accordingly. Soul Snipe swoops in, throws that ball off, and how important that could be here just to stop EUnited from scoring and setting up.
I think there is an element of respect that we're seeing between these 2 teams with the amount of play balls and the amount of quick grabs to try and toss it out to top middle, because they know one setup could win a round. That's how good both of these teams are when it comes to recharge ball. Ryanoob, though, in a position to at least keep eyes and keep tabs on this reset ball. But all these teams want at the moment is pipe control.
Soul Snipe, shot in the back, killing spree for Ryanoob. Looking to deal with, unable to. Ultimately gets dispatched. Here is Manny. Pick up that needler, and try and roll on. He's taken down to no shields though. Will survive, if only for a moment here as he runs straight into a nade. The battle rifle shots of Rain will do the job.
Well, Manny describes himself as fearless, and running headfirst into a grenade is probably one of the ways to demonstrate that, that's for sure. It's a very close game at the moment, but EUnited do have a little bit of a lead, and it's going to be extended. Rain puts his body on the line to get that ball out of the way, and that's what you need from players. You need someone who's going to risk their life just to get that ball into an area like Pipes, so you can pick up some significant time.
Great awareness from Rain, reading the game perfectly. Has just resulted now though. Manny picked up the camouflage for his team, a little bit of damage. He will back away, and 2 go down for EUnited. Now all of a sudden Kansas City Pioneers have got somewhat of a setup. Opting not to play ball just yet though. Ryanoob picks up 1 down in Mangler Pit, and that will result in no scoring of significance anyway.
I've been so impressed with Ryanoob. I thought he'd be hurt a little bit more with the Mangler coming out of the meta, but he has been the big damage dealer, he's been the objective player, he has been the all-rounder that EUnited need, and he's still firing. He's such a nuisance to play against. He is genuinely, I think, the most annoying player you can face up against in Halo Infinite, and that is an amazing player to have on your team.
Ball in the hands of the Pioneers though. Spartan wants a bit of the beef. He's going to get some. Puts off a large slice. He breaks the setup, possibly the hearts here of the KCP. 50 points to 35. But all of a sudden that game clock starting to play a little bit of a factor with only 1 minute 15 left.
Yeah, we may not see one of these teams get to that 100-point mark in round number 1 if it carries on like this. There has just been such a back and forth with Slays. A big kill from Druck, but with Manny going down, that's all 4 dead. A big chance to gain some time for EUnited. And Nick, who has been that main ball carrier for this side, despite the fact he's also the main slayer, shows that he's prepared to do whatever it takes for this team.
Nick then. That's with parental guidance for the oddball. It's in safe hands. As I say that, he tosses it out. That's not advised with any child, I can tell you that. But he does drop it down into no man's land, but Kansas City Pioneers have scooped it up, and Starting to pick up those points, but Talik is the last man alive.
He's the last man alive, but he still got away with the ball. Fantastic play there from Talik to just swoop in and steal it away. EUnited did lose a few players, but now with only 1 minute left on the clock, EUnited know if they can just stop Pioneers from setting up, if they can keep this game scrappy, they should just win off the clock.
3 dead. Talik last man alive. Ball was played in the meantime, though. He's over towards gold pipes. Ryan still has a sliver of camouflage left. Might not be a lot, but it's enough to be a factor here. Soul Snipe backs towards gold pipes, and Manny soars out from double stack and somehow finds the face. 3 dead. Make it 2. As Rain and Ryan in the respawn screen. Oh, and Talik heating up here. But it's got to be flawless with the game clock at 28.
Yeah, he has to be hitting these shots. He has to give his team something to try and get a true setup here. 27 left on the clock, but that time is ticking up at the bottom. 60 points now. It's just a 10-point difference. And Talik trying to reposition so that he can do some damage with this shock rifle.
Trades come through. This next kill is going to be so important. It's gone the way of the KCP. Manny's got the blade over towards pipes. They're scoring all this time. 5 seconds to close the gap, but the ball has been dropped. They need to get their hands on it, or they will lose round 1.
Soul Snipe's there. He wants to get a grab, but it's being watched. They've got to push now. You've got to go.
It's now or never.
Has to hit the shot. Tries to grapple, but it's too late. It was so close. Maybe he could have got away with it. A millisecond, and that could have been a very different round.
Round 2.
That would have been 1 for the highlight reel. Like Scorpion shouts, get over here. Fractions. The barest of margins between these two teams. That's all that separates them. Round 1 for EUnited. Manny picks up 2 in the feed. 3 down now for EUnited. Rain, the last man alive, being a thorn in the side of the Pioneers.
Can Pioneers now take this momentum from the end of that round? They were so close to making a comeback, but EUnited are doing so well to be a nuisance, as you say. Their survivability is insane at the moment, and they're really being a pain in the ass to Pioneers.
They got 3 dead. They got no points. EUnited flipped the script, and they start scoring. Sword though from Manny, but he's a little bit isolated from his team. Doesn't want to be the first one in here and give over the sword. Grenades being thrown. Explosions left, right, and center. Manny doesn't care, he's kicking in your door. Ryan with the grapple has just pulled that ball away and evades the slippery beaver. Gets himself out of dodge. Spartan caught, but somehow Spartan gets the job done. Soul Snipe, last man standing.
I am absolutely astonished that's just happened, by the way. I genuinely thought that was a trade. The fact that Spartan gets that kill means around, what, 10, 15, even more seconds of ball time? A phenomenal piece of play there from Spartan and EUnited, and Pioneers find themselves on the back foot once more. We've already seen EUnited beat Pioneers on this game type in Anaheim, and history could repeat itself. It carries on in this direction.
I love watching Spartan's POV. You can see on the camera, he starts looking towards his teammates' screens, always downloading that information. As 3 go down for the Kansas City Pioneers, and Nick's in a bit of no man's land and in a world of hurt. Like a deer in the headlights, doesn't know where to go.
He does not know where to go, but the important thing is he's still alive. Grapple here, grapple there. What just happened? How does he get that frag? How has he got the camo? Nick's just done an insane amount of things there. But eventually gets put down. A double kill for Druck to try and calm things here in pipes. But EUnited still have a significant advantage.
Calm things perhaps. Rain and another engagement. It's gonna be a trade. 3 dead though. Druck. 3 nades. Over towards that commando. Nothing doing though. Spartan's behind him with a backstab. Give him the wiggles. Respect given between these two. The bait and switch. But now Ryan wants a bit. But he bit off more than he could chew. Druck pushes the pace. Clears out that riffraff. And takes the ball, but if only for a moment.
EUnited have done so well to slow this game down in points. We know that Pioneers are a fast-paced team. We know they love to fly around corners. They've been like that since Halo 5. So what EUnited have done is they've said, hey, look, we'll just wait. We're expecting it. They ambush. They get that initial frag, and then EUnited inject that pace. And Pioneers have struggled a little bit because of it. But if Pioneers can take control, if that pace can start to work for them, EUnited could then be on the back foot.
Perhaps we need to be looking at a bit of a rebrand. the Kansas City Pioneers, the Flyioneers. The traps have been set, oftentimes to great success by EUnited. Just slowing down the game, frustrating the Pioneers, but Drunk wins out in that one. Ultimately, it's a trade. 3 dead here for EUnited. This is the moment for the Pioneers to get some significant ball time, but just like that, Nick shuts down Soul Snipe.
You know, when Nick's hitting perfects like that, it's so difficult for you to do anything. That grenade does so much damage, and the teamwork that we're seeing from EUnited is incredible. Like, they are listening to everything. They are ensuring that every kill gets finished off as well. We're not seeing any one-shots escape, but Pioneers have secured the ball. Torlik is in a position where he can gain a little bit of time, and Spartan, if he goes down here, EUnited could struggle with this push.
And the home crowd trying to rally around their team. Will it be enough? Camouflage has just popped up, but it could be free for the EUnited if they like it. Spartan lands on a plasma grenade. Ryan Noob also falls. Tonic keeping that ball nice and safe. And they've taken the lead.
Pioneers take the lead. EUnited are doing what they can to try and stop this ball time from being gathered. Eventually, the ball gets played out into the middle of the map, but all the meanwhile, Drugs found a camouflage. But again, EUnited hunt him out, they sniff him out. EUnited have never let Pioneers escape with a camo.
EUnited retake the lead. If only for a moment. As Ryan Noob into an engagement here. Manny has to, but doesn't. Ryan Noob shuts him down. He lets them know, 2 dead for the Pioneers. It's a 9-second game with just over 2 minutes and change left on the clock. Spartan picks up a double.
Yeah, it's another very close round. It could all come down to one push, Jersey, and EUnited have the advantage in the moment, but Pioneers have just been looking for that perfect setup. They've not been able to find it. EUnited have been flying at them at times. This is what I was talking about, EUnited slowing things down and then speeding things up. They've really kept Pioneers on their toes.
EUnited dictating the pace, playing their own game. Oh! And Talik comes in, slicing and dicing.
And important that the ball didn't get played out to bottom middle as well. Pioneers timed that perfectly, because now they can get a considerable amount of time. EUnited on the spawn screen. They now have to push through pipes, and Pioneers could take the lead at this moment.
Oh! Only requiring 3. The shock rifle will take Tonic down to no shields. Lost one teammate, but they traded it out, and they've taken the lead once more. Tonic recognizing they're down in numbers, rotates towards the blue area so he can get a play into the drink, but has he managed it? Yes, he has.
Very important play, resets the ball. Is anyone from Pioneers into a position to actually watch it, though? It looks like no one at the moment, but EUnited, they're not going to get desperate for it. They do manage to secure it into pipes, but there is a player in there. Drux got the ball, and Drux throws it straight back out.
5 seconds then. All that separates these two teams. Spartan has the shock rifle. Looking to push out and hold some extended sightlines for his team. They hold a 1 second advantage. Looking to build upon that now. Druk the first one to fall, and that's going to be painful for the Pioneers, as 10 seconds required for EUnited here. Pioneers have to go, or they will go down in the series. Killing spree for Spartan the Dog, and EUnited take the lead in the series. 2-1.
They're looking to upset the crowd here, are EUnited, and it's happened again. History has repeated itself. Recharge ball goes in favor of those boys on your screen. A very impressive performance. I love how they dictated the pace of play. They did not allow Pioneers to play the game they want to. This is one of my biggest fears for not just Pioneers, but Ascent as well. 2 teams who play in a very similar, fast-paced style. What do you do when a team slows you down? When they literally throttle you into a corner and force you to play in a different way? KCP might have to go for plan B here, because at the moment, plan A has very much been found out here by EUnited.
Looking at the slays as well, it was 99 to 82. So these two teams separate by just over the 15 kills or so. I'm not going to do maths, I hate it. I won't do it, refuse to make sure it's bang on. Just carry the one. They outslayed them by a significant margin. What do Soul Snipe and the boys on Kansas City Pioneers need to do to get themselves back into this series and take it to that Game 5 Slayer?
I think that they want a fast-paced game time to follow. That's what's important here. And I tell you what, Stronghold Streets has a pretty fast-paced game time. That is the perfect way for Pioneers now to get back into this series. But if EUnited could do exactly what they just did on Recharge Ball and slow them down, not allow Pioneers to be able to navigate the map in the way they want to, maybe we will be looking at an EUnited 3-1. As for Pioneers, they did get outslayed on recharge, but that's just because they weren't able to fly like they usually do. They need to be the ones who are dictating the pace. They need to be the ones who are forcing EUnited onto that spawn and then consistently pushing them over and over again. Relentless pressure from the Pioneers is what they need to see.
Kansas City Pioneers then staring at defeat. Can the crowd roar them back into this thing? We're about to find out. On board with Spartan.
EUnited with a chance to send the Kansas City Pioneers into the elimination bracket. And Spartan has been getting better and better with every single game. His gameplay is insane right now. Has a chance for a triple. Very important you shut him down before he gets firing.
Close that door. Do not open up again. Throw away the key if you can. Rain with the rockets. Druk, Manny. Take care of a couple. B, after all this time, 30 seconds deep, only now starting to get transferred. And it's gone the way of EUnited, but we may see an AC setup for the Pioneers.
Look how closely contested these two teams are. The first point's being scored now after 45 seconds. They really are not allowing either team to gain control of the map because they are just running at each other at the moment. EUnited trying to match the pace of play on the early stages here in Stronghold Streets.
The Pioneers, with the help of Tonic and that red gun, trying to make these streets covered in blood of EUnited. Make it run red. But Ryan Noob here, what can he do? Two go down, Rain and Sparty, and you can see he immediately puts us back to a wall.
Back to a wall, Bulldog in hand. I tell you what, Bulldog plus Stalker Rifle is a very dangerous combination as Ryan Noob continues to impress as this series goes on. EUnited now closing in on the scoreline 22-20. The Pioneers off the spawn. They're looking to try and rotate round so they can maybe pick up A here, but as soon as they set foot in it, they give away their position.
24-22 then. The Pioneers start scoring once more, but again it's that AC setup.
It's a very difficult setup to try and get out of because if you push to A, suddenly they flip C. If you push to C, they flip A. You really have to almost try and slay the team as you push them and go for a little bit of a risk at times. Ryan Noob, though, will be able to escape with this Stalker Rifle, so perhaps can do some damage if they choose to push towards C.
First pick has gone the way of EUnited. That will make this push a lot easier. Bulldog in the spine of Druk. Tries to soar, tries to four, unable to do so. Talik, we've just seen him getting shot in the back also by Ryan Noob. And Nick with the rockets, their second set of rockets for EUnited. But the Kansas City Pioneers have got a slender advantage.
I think that's concerning though for the Pioneers already, right? Two very comfortable situations for EUnited picking up these rockets. They should guarantee themselves 4 kills because of that, although great grenades coming out from Pioneers, great prediction, but Nick will secure that first one.
The boombox, good for 1. 53 now, as EUnited just take the lead. Nick gets absolutely frying now on the Druk. And that's going to mean the numbers advantage favors EUnited.
You feel the bass in the arena, by the way, when the Sentinel beam starts to fire. Making me wobble, let alone the players. It's a very close game at the moment. EUnited have a very slender lead indeed. And Spartan and Nick, all tournament long, they've been the ones who do initiate the fights in these Strongholds games. Keep looking out for them rotating, taking fights, trying to push those Strongholds. It's so tough when you've got 2 players working in tandem like that.
But the game's so close. The Pioneers can just get Druk firing here. 1 and 7. They've managed to keep themselves close enough to carry him this far. But if he can just light up now, they desperately need him. Or they will lose this series as Rain picks up another one. But all of a sudden, Manny the last man standing. And Nick takes care of him.
All 4 dead for the Pioneers. It's very scrappy, but EUnited just about scrape through, and that's all they need to do in all of these team fights. Make sure they have the last remaining player. They will continue to score, and they will continue to pile the pressure onto the Pioneers, who are now starting to fall behind slightly as EUnited realizing they are so close to sending Pioneers down to the elimination bracket.
Starting to falter, starting to wilt just a little bit. On the ropes. And EUnited preparing their killer blow. Another set of rockets. for EUnited.
Pioneers aware they're on the map. At this point, it's concerning. It's another free kill. Ryanoob takes the first, and BNC still in the control. And notice how EUnited have not pushed over towards A. Because if they did, this would become a very rotational game, which becomes faster, which Pioneers love. Instead, EUnited is saying, look, let's make this a more structured game, a slower game. Pioneers, what have you got? And in the moment, they haven't had an answer.
For the longest time, Ryanoob, like a bouncer, clearing the arcade, ensuring anybody that stepped up, he said, not tonight. Not tonight. Finally shut down. Soul Snipe needs to drag his team forward here. It's going to be a triple cap momentarily as two go down. But can they maintain this pressure?
It's momentarily, but look how heavily they are scoring and how quickly they're catching up. EUnited need to stop this bleeding, otherwise Pioneers will very quickly be in their face when it comes to the scoreline. This is the difference, right? Pioneers, they play fast, they look for the trip cap, whereas EUnited were more than happy to hold two.
Ryanoob desperately trying to turn tail. He has milked long enough for his team to just stabilize here, but not for long as Talik comes diving in, face first! And they continue to score here, A and B. But Ryanoob shuts them down. But they've eaten away at that deficit now.
And look how hard they are making EUnited work to try and keep hold of C. EUnited actually retreat and go and grab A because of it, which means they are still scoring. But it's a scrap in both strongholds. And finally, some rockets going in the hands of the Pioneers. They've realized they're on the map. They've come to life, and they are starting to crawl back into this one.
B and C then for the Pioneers with attentions on A. As Manny lands a stick. 3 dead again for EUnited.
The Pioneers are starting to believe. The crowd is starting to believe. EUnited need to shut that down ASAP. Otherwise, Pioneers are going to have quite a phenomenal comeback at the moment. But there is still a lot of points to play here. EUnited quite far off that 250 mark, and so are the Pioneers. 6 minutes and 40 still on the clock. There is loads of time left in this one.
Numbers advantage in favor of EUnited for the moment. B starting to transfer, but all of a sudden, Manny steps into C. EUnited immediately recognize that. Look to go for A. Nick dives in. Doesn't get the reset. A and C belong to your Pioneers.
Pioneers are so quick to get in these strongholds right now, and they're taking B. Okay, Rain's in A, but now he's given his position away. Are the Pioneers going to try and collapse? No, two have gone down. This is EUnited's chance to take control once more.
They shift over towards arcade. Still not scoring. This gives Pioneers more time to come off the respawn and play a part. A and B now for EUnited. Talik steps out, gets the information for his team. That nade hurts quite a bit. He's going to have to put it into reverse. But down go two. Nick tries to stabilize for EUnited.
Rockets coming up in 10 seconds, and with Pioneers in the death screen, these are likely going to go to EUnited now. You'd imagine, as Rain starts to get up close and personal, they have 199 to 167 lead. Yes, okay, someone's in B, but surely the Rockets go to EUnited here. Surely.
Rockets for free for anybody brave enough to put their hands on them. And it's going to be Rain. No better man, no better name fitted for what he's about to do. Rain down, death and destruction to the hopes and dreams of the Pioneers. 211 points to 67. A and C in control now, and B about to join him.
Trip cap would be so detrimental for Pioneers. This is a big fight. You have to win it if you're on the side of KCP.
Oh.
But Rain denies it completely. Holds on to B, and the trip cap is here for EUnited as they look to try and close out this series.
When it rains, it pours. A and B though. Spartan gonna step back in. Sure, Arcade stays in their control. They only require 10. It's all down to this. Can the Pioneers step into B? They're in there now. Oh. But Ryanoob clearing it out. Eviction notice coming through. Manny goes down. It's only by the barest of margins. And Nick gets the reset. And EUnited win the series.
EUnited step up when they needed to. And some choice words sent over to the KC Pioneers. And Spartan is more than happy to play the villain. He will thrive live under that kind of pressure. EUnited answer back.
It's elimination bracket now for the Pioneers. EUnited march on. They deal with the old foe.
Time and time again, these two seem to face up against each other in tournament play. And it seems like EUnited always get the last laugh.
Yeah.
They hush the crowd, they shush the crowd. EUnited are the real deal, and they want to prove that they are still a top team.
They've helped their cause no end. Looking at the dejected faces of the Pioneers, they gave as good as they got at times, but they have fallen just short again.
Well, the Pioneers, they felt confident about those game times. You know, it was looking good, some very fast-paced ones, but I think that EUnited really clicked in that series, and they worked out what they needed to do to defeat a team that just flies at you. They set those traps. They dictated the pace of play. They slowed things down when they needed to. And EUnited will be delighted with that. They move into Championship Sunday still in the winner's bracket. As for KCP, it's a very different story. That elimination bracket is going to be so tough.
It's a daunting task. Confirmation of how it shook out. Kansas City Pioneers took the series lead 4-1, bizarre CTF. But ever since then, the scoreboard lights up red. 50-44 Slayer live fire, 2-1 oddball recharge. And in the end, too strong in the strongholds on streets. A sweep in the end, 3-1 it goes. What a performance by the boys in the EUnited. Commiserations to KCP, but their tournament is not over just yet. That's all from us though. Over to Lottie and the guys to break it down.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Gaskin, and incredible job today, gentlemen. I know you had a lot to handle there. A lot of games kind of going back and forth here, but we love the action, of course, on stream. And thank you so much, folks at home, for joining us. I'm on the desk here with Clutch, Goofy, and Bravo. Gentlemen, what a game. I mean, my goodness, first of all, obviously, the home crowd, Pioneers, rooting for them, absolutely amazing. Love to hear the atmosphere and the crowd cheering. Obviously, EUnited playing the villains and taking that dream away from the home crowd here today. And EUnited, I've got to say, played lights out, I think, in the face of what Pioneers were really kind of putting on the table here. The kind of fire that they were catching in day 2 of Kansas City was pretty impressive, to say the least. And I want to ask you about that final map there, Stronghold Streets. You know, power weapons really played a huge role there, and it really dictated who was kind of in control of the map at what time. We kind of saw Pioneers start to push back a little bit against EUnited, start to run away with things. A trip cap came across, and then they were able to rotate through the holes of EUnited's gameplay, but EUnited pushed back so well. Talk to me what happened.
Yeah, EUnited just in total control pretty much of their own destiny throughout that game 4, and rightfully so. I think they decided to create a pace that was frustrating for the Pioneers. I felt like they slowed the game down. A lot of the times you'll see teams push the trip cap when they get 3-4 dead on map like Street Strongholds, but that wasn't really the plan from EUnited. EUnited was very satisfied with holding A and B control, leaving C away, and because of it, it was just such a tough break for Pioneers. They never really had the man advantage or the weapon advantage to take over like they needed to.
Indeed, and honestly, a very impressive start here for Pioneers. But I think EUnited kind of caught on pretty quickly, and especially heading into the oddball as well. I gotta say, I mean, overall though, Pioneers showed a lot of resilience. But what was it about EUnited that matched up so well with them, Goofy, in order for EUnited to pull this really across the board?
I want to give a shout out, in my opinion, for the X factor on EUnited, one of, if not the most underrated player in the entire HCS, and that's King Nick.
Yeah.
Nick is such a consistent player for EUnited. He is the ultimate glue guy for this team, just cool, calm, and collected at all times. Lottie, we were talking about it in that final match. He gets the kills he needs to get and clutches up when he needs to clutch up. He's so good with the sandbox, so good with all the abilities, the power weapons. His timing is always on point. King Nick really is the MVP in that series for me this time around.
I couldn't agree more there. I think Nick really stepped up to the plate here, and that's something that I'm really loving, I think, from this second major as well, Bob, is we're seeing what players can do. You know, you've got the likes of Spartan on there, who's a mainstay, and we are on his POV a lot because of what he can do, things like this with the shock rifle. But Bravo, to see other players on this roster step up as well is something to behold.
Yeah, Onset and I are watching these games in the back. That last angle that Spartan took, Onset was the first one to call it, to go long haul, to go C plat there. It's an aggressive angle, and it's a great decision. How many times did we see this exact scene in the last game, though, right? Whether it's Nick or Ryan Noob, they sit in B arcade, they wait, they get the first damage. How many times in those pushes was EUnited getting either the opening damage or the opening kill? You got Ryan Noob sitting around the corner with a Bulldog at B. You got them sitting with rockets at B stairs or watching tires, and it just felt like they had control the entire game.
They certainly did, indeed. I got to say, though, you know, a lot of that really did come down to the Rockets, who had the Rockets in their hands in clutch. When it comes to timing Rockets as a team, often we saw in that series that EUnited had the majority of the team dead. They were able to grab the Rockets for free quite a few times there. How difficult is it to do that, to time your kills in the position of the Rockets popping up and being able to grab those pretty much rent-free?
It's extremely difficult, but like it's a timer in EUnited's heads where they know they need to be aggressive at these certain times in order to create some space for those Rockets. And they don't wait for Rockets to come up in order to make those pushes or to create that space. They do it about 5-6 seconds before so that they can secure those Rockets pretty unscathed. And because they're consistently able to perform this and they like have that timing in their head, they're just so lethal when it comes to containing those power weapons and then putting them to use is the easy part.
Indeed. Now, Clutch, on the back of that as well, we kind of talked about EUnited, like where they're at this moment in time for you. And it's a tricky question because obviously we haven't seen a huge amount from them, but Pioneers, they were heating up. They were playing so well. EUnited, have they done enough to convince you at this moment in time, heading into tomorrow, to take a really good run at this winners bracket?
I still think it's a three-legged race. I still think it's Optic, Cloud9, and I'll throw Sentinels in there even though they just went to Game 5 with Quadrant, so I'm almost hesitant to do that. But as we take a look at the winners bracket, Optic Gaming plays EUnited next, so that will be the series that they can convince me that this is a championship that they're capable of winning.
100%. And Goofy, looking at the winners bracket here, I mean, EUnited, Optic Gaming, really tough matchup. Where do they stack up against this Green Wall?
Well, for me, Optic Gaming is actually my pick to come out as champions this event. So because of that, I'm going to give the edge to Optic in that series. EUnited, they are not one of the top 2 teams, in my opinion, at this event. They're not better than Cloud9, in my opinion. They're not better than Optic. But after that, they can beat anybody. And to that point, they're also the type of roster that when they're on fire, they could potentially even beat an Optic or a Cloud9. So I'm not going to count them out totally in that series. I think it will be a good one, even though the edge will go to Optic in my head. But EUnited, they're just such a unique team, right? They're the only team I can think of in that top tier that plays. They're like a better version of KCP to me, almost, where like when EUnited plays, like slows things down, KCP needs to be able to react. They can't be so just one-styled in that final oddball game. We saw Ryan Noob is like the mastermind, right? He had a game plan. They wouldn't push the trip cap. They would have A and B, or they would have B and C, and they would hold it. And KCP wasn't able to pivot. They weren't able to change their tactic mid-game, and I think that's really what's holding them from beating the Optics of the world, from beating even the EUniteds of the world. And EUnited can take that next step and come out strong against Optic, even though I can't predict them to beat Optic.
It's a great strategy, but I don't think it works against Cloud9 because Cloud9, they're going to get a trip cap. They're going to put 200 points on the board, and you got to answer somehow.
Very true. And it's kind of crazy to think in terms of what we're talking about here, the competition is just ridiculously high at this moment in time. And you're looking at that winners bracket before, you're looking at the likes of Cloud9 FaZe going up against each other in the first round of their winners. They're then going to have to move on, whoever loses that, whoever wins that to then play Sentinels. You're looking at either Cloud9 FaZe, Sentinels, Optic, or EUnited bumping down to the elimination bracket. And let's take a peek at it because this competition is unbelievably fierce. And Bravo, heading down into this elimination bracket, if you're one of these top Titan teams and it's easily doable that you get bumped down here, you're looking at some of the likes of G2 Esports, you're looking at Fnatic, you're looking at Ascend, Quadrant, who've been looking so damn good all tournament long. How scared do you need to be at this elimination bracket?
I think this is starting to look scary, and it's going to look even scarier when we really get through the matches tomorrow. That's when things are going to get dicey. To be honest, I think Quadrant and Ascend in round 4 are the biggest threats right now on your screen out of these teams. But like you said, there's even going to be more teams that are dropping down here. But Quadrant to go game 5 in a series, you might argue they should have beaten Sentinels in. They should have closed the strongholds. a scary team. Same thing with Ascend.
Biggest thing that sticks out to me is G2 Esports is in a place they did not expect to be, but look at that. They're on the same side of the bracket as Quadrant, and you know that they have their eyes on getting back to a series against Quadrant and making up for their mistakes in pool play. That series went 5. That series, if these two teams do match up, will be a great one to see.
That would be a massive, massive one to see. And in terms of the way Quadrant just took Sentinels to a game 5, who are you edging out in that favor? Because Goofy, I mean, Quadrant going toe-to-toe to a 2-time World Championship roster, to a roster who are looking to bounce back and prove a point this weekend. Quadrant being able to honestly start to shake up a roster like that, pretty impressive.
Quadrant, I've been saying it since Friday. You know, Quadrant is just blowing my mind this weekend. They are playing such phenomenal Halo, fast pace, hitting their shots, making the right plays, taking Sentinels to a game 5 with a nail biter essentially.
Should have 3-1'd them.
Even in that game 4, they had the edge, and that's where the experience of Sentinels comes into play. That's why Sentinels is a championship caliber team, because they don't crumble under pressure. In fact, they thrive under pressure, and we saw that Royal 2. Me and Clutch were talking about it. The iciest, one of the iciest performances so far in this weekend, even though it was on one of the side stations.
20 and 11 in game 5. I was specifically watching Royal 2's point of view in game 5, and I was like, how is this game close? Because this is the Royal 2 that I team with, where we went to about 12 game 5s or 11s, and we didn't lose a single one.
Yeah, I mean, watching backstage, as soon as it went to game 5, we were like,
it's over.
It's over. Even though it went 40-40, didn't matter. We were like, it's still over.
Definitely one of my favorite series to watch, for sure. It was really, really fun. I tell you what, though, we do have tomorrow's schedule for you guys on the board, so just to make sure you are setting your alarm clocks bright and early, because we have a ton of action coming your way, kicking things off in your day here on Sunday. Can't believe it's Sunday tomorrow, folks. We got the winners semi-finals heading up the day. Winners semi-finals coming shortly after that. Elimination quarters are happening at 2:30. 3:45 winners finals will be on the board. We got our elimination final heading into the evening, and to round things off, of course, it's the grand finals. We will be crowning a Kansas City Major champion by the end of tomorrow. That's my favorite sentence to say, by the way. I love that.
Kansas
the fact
City.
that we, yeah, exactly. Love
Exactly.
Kansas City, love everybody here. But the fact that we are crowning a champion of our second major is pretty epic. So I just want to say thank you so much to all of you guys being up on the desk with me. It's been absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone at home, for tuning in today. If you did miss out the action, make sure you catch the VOD on YouTube. But what an incredible day 2 of the Kansas City Major. The hometown crowd has set this arena on fire, and we'll need more of the fire tomorrow if Pioneers want to go all the way, of course. Championship Sunday is moments away, and we will be crowning a champion at the second major tomorrow. It is all to play for, folks. $250,000 on the line. First place, pride in place, a trophy on that pedestal. Who will it be? I'll tell you what, we'll find out right tomorrow. Sleep well. You guys are gonna need it.
Is that they are going to bounce back, whether it's early, whether it's late. At some point in time, Cloud9 will put up a fight. Renegade with the S7 in hands. That's going to be a no-scope. One more, trying to use the drop wall to stay alive. And Renegade, the movement coming in, almost able to get away towards bottom mid, but they're finally able to take him down.
That man is slippery. Almost got out of that situation. He did burn the snipe in the meantime, though. Going to make things a little bit more limited for FaZe. The new snipe about to spawn. Stellar on top map, meantime, does have info on FaZe below. One on his right, though, and he can't quite deal with him. It's Snipe Down, who's been a bane for the boys on C9 just a little bit, but still a close game regardless.
We did see a bit of repulse movement coming in out of FaZe. We're also seeing Penguin with a beautiful flank, able to take down one. That one shot being so elusive, and then gonna drop a sticky right onto Penguin. That's not the present he wanted to receive.
Definitely not. Not if you're C9. If you're Boo Boo, though, it's perfect. Snipe to work with, teammates out front. How do they set up to make things easy for Boo Boo, right? Drawing attention, opening up opportunities to connect with this snipe. Boo Boo, you'll see him likely reposition a couple times, too, try to be ambiguous. Snipe Down going to get aggressive for him, though. Stellar and Renegade, they drop 2. Snipe Down alone. Can he get a trade? He cannot. 3 dead. Boo Boo last up. Does he play Snipe? Not sure, actually, he's dead too. I take it back.
Wow.
Everything flipped in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, Bound ended up being that final player alive, and I mean, I like the snipe in the hands of Boo Boo Doo, especially with that tower side control, but Cloud9 not allowing him to breathe. Eco taking down one, but he's quickly going to be dealt with as well. Penguin coming right off the spawn and going in for this A house window control.
OS the point of contention. Oh, Penguin knows there's somebody down there, though, that's for sure. He'll deal with him. Goes out in the trade, though. But where did the OS go? C9 on top of it. Not sure if FaZe slipped away. They're dying, though, left and right. There it is. Just to add insult to injury, right? They drop around the Slays. Renegade pops the OS. A little momentum string for C9 here in FaZe. They need to find a way to slow things down and force a couple trades.
Overshield in the hands of Renegade. He doesn't avoid the plasma pistol because that can neutralize it. Uses the wall in order to avoid that damage, but finally ends up losing his overshield. Still able to get the kill. Now gets a double kill. Does Renegade. The main Slayer starting to heat up as the third one going to go down. A triple kill being earned by Renegade to get that top mid control. Cloud9 on a roll.
The man is so aware. So damn efficient. Just doing damage everywhere he absolutely can. Holding down center map because of it. You can see FaZe have slowed to a crawl in reaction. 6 kill advantage C9 have earned. FaZe cannot afford mistakes. They got to shoot together or die together at this rate. Renegade's still going.
And although Renegade on a killing spree, can we talk about Falcated having half of his team's kills by himself?
Wow,
Falcated really trying to make something happen, and so is Stellar, getting a killing spree of his own via a double kill. 3 out of 4 members for the boys in blue go down. They know he's hiding there, and they're gonna get sent for a swim. It's getting sweaty. That might have been a favor.
Boo Boo, you are not safe. You'll be back in less than 10 seconds, but only to die again at this rate. C9, they just seem unstoppable. 11 kill advantage game 2. And despite the pressure we saw out of FaZe early on, it just doesn't seem like enough to stop these boys. Bound with 2, though. There's an answer.
Bound and FaZe trying to stay alive toward the sandbag side, but Eco still able to hunt him down, snipe down, now losing his partner in crime. Going to be forced to back down and try to play his life because they have to find some way to slow this game down. And literally Cloud9 or 6 make that 5 kills away from taking the game. FaZe will have to play near perfect Halo in order to come back. Jeez.
I don't see it in the cards anymore, Tony. 48, Renegade with the snipe. I think it's just a matter of whether or not he ends it in style. Oh, there goes one.
That's down for you.
Final kill in the game. It's just who will get it. Looks like Penguin is the one to do it. And once again, C9, they find dominance in game 2, 50-35.
We were almost worried that Renegade would have added some style. How dare we not know that Renegade,
should I even worry?
The style master.
You know it's going to be stylish.
He's a sharp dresser.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a holistic endeavor, I guess, to be stylish, not just in-game, outside, too. He could have maybe gone for a little 360 if he really wanted to up the ante. Repulsor 360, no scope, close the game. I mean, by all means, against one of the best teams in Infinite, it would be pretty it would be insulting if he did it. But 2-0 at this point. It's a best-of-5 series. FaZe, unfortunately for them, they have not been able to answer, and they seem to be kind of declining, if anything, unfortunately.
We'll save the 360 no scopes for
game
play.
3? Oh, pool play? Okay.
We're in champ bracket now,
Not grand finals against Optic, or you know what I mean, when it really matters.
I'm imagining this now. Let's go to the stats, because the stats are really going to tell a story on how this game was played. And on the one thing, Falcon.
I mean, wow.
16 kills. That's what pops out to me.
It can't not pop out to you. It's pretty unbelievable at a foul. What I'd be curious to see is what the damage looked like on the team, though, because I only can assume that Foul got some help with the kills, and you can see not too lopsided in the damage category, right? Snipe down almost dead even with him, despite having not even like half the slays. So just goes to show the FaZe are all shooting together. Foul is great at putting themselves in the perfect position to clean up the kills. In the end of the day, though, you don't want to see one player with 16 and the rest of them kind of struggling, for sure. Inefficiency there. And then in the meantime, I mean, C9, nothing but efficiency. Yeah. And it only seems to continue on that trajectory as the series goes on. This might be the last game, Tony.
Nothing but efficiency is right. 29 of the team's 50 kills were assisted. So although we know that Cloud9 are an incredibly individually talented team, they're counting on that teamwork. They're baiting and switching. They're flying together towards their opponents. And when they don't have a teammate with them, they're slowing things down, waiting for someone to come off the spawn and pushing together. That's where the small talk comes in. One thing I noticed with Cloud9, you'll hear a lot less call-outs per minute, but you'll hear nothing but valuable comms coming out of C9.
They are a quieter team, I think, in comparison to something like Optic, which can be a little bit busier with the comms, but also very controlled, very well paced. C9, they know exactly what they're doing. I think they're very good at reading the scenarios around them, just working off each other almost instinctually. And we'll see what they do here in Game 3. Tony, this is Oddball Recharge, what might be the final game in the series. And maybe thankfully for FaZe, there's multiple rounds in this game. Maybe that means just a little bit more time to get it together.
My brain can't even fathom the idea of FaZe getting swept. We're talking about a team with FaZe's caliber, but they're going up against Cloud9.
I mean, Tony, I hate to say it, but just go back yesterday, Friday night, Optic did the same thing. There's some damn dominant teams in Halo Esports, and C9, they're one of them. FaZe, they got to be up to the challenge. This is their final opportunity to do so. We got multiple, both Boo Boo bound, moving quick off the opening.
That's not right of you. You didn't have to bring up last night.
Hey, I mean...
Hey, you didn't have to do that. That was mean.
I'm a brutally honest man. What can I say, Tony? When it comes to competition, there's a winner and a loser. There's nothing in between.
Or even in this duo, you're the winner. I'm the loser here.
I mean, I consider we're a team, all right? It's a duo.
We always stay.
The real win is good gameplay, so let's see it.
Booba Dooba shock rifle in hands off a screen. We do see 2 down going for FaZe, but the same for Cloud9. The difference being that FaZe still willing to grab the ball, even though they don't have the exact numbers. They got the ball, they're rotating toward the goal side, but Down is starting to catch some shots all the way towards the Whirlpool side of the map.
And what you like to see is an early pickup out of FaZe with the ball, and an early kill out of Booba Dooba. He's got a shock to work with too. Let's turn this into more. Foul, clean it up. Shields now ripped off of C9, but here comes Renegade with an aggressive challenge. And he'll take it too. There goes Boo Boo. Very quickly, C9, they'll find advances on the ball here.
Penguin tries to advance forward towards top gold. A well-placed grenade gonna put him down to 1 shot, but the second one not gonna come in for the cleanup. Cloud9 now trying to rotate that ball all the way towards gold and maybe towards the A side of the map because they're feeling the pressure coming from Longhorn. That's exactly what they do. Penguin grabs that ball, gets towards the back gold, and now is getting it toward the A side of the map. Not only that, getting valuable points, but it's also making a longer rotation to come in from FaZe Clan.
Sure, very quick, very efficient, working around the team. And the moment he's in trouble, you see Penguin toss the ball out to center map. Keep things difficult for FaZe to retrieve. All while it happens, Eco just looking to line up a couple kills in the meantime. Camo about to spawn. Grapple out, that would have been wild if he hit it, but because he didn't, I think that was bound who then earned it. Camo still out though. Renegade, you can see he's got a vantage point to protect it.
2 down for each of the teams. Another assist comes on the board, so a fresh 2 down for FaZe. And again, the communication coming out of Cloud9. The moment a 1 shot is called out, somebody's in position to hunt them down. They do not allow you to get away with your life. Cloud9 not going for the early ball off of the reset, rotating it towards Longhorn. So the exact opposite we saw before. Before we saw that ball rotated towards the opposite side of the Longhorn spawners. Now we see it move towards Longhorn. Just cheeky time coming in for Cloud9.
I mean, both teams so efficient, but like you said, C9 recognizing that little window of opportunity to get to the ball. Not only that, they rotated it out to center, tried to drop it out when they were losing numbers. Made things difficult for FaZe, but FaZe do pull away with it. Some time on the board for them. They're about to be in trouble. Boo Boo with an early toss. And part of the reason why he tossed that ball off, look at where Foul and Bound are. They're ready for the new spawn ball. Bound with the grapple as well. What a play out of FaZe to coordinate that. But doesn't matter, right? C9, they're just ready. Stellar comes in with the flank. He cleans it up, and now it's his ball.
That's one of those plays that look really good on paper. It was really good. The execution comes in. And I think Mike Tyson said it best. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face.
Oh, man. Stellar, he'll drop a haymaker, I guess. Maybe. Oh, what? What happened? Can I get a replay?
And if you're ever getting sword lunge, try to duck behind a box, duck behind the wall. Make sure that wall breaks the lunge, because sometimes you get some crazy moments just like that. 3 down for FaZe. We still see ball in the hands of Cloud9, but Eco will be the first one to fall. And whenever a team breaks a setup, they always look for that first pick. Maybe they can get this ball out of Cloud9's hands.
You know what, Tony? I don't think Master Chief's biggest opponent is Eshram. I think it's just geometry. You know, just a corner. That's all it takes to stop a melee and save. What is it? Installation 7? I don't know my Halo lore, Tony. I do know my Halo Esports though, and I know Fal's got a chance here if he holds on to this.
50-32 lead in favor of Cloud9. Falcade is still holding on to this ball, and like you mentioned before, holding it onto the C side of the map, so as soon as the pressure comes, that ball goes right off the map like you just saw, and we're forced into a reset situation. If Cloud9 want to commit to the ball, they'll have to do so with everybody having sights on it, but Penguin doesn't care.
Oh, I mean, he does. He cares about that ball, that's for sure. He protects it as he makes it up to Attic. Renegade here to cover him as well. Big pickup on this snipe down. He's got the camo as well. Good opportunity to make a couple plays with it. The last thing you want is for him to get a shock. So Boo Boo with the quick shutdown. FaZe with the shock in hand. Notice that timer, Tony. Just about 1:45 to work with here. Things about to get dicey. FaZe still looking to get hands on him. You can see Fal is alone here. His entire team across the map. But maybe it doesn't matter. The man just hits shots.
Beautiful shot coming in out of Falcade, but not able to hold on to that shock rifle. It does end up going down, and notice how Cloud9 not even committing to it. At this point, what's more important to them is to hold on to this gold side setup and make sure nobody's able to rotate. I believe a spawner came from long haul, might have picked up that shock rifle. Penguin putting the commando to use, ends up getting the melee kill, taking down one, and Eco trying to milk every last part of that ball time as he tries to play his life. Gets right up to Batledge. 3 down for FaZe Clan. That was almost a pseudo play ball situation, but now Eco has it back in hands, and like you said, 5 more seconds. Round number 1 going to Cloud9.
The efficiency out of C9, undeniable, Tony. They put it together, they'll take the first round, and you could just see Eco, he was ready to do anything in that moment, either drop the ball and slay or pick it up for his team. In the end, C9, they ice up, as expected, but this is it, do or die for FaZe. They need to bounce back here, or it's it for the tournament tonight, or for Saturday night at least.
It's tough. FaZe Clan aren't playing bad whatsoever. Cloud9 are playing exceptional right now. They are playing simply winning Halo. They're 1 round away. And something has to change for FaZe. They need to find some kind of energy, some kind of momentum, something to slow down Cloud9. You're seeing it across the board. Penguin getting a big kill. Renegade bringing someone down to 1 shot with the shock rifle. Nobody going down for Cloud9, and that just means easy time for them, Alex.
They might need to shut down Stellar, I think. I mean, Renegade's probably going to make a play in just a second with that shock. But Stellar has been flanking them constantly and opening up the map consistently. He's got 3 on the board already with Slice. And it's been such a nuisance. It broke their setup earlier when they tried to play ball and pick it up immediately. FaZe thought they had an opening, but Stellar was ready. And C9, they continue to own the map, the ball, and the shock.
Renegade getting a double kill off the screen with the shock rifle, holding on to the gold side control. Meanwhile, off the screen, Eco takes down 1. We see Boo Boo Doo fall as well, and this has been complete control in favor of Cloud9. It's a 40-0 run. Where's the energy?
Oh, non-existent. We've got 2 geese on the side of FaZe. They need to wake up or die. Trade goes out center map, ball time still ticking, make it 50 for C9 as Fal looks for an opening. Oh, he finds a shock sightline. That ain't good. Renegade does die. That might have been the one with the shock rifle, so Bound will pick it up. You can see the ball start to rotate to elevator. So elusive, C9, they know exactly when to move. But the Slays come in and FaZe, I think their first opportunity for ball is here.
Oh my gosh, rotating the ball and getting a kill with it. They said FaZe needs to wake up, and let me tell you, Cloud9 are woke. They woke up and chose violence.
Apparently, Renegade knew exactly where to go off spawn as well. He burns the camo. FaZe do have some time. It's a scrappy setup. You can see multiple out bottom mid, but a big pickup out of Bound. Nice little double. That'll secure some time for it. Foul set up and pipes. Snipe down, Boo Boo down below. How does C9 play it? Looks like they'll send their numbers to A. Expect a flank out through long haul as well. And Foul, you can see he's already prepared for it.
FaZe, despite not having control in this game, they're still one good setup away from not only tying the game, but maybe taking the lead here. Bao going in for the ninja off of the enemy player, going for the clamper. Falcated trying to get the melee, and not going to be able to do so. Falcated goes down. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo does as well. Renegade getting the kill with the shock rifle, grappling the ball and passing it towards his teammates. He has some more work to be done.
When's the last time you saw the shock rifle in FaZe's hands, Tony? I don't think we've seen it in their hands all round. Yesterday. No, Fal had it for a split second last round, but I mean, Renegade's been controlling it ever since. Oh, finally they take him before he does anything too brutal. They'll pick up the ball, but it's still scrappy. Penguin will drop. Thanks to Falcated Boo-Boo Doo-Boo, they've got a chance for a setup yet again, but 73 for C9, a slight mistake, and that could be it.
Clean round of slays coming in out of FaZe. This should net at least 18 to 20 seconds worth of ball time. But a second round of slays, and they're right back in it, and they have to be. They're fighting for their winners bracket live. Snipe down, getting a big kill to bound. That's going to be a double kill coming from Snipe down, taking down 2 on Cloud9, and we see Boo-Boo Doo-Boo take down the third. More ball time going in favor of FaZe Clan.
Snipe down, he tucks himself behind the box, and what does he do? What he does best, just hits his shots. And that'll put them down and fend them off temporarily. 63 and counting his face, still fighting for their life. Snipe down, unfortunately not ready for this one though. A little flank into elevator. They'll start to drop left and right. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo in a last-ditch effort. He's got to toss the ball out center. But can he stay alive and milk his life? Not quite. Stellar takes it, and watch how quickly C9 will transfer that ball. At least the camo's up, but can they get to it?
Camouflage is up and Snipe down, able to get it in hands, but like you said, time not on their side. They need to get the ball out of the hands of Cloud9. Snipe down, take a little bit of a longer route, has to deal with the shock rifle player first. Back smack onto Stellar, still 2 players in front of him. One has the ball in hand, and the other has a sword. Slice and dice.
That's the game, I think, right there.
Dealing with Snipe down.
Tony, final second, they can't get to it. C9, they shut them down. And FaZe, they'll try again, but it's just not enough. Tony, there's layers to this. We saw it with Optic on Friday. Now we see it with C9 today on Saturday. I think we just need to see Optic and C9 play. I think it's about time.
Well, we might see it soon. I mean, if things keep going the way they are, you know, semifinals into the winners finals, they could match up. Cloud9 absolutely going insane. You hear the crowd behind us. We got some Cloud9 fans in the chat.
Understandably, I think after they win 2 in a row and they're pushing the 3-peat, I hope they got some fans at this point. But read them and weep. The stats on board for the series, I mean, a pretty comfortable performance out of C9. 1 Ovis RCTF, definitely one that went the distance. But 50-35 Slayer, they pulled that one away. And then Oddball Recharge, despite the efforts from FaZe, they were always fighting from the back foot, Tony.
They really were, which is crazy because if you look at the 2 different objective game types, game number 1, FaZe were already always on the offense. Cloud9 were the ones clearing FaZe out of their base over and over again after that 1-0 lead. But then you go into Oddball, and it was Cloud9 that had complete control of that map. Cloud9 showing that they can switch things up on a dime if they have to. Not only one of the most aggressive teams, one of the highest slaying teams that we have in our league, but they can switch it up at a given notice.
They definitely can. This team knows each other well. The chemistry, immaculate. You can hear it in the comms. These boys, they're best friends. And I think that's so important when it comes to Halo Infinite, the teamwork, the chemistry. The rich get richer as a result.
So good together.
Exactly. And that's why Optic are looking so deadly, too. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things have shaken up for the end of the day. I believe mainstream is done, because if it was still happening, Tony, I would hear that crowd. It's been a crazy day of Halo. Sunday will be only crazier, so don't miss it. But as we can see on board here, looks like EUnited managed to squeak away that series from Pioneers. It was a pretty exciting one, but they'll be going up against Optic Gaming, also 3-1 to Ascend. Sentinels, my God, have they just barely made it out of their series with Quadrant. But they'll be facing C9, and it is not going to be easier, that's for sure.
I bet if we gauge the chat on who would be the final 4 teams in the winners bracket, I bet at least 90% of them probably would have guessed this exact lineup right here.
If you're just going off of history, this is exactly what we're used to seeing. This is like Anaheim repeat, basically. And understandably, I think the best teams continue to stay the best if they, continue to work on their play and improve. What we were hoping to see were little upsets. I think Quadrant was our little potential, like a spark, right? A chance for something exciting there, but unfortunately it didn't quite happen. For those teams that dropped, their tournament far from over, though. They'll drop down to lower bracket. They still got a chance to succeed, a chance to show us what they got. Here is our schedule for tomorrow, though. Make sure you don't miss the action. We're kicking things off at 12 p.m. CT. That's going to be elimination round 4. So we're starting with that lower bracket. We're going to get to see the storyline of these teams who have lost today, but still got a chance to come back and do something.
A little bittersweet moment here, Alex. We had an amazing series. I'm so excited for tomorrow, but that's our last series for tonight. Cloud9, they are who we thought they were. Sentinels,
no
they're gonna look to go at them though. Sentinels have been playing red hot as well. And then the opposite side, you said you want to see Optic versus Cloud9. Optic have a chance to make it into the winners finals. But they do have one more team in their path.
Very true. And I think, despite the series we witnessed with Sentinels, they always seem to find a way to clutch up on land. You know what I mean? Like even with Quadrant, it being that close, I still wouldn't be surprised if they find a way to bring it to Game 5 or even more with C9 coming up tomorrow. But we'll find out tomorrow. So make sure you're there. It's going to be across, Twitch, YouTube, /twitch.tv/Halo. You guys know where to go. Xbox Plays as well. Big thank you to Xbox Plays for putting this together. B-Stream will be back tomorrow. Tony and I will be back tomorrow with B-Stream as well. So hopefully we see you there. And until then, have a good night.